Chapter 2563. Soon, a dozen or so people walked into the cave. Judging from their strange attire, they should be the natives of the Wulong Secret Realm. Because the Wulong Secret Realm was close to the border, the people here had dark skin and looked evil and ugly. At the very least, they didn't look good. They were born with evil looks. Qin Zhao's eyes quickly scanned these people. The leader was a second step heavenly venerate, while the rest were first step heavenly venerates. These people's auras were very strange. They didn't have the power of the immortal path or the great path that Qin Zhao was familiar with. It seemed that these people didn't cultivate the immortal path or the great path. Compared to the 8 great saint realms, the great thousand secret realm was more casual. Because the 8 great saint realms were heavily covered by the great path laws, or rather, the origin of the 8 great path laws. Therefore, the 8 great saint realms had their own great path of cultivation. Most of them cultivated their own great path. However, the great thousand world was different. The great thousand world was covered by all the laws. Therefore, there were all kinds of cultivators who cultivated the great path. The 8 great path of cultivation could be found here. There were even ancient beings who didn't cultivate the 8 great path of cultivation. Instead, they focused on the 5 fundamental laws. Of course, if they cultivated the 5 fundamental laws, it would be very difficult for them to increase their cultivation level. Of course, these ancient cultivators were very rare. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were rare. Most of them cultivated the 8 great path of cultivation and cultivated the great path of cultivation. These people exuded the power of darkness. Therefore, Qin Zhao guessed that they cultivated the path of darkness. However, this was not important. No matter what path they cultivated, their strength was trash. The moment these people entered, their gazes landed on Fu Yunni's body. It was as if they had discovered a treasure. In fact, Qin Zhao was completely disregarded. Being stared at by these malicious gazes, Fu Yunni was naturally very unhappy. Her beautiful face also turned cold, and her limpid eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Although she hadn't recovered much of her strength, she wasn't someone that these people could bully. Oh, what a pair of adulterous couple. They're dressed so beautifully. Where did they come from? Look at that soft skin and tender flesh. It's clearly a Peerless product. Ha ha. Our luck today is not bad. We didn't get anything from the hunt, but we did meet such a good catch. Capture it and hand it in. The higher-ups will definitely like it very much. They might even reward us handsomely. I just hope that this woman hasn't been defiled. Otherwise, her value will be greatly reduced. However, this pair of adulterous man and woman hiding in this cave, it's obvious that they're up to no good. Forget it. Let's capture him first. Brothers, it's time to move our muscles. Who's going to kill that man? The man in the lead said excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Fu Yunni, and he only glanced at Qin Zhao casually. With just a few glances, she directly sentenced Qin Zhao to death. Qin Zhao, move away. I'm going to dig out their eyeballs and tear their mouths apart. Seeing that these people were about to take action, Fu Yunni directly said to Qin Zhao. Obviously, she was really angry. How arrogant was this woman? How could she allow these lowly people to humiliate and offend her? Therefore, she was naturally angry and wanted to punish these people personally. Ahem. Hearing Fu Yunni's words, Qin Zhao was slightly shocked. Was this woman really so cruel? However, Qin Zhao didn't dare to let Fu Yunni do it. If this woman was really unhappy, she might really dig out these people's eyeballs and tear their mouths apart. Qin Zhao believed that Fu Yunni wouldn't kill people easily, but these people didn't seem to be good people. If she really killed them, it wouldn't be a big deal. She was just enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. However, it didn't seem right to kill people just because they said a few unpleasant words. At least, Qin Zhao only felt that these people weren't good people, but they might not be evil people. Therefore, Qin Zhao wouldn't kill people easily. Seeing that Fu Yunni was about to take action, Qin Zhao immediately stood in front of her. With a serious and domineering face, she said to her, "You're injured, so you should just stay here obediently. Let a man do such a small thing. Don't get involved, just stay here obediently." After saying that, Qin Shao walked towards those people. The corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Hearing Qin Zhao's domineering words, Fu Yunny couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She looked at Qin Shao in a daze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. At this moment, she was actually very obedient. She didn't refute anything, nor did she stop Qin Shao. Instead, she looked at Qin Shao as he walked towards them. At this moment, Qin Zhao's figure appeared in her eyes. It was so tall and majestic, and it was filled with a sense of power. At this moment, Fu Yunny actually felt that Qin Shao was very handsome, very handsome. This handsomeness was something he had never noticed before. He had a very unique, manly aura on him. He was different from the rest. Pei. Fu Yunny quickly came back to her senses and said, Fu Yunny, you can't think like that. You can't. Seeing Qin Shao walk over, those people's eyes all fell on Qin Shao. The leader of the second step, Heavenly Venerables, also started to size up Qin Shao. Because Qin Shao had concealed his aura, the other party couldn't sense that Qin Shao was a fourth step Heavenly Venerables. Moreover, even if Qin Shao didn't conceal his aura, as long as he didn't deliberately release it, the second step Heavenly Venerables wouldn't be able to sense Qin Zhao's cultivation level. Ah, what a delicate pretty boy. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Not everyone can be a hero just because they want to. Clearly, this second step Heavenly Venerables didn't take Qin Shao seriously at all. They only thought that Qin Shao was an ordinary cultivator. A first step Heavenly Venerables walked out fiercely and looked at Qin Shao with a playful and vicious expression. Suddenly, he attacked. A wave of dark energy shot out from his hand and whistled towards Qin Shao. The power of darkness had a very terrifying, devouring power. However, this power was naturally weak in Qin Zhao's eyes. Even if Qin Shao stood there and let the first step Heavenly Venerables hit him, he wouldn't be able to hurt Qin Shao at all. Qin Shao stood there with his hands behind his back and didn't do anything. He allowed the first step Heavenly Venerables to attack him as if he was scared silly and didn't have any consciousness to resist. The first step Heavenly Venerables' sinister smile deepened. Sure enough, Qin Shao was scared silly by his domineering might. Then die for me. Boom! The first step Heavenly Venerables punched heavily towards Qin Shao. He was still proud of himself a second ago, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded. His fist didn't touch Qin Zhao's body. Instead, it directly passed through Qin Zhao's body. What was going on? Soon, his fist smashed into an invisible wall, and he was trapped in a small, independent space. His fist just hit the barrier of the space and was fiercely rebounded, causing his fist to feel numb and painful. He was just a first step Heavenly Venerables. How could he break through the space? Therefore, once he was trapped in that independent space, he naturally couldn't come out again. When he looked again, he found that Qin Zhao's figure had already appeared somewhere else. Just now, he felt that his fist had passed through Qin Zhao's body. In fact, it was just an illusion. Qin Shao was too fast and left an afterimage in an instant. But how could he understand this situation? Although he didn't understand, the first step Heavenly Venerables knew that he had provoked a dangerous existence. When the others saw this scene, they were confused at first. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what was going on. They were stunned and looked at each other for a while. Everyone looked at the first step Heavenly Venerables. After a complicated look flashed across the first step Heavenly Venerables' eyes, he suddenly reacted. Not good, not good. We have encountered an expert. Let's go. The second step Heavenly Venerables weren't stupid. After thinking carefully, he roughly understood what was going on. Therefore, he naturally knew that it was dangerous. But now, how could it be so easy to run away? As soon as he said that he was going to run, an invisible space appeared around them. It directly surrounded them and formed an independent guest space. It was like a cage that locked them in. My lord, please spare my life. The second step Heavenly Venerables' leader was very clever. He directly knelt down with a plop and repeatedly kowtowed to Qin Shao. The others were stunned for a moment. Without hesitation, they immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Qin Shao to beg for mercy. A bunch of scoundrels. None of you are good. You all deserve to die. Fu Yeni's angry voice sounded. These people insulted her just now. She still held a grudge in her heart. Slap all of them. Fu Yeni shouted again. Those people didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately slapped themselves hard. As they slapped themselves, they begged for mercy. We deserve to die. We have eyes but failed to see. Our mouths are sloppy. We deserve to be beaten. Yes, we know that we were wrong. Seeing this, Fu Yeni felt a little better. Seeing these people kneeling there, kowtowing and slapping themselves, Qin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. Qin Xiao walked to Fu Yeni's side and said to Fu Yeni, Miss Fu, I think it's better to let them go. You don't have to be so calculated with these people. Fu Yeni glared at Qin Xiao and said, Can't you see? None of these people are good. You still want to plead for mercy for them? Cough. She was not pleading for mercy, was she? Let's not talk about whether these people were good or not. It seemed that in Miss Fu's eyes, she was also not a good person. Fu Yeni said again, These people just said that they would be rewarded if I were to be captured and offered to the higher-ups. So I think that these people must have been instructed by someone to capture women outside. You still want to let such evil people go? Why would you let them go? Let them continue to capture women and offer them to the higher-ups? Why are you so kind? How many innocent women are you going to kill because of your kindness? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Xiao could not help but frown slightly. His face was a little serious. He also heard this sentence, but he did not think too much about it. Could it really be like this? Capturing women and offering them to the higher-ups could be different, right? It might not be like this, right? However, Qin Xiao looked at these people again. These people were indeed evil people. Maybe it was really like this. However, it was not easy to make a subjective judgment. Chapter 2564. Fu Yeni walked over, and with a wave of her hand, those people all fainted. Soon, Fu Yeni finished searching through the memories of those people. Fu Yeni was enraged when she finished searching their memories. She snorted coldly and said, They are all trash indeed. How dare they kidnap millions of women for someone called Supremacy Gallon? Many clans were massacred by these people. They are all dead. This group of people is huge. These are just a small team. These despicable people deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. Fu Yeni didn't hold back after she was angry. She waved her hand, and a powerful force shot out and killed all those people. Although Fu Yeni's strength hadn't recovered much, it was still easy for her to kill these first step and second step heavenly venerates. In front of Fu Yeni, how could these people have the slightest ability to resist? Killing them was just a matter of a thought. Supremacy Gallon? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat when she heard this name. She immediately asked, Fu Yeni, who did you say they were working for? Supremacy Gallon? Fu Yeni glanced at Qin Xiao and raised her eyebrows. Yes, it's someone called Supremacy Gallon. You should be a fourth-step heavenly venerate and not an ancient sage. Why? Do you know this Supremacy Gallon? How about you just know him? Speaking of Gallon, exalted lord, Qin Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred. Is there a story? Tell me about it. Fu Yeni was curious when she saw Qin Zhao's hatred for Supremacy Gallon. She looked at Qin Xiao curiously. Qin Xiao pursed her lips and said slowly, Back then, when I was married to Gu Lingwei, Qin Xiao told him how Yao Shuilian had been captured, how he had become enemies with Supremacy Gallon, how Gallon Supremacy had bullied him, how he had killed Miao Shuilian's clone and captured her true body, and how he had wanted to destroy the primordial universe. Thinking of the past, Qin Zhao's hatred soared to the heavens. He couldn't wait to kill High Lord Gallon. Exalted Lord Gallon deserved to die. He was now the number one target Qin Xiao wanted to kill. Qin Xiao had wanted to kill Gallon Sovereign for a long time. He had been suppressing this hatred, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge and rescue Yao Shuilian. After listening to Qin Zhao's story, Fu Yeni was still looking at Qin Xiao with a hint of sadness on her face, as if she was touched by Qin Zhao's story. Do you love Gu Lingwei very much? Fu Yeni asked after a long while. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly and said, Yes, I love Gu Lingwei very much. I will marry no one else but her. Didn't she agree that you could marry Yao Shuilian as well? Why didn't you do that? Yao Shuilian loved you so much and did so much for you. Don't you like her at all? Fu Yunyi asked again, as if she was defending Yao Xuelian. She seemed to be indignant. In response to this question, Qin Shao also fell silent for a moment and did not immediately answer. In fact, he didn't have a very firm and clear answer to this matter. How should he explain Yao Xuelian? In fact, Qin Shao couldn't explain it clearly. Yao Xuelian was a good woman. How could Qin Shao not know this? Even Gu Lingyue wanted to help them. In the end, Yao Xuelian was captured by Galan supremacy because of Gu Lingyue. Yao Xuelian was willing to sacrifice herself to help Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue. How touching was this story? How touching and heartfelt was that? Yao Xuelian had been silently contributing to Qin Shao along the way. She had done a lot for Qin Shao and had never hidden her love for Qin Shao. Many people even thought that Qin Shao should marry Yao Xuelian. Many people thought that Qin Shao and Yao Xuelian were a match made in heaven. Qin Shao would be deceiving himself if he said that he wasn't touched. Qin Shao wasn't a cold-hearted person. Qin Shao didn't like Yao Xuelian at all. Qin Shao had asked himself countless times, but he didn't get a definite answer. If it weren't for Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao would definitely fall in love with Yao Xuelian. Qin Shao admitted this. However, the final outcome wasn't satisfactory to everyone. Although I know that it doesn't seem to be a big deal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, in my concept of love, I think that both men and women should be more loyal. I really can't marry them all at the same time. So much so. I don't want to hurt anyone, but sometimes I have no choice but to hurt someone. Sigh, I don't know, but I'm very sure that I love Gu Lingyue. I don't want to think too much about other things. I don't want some factors to affect my thoughts. Perhaps I owe Yao Xuelian in this life. Qin Shao sighed and shook his head helplessly. Fu Yunyi shook her head and snorted. Yumin, although I've never met Gu Lingyue or Yao Xuelian, I personally like Yao Xuelian more. If a woman is willing to die for you, she's definitely a woman worth cherishing. It's a pity that you can't give her love. It's not a big deal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as they truly love each other, I don't think it's a problem. However, I do agree with your idea. It's naturally best if you can love someone wholeheartedly. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about Reverend Galan. Are you saying that Reverend Galan is also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? It was best not to talk about this. It was a sad past. Mentioning it would only make people sadder. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, Reverend Galan is also a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. He's probably the subordinate of Prime, St. Yu Lu Osha I mentioned before. But it's a little strange. Why would Reverend Galan appear in the Wulong's secret realm? This place should be extremely far from my primordial universe. Since Reverend Galan personally came to my primordial universe back then, logically speaking, his place shouldn't be very far from my primordial universe. However, there should be some distance. Otherwise, he wouldn't let me go so easily back then. Perhaps it's not convenient for him to mobilize more people. Fu Yunyi thought for a moment. With my understanding of the Bloodbath Alliance, they're managed by regions. The entire Great Thousand Realms is divided into 9 large regions. Each large region is further divided into many smaller regions. Reverend Galan should be the head of the small region in your primordial universe. Logically speaking, he shouldn't appear in the Wulong's secret realm. Therefore, there's only one possibility. The one in the small region is Reverend Galan's clone, and the one in the Wulong's secret realm is Reverend Galan's original body. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Original body and clone? After thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao felt that it was very possible. That was the only explanation. If the one in the secret realm was the original body, then even if he captured the original body, he still wouldn't be able to find Yao Xuelian, right? If he wanted to save Yao Xuelian, he would have to find his clone, right? Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but ponder over the situation. He was a little cautious. This was a matter of life and death. He naturally couldn't be careless. Fu Yunyi continued, if Reverend Galan's original body is here, then there's probably a branch of the Bloodbath Alliance in the Wulong's secret realm. Moreover, it should be a rather large branch. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that we would encounter such a big fish here. We can catch this fish. Catch fish? Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He thought for a moment and said, Young Mistress Fu, won't we alert the enemy by doing this? Won't we attract the experts of the Bloodbath Alliance? We're extremely far away from the Immortal Region. It won't be that easy to return to the Immortal Region. Moreover, you're heavily injured. You haven't even recovered 10% of your strength yet. If we go catch fish rashly, won't we attract an even bigger fish? At that time, won't we draw fire to ourselves? Fu Yunny rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and said unhappily, I always thought that you were a man with courage. I didn't expect you to only have this much courage. I didn't say that I want you to catch fish with me. Catching fish is the business of my demon-vanquishing Sanus group. It has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to join in the fun. Besides, you're just a fourth-step heavenly venerable. You won't be able to join in the fun. Qin Shao blushed and coughed dryly. Young Mistress Fu, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I'm naturally not afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance, let alone going against Reverend Gallon. I hate Reverend Gallon so much that I can't wait to kill him. What about him? It's just that Yao Shiwilian is still in Reverend Gallon's hands. If it's his original body in the Wulong secret realm, it won't be of any use even if we catch him. In fact, it might even bring us a lot of trouble. He might even take Yao Shiwilian's life. It's a threat to me. There's another thing. My hometown, the primordial universe, is in Reverend Gallon's territory. If this matter isn't dealt with properly, it might bring disaster to my hometown. Although my original body is in the primordial universe, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand the attack of an ancient sage. If that happens, my hometown will be destroyed. I'm not afraid of anything, but I have to consider the safety of Yao Shiwilian and the countless lives in my hometown. Fu Yunny fell silent. She looked at Qin Shao and lowered her head in thought. After thinking for a while, she said, Qin Shao, you're quite lucky. Reverend Gallon didn't manage to get an ancient sage to make a move on your hometown. Of course, you were just an insignificant person in Reverend Gallon's eyes back then. Moreover, you were the origin master of the primordial universe, so the primordial universe was worthless. That's why Reverend Gallon didn't bother with you, or the primordial universe. If you go and deal with his main body right now, and let him know what you're capable of, I reckon Exalted Lord Gallon will indeed report this to his superiors. When that happens, an ancient saint might really come and deal with your hometown. You won't be able to protect your hometown by yourself. An ancient saint can easily destroy your hometown, the primordial universe. You're right to think this way. Moreover, even if you capture Reverend Gallon's original body, you won't be able to save Miao Shiwilian. Not only will you not be able to save her, but you might even be able to force Reverend Gallon to deal with Yao Shiwilian. I was thinking differently. I'm sorry. Sorry? Fu Yunny was actually apologizing? Qin Shao was stunned when he heard that word. He looked at Fu Yunny in surprise. This incomparably arrogant woman actually knew how to apologize? How could such a stubborn, unruly, and willful woman say sorry? Chapter 2565. Being stared at by Qin Shao like this, Fu Yunny's jade eyes widened slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? At this time, Fu Yunny seemed to have reacted. She actually apologized to Qin Shao just now. Why would she apologize to Qin Shao? Impossible. Why would she be so polite to that bastard Qin Shao? It didn't make sense. Did she need to be so gentle to Qin Shao? It couldn't be. What was wrong with her just now? What was wrong with him? In order to cover up her embarrassment, Fu Yunny added, Don't think too much about it. I was just apologizing for almost killing Yao Shiwilian, not to you. But there was a good saying that an explanation was a cover-up. The harder it was to explain, the more it felt like 300 taels of silver was exposed. At this time, Fu Yunny clearly belonged to this category. I only said that it's not appropriate for me to make a move on Honorable Lord Gallon, but I didn't say anything about you. If you want to catch fish, that's your business. However, if I really see Honorable Lord Gallon, but I can't make a move on him, how uncomfortable would that be? I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it, right? Therefore, I'm also thinking about whether there's a way to satisfy both sides. If it's just Yao Shiwelian, there might not be much to worry about. If we capture Honorable Lord Galen's original body, I don't believe that we can't force him to hand over Yao Shiwelian. What I'm really worried about is that Honorable Lord Galen will take revenge on my Hongmeng universe. This is my weakness. My Hongmeng universe is just a small universe. If an ancient sage comes, it's possible that my hometown will be destroyed. That's right. Qin Xiao shook his head. This matter was indeed a little tangled and gave him a headache. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't seem to think of a way to satisfy both sides. Once a person had concerns, no matter how strong he was, he would become a weakling. The safety of his hometown was indeed Qin Xiao's fatal weakness. This weakness had always existed. Qin Xiao also knew about it in the past, but he didn't think too much about it. It was just that this matter happened to be mentioned today, which made Qin Xiao think more in this direction. It was fine if he didn't think about it, but once he thought about it, he would have more thoughts and worry. If she didn't find a way to solve this problem, Qin Xiao would feel uneasy. But how was he going to solve this problem? Most likely, the most direct method would be for him to break through to become a saint as soon as possible. Once he was an ancient saint, he would at least have a certain level of protection. Ordinary prime sages wouldn't be able to threaten the primordial universe. In order to deal with him, even the Bloodbath Alliance would not easily dispatch an extremely powerful ancient saint. However, this was not a very secure method. After all, even if Qin Xiao broke through to become a saint, his strength wouldn't be particularly strong. With the strength of the Bloodbath Alliance, it would be very easy for them to deal with Qin Xiao. As for the Bloodkiller Alliance, Qin Xiao would definitely offend them. Hence, there was a conflict between them. How was he going to solve this contradiction? It was a headache. The feeling of having one's hands and feet tied was really unpleasant. If he saw Lord Galen later, Qin Xiao was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist killing him. If you want to protect your hometown, I know a feasible way, Fu Yunyi suddenly said. Hearing Fu Yunyi's words, Qin Xiao suddenly became excited. In a moment of excitement, he subconsciously grabbed Fu Yunyi's hand and quickly said, "What feasible way?" The safety of his hometown was the problem that Qin Xiao was most concerned about, most worried about, and most eager to solve. For Qin Xiao, it was needless to say how important it was. Hearing that there was a solution, Qin Xiao naturally became excited. In his excitement, he didn't realize what he was doing for a moment. Her hand was suddenly grabbed by Qin Xiao. Although it was her wrist, and there was no flesh touching flesh through her clothes, this was the first time that Fu Yunyi was grabbed by a man. But the strange thing was that Fu Yunyi didn't get angry for a moment. Instead, her body trembled slightly as if she had received an electric shock. This feeling was indescribably strange, as if it was a little wonderful. Bah, no. Fu Yunyi shook her head hard to get rid of those distracting thoughts. Then she pulled her hand back, but there was an unnatural feeling on her face. Cough. Only then did Qin Xiao react. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Miss Fu, I didn't mean to. I was really too excited. So, anyway, I'm sorry for offending you. Fu Yunyi's heart was inexplicably in a mess. She didn't dwell on this issue. Instead, she changed the topic and said, "Have you heard of the Holy Emperor Protection Token?" Holy Emperor Protection Token? Qin Xiao shook his head, indicating that he really hadn't heard of it. It sounded like something extraordinary. Was this the thing that Fu Yunyi said could protect the Hongmeng universe? Although Qin Xiao hadn't heard of it, from the literal meaning, he felt that it might have something to do with the Holy Emperor. Only the Holy Emperor could be called the Holy Emperor, right? Fu Yunyi continued. The full name of the Holy Emperor Protection Token should be called the Holy Emperor Protection Token, and its introduction is the Holy Emperor Protection Token. This is a token jointly created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is specially given to individuals or clans who have obtained immortal merits. It is used to protect a person or clan for generations. With the Holy Emperor Protection Token, no one can touch this force. Otherwise, it is tantamount to directly provoking the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. If you can obtain a Holy Emperor Protection Token, you can completely use it to protect the Hongmeng universe. In that case, even the Bloodbath Alliance would absolutely not dare to touch the Hongmeng universe. After all, this is a provocation to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Sage Emperor is no laughing matter. Let's not talk about this immortal domain. Even in the entire vast 1,000 domains, who would have the guts to provoke the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors at the same time? Fu Yunny's words opened up a new world for Qin Shao. He didn't expect such a good thing to exist. The Holy Emperor Protection Token was tantamount to a death exemption token. Wouldn't the holder be able to do whatever he wanted in the vast 1,000 domains? However, thinking about it, the person who could obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token, in addition to having immortal merits, must be an upright person. He must be a righteous person. He would definitely not use the Holy Emperor Protection Token to do whatever he wanted. The Holy Emperor Protection Token was mostly used to protect a place. Qin Zhao's heart palpitated when he heard about such a precious treasure. He was extremely eager to obtain one. In that case, he would have no worries at all. As long as his hometown was fine, what did Qin Shao have to worry about? I have never heard of the Holy Emperor Protection Token. I think this kind of thing is extremely rare in the world. The conditions to obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token must be very, very harsh, right? And it must not be something that ordinary people have the opportunity to obtain. How can I obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask. Fu Yunny was not stingy and said directly, the Holy Emperor Protection Token is naturally extremely rare. As far as I know, since its birth, only a few people have obtained the Holy Emperor Protection Token. Ordinary people don't even have the opportunity. You are a student of the Sacred Academy, so you should have the opportunity. However, it's up to you how to obtain a Holy Emperor Protection Token. You can go back and ask the Dean of the Sacred Academy. He should be able to give you some suggestions. Any one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors is qualified to issue the Holy Emperor Protection Token. Therefore, you only need to satisfy the requirements of one of the Holy Emperors to have the opportunity to obtain it. It's just that you definitely won't have the opportunity to talk to the Holy Emperor. Even if the Dean of the Sacred Academy, the god of the Yinglong world, is not willing to give you a chance. However, even if the chance is given to you, it will be extremely difficult for you to complete it. It's simply too difficult to obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token. Of course, you can give it a try. It's more or less an opportunity, and it can also relieve your worries. Qin Shao silently noted it down. He definitely had to give it a try. No matter what, he had to give it a try. He hoped that he would have the opportunity to obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token in the future. That would be great. For the people in his hometown, for his parents, and for his friends, Qin Shao had to obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token. In the past, Qin Shao didn't know how powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. In fact, he wasn't too worried. In addition, Gallant Supremacy also stopped making any new moves, so Qin Shao slowly calmed down. However, now that Qin Shao knew how terrifying the Bloodbath Alliance was, he had a bad premonition that the Bloodbath Alliance would do something terrible in the future. Therefore, he had to take precautions and make preparations in advance. He didn't want to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance, but he had no other choice. Yao Shiwilian and Baby Mo were both in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. There was bound to be a battle between him and the Bloodbath Alliance. He wasn't worried about anything, but his hometown couldn't withstand the destruction. After returning to the Saint College, this was the most important task. Qin Shao noted it down for the time being. It was useless to think too much now. It seems that you've made up your mind to obtain the Holy Emperor Protection Token. Fu Yunny looked at Qin Shao and asked. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said with a determined face, "Yes, I'll try my best. No matter what, I have to give it a try." Fu Yunny hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, then I wish you good luck. Although, I'm not very optimistic about this. I'm just saying it casually. There is a way, but as far as I know, the Holy Emperor Protection Token hasn't been issued for tens of millions of universe epochs. It's a product of different epochs. The Holy Emperor Protection token appeared in different epochs, so it needs some encouragement. The situation is different now. Perhaps the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors won't issue the Holy Emperor Protection token anymore. A Holy Emperor Protection token is a promise from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It's the supreme dignity of their emperors. Only when they stand together can the Holy Emperor Protection token be guaranteed the supreme dignity of their emperors. Qin Shao nodded and pursed his lips, saying, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Miss Fu, but I know this. I can think of it. But no matter how difficult it is, and no matter how slim the chances are, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors won't issue the Holy Emperor Protection token anymore. But I won't give up so easily. At least for now, we can't be sure of some things, so let's just think on the bright side. No matter what, I have to give it a try. No matter how difficult it is, as long as you have the determination and courage to overcome it, you can definitely succeed. I believe that I can do it, so I will definitely be able to do it. I won't fail just because it's difficult." Fu Yunyi was slightly stunned. She was inexplicably affected. Chapter 2566. The Wulong Secret Realm was located at the edge of the Great Thousand Worlds. It was far away from any of the sacred regions. Because it was far away from the 8 sacred regions, the Wulong Secret Realm gave off a very chaotic feeling. Most of the inhabitants were natives, and some were beings that ascended from the universe. Beings from the 8 sacred regions rarely came here. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that the Wulong Secret Realm was not as prosperous as the Sky Fire Secret Realm and the Dark Splendor Secret Realm. The Wulong Secret Realm gave off a gloomy and oppressive feeling. It was vast but sparsely populated. Most of the inhabitants lived in mud villages, forming a primitive tribe. It was rare to see a large city of such a scale. It was also rare to see a large sect or kingdom. Relatively speaking, it was a little behind. If it was behind, it would be chaotic. On the peak of a mountain, there was a rather large and majestic palace. It was like a small palace. The guards here were very strict. They were all wearing black armor from head to toe. Only their eyes were exposed. This was the only thing that could be seen. Only their eyes could be seen. The face of the armor was very ferocious, so it gave off a very scary feeling. It was like an evil demon, making people afraid to get close. In front of one of the palaces, 2 figures walked out of nowhere. It was as if they walked out of the void. This is the palace of Honorable Lord Galen. He is in charge of this area. It should be his original body that is hiding here. From the area he is in charge of, he should have a lot of power. At the same time, we should be able to deduce that most of the Wulong Secret Realm is controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. There should be many experts from the Bloodbath Alliance here. However, we don't know the exact situation for now. We can only get it from Honorable Lord Galen. He should know a lot. He can be considered half a core member. Fu Yunyi pointed at the palace in front of them. The palace said, no matter how strict the security was, it was nothing to Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi. They easily entered and arrived in front of Honorable Lord Galen's hiding place. Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi had both grasped the law of space. Dealing with those guards was a piece of cake. Looking at the palace, Qin Shao thought about Honorable Lord Galen in the palace. His emotions became complicated. On one hand, Qin Shao really wanted to kill Honorable Lord Galen. Even if he didn't kill him, he wanted to use his original body's life as a hostage in exchange for Yao Shuoyin's release. But on the other hand, Qin Shao had to calm down and control. He couldn't lose the primordial chaos. He couldn't lose the primordial cosmos because of small loss. The safety of the Grand Mist universe had to be ensured. This was the most important thing, and it was something that Qin Shao had to do even if he had to risk his life. Are we going to rush in like this? We don't know much about the Bloodbath Alliance's situation here. Isn't it too risky to rush in like this? Qin Shao asked. He wasn't worried that Honorable Lord Galen would recognize him. He had the Mirage meditation technique. He believed that his method of concealing his aura was very good. Honorable Lord Galen was only a 4th step heavenly venerable. He shouldn't be that strong. He shouldn't be able to see through Qin Zhao's method of concealing his aura. Therefore, as long as Qin Zhao didn't take the initiative to admit that he was Qin Zhao from the primordial cosmos, Honorable Lord Galen wouldn't be able to recognize him. Now, Qin Zhao was worried about how many forces the Bloodbath Alliance had deployed here. Fu Yeni also said that the Wulong secret realm could be one of the Bloodbath Alliance's strongholds. Therefore, if he acted rashly, he might attract a lot of trouble. The experts of the Bloodbath Alliance would besiege him. Fu Yeni was still very weak. He probably hadn't even recovered half of his strength. Qin Zhao was only a fourth-step heavenly venerable. Xiaogu could only deal with an Empyrean sage. If the other party was a little stronger, it would be troublesome. Xian Mumu and the others hadn't arrived yet. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't want Fu Yeni to act in such a hurry. Anyway, Honorable Lord Galen wouldn't run away. It wouldn't make any difference if they acted a few 100,000 years later. But obviously, Fu Yeni's actions wouldn't change according to Qin Zhao's wishes. Fu Yeni knew what Qin Zhao was worried about. He said, "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with Honorable Lord Galen. If he wants to ask for help, he needs to have the ability to do so. Although I've only recovered half of my strength, I still have a lot of treasures on me. Is it that difficult to stop a fourth-step heavenly venerable from asking for help?" Hearing Fu Yeni's words, Qin Zhao couldn't help but be stunned. Only then did he remember that he was trapped by Fu Yeni for a period of time in the myriad dimension space. In that independent space, Qin Zhao lost the soul connection with his main body. Therefore, Qin Zhao understood that Fu Yeni should have a way to directly cut off all connections between Honorable Lord Galen and the outside world. In this way, Honorable Lord Galen wouldn't even have the ability to contact his doppelganger, let alone ask for help from others. This was indeed a dangerous method. However, Qin Zhao thought of another problem. If Honorable Lord Galen's doppelganger suddenly loses the soul connection with his main body, he will probably ask for help. Fu Yeni nodded. "I know this, but Honorable Lord Galen's doppelganger obviously won't ask for help that quickly. There will be a time difference. It's impossible for him to ask for help as soon as he loses the soul connection. I believe Honorable Lord Galen will also be puzzled for a while. In addition, he shouldn't be able to ask for help directly from the people here. He should still report it to the higher-ups and let them coordinate. If we keep going back and forth like this, we'll waste some more time. So, we have enough time to deal with him. If the people here aren't very strong, then so be it. We can deal with him together. If the people here are strong, then by the time the helpers arrive, we will have already left. So, we don't have to worry about anything." Qin Zhao nodded. It seemed that everything was already within Fu Yeni's calculations. This woman was indeed a very capable and smart woman. It wasn't a good experience to stay with such a smart woman. It made Qin Zhao feel a little awkward. He felt like, how should he put it? He felt like a little follower. Look, in terms of cultivation level, Qin Zhao was far inferior to Fu Yeni. The difference wasn't just a little bit. It was a whole big cultivation level and 4 small cultivation levels. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such a difference was like heaven and earth. In terms of strength, there was no comparison. In terms of status and background, the difference was like heaven and earth. Even though Fu Yeni was seriously injured, Qin Zhao still felt like he was being crushed in front of her. Everything had to be decided by Fu Yeni. It had to be said that Qin Zhao didn't like the feeling of following someone else's orders. "Come, let's go in. You don't have to disguise yourself. That exalted Lord Galen won't have the chance to spread the news. Since we've already made our move, there's no reason to keep him alive," Fu Yeni said. Qin Zhao nodded, indicating that he understood. The two of them walked into the palace. The palace wasn't very big. There weren't many guards around the palace. It seemed that exalted Lord Galen wasn't worried that someone would dare to come here and cause trouble for him. At the bottom of the palace, there was a big bed. At this moment, the bed was in a mess. A man and 2 women were sleeping on it. Looking at the messy scene, one could tell that a fierce battle had just taken place. If Qin Zhao was here, he would definitely recognize this man. He was exalted Lord Galen, the exalted Lord Galen whom he had been holding a grudge against all these years. Exalted, Lord Galen knew how to enjoy life. He hugged the two stunning women in his arms. Perhaps because the battle just now was too fierce, the two stunning women were exhausted. They were gasping for breath, as if they were exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Qin Xiao and Fu Yunny were in a dark space. As soon as they came in, they saw such an unsightly scene. Fu Yunny's face instantly turned red. She was ashamed and angry. Qin Xiao was also embarrassed. When had he ever seen such a naked scene? In his life, this was the first time he had seen such a scene that was not suitable for children. However, he had no choice but to see this scene. As soon as he came in, he bumped into it. Bastard. Unsightly. Men are all shameless things. It seemed that this was the first time Fu Yunny had seen such a scene. She was very embarrassed and angry. It was simply dirtying her eyes. Qin Xiao listened helplessly and said, "Young Miss Fu, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to shoot your mouth off like this? I'm standing right beside you. Are you trying to humiliate me by comparing me to exalted Lord Galen?" Fu Yunny glared at Qin Xiao and said, "You are the same. You are also a shameless bastard." Qin Xiao also rolled his eyes at Fu Yunny. He was too lazy to argue with this woman, as long as she was happy. Anyway, it was a luxury to say something nice to this woman. Fu Yunny waved her hand, and a small crystal ball flew out and instantly became big and enveloped the entire palace and immediately sealed this place. After the space was sealed, Qin Xiao immediately felt that he had lost his soul connection with his avatar in the Hongmeng universe. Sure enough, it was as Fu Yunny had said. Her method could prevent exalted Lord Galen from spreading the news. It was indeed a good method. He had to admit that this method was very clever. Using it to kill and trap people was simply heaven-defying. It could even cut off the soul connection between the avatar and the avatar. And who is it? As soon as the space was sealed, Galen's supremacy came to his senses. He jumped up from the bed and a suit of armor quickly covered his body, making him look even more powerful and domineering. The two women on the bed were also scared out of their wits. They pulled their clothes to cover themselves and retreated to a corner. These two women were only first-step heavenly venerables. They were very weak. An invisible force suddenly descended and landed on the two women, causing them to faint and lose consciousness. Chapter 2567. Crash! What answered High Lord Galen was a sharp and domineering sword energy. It pierced through the heavens and split the earth. Its sharpness could split open the universe. The terrifying sword energy soared through the sky and shot towards Galen's supremacy. Sensing the terrifying sharpness of the sword, Galen Exalt's expression changed drastically. Her face was filled with shock and fear. Not good, not good. Galen's supremacy naturally knew that the attacker had ill intentions and was targeting him. Moreover, the opponent's strength was too terrifying. It was far above his own. The power of the sword energy was enough to make him retreat hastily, as if he was facing a great enemy. However, how could he retreat, even if he wanted to? Just as he was about to retreat, an invisible wall appeared behind him. A spatial barrier blocked Galen's supremacy's path, cutting off his path of retreat. Galen's supremacy had no way of escaping once his path of retreat was cut off. He could only hastily receive the sword energy head-on. Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art was no longer the same as before. It was domineering and extremely lethal. Moreover, it was coordinated with the space law. Although the power of the space law wasn't integrated into the heaven-splitting sword art, it was still enough. Even if the two were used together, it would still be able to achieve an unexpected effect. It was obviously very effective against Galen's supremacy. It blocked Galen's supremacy's path of retreat, making it impossible for him to escape. Galen's supremacy attacked with all his might and didn't hesitate to throw out several treasures. However, his strength was indeed very ordinary. He was just a fourth-step heavenly venerate with a little bit of experience. If fourth-step heavenly venerates were categorized into first, second, third, and unrated, then those who had just entered the fourth step, heavenly venerate, would be considered unrated. Thus, Galen's supremacy would be considered a third-rate heavenly venerate. When Qin Shao had just become a student of the Sacred Academy, he was an outstanding first-rate heavenly venerate. Now, he was clearly a super first-rate heavenly venerate. Naturally, Galen's supremacy couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Shao. Even after using all of his means, he still couldn't block Qin Zhao's attack and was defeated in an instant. Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art slashed down and left a long, bloody gash on Galen's sovereign's body. That one strike had injured Galen's supremacy quite badly. Another blow knocked exalted Lord Galen to the ground, causing him to cough up blood. More than half of his immortal body was destroyed, and he was seriously injured. Another strike. Qin Shao struck out 3 times in a row, each strike fierce and deadly, forcing exalted Lord Galen to half kneel on the ground, looking extremely miserable. His body was seriously injured, vital energy damaged, immortal body shaken, less than 30% of it remaining. After 3 strikes, High Lord Galen didn't have much strength left to fight back. What made Honorable Lord Galen the most fearful was the fact that he had yet to see who had attacked him. Even after being beaten up to this extent, his face was still filled with confusion. "Master, please stop. Spare me. Junior Galen's supremacy doesn't know who I've offended. Please show yourself and give me a clear explanation." Galen's supremacy begged again. This was his main body. If his main body died, then he would be finished. Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi finally walked out of the hidden space and stood in front of Galen's supremacy. Exalted Lord Galen's eyes quickly landed on Fu Yunyi, and her expression changed drastically. An Empyrean saint. Although Fu Yunyi had only recovered half of his strength, there was still sage aura around him. Even if it wasn't strong, it was still sage aura. Naturally, it was enough to deter exalted Lord Galen. With a single glance, exalted Lord Galen could tell that Fu Yunyi was an ancient saint. However, it was clear that the one who attacked just now wasn't this ancient saint. There wasn't any sage aura in the sword force just now. Galen's supremacy's gaze quickly landed on Qin Shao. As soon as he saw Qin Shao, he frowned deeply. There was a familiar feeling. He felt that he had seen this aura somewhere before. In this face, Qin Shao didn't disguise himself. Since the space was sealed, Galen's supremacy's clone wouldn't know what was going on inside. Hence, Qin Shao didn't need to disguise himself anymore. When he left, he'd just kill Galen's supremacy. Killing Galen's supremacy's true body would be considered as collecting some interest. After dealing with one, it would be much easier to deal with Galen's supremacy next time. He only needed to deal with his clone. He didn't need to deal with both of them at the same time. Qin Shao had planned to hold back before this. But now, there was no need to hold back anymore. He could just go all out. It had been almost 40 million years since the last time he saw Galen's supremacy. But now, the anger and hatred that had been accumulating in Qin Zhao's heart for a long time gushed out in an instant and surged violently. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. This was indeed the case. Qin Zhao's hatred for Galen's supremacy was indeed very deep. It had been accumulating for nearly 40 million years. It could be said that Qin Zhao's hatred for Galen's supremacy was the longest and deepest accumulated hatred in his heart. As soon as he saw Galen's supremacy, Qin Shao wanted nothing more than to kill him directly. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "May I ask who you are, Supremacy? When have we met before?" Galen's supremacy obviously didn't remember Qin Shao. After all, when they first met, Qin Shao was just an insignificant nobody who had just entered the celestial venerable realm. He was just a brat. Therefore, Galen's supremacy naturally didn't have any impression of him. He had long thrown this matter to the back of his mind. Qin Shao stared coldly at Galen's supremacy and said in a cold voice, "Galen's supremacy, you are really forgetful. How could you remember a nobody like me? Nearly 40 million years have passed. You, Reverend Galen, must have forgotten about me. But I still remember you, Galen's supremacy. I didn't dare to forget you. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Galen's supremacy was stunned when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He tried his best to recall quickly and caught two key words. Nearly 40 million years ago, when he was still a nobody, very soon, High Lord Jialan's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Zhao in astonishment. He carefully confirmed it, but the final result still left him flabbergasted. He stared at Qin Zhao in disbelief. He spat out a few words in a daze. How could it be you? You are Qin Zhao, the universe origin master of the primordial universe. More than 30 million years ago, I personally came to the primordial universe and fought with you once. How is this possible? How could you have grown so quickly? It's only been 30 million years. How could you have grown from a first step heavenly venerate to a fourth step heavenly venerate? Moreover, your strength is... Qin Zhao had attacked him earlier. Galen's supremacy didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Qin Zhao. How could Galen's supremacy not know how weak he was in front of Qin Zhao? He was far from being a match for Qin Zhao. How was this possible? How long had it been? Back then, a tiny little ant, a tiny little one-step Empyrean realm ant, an ant that he could knead and bully at will, actually grew to such a terrifying extent. How monstrous and heaven-defying was this? This was simply beyond his understanding of common sense. He had heard of some heaven-defying geniuses, but he had never heard of such a heaven-defying genius. Galen's supremacy found it hard to believe and accept this fact, even though it was right in front of him. The impact of this on him was simply too great. After learning about Qin Zhao's identity, he immediately realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape today. Subconsciously, he wanted to call for help, but he immediately realized that there was no way for him to do so. Even his soul connection with his doppelganger had been cut off. He was now completely at the mercy of Qin Zhao. What should he do now? An ancient sage and an extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerate. He was severely injured and had no way to resist at all. What should he do? Could it be that she, Reverend Galen, was going to die here today? Was he going to lose his life because of a trivial matter that happened more than 30 million years ago? Was this how the karma of the world played with him? Daoist Qin Zhao, Lord Qin Zhao, I really didn't expect that you would have grown to such a high level after not seeing you for more than 30 million years. This is really worthy of celebration. Regarding the previous matter, I believe there may have been some misunderstanding between us. Young Master Qin Zhao, please don't be agitated. If there's anything, we can discuss it properly. High Lord Galen was a sensible person and immediately begged for mercy. Qin Zhao sighed inexplicably as he watched Galen's supremacy lower his head and beg for mercy. Back in the day, Galen's supremacy had descended upon the Hongmeng universe. How mighty had he been? How high and mighty had he been? How arrogant and lofty had he been? Back then, Galen's supremacy had been like the sole ruler of the heavens. He could control the fate of everyone and had even tried to destroy the Hongmeng universe. Fortunately, Qin Zhao had managed to stop him and protect the Hongmeng universe. However, Qin Zhao's memory of High Lord Galen's unparalleled divine might, that incomparably frightening ability, that formidable strength, was still fresh in his mind. It had been a huge shock, a huge blow, and a huge humiliation for him. Qin Zhao had been like an ant back then. He had been completely insignificant in front of Galen's supremacy. He hadn't been able to resist at all. He had been far too weak. However, the tables had turned now. The mighty and lofty Galen's supremacy was now kneeling before Qin Zhao and begging for mercy. How could he still be dignified? Things in the world were often so dramatic. You never knew how fate would play tricks on you. In this world, there was always a cause and an effect. The fewer causes one planted, the fewer effects one would reap. The more evil causes one planted, the more evil effects one would reap. Sometimes, one would even be haunted by the evil effects and suffer a fate worse than death. I'm not here today to catch up with you. You should know why I'm here. Qin Zhao sneered. Galen's supremacy nodded immediately. I know. Of course I know. I already said that there might be some misunderstandings between us. Back then, I had no choice but to do so. I was acting under orders. However, Lord Qin Shao, you can rest assured. I've been serving Miss Yao with good wine and food all these years. I definitely haven't harmed a single hair on her. She's fine, and she's with my clone now. This matter can be discussed. As long as you don't get too worked up, Lord Qin Shao, we can sit down and have a good talk. That's just a small matter. I wouldn't have lost anything if I let a mortal go. My life is now in your hands. Lord Qin Shao, is there a need to say which is more important? Even a fool can tell. Chapter 2568. Qin Shao wasn't naive enough to believe that Galen's supremacy would be so obedient and cooperative. Words were just a soft weapon used to paralyze people. He didn't believe that Galen's supremacy would treat Yao Shiwilian well. That was absolutely impossible. Yao Shiwilian had suffered a lot over the years. Honorable Lord Galen was definitely an extremely treacherous and cunning person. He was a wily old fox. Qin Shao stared coldly at Galen's supremacy, his eyes radiating a sharp glint. Tell me, how is Yao Shiwilian doing now? Where's she? Qin Shao asked coldly. Qin Zhao's cold tone expressed his anger and disbelief at Galen's supremacy's words. Galen's supremacy immediately said, Lord Qin Shao, didn't I just say that I didn't hurt Miss Yao at all? I've been entertaining her with good wine and food. Miss Yao has been in my clone's palace all this time. It's too far away from here. However, Lord Qin Shao, don't worry. As long as you're willing to let me go, I will definitely let Miss Yao go. If you're still worried, I can send Miss Yao back to the Hongmeng universe first. When she is safe, Lord Qin Shao will let me go. Is that okay? You don't have to go so far over such a small matter. It's just a small misunderstanding. Lord Qin Shao, don't be angry. It's just a small matter. Everything can be discussed. How could Qin Shao believe these words? Even if Qin Shao trusted High Lord Galen, he couldn't afford to take that risk. If he didn't handle it well, the Hongmeng universe might be destroyed. When Qin Shao didn't say anything, Galen's supremacy continued. Lord Qin Shao, you see, I have already lowered my head and begged you for mercy. I have also shown you my sincerity. My life is in your hands, young Master Qin Shao. What do you think I am? I dare to play tricks with you, don't I? So, Lord Qin Shao, don't worry. You can release me after your Miss Yao is safe. It's just that the soul connection between my original body and my doppelganger has been cut off. I can't let my doppelganger do this right now. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. However, Qin Shao was not stupid and would not be fooled by High Lord Galen. Qin Shao, don't waste your breath on him. He's obviously stalling for time. Just kill him. You won't be able to get the truth out of him, Fu Yunyi suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Galen's supremacy panicked and hurriedly said, Don't, Lord Qin Shao. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, then you'll never be able to find Miss Yao. If she dies, I can resurrect her. It's not difficult to resurrect her, Qin Shao said. Galen's supremacy immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, no, no. You can only resurrect her if she dies. What if she doesn't die? I told you that I didn't kill Miss Yao. She's still alive and well. Lord Qin Shao, do you really think that you'll have a chance to find Miss Yao again if you kill my original body? Moreover, if you really kill me, aren't you worried about the safety of your primordial universe? I didn't care about a small ant like you and basically forgot about your existence. That's why I ignored you and let your primordial universe go. If I die, I'm afraid the consequences are not what you want to see, Lord Qin Shao. Therefore, Lord Qin Shao, please think carefully and don't act on impulse. I'm afraid there will be consequences that you don't want to see, Lord Qin Shao. Of course, this isn't a threat. It's just a kind reminder. I'm only trying to survive. I have no intention of angering Lord Qin Shao. Now that I've fallen into Lord Qin Zhao's hands, I have no power to resist. I can only say some words to protect myself. I hope you don't mind, Lord Qin Shao. I was forced to do this because I had no other choice. His words were a real threat to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very displeased. He never liked being threatened, but Galen's supremacy was threatening him in such a way. Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything after killing Galen's supremacy. Humph, humph. Even if your original body is dead, your clone won't know what happened to it. You won't blame it on me. It's just as you said. You've already forgotten about me. Your clone won't remember the existence of someone like me. Qin Shao. So, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Do you think I don't know you're stalling for time? You still want to contact your clone. Do you think I'm stupid enough to make such a low-level mistake and take such a big risk? Since you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity, I think it's better for you to die. Qin Shao sneered. Galen's supremacy panicked when he heard Qin Zhao's words. However, his face remained calm and concealed it well. The more panicked he was, the more he couldn't show it. This was the most basic quality an old fox should have. As long as he showed it, he would be seen through. Ha ha. If that's the case, then you can't kill me. Galen's supremacy suddenly laughed and said confidently. Qin Shao frowned and asked why. Galen's supremacy said, I have to tell you some bad news. I lied to you about something just now. Your Miss Yao isn't with my clone. If you want to know the whereabouts of your Miss Yao, then you have to let me live. If my original body dies, I will definitely sense it. My doppelganger will definitely not stay there any longer. It will definitely find a safe place to hide. The faction behind me will ensure my safety. When that time comes, you won't be able to find my clone. Even if you find my clone won't tell you the whereabouts of Miss Yao. If you kill my true body and find my doppelganger in the future, then I'm not stupid. Naturally, I'll be able to guess that my true body died in your hands. Do you think I'll tell you the whereabouts of my Miss Yao at that time? The whereabouts of my Miss Yao? Ha ha ha. You can choose not to believe me. However, you could try and gamble. Let's see if you win or I win. We've dealt with each other before. You should know what kind of person I, Galen's supremacy, am. Fu Yunny couldn't be bothered to listen to Galen's supremacy's nonsense. She walked forward and said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. Let's kill him first. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Let me deal with him. Don't kill him. Let him live. I still have use for him. I'd rather believe it's true than not. Qin Shao looked at Fu Yunny with a serious face and said. Fu Yunny refused decisively. No, we can't let him live. Otherwise, there will be trouble. He's already delayed for a long time. If you don't want us to be in trouble, then stop talking nonsense. We can think of another way to save his life later. Qin Shao stood in front of Fu Yunny and said, I can't take this risk. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, I don't want to gamble with Yao Shuilian's life. So, you can't kill him. Think of a way to trap him. I'm begging you, okay? Begging me? Fu Yunny was slightly stunned. Other than the time when Qin Shao lowered his head to her with the belief that a good man would not fight with a woman, he had never admitted defeat to her. Now, he was actually begging her? Fu Yunny didn't know why. But when she heard Qin Shao begging her, her heart softened and she couldn't harden it anymore. She originally wanted to use her own method to solve this problem. But when she looked at Qin Shao, she couldn't say anything. After a slight hesitation, Fu Yunny said, Forget it. I'm afraid of you. I won't kill him. However, I can't let him connect with his soul clone. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. I'm not worried about anything. But don't worry. I have a way. I just need to waste one of my treasures. After saying that, Fu Yunny made her move. A wave of energy directly rushed towards Galen Sovereign. Trapped in this wave of energy, Galen Sovereign suddenly screamed in pain. His consciousness rapidly weakened. He closed his eyes, hugged his head, and curled up. Just looking at him made people feel pity for him. Fu Yunny also seemed to be struggling. She frowned slightly, and her face showed some pain. Her body was also trembling slightly. She wasn't as stable as before. Qin Shao didn't know what Fu Yunny was doing, so he couldn't help it this time. He could only watch from the side. After an unknown amount of time, Galen's Sovereign finally stopped and directly fainted. Fu Yunny also seemed to be exhausted. She was panting heavily, and her face was a little pale. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, Qin Shao reacted quickly. He immediately hugged Fu Yunny and let Fu Yunny fall into Qin Zhao's arms. Just like that, the two of them had an intimate encounter. With a beauty in his arms, he hugged Fu Yunny in such an ambiguous position. The softness transmitted from Fu Yunny's body was like a small electric current flowing through Qin Zhao's body. Qin Zhao felt a burst of, it was a numb feeling. This kind of feeling was really very, very strange and also very wonderful. Was this the feeling between a man and a woman? Fu Yunny quickly reacted. Her face quickly flushed, and she subconsciously pushed Qin Zhao away. Qin Zhao also took a step back awkwardly. The two of them were speechless for a moment. The atmosphere was very awkward. In the end, Qin Zhao broke the silence and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I promise I won't do it again." What did he mean? Promise you won't do it again? Fu Yunny glared at Qin Zhao and said, "Do you mean that if I collapse like this again, you'll just stand by and watch? You won't help me and watch me fall to the ground?" Huh? Qin Zhao was stunned and quickly said, No, that's not what I meant. If something happens to you, I won't stand by and watch. Do you mean that you will take advantage of me like this again next time? Fu Yunny said again. Huh? Qin Zhao was speechless. Should he help her or not? Helping her was taking advantage of her. It didn't seem appropriate. Should he not help her and watch Fu Yunny fall to the ground? That seemed even more inappropriate. Both were inappropriate. Wasn't there no solution? How could there be such a difficult question? Fu Yunny calmed herself down and immediately returned to her cold queen persona. She clenched her fist, and the sealed space quickly shrank, sucking Lord Gallen into it. Then, it shrank to the size of a small marble and flew into Fu Yunny's hand. Fu Yunny handed the small space pearl to Qin Zhao and said, "Here, I trapped Lord Gallen in this space pearl. He won't wake up for a while. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to contact his doppelganger. Don't worry. I'll leave it to you to deal with him in the future. This space pearl is also for you." Chapter 2569. Looking at the space bead in Fu Yunny's hand. Although Qin Zhao did not know the specific value of it, he could imagine that it must be extremely precious. It could trap a fourth step heavenly venerable and cut off all contact with the outside world. Even the soul of an avatar could not sense it. Such an item was definitely a supreme treasure. Fu Yunny was willing to give such a precious treasure to him, although she said that she would return it. How could Qin Zhao not understand the meaning of Fu Yunny's words? She was just saying it for the sake of it. Since she had given it away, she probably did not expect Qin Zhao to return it. Moreover, she did not set a time limit, so it meant that she was really prepared to give it to Qin Zhao. The current Fu Yunny did not seem so annoying, and he felt that she was quite good. As long as she did not throw a tantrum, was not unruly and willful, and did not have a strong personality, it seemed that she was indeed okay. No, I can't think like that. This woman bullied me ruthlessly before. The two Saint Origin fruits are still in her hands. I don't want to think too highly of her. Qin Zhao shook his head and threw away these thoughts. Let's leave here quickly. It's not good to stay here for a long time. Fu Yunny immediately said seriously. It seemed that it was not a small matter to make Fu Yunny so serious. So Qin Zhao naturally did not hesitate, and the two quickly left here. The two of them found a safe place and stopped. Seeing that Fu Yunny was leaving in such a hurry, Qin Zhao could not help but ask, "What's the situation here?" Qin Zhao knew that Fu Yunny should have searched Senior Lord Gallen's memory. Fu Yunny should have the ability to do so, but Qin Zhao was definitely not able to do so. One good news, two bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Fu Yunny said. Qin Zhao was slightly stunned. When did Miss Fu become so naughty? Whatever. Qin Zhao replied helplessly. Fu Yunny seemed to be bored and continued. The good news is that your Yao Shiwelian is not dead. The bad news is that it is as Lord Gallen said. Yao Shiwelian is not in his hands. He has already handed Yao Shiwelian over. As for where Yao Shiwelian is now, I can't find anything in his memory. Maybe he doesn't know either. The second bad news is that the Wulong Secret Realm is indeed a branch of the Bloodbath Alliance, and it should be a rather important branch. Therefore, there are many ancient saint stage powerhouses here. I only have half of my strength left, so it's not appropriate for me to make a move on them here. Furthermore, If we really want to fight, there is a high chance that young Master Bloodshaw will come as well. I'm afraid that would be even more troublesome. Therefore, I decided not to make a move on this place for the time being. If I wanted to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, dealing with these small fries would be useless. I would never waste my energy on useless people. If I wanted to deal with them, at the very least, it would be the Duke of Bloodshaw. Only people at his level would have some effect. For the time being, let's wait here for Yinya and the others to meet up with us. Then, we'll return to the Immortal Region. Of course, you don't have the right to participate in what happens after that, so I don't need to tell you too much. With that, Fu Yunny did not say anything else. Instead, he found a place to sit down cross-legged and continued to heal his wounds. Yao Shiwilian was not dead. In fact, Qin Xiao did not know whether this was good news or bad news for him. If he wasn't dead, it meant that Yao Shiwilian had suffered a lot all these years. Moreover, he might still be suffering. Therefore, sometimes, not dying was worse than dying. If Yao Shiwilian had been tortured by the Bloodbath Alliance and had been treated inhumanely, Qin Xiao hoped that Yao Shiwilian was already dead. If he was dead, then at least all troubles would be over. He would be free. If he was dead, then things would be easy. He could just revive Yao Shiwilian. This could be done in the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, for Qin Xiao, Yao Shiwilian's death might be good news. This sounded contradictory, but it was the truth. For Qin Xiao, these two pieces of news might be bad news. Yao Shiwilian was not in the hands of Exalted Lord Galen. Even Exalted Lord Galen didn't know about Yao Shiwilian's current situation. This made things a little complicated. Where should he start investigating? It was no wonder that High Lord Galen had forgotten about him. It turned out that High Lord Galen didn't care about Yao Shiwilian at all. He handed her over to the Bloodkiller Alliance and didn't ask about her after that. Shiwilian, I'm the one who harmed you. I don't know where you're suffering now. I'm sorry, but don't worry. I, Qin Xiao, will save you. I won't let you suffer in vain. It's just that I still need some time. I have to work harder and grow up faster. Qin Xiao clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. The conviction in his heart was so firm. If it weren't for him, Yao Shiwilian wouldn't have ended up being captured by Exalted Lord Galen. Alas, this was Qin Xiao's injury. It was an injury that couldn't be healed. But Qin Xiao really had no other choice. The only thing he could do now was to make himself as strong as possible and save Yao Shiwilian as soon as possible. However, cultivation wasn't something that could be done in a hurry. For the time being, Qin Xiao could only put this matter in his heart. Fu Yunny continued to heal. After Qin Xiao calmed down, he didn't stay idle. He continued to cultivate and comprehend the laws of time and all creation. He strived to break through to the initial level of mastery of these two laws as soon as possible. These two laws, the cultivation of nomological laws, was obviously not an easy task. Without a good guiding force, one had to rely on one's own comprehension to cultivate. That would require a long accumulation process. Qin Xiao had stepped into the threshold of the laws of time and all creation, but he was still far from a breakthrough. He was still far from a breakthrough in all aspects. Soon, another 200,000 years had passed. After 200,000 years of healing, Fu Yunny's strength had recovered by about 10%. Her complexion was much better. The rest would require her to return to the Fushi territory to recover quickly. In these 200,000 years of cultivation, Qin Xiao had made great progress in the laws of time and all creation. However, without a great epiphany, this cultivation speed was indeed a little slow. Of course, this slow was only Qin Xiao's standard. Using the laws of space and light as an example, it was indeed a little slow. The first to find this place was Yinya. Her conditions seemed to be a lot worse, but her strength was less than 50%. She was probably in the best condition. As soon as Yinya saw Qin Xiao and Fu Yunny together, she laughed and joked, "Oh, what a pair of lovers. I thought Qin Xiao was dead. I didn't expect you to be alive and well. Not only are you alive and well, but you're also very well. Being together with our young Mistress Fu, you're so happy, ah? And it seems like you two are getting along very well. Not bad, Qin Xiao. You're really something. We haven't seen each other for 800,000 years, and you've already conquered our boss. Hee hee, you two have already created some hot sparks, haven't you? As she spoke, Yinya winked at Qin Xiao and Fu Yunny. Fu Yunny rolled her eyes at Yinya and said snappily, "You're so bold and unrestrained. How did you manage to preserve your purity until now? Miss Yin, how did you do it? Is it because you're too ugly that no man likes you?" Yinya's face was immediately filled with black lines. She looked at Fu Yunny with an aggrieved expression. It was just a joke. Did she have to be so ruthless? This was a fatal knife that ruthlessly smashed into her fragile heart. She couldn't play with it like this. Looking at the two of them bickering, Qin Xiao was enjoying the show by the side. At this moment, he saw Fu Yunny's fierce side again. Now that he looked at it, he still felt that it was quite interesting. Was it because he wasn't targeted at himself that he had such a feeling? Yinya didn't dare to continue joking with Fu Yunny. Instead, she moved closer to Qin Xiao and winked at Qin Xiao, indicating for Qin Xiao to go to the side for a chat. Qin Xiao didn't know what Yinya wanted to talk to him about, so he followed her to the side. Hiding from Fu Yunny like this, it didn't seem like a good thing. Yinya looked at Qin Xiao and said with a smile, "Why do I feel that there's something wrong between the two of you?" "Something wrong? Is there?" Qin Xiao frowned and thought for a while. "I don't think so. Maybe at most. You two are getting along more harmoniously now." "Really?" Yinya shook her head and said, "Little brother Qin Xiao, you probably don't know how dangerous the situation was at that time, how terrifying it was. In order to protect us, Fu Yunny took on most of the power by herself. That was why we weren't injured so badly. Under that situation, we could only run away in a panic. There was no way we could take care of you. Xianmu really wanted to take you with her, but she couldn't do it. At that time, we couldn't even protect ourselves. So, we all thought that you were going to die. But I didn't expect that Fu Yunny would actually be able to save you under such circumstances. And looking at you, you didn't seem to be injured at all. Under such a terrifying power, Fu Yunny was actually able to protect you so well. I'm afraid that other than herself, no one else knows what kind of danger she endured and how much suffering she endured to save you. Right? It's not an exaggeration to say that in order to save you, Fu Yunny risked her life. Aren't you enemies with her? Doesn't she hate you very much? There's something wrong between the two of you. First, she risked her life to save you, and now she's getting along so harmoniously with you. So harmoniously that I almost thought that the two of you had fallen in love with each other. That's right. Haha, little brother Qin Xiao, tell me honestly, after all these years, have you really fallen in love with each other?" This woman's appetite for gossip was really not ordinary. However, after hearing Yinya's words, Qin Xiao realized that Fu Yunny had paid such a huge price to save him. If she didn't say it, he really wouldn't know. In that case, this woman's heart was actually very, very kind. But why was this kindness so different from her temper? It didn't feel right. But no matter what, Qin Xiao was very grateful to Fu Yunny. He didn't hate Fu Yunny anymore. In fact, after getting along with each other for these years, Qin Xiao also found that Fu Yunny had many good points. No one was perfect. There were good points and bad points. Qin Xiao really didn't like the bad points, but at least she had some good points. It could be considered as a comeback. "Little brother Qin Xiao, I'm asking you a question," Yinya said again. Chapter 2570. Qin Xiao had never even thought about it. No matter how beautiful and outstanding Fu Yunny was, she was not Qin Xiao's cup of tea. Besides, Qin Xiao knew his own limitations. With his current condition, he was far from being able to enter Miss Fu Yunny's eyes. Who was Miss Fu Yunny? She was from the Fushi clan, a supreme existence of the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. She was a true genius. Whether it was status or strength, Qin Xiao was far too inferior to Fu Yunny. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Qin Xiao had never thought about the toad wanting to eat swan meat. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not like her. Haha, I don't believe you. Yinya patted Qin Xiao and laughed. Her gossipy heart was burning. After laughing, she said, "A single man and a single woman have lived together for 800,000 years. The atmosphere is harmonious. Moreover, I can clearly feel that Fu Yunny's attitude towards you has changed a lot. Even when I was talking about you too, Fu Yunny was very angry. It's the kind of anger that comes from being seen through. Haha, I've known Fu Yunny for so long. I'm very familiar with her expression and tone. So, I'm sure that she's interested in you. After saying that, Yinya looked at Qin Xiao with curiosity and admiration. Quickly tell me, how did you subdue our family's boss? It's not easy to capture a woman's heart, especially our boss's. How did you do it? Are you really that charming? What did she mean? After hearing Yinya's words, Qin Xiao could not help but frown. He said, Miss Yinya, I think you shouldn't make fun of me. Don't make such a joke. It's not good if Fu Yunny hears it. There's really nothing between us. I don't feel that she's changed her attitude towards me. Yes, she's a little more polite. She's not as fierce and unruly as before. But this is normal, right? After all, I'm not a bad person. There were some misunderstandings between us before, and it was caused by her personality. Now that she's injured so badly, she's not in the mood to talk to me about these things. That's why we're getting along much better. But you're thinking too much. There's nothing between us. It's impossible. Impossible? Yinya blinked at Qin Xiao and asked curiously, Why? Why do you say that? Are you that undervaluing yourself? You don't look like someone who lacks confidence. I think you should be the kind of person who is very confident and has a strong heart. Besides, you're also quite outstanding. Although your background is indeed a little lacking, it doesn't matter. It's not a big deal that your realm is a bit low for now. After all, you've only lived for less than 40 million years. You're still very young. I believe you'll definitely grow up in the future. Your achievements won't be below ours. You just need to be given enough time. No matter what, you're also known as the #1 genius in the immortal domain. Your excellence is recognized. Moreover, I think you're a very good person. You're very unique. You're a man who stands out from the masses. But why are you so unconfident? Asterisk cough cough. Asterisk Qin Xiao was a little embarrassed by Yinya's praise. Although it wasn't the first time he'd been praised by a woman, it still felt very different to be praised by the young miss of the Divine Farmer clan, a fourth-step ancient saint. Qin Xiao wasn't undervaluing himself. He just didn't think it was possible. First of all, he definitely wouldn't like Fu Yunny. She'd left a very bad impression on him from the very beginning. Moreover, Qin Xiao only had Gu Lingyue in his heart. Gu Lingyue had always occupied his heart. He had some feelings for Yao Shiwilian, but now it was more of guilt. However, no one else would be able to enter his heart. Princess Xiaoyu had tried, but she hadn't succeeded. Qin Xiao also admitted that Fu Yunny was very outstanding. He also admired this woman, but it was only admiration and nothing else. Let's not talk about these impossible things. It's meaningless. Qin Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to continue discussing this topic. Yinya pursed her lips and glanced in a direction. A figure stood behind a rock. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she looked a little displeased. Bastard, what do you mean by impossible? Do you think I want you to like me? The number of people who like me can line up to circle the immortal region. You're not the only one. Xian Mumu, Jin Fengli, and Xin Yuan Fangji also came to meet up. The three of them were seriously injured and only had about 30% of their strength left. However, they were much better than Fu Yunny. Seeing that Qin Xiao was still alive and well, Xian Mumu was so excited that she hugged Qin Xiao. This pure and kind girl really touched Qin Xiao. From the very beginning, the profound wood tree had shown complete kindness. The first time they met, it had helped him. Moreover, it had even begged Miss Yinya and the others for him. It had shamelessly asked for the time fruit and all living things atlas for him. She even gave him the Ming Mo cube. All these years, Xian Mumu couldn't let go of Qin Xiao. She couldn't even protect herself at that time. She really couldn't save Qin Xiao and take Qin Xiao away. Because of this, she had been feeling very guilty all these years. She always felt that she should have risked her life to save Qin Xiao. When she thought about how Fu Yunny saved Qin Xiao, Xian Mumu was overjoyed. Xian Mumu and Yuan Yuan were very similar in many aspects. If the two of them knew each other, they would definitely become very good friends. Since everyone was here, they naturally didn't stay here any longer. They set off to return. When they returned, Yinya led the way. Yinya had preserved most of her strength, and her injuries were the lightest. She still had about 50% of her strength. 50% of the strength of a fourth-step ancient saint was still extremely powerful. Therefore, it was easy for Yinya to bring everyone back to the immortal region. This way, they could return to the immortal region at the fastest speed. Sure enough, under Yinya's lead, it only took about 10,000 years for the 6 of them to return to the immortal region, to the 9 provinces Huaxia country. Standing on this piece of land, breathing in the familiar aura of the immortal region and looking at the familiar scenery, they felt as if they had returned home. This feeling was really wonderful. After living and cultivating in the immortal region for more than 30 million years, Qin Shao had indeed regarded the immortal region as his first home. Phew, we're finally back. It wasn't easy. Qin Shao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, he felt that it wasn't easy to come back safely this time. He didn't expect that after going to the Azura battlefield to gain experience, there would be such a journey. He was able to go to the endless cosmic ocean and come back. After returning to the immortal region, it was time to say goodbye. Fu Yunyi and the others' vitality was damaged, and their injuries weren't light. They had to return to their own sacred grounds to recuperate. Jin Fengli and Xinyuan Fangji left one after another. After Yinya bid farewell to Fu Yunyi and Xian Mumu, she waved to Qin Shao and said with a smile, "Little brother Qin Shao, we'll meet again someday. I hope to see you again in the future. The next time I see you, you're already in the ancient sage realm. Otherwise, playing with you really feels like playing with a little kid. You have to work hard." After saying that, Yinya also left. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. What little kid? To be more precise, he was an ant. Yes, everyone below the ancient sage realm was an ant. This was a sentence in the immortal region. It was a cruel and realistic sentence, but it was recognized by the world. However, he really had to work hard in his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to say hello the next time he saw him. Little brother Qin Shao, I have to go. It might be a long time before we have the chance to see each other again. When my injuries are completely healed, I'll go to the Sacred Academy to play with you. I wanted to go there for a long time, but I haven't had the chance. Xian Mumu seemed to be reluctant to part with him. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Okay, the next time you come to the Sacred Academy to play, I'll introduce you to a friend. I believe you'll definitely hit it off. Her personality is very similar to yours. She's also very pure and kind, untainted by love. She's a very cute girl and is very likable." Xian Mumu nodded happily. "Really? That's good. Then it's a deal. The next time I go to the Sacred Academy, you must introduce her to me. By the way, what's her name? Do I know her?" "She's called Yuan Yuan." "You probably don't know her, right?" Qin Shao replied. "Yuan Yuan?" Hearing this name, Xian Mumu's eyes suddenly lit up and widened. It looked a little interesting. Seeing Xian Mumu's reaction, Qin Shao was also surprised. He said, "What? You won't say you know her, right?" Hee. Xian Mumu smiled awkwardly at Qin Shao. "It seems like I know her. If you know her, then you know her." "What do you mean by seems like?" Seeing Xian Mumu's hesitation, Qin Shao felt a little strange. There was something going on here. Qin Shao had always guessed that Yuan Yuan should have a big background, but she didn't belong to the 5 supreme surnames. Therefore, Qin Shao had always been puzzled about who Yuan Yuan was. Now it seemed that Xian Mumu knew her. Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Which force is Yuan Yuan from?" Xian Mumu blurted out and almost said it, but he stopped at the critical moment. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, "Little brother Qin Shao, so you don't know. Then it seems that Yuan Yuan didn't tell you. She actually went to the Sacred Academy to play. She didn't tell me about such a fun place and didn't bring me along. Oh yes, I'm not a 4th-step celestial venerable, so I can't participate in the selection of the Sacred Academy. Since Yuan Yuan didn't tell you, then she definitely doesn't want to tell anyone. At least for the time being, she doesn't want anyone to know her identity. If she doesn't say anything, then I can't betray her. I'm sorry, little brother Qin Shao. I can't tell you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a good friend. You don't have to ask Yuan Yuan. When she can tell you, she will definitely tell you. Okay, I'm leaving. See you next time. After you see Yuan Yuan, say hello to her for me. Tell her that I'll go to the Sacred Academy to play with her next time. Hee hee. After saying that, Xian Mumu also left. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. In fact, he didn't have to know. How could Qin Xiao not know that since Yuan Yuan didn't want to say, she must have her reasons? Therefore, Qin Xiao never asked Yuan Yuan. It was because he was afraid that asking would make Yuan Yuan embarrassed, so not asking was the best way. Chapter 2571. Xian Mu and the others left one after another, but Fu Yunny did not. I say, Miss Fu, are you still not willing to let me go? Qin Xiao looked at Fu Yunny and teased. Fu Yunny glared at Qin Xiao and said, when did I say I was going to let you go? You haven't fulfilled the conditions I mentioned. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Although I have only recovered 10% of my strength, it is more than enough to deal with you. You can't escape from my palm. If you don't want to suffer, then come with me obediently. Cough. Hearing this, Qin Xiao wanted to slap his own mouth. Who told him to be so nosy? He had already returned to the 9 states of Huaxia. Was he going to be brought back to the Fuxi sacred land by Fu Yunny? Although it was a sacred land, Qin Xiao did not want to go there again. Don't mess around, it won't be fun anymore. This kind of joke was not funny at all. Qin Xiao curled his lips and calmed himself down, saying, Miss Fu, don't tell me you really like me. I have already been to your Fuxi sacred land once. Are you going to bring me back again? What does that count as? Are you not afraid of your Fuxi sacred lands, people gossiping? You said you brought a sweetheart back to the Fuxi sacred land. Do you think it is appropriate for an outsider like me to go to your Fuxi sacred land again and again? I think it is very inappropriate. Unless Miss Fu really likes me and doesn't want to be separated from me, and wants to see me always. If that is the case, then I will go back to the Fuxi sacred land with you. You. Being teased by Qin Xiao like this, Fu Yunny was furious. She pointed at Qin Xiao's nose and scolded, You bastard, shameless. A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. It's not like I'm blind. Even if all the men in the immortal realm are dead, I won't take a fancy to you. Don't daydream like that. Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Xiao seemed to be relieved. She smiled and said, That's good, that's good. I'm relieved. After all, there aren't many men as outstanding as me. It's not easy to meet one. If that's the case, then let's take our leave. It's best if we don't meet again in the future. As for me, I'm not worthy of you, Miss Fu. I'm just an insignificant nobody, just an ant. I don't need Miss Fu's concern. You saved me last time, and I am very grateful to you. Thank you, Miss Fu, for saving my life. However, I have nothing to repay you with, so let's part ways here. Fu Yunny coldly glared at Qin Xiao. Without saying anything else, she turned around and left. Seeing that Fu Yunny was about to leave, Qin Xiao secretly sighed in relief. He was really worried that this woman wouldn't let it go. Although Qin Xiao felt that Fu Yunny was just joking, he didn't think that she would continue to not let him go. There shouldn't be any meaning to it. After spending 800,000 years together in the Wulong secret realm, they could be considered to have gotten along quite well. As such, Qin Xiao felt that he and Fu Yunny should have already buried the hatchet. There shouldn't be such a conflict between them. However, with Fu Yunny's personality, she might really do something if she got angry. Fortunately, everything was about to come to an end. Qin Xiao's face revealed a slight smile. He waved at Fu Yunny's back. Goodbye, I won't send you off. After taking a few steps, Fu Yunny suddenly turned around. This sudden turn of her body startled Qin Xiao. His hand awkwardly froze in the air. Fu Yunny glared at Qin Xiao and said angrily, Do you want me to leave as soon as possible? Qin Xiao was puzzled by her words. What did she mean? Could it be that this woman didn't want him to leave? That didn't make sense. Could it be that this woman really didn't want him to leave? That was impossible. In any case, Qin Xiao wouldn't believe it. He also wouldn't think about such a ridiculous thing. Fu Yunny, what's wrong with you? Why are you angry with this bastard? It's not worth it at all. Why do you care about this bastard? Calm down, calm down. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Fu Yunny tried hard to calm herself down. With a wave of her hand, she threw two things to Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. This time, I'm injured, so I'm too lazy to lower myself to your level. It won't be too late to settle old scores with you after this young lady recovers. Don't be so naive to think that the score between us is settled. It's not that easy. Didn't anyone tell you that it's better to offend a villain than to offend a woman? If you offend a woman, then you won't have a moment of peace. Just wait and see. I hope that the next time I see you, you won't be so weak and pitiful. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for stepping on an ant. After saying that, Fu Yunny also left. She instantly disappeared from Qin Zhao's line of sight without a trace. Qin Zhao waved his hand and caught the things that Fu Yunny threw to him. At first glance, he found that they were the two Saint Origin fruits that were taken away by Fu Yunny. This woman was unexpectedly kind and returned the two Saint Origin fruits to him. This was really an unexpected surprise. Sometimes surprises come too quickly and too suddenly. It was really unexpected. Hee, this is a big harvest. Qin Shao smiled and put away the two Saint Origin fruits. He had always remembered this matter in his heart. He was somewhat regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have impulsively taken 6 Saint Origin fruits from young Lady Fu, causing him to lose 2 Saint Origin fruits. Now, the 2 Saint Origin fruits were back. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to thank Fu Yunny properly, but thinking of this woman's last words, Qin Shao shook his head and dispelled this idea. Forget it, forget it. This woman can't be provoked. It's best not to see her again in the future. Sigh, women are too vengeful. Forget it. Let's talk about the future in the future. Anyway, the Saint Origin fruits are back. If young Lady Fu wants to make trouble for me in the future, I will just bow my head and admit defeat. It's nothing. Fighting with this kind of woman is just a madman. In order to not become a madman, I will bow my head. It's nothing. After shaking his head, Qin Shao did not stay in this place any longer. Instead, he quickly left and rushed to the Sacred Academy. Qin Shao went straight back to the Sacred Academy at the fastest speed. When Qin Shao came back, everyone came over. Zhang Yang, Meng Dali, Wu Fengcheng, Princess Xiaoyu, Yuan Yuan, Princess Ru Xian, and Ming Yuexin were all here. Seeing everyone, Qin Shao was in a good mood. He felt really good. Seeing everyone's expression, Qin Shao also knew that he had caused everyone to worry about him all these years. Sorry, I made you all worry, Qin Shao said. Prince Zhang Yang and Meng Dali came forward and punched Qin Zhao's chest. Wu Fengcheng was direct and directly gave Qin Shao a bear hug. Such enthusiasm made Qin Shao a little uncomfortable. Ahem, it's not that bad, brothers. It's not like we were separated by life and death. It's only been 20 million years. I came back unscathed. Don't be like this. This is a happy day, Qin Shao said. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, 20 million years. It's 20 million years. You disappeared as if you disappeared from the world. I used a lot of connections, but still couldn't find your whereabouts. I don't know where you went at all. You were not in the Shura battlefield. I don't know whether you were alive or dead. How can we not be worried? You don't know how we have been all these years. How worried we were about you. I didn't want to eat or drink these years. I didn't even have the mood to practice. Look at Meng Dali. He missed you so much that he lost weight. He wasn't even interested in flirting with beautiful girls these years. I once thought that his sexual orientation was changed. Fortunately, Brother Qin Shao, you came back. If you didn't come back, we would have to stay away from Meng Dali in the future. And Countess Xiaoyu, I don't know how many times she has cried. It's all tears. Zhang Yang's words made Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan laugh so hard that they held their stomachs. Meng Dali was speechless and explained with embarrassment. Qin Shao, don't listen to Zhang Yang's nonsense. There's no such thing. My sexual orientation has always been very normal. It's absolutely impossible to be changed. I didn't cry. I'm not that weak. And I always believed that you would be fine, Qin Shao. Countess Xiaoyu also gave Prince Zhang Yang a stare. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Naturally, he knew that Zhang Yang's words were not reliable. This guy loved a joke. Prince Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, Why are you all so uncooperative? It's just a joke. Isn't it good to liven up the atmosphere? Since it's a happy day, of course, we should be happy. Well, let's stop joking. Qin Xiao came back safely. That's a happy event. Let's sit down and drink to celebrate. At the same time, we can also welcome Qin Xiao. Then let's talk slowly. Hee hee, it's been 20 million years. Qin Xiao has a story. I like to listen to stories. Hee hee, I also like to listen to stories. Yuan was the first to agree. Qin Xiao smiled at Zhang Yang and said, I have a story. Do you have wine? Yes, of course. And it's a good wine. My wine is waiting for your story. It's a perfect match. Prince Zhang Yang nodded immediately. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed happily. There was wine, a story, and an audience. It was perfect. The feeling of coming home was really good. Everyone drank while listening to Qin Xiao's story. Everyone was very curious about how Qin Xiao disappeared from the Shura battlefield and returned to the Saint Academy after 20 million years. Qin Xiao roughly told everyone what happened. Of course, he did not go into too much detail. Qin Xiao also noticed that when he mentioned the mysterious wood, Yuan's expression seemed to have some reaction. However, in front of everyone, Qin Xiao did not point out anything. Yo, brother, we were worried about you. It turns out that you had a romantic encounter. You're really something. You even got the saintess of the holy land of Fuxi. She is also a fourth-step ancient saint. TSK, and it's Fu Zhongshuan. What about his sister? Doesn't that mean Fu Zhongshuan will have to call you brother-in-law in the future? Ha, that would be really cool. Prince Zhang Yang's big mouth began to talk nonsense again. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang and said, Don't talk nonsense. There is nothing between me and Fu Yunny. There is nothing between us. Someone like her wouldn't be interested in me either. That's not necessarily true. Brother, you're not confident in yourself. You're as good as I am, as handsome as I am. You're a peerless genius. Is there any woman that you can't match up to? Zhang Yang said. Chapter 2572. After drinking for a while, Qin Xiao took out a sacred space fruit. He had already eaten one space holy fruit, and now there was only one left. If he ate more, it would not be of much use, and he felt that it would be a waste. Therefore, Qin Xiao had decided to give the fruit to Zhang Yang and the others. However, there were too many of them, and he did not know how to divide the fruit. Just now, Qin Xiao was also thinking about this problem. In the end, he decided to take it out first and let them decide for themselves. Looking at the sacred space fruit in Qin Xiao's hand, Meng Dali and the others were puzzled. They looked at Qin Xiao, and obviously, they did not know what the fruit was. What fruit is this? It smells so good. It must be something rare. Meng Dali asked. Zhang Yang stared at the sacred space fruit. He was also thinking about what it was. He had never seen it before, but he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. It was just that he could not remember where. This is the sacred space fruit. Yuan finally said. Qin Xiao was not surprised that Yuan knew that it was the sacred space fruit. After all, this little girl had a strong background. Sacred space fruit? What is that? Meng Dali was still puzzled. Yuan explained. It is the fruit of the law of space. It is born to absorb the law of space. Therefore, the sacred space fruit contains the essence of the law of space. The sacred space fruit can guide people to cultivate the law of space. It is the law of space. If you are talented enough, you can master the law of space with just 2 or 3 sacred space fruits. Not only the law of space, but the other laws also have their corresponding fruits. It is also called the sacred fruit of 5 laws. It corresponds to the 5 basic laws. After listening to the explanation, Meng Dali's eyes lit up. He smacked his lips and said, There is such a good thing. It is very difficult to cultivate the 5 basic laws. I have been trying, but I have not been able to step on it. The threshold of any law. If there is such a good thing, does it mean that as long as I can get the sacred fruit of 5 laws, I can easily master the 5 basic laws and become a destined cultivator? There can't be such a good thing, right? In your dreams, you're so stupid. Yuan told Meng Dali bluntly. Meng Dali was used to Yuan's truth, so he grinned. Yuan continued. Of course it's not that easy. The 5 elements sacred fruit only has a very powerful guiding effect. Whether or not one can control the breakthrough will depend on one's luck. If someone doesn't have the talent and potential, not to mention 2 or 3 5 disciplined sacred fruits, even 2 or 300 of them won't help. They still won't be able to break through. Moreover, everyone's talent and potential towards the 5 fundamental laws are different. You might be suited to cultivate the law of space, or he might be suited to cultivate the law of time. Cultivators who possessed all 5 laws were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. It's rare. So, how could it be so easy to become a heaven's mandate cultivator? Moreover, the 5 laws sacred fruit is extremely precious. How can it be so easy to obtain? Don't even think about it. Cough, cough. I'm just saying. Meng Dali coughed dryly. Seeing that everyone understood the space sacred fruit, Qin Xiao didn't need to explain anymore. He said, "All right, I only have 1 space sacred fruit. I have already mastered the law of space, so this space sacred fruit is useless to me. All right, so whoever wants the fruit can have it." Meng Dali was about to reach out to take it when he heard the first part of Qin Xiao's words, but he retracted his hand when he heard the last part. There was only 1 space sacred fruit, and there were 7 people here. How could it be divided? It was a good thing and would be of great help to everyone. Of course, everyone would want it. Qin Xiao was helpless. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have eaten the space sacred fruit. Then he would have had 2 space sacred fruits, which would have been much better. Zhang Yang shook his head first. "I don't want it. You guys can have it. I have my master, so I don't have to worry about not becoming a heaven's mandate cultivator. As for the 5 arts sacred fruit, I'll ask my master for it later." Prince Xiangyang was qualified. After all, he was Emperor Xuanyuan's personal disciple, so they didn't worry about him. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite to him. Ming Yuexin also shook her head immediately. "I don't want it either. I don't have the talent to cultivate the law of space, and I don't have the ambition to become a heaven's mandate cultivator. I don't want it either." Yuan shook her head with a smile. With her identity and background, the 5 arts sacred fruit shouldn't be difficult for her, right? Princess Xiaoyu also said that she didn't want it. She had the peach blossom body, which made her the favorite of the heavens. It was an extremely powerful immortal king body. She had a certain advantage in cultivation, so she didn't want this opportunity. Princess Ru Xin also said that she didn't want it. In terms of talent and potential, Princess Ru Xin was indeed the weakest, so she didn't want to waste a space sacred fruit. Everyone said that they didn't want it. Wu Fingcheng and Meng Dali were a little embarrassed. In the end, they also said that they didn't want it. Because of this, everyone rejected it. However, it was still very gratifying to see everyone being so modest. This was what it meant to be a harmonious pair of brothers and sisters. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "You're not giving me too much face like this, are you? This is the first time I've given you something. Are you going to reject all of them like this? Don't I care about my face?" "Ha! Qin Xiao, you finally know how stingy you are, right? You've known so many of us for so long, and this is the first time you've given us something." Prince Zhangyang joked. This made Qin Xiao extremely embarrassed. Qin Xiao looked at everyone and said, "Zhangyang doesn't want it. Sister Xiaoyu doesn't want it. Ming Yuexin and Yuan don't want it either. As for Princess Ru Xin, since she doesn't want it, then forget it. How about this? Wu Fingcheng and Meng Dali, you two can choose one. Who is it? Who wants it? Don't waste good things. You have to make the best use of it. Although a space sacred fruit won't allow you to directly grasp the law of space, you still have to strive for it. That way, your path of cultivation will be smoother. If you have more, you can grasp the law of space sooner. Take a look and see who's more suitable. Give it to Meng Dali. Give it to Wu Fingcheng." The 2 of them spoke in unison and modestly declined the offer again. "Give it to Meng Dali. I've been trying to cultivate the 5 basic laws all these years. I want to cultivate the law of time now. I try to cultivate the law of space, but it's too difficult. Meng Dali is much better than me in terms of the law of space. Get to Meng Dali. It should be bigger, Wu Fengchang said with a serious face. Meng Dali wanted to decline again, but Qin Xiao said directly, "All right, Meng Dali. Don't decline anymore. You can have it." After saying that, Qin Xiao directly stuffed the space sacred fruit into Meng Dali's hands. Meng Dali had no choice but to accept it. "In that case, thank you all. I'll be thick-skinned this time. I won't decline this time. Hee hee." Meng Dali accepted it. After settling this matter, Qin Xiao said again, "By the way, do you know about the Sacred Emperor Protection Order?" Sacred Emperor Protection Order? Princess Little Yu and Princess Ru Xin were puzzled. Clearly, they had never heard of it. The others nodded. They knew about the Sacred Emperor Protection Order. Zhang Yang was the first to speak. The full name of the Sacred Emperor Protection Order is Sacred Emperor Protection Order. It was created by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 5 sacred emperors created the Sacred Emperor Protection Order because the immortal domain was in chaos. The situation was unstable, and the 3 realms were locked in a fierce battle. Thus, the 5 sage emperors, in order to reward those who had made great contributions and resolve their worries, came up with the Sage Emperor Protector Order. The purpose was to protect the families and descendants of those who had made great contributions, ensuring that they would be able to live forever. They would forever be safe, prosperous, and prosperous. Some of the 100 schools of thought had obtained the Sacred Emperor Protection Order. However, it said that only a few were issued, so it's extremely rare and precious. Moreover, the world is at peace now. The 3 realms are harmonious, and the immortal domain is stable. It's been a long time since there was a war. Therefore, the Sacred Emperor Protection Order hasn't been issued for a very long time. According to the records, the Sacred Emperor Protection Order hasn't been issued for at least tens of millions of universe epochs. I'm afraid there aren't many people who know about the Sacred Emperor Protection Order now. They've basically forgotten about it. There probably won't be another Sacred Emperor Protection Order in the future. Qin Xiao, why are you asking about the Sacred Emperor Protection Order? Qin Xiao also knew about this. He had heard about it from Fu Yunyi. Sigh. Qin Xiao shook his head and sighed. The path of cultivation is long. I'm destined to make countless enemies on this path. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not afraid of offending anyone, and I'm not afraid of anyone coming to kill me. However, I'm worried about my hometown, the primordial universe. Although my main body has always been guarding the primordial universe, it's only a small universe. The power of an ancient saint can destroy it. Therefore, I want to obtain a Sacred Emperor Protection Order to protect my hometown, the primordial universe. This way, I won't have to worry about anything in the future. Cough. Qin Xiao, you don't have to be so worried, right? There shouldn't be anyone who knows where your hometown is. Besides, even if they know, with your main body guarding it, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke it, right? Moreover, with your current status, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to offend you. Is there anyone who dares to be so ruthless? If they really dare to do this, I guess the Sacred Academy won't sit idly by. Meng Dali said. They didn't know that Qin Xiao was actually going to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance in the future. Qin Xiao was making plans for the future. Qin Xiao didn't intend to tell everyone about this matter. He didn't want to implicate Zhang Yang and the others. The Bloodbath Alliance was too powerful. It was far from what the Sacred Academy could compare to. That was why Qin Xiao was acting this way. Otherwise, Qin Xiao wouldn't be afraid of offending some people in the immortal realm. However, the Bloodbath Alliance was capable of doing anything. The tentacles of the Bloodbath Alliance were all over the great 1,000 domains and the 8 great holy realms. Qin Xiao said, "It's better to be safe. It's more reassuring. It's also better to make some plans for the future. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I can't afford to take this risk." Meng Dali nodded and didn't say anything. Wu Fengchang shook his head and said, "As far as I know, it seems that the Sacred Emperor Protection Order won't be issued anymore. There's no way to get it. The Sacred Emperor Protection Order can only be issued by the 5 Sacred Emperors." If you want to get it, you must get their approval. Among us, except for Zhang Yang, no one can talk to the 5 sacred emperors directly. Well, Qin Shao, I'll go to my master now. I'll ask him if he'll give you a chance. I'll try my best to help you. Prince Zhang Yang immediately got up and was about to go to Emperor Xian Yuan. Chapter 2573. No, absolutely not. Qin Shao pulled Prince Zhang Yang and shook his head. How could he let Zhang Yang beg Emperor Xian Yuan? Wouldn't that bring trouble to Zhang Yang? If Zhang Yang were to beg Emperor Xian Yuan, Qin Shao might as well beg his own master, sagely. Begging was difficult. Owing a favor was difficult. Qin Shao had experienced this personally. Unless it was really a last resort, he would never beg his master, sagely. He was forced to despair several times, but in the end, he endured it and persisted until the end. Fortunately, he created miracles time and time again and was safe and sound. Qin Shao would definitely beg his master, sagely, for a little thing. He could not do it. Wasn't Zhang Yang also a proud person in his heart? Asking him to beg Emperor Xian Yuan was actually worse than asking him to die. However, for the sake of Qin Shao, he did not consider much. He had to disregard everything and shamelessly put down his dignity to beg the yellow Emperor Xian Yuan. It was enough to show how deep his relationship with his brother was. Qin Shao patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I understand your intention, but this is not a small matter to bother Emperor Xian Yuan. Besides, this is my own business. I can't possibly ask you to come and beg for my help. You don't have to worry about it. I will deal with this matter myself. I will personally pay a visit to Ying Longshu and ask for his opinion. Zhang Yang, you don't have to say anything. Listen to me if you're my brother. If it is something you can do, I will not be polite to you. But for this matter, you don't have to get involved. If it is really to the point of asking for help, it will be me, Qin Shao. I will put down my face and beg for help. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. We've drunk enough wine. Let's disperse. Cultivation is the way to go." Zhang Yang really wanted to help Qin Shao, but he also knew Qin Zhao's character. Since that was the case, he did not say anything more and could only give up. After everyone left, Qin Shao stopped Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan blinked her pure eyes and looked at Qin Shao. There was a sweet smile on her face like honey. "Haha, brother Qin Shao, do you have anything else to say to me?" It seemed very mysterious. "Is it a secret?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, it's a secret between us. Where's Miss Xian Mumu? She asked me to send her regards to you. She said that after she recovers from her injuries, she will come to Sacred Institute to play with us." "Really? Sister Mumu really said that?" Hee, that's really great. I haven't seen Sister Mumu for a long time. I've been missing her for a long time." Yuan Yuan suddenly became very happy. This girl's emotions were written all over her face. She did not know how to hide her emotions at all. She smiled because she was really happy. The brighter her smile, the happier she was. At this time, Yuan Yuan was smiling very happily. It was obvious that she was very happy in her heart. Laughter was really a very infectious thing. It had a very magical power that could infect others. Seeing Yuan Yuan smiling so happily, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile as well. Yuan Yuan left in high spirits, and the place finally became quiet again. Adong came over and said, young master, Xia Dongho sent someone to invite you over. He should be looking for you." "Oh." Xia Dongho took the initiative to look for him. Qin Shao was suddenly happy. This was the first time that Xia Dongho took the initiative to look for him. Obviously, there must be some good news. It seemed that there was news about Master Hongshen and Big Brother Heavenly Court. Now, only the whereabouts of Heavenly Court, Hongchan Guest, and Starry Sky were unknown. Qin Shao had been looking for them all this time. After waiting for so many years, it seemed that there was finally news. He hoped that Xia Dongho could bring him good news this time. However, before going to see Xia Dongho, Qin Shao still planned to see the god of Ying Long World. Originally, Qin Shao wanted to stop and cultivate in seclusion, but now it seemed that there was no time for that. However, he still had to put things first. After leaving Shao Gu behind, Qin Shao got up and walked towards the depths of Sacred Institute. The god of Yinglong world was the dean of Sacred Institute. He represented the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to exercise the highest authority of Sacred Institute. It could be said that the fate of all the students of Sacred Institute was in the hands of the god of Yinglong world. However, the god of Yinglong world was also somewhat mysterious. Since the end of the student competition, he had not appeared again. The place where the god of Yinglong world cultivated was listed as the most sacred place in Sacred Institute. No one dared to go near it. Qin Shao had not come close to this place before, but this time he came directly. Although there was no one guarding this place, there was a powerful barrier protecting it. Without the permission of the god of Yinglong world, Qin Shao obviously could not go there. Student Qin Shao wishes to see the god of Yinglong world. Qin Shao respectfully bowed to the barrier and said sincerely. After bowing, Qin Shao did not immediately get up. Instead, he silently waited for the god of Yinglong world to open the barrier. Whether he could see the god of Yinglong world or not depended on the will of the god of Yinglong world. Fortunately, the barrier door was soon opened, indicating that the god of Yinglong world allowed Qin Shao to go in. Qin Shao had long felt that the god of Yinglong world should see him, since it was the first time he came to see the god of Yinglong world. However, thinking was just thinking. Without the reality, he could not completely feel at ease. Seeing that the barrier was opened, Qin Shao's heart was completely at ease. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped in. After walking for a while, he saw the god of Yinglong world in front of a bush. To Qin Zhao's surprise, the god of Yinglong world was there at this time, patiently pruning those bushes. Logically speaking, only the lowest level of mortals would do this kind of thing. He did not expect the god of Yinglong world to be doing it. Moreover, the god of Yinglong world was very focused and serious, as if he was working hard to do something. To think that a world god would do something as trivial as this. This was truly inconceivable. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao was really stunned for a long time. The god of Yinglong world stopped, looked back at Qin Shao, and asked, Qin Shao, why do you come to see the old man? After Qin Shao calmed himself down, he said, It's like this, Sir Dean. This student came here today to ask for a favor. I hope that Sir Dean won't blame this student after hearing it. Junior would like to ask, how can I obtain the Sacred Emperor Guardian token? The Holy Emperor Protection token? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the god of Yinglong world raised his eyebrows slightly, and a meaningful light flashed through his eyes. After taking a deep look at Qin Shao, the god of Yinglong world said, Little guy, you are not big at all, but you are really ambitious. If that's what you're here for, you can go back now. What did he mean? The god of Yinglong world didn't answer this question at all, but directly asked him to go back. Did it mean that he had no chance to get the Holy Emperor Protection token? Although Qin Shao had thought of this possibility, he had always been a person who refused to give up easily. Therefore, even if the god of Yinglong world wanted him to give up, Qin Shao still didn't give up. He said again, Dean, I don't quite understand. I hope you can explain it to me. I've also learned a little about the Sacred Emperor Guardian badge. Since the Sacred Emperor Guardian badge has existed before, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have never announced to the world that it has been revoked, it means the Sacred Emperor Guardian badge still exists and is still effective. In that case, why can't I fight for it? I know that the Holy Emperor Protection token has extremely high requirements. Only those who have made great contributions can get it. I know it's very difficult, but no matter how difficult it is, I'm willing to give it a try. Dean, please help me. After that, Qin Shao bowed to the god of Yinglong world again. It showed that his determination was incomparably firm and that he would not give up so easily. The god of Yinglong world looked at Qin Shao and fell silent. After a while, he said, Tell me your reason. Qin Shao immediately said, I want to use it to protect my hometown, the Hongmeng universe. Dean, you should know that I, Qin Shao, was born in a humble place. I came from a small universe. But a small universe is still very fragile, so I want protected. I want to protect my hometown, the Hongmeng universe. In this way, even if something happens to me in the future, I can ensure that my hometown can exist forever. My family, my friends, and my clansmen will all be able to pass on their legacies forever. If I can protect my hometown forever, I, Qin Shao, will die without regrets. After hearing this, the god of Yinglong world shook his head slightly and said, "If you just want to protect your hometown, why do you have to go through so much trouble? You just need to become stronger, and no force will dare to bully your hometown. Everything should depend on you. Besides, you're a genius student of the Sacred Institute. Who would dare to openly attack your hometown? That would be a provocation to the Sacred Institute. We won't just sit back and watch. Do you think the Sacred Institute doesn't even have this little bit of sacred prestige?" No. Qin Shao immediately shook his head and explained, "Dean, you misunderstand. I naturally believe in the Sacred Institute's sacred prestige, but I'm afraid the Sacred Institute can't deal with the force I offended. 2 of my friends have been captured by the Bloodbath Alliance. They're still in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. I have to save them. To save them, I have to provoke the core members of the Bloodbath Alliance. That's the same as provoking the Bloodbath Alliance. That's why I want to get a Sacred Emperor Guardian token to ensure the absolute safety of my hometown. That way, I won't have to worry about anything and can deal with the Bloodbath Alliance without worry." The Bloodbath Alliance? World God Rain Dragon frowned deeply, and a hint of solemnity appeared on his face. From his expression, Qin Shao could see that the god of Yinglong world was also somewhat afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance. It seemed that the Bloodbath Alliance was as terrifying as Fu Yunny said. The god of Yinglong world was silent again. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can understand your thoughts, but you should give up on this idea. It's not that the old man wants to crush your confidence, but it's true that there's no way to get a Sacred Emperor Guardian token. You should know that the Sacred Emperor Guardian token hasn't appeared for close to 1 trillion universe epochs. In fact, it's true that it won't appear again. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors won't issue it again. Besides, even if they do, with your current strength, how are you going to obtain immortal merits? Without immortal merits, do you think the Sacred Emperor Guardian token will be issued to you? Right now, the immortal region is at peace. There's no chaos. Even if you want to obtain immortal merits, you won't have the chance. If you don't even have the chance to obtain immortal merits, how are you going to obtain the Sacred Emperor Guardian token?" Chapter 2574. Qin Shao had considered this path before, but this was the only way out of all the options he had. Besides, Qin Shao had this plan long ago, but he didn't think it was the right time. Everything was still immature, so he hadn't started this plan yet. Even if Qin Shao had the Saint Emperor Protection Token, he would still carry out this plan. However, the Saint Emperor Protection Token was more for the sake of the entire Hongmeng universe. Qin Shao could bring some people to the immortal domain, but it was impossible for him to bring the entire Hongmeng universe to the immortal domain. Besides, it was unsuitable for those who were weaker to come to the immortal domain. At the very least, they had to be universe masters to be able to live in the immortal domain. If they were universe masters, they would be crushed into a bloody pulp as soon as they left the Hongmeng universe. There was no way they could survive. Therefore, there weren't many people who could really leave the Hongmeng universe. Most of them couldn't. In the Qin clan, there weren't many people who had become universe masters in recent years. Therefore, Qin Shao still hoped to get the Saint Emperor Protection Token. This would be a foolproof plan, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. With this determination in his heart, Qin Shao wouldn't give up easily. Today, he came to see the Yinglong world god to ask for his help. Therefore, Qin Shao said again, "I know, and I've thought about it carefully. This is my final decision. No matter how difficult it is, I'm willing to give it a try. I know that I'm still weak, but I don't expect to get it in a short time. It could take a long time. I'll do my best and do my best. I just hope that you can fight for an opportunity for me. This is what I want. No matter how slim the chances, I won't give it up. Please grant my wish. Thank you very much." After that, Qin Shao bowed to the Ying Long World God again. Qin Shao respected and revered the Ying Long World God. The god of Ying Long World fell silent for a moment. Qin Shao stood there respectfully, waiting for the reply of the god of Ying Long World. At least there was no direct rejection, which meant there was some hope. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Qin Shao would try her best to grasp it. After a long while, World God Rain Dragon finally said, "I can help you ask around. However, I can't say for sure whether or not I'll give you a chance, and I won't give you a clear promise. As for the specifics, it would depend on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. What I mean is, I'm just passing you a message. Of course, I'll say a few words." "Thank you very much, Mr. Dean." "Thank you very much." Qin Shao quickly expressed his gratitude when he heard that the god of Ying Long World had agreed. The god of Ying Long World waved his hand and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Before that, I have an important task for you." "An important mission?" Qin Shao was slightly stunned. The god of Ying Long World had personally handed over the mission to him, and he said it was a very important mission. Even the god of Ying Long World said so, which showed the importance of this mission. "Please tell me, Mr. Dean. I'll do my best to complete the mission," Qin Shao said. The god of Ying Long World continued, "You should know that the immortal region is divided into 3 realms, the heaven realm and the mortal realm, right?" Qin Shao nodded. This was the most basic common sense. He knew it before he came to the immortal region. The heaven realm was located in the east of the immortal region, isolated from the mortal realm. It didn't care about the affairs of the world and was free and unfettered. The heaven realm was vast but sparsely populated. It was a place outside the immortal region. The mortal realm was located in the immortal region, occupying more than 70% of the territory of the immortal region. It was vast and rich in resources, and the number of living beings was also the largest. The mortal realm was ruled by the 9 continents Huaxia. The earth realm was located in the north of the immortal region. It was a sealed place, completely isolated from the heaven realm and the mortal realm. It was a forbidden area for living beings. The heaven realm and the mortal realm worked together to seal the earth realm in ancient times. From then on, the demons of the earth realm were no longer able to come to the mortal realm and the heaven realm. The heaven realm also set up an enchantment to prevent other living beings from entering. That was why the 3 realms were truly independent. The earth realm was the gathering place of the devil race, and the demon race. The 3 races were divided and controlled the earth realm together. You probably know some things about the earth realm. The earth realm was sealed by the heaven realm and the mortal realm in ancient times. However, from then on, the heaven realm no longer intervened in the affairs of the immortal region, so the heavy responsibility of guarding the seal completely fell on the mortal realm. After countless years, the power of the seal enchantment has weakened. Secondly, it is difficult for the mortal realm to completely suppress the seal. Therefore, there will be situations where the seal will loosen. However, the power of the mortal realm is still very difficult for the earth realm to contend with. Therefore, it is naturally not so easy for the earth realm to break out of the seal and enter the mortal realm. They have been suppressed by the mortal realm several times. However, such suppression obviously requires a huge price to be paid, the price of blood. Therefore, the earth realm and the mortal realm discussed to see if they could find a compromise to ease the tense atmosphere between the mortal realm and the earth realm. Both sides did not want to continue fighting like this. After a long discussion, the mortal realm and the earth realm finally reached an agreement. That is, every 100 million eras, both sides will send 10 young geniuses into the sealed land to fight. If the mortal realm wins, then the people of the earth realm will continue to stay obediently. If the earth realm wins, then the enchantment door will remain open for 1,000,000 eras. Fortunately, over the countless years, the mortal realm has won more than they have lost. More than 90% of the victories belong to the mortal realm. Soon, there will be a new round of battle. Therefore, the mortal realm will also choose 10 young geniuses. As for these 10 spots, they used to be fixed. Each of the 5 supreme clans would send one person, while the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Kunlun Sacred Ground, 9 Radiance Immortal Sect Sacred Ground, and Langya Heaven would send one person each. Then, the 5 supreme clans will send one person each. Take turns to add one more person and form a team of 10. Now, this heavy responsibility has fallen on the Sacred Academy. Therefore, the 5 supreme clans will not take turns to send one more person each. Instead, this person will be given to the Sacred Academy. This is a heavy responsibility, and also a responsibility that our Sacred Academy should shoulder. It is also a supreme honor. Everyone from the 100 schools of thought wants to fight for this spot, but it has never been given to them. However, the Sacred Academy has obtained this spot. Therefore, the old man has been looking for candidates recently. You, Zhang Yang, and Xia Dongho are all in the old man's consideration. However, Zhang Yang will represent the Xianyuan clan. This is an opportunity that the Emperor Xianyuan has specially given to Zhang Yang. As for you and Xia Dongho, I am more inclined towards you. Although Xia Dongho is the old man's personal disciple, the old man will never be biased or selfish in this matter. Of course, the old man will not force you on this matter. It still depends on your personal wishes. But before you agree, the old man wants to make it clear that this mission is very important and very dangerous. It is very likely that you will die inside. Right? Double quotation mark. And since you're going to fight, then work hard to win and fight for stability and peace for our mortal world. Once the boundary is opened, the lives of the 3 clans of the Earth realm can enter the mortal world unscrupulously. At that time, it is impossible to estimate how much trouble will be caused and how many lives will be lost. Therefore, you have to understand this heavy responsibility. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said with a determined face, I understand. I am very willing to participate. I'm also very grateful for the Dean's trust. For such a matter, I am naturally duty-bound. I will definitely fight to the death and give it my all. I will try my best to win. As a member of the Saint College and a member of the mortal world, this is my responsibility and responsibility. I will not shirk my duty until I die. For such an important matter, Qin Shao naturally would not shrink back. This was a major matter that concerned the safety of countless lives in the mortal world. Qin Shao had been in the immortal realm for more than 30 million years. In fact, he had long regarded the immortal realm as his second home. Qin Shao naturally loved his home very much. Therefore, with such a mission, Qin Shao would definitely risk his life. The god of Yinglong world had obviously expected Qin Zhao's answer. He nodded slightly and said with some praise, well, not bad. Young people should have such responsibility and courage. The old man is very confident in your strength. And after you came back this time, you must have gained a lot and your strength has increased greatly. Well, you go back and make preparations first. The old man will tell you the specific notice later. For the time being, don't leave the Saint College. It should be soon. There will be clear news within 1,000,000 years at most. Qin Shao nodded and said, Okay, Dean, I understand. Then I will take my leave. The god of Yinglong world nodded and Qin Shao quickly left. After seeing Qin Shao off, the god of Yinglong world became a little thoughtful. Strange. Didn't the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors already decide not to issue the guardian order of the Holy Emperor? Why did Emperor Xianyuan just send me a sound transmission and ask me to give Qin Shao a chance? Everything is unknown in this war between the young geniuses of the mortal world and the mortal world. I am afraid that some unexpected things will happen. Our mortal realm must also be fully prepared. But speaking of which, the strength of the young geniuses of the mortal world this time should be a little stronger than that of the last time. We should have a good chance of winning. But why do I feel that Emperor Xianyuan is a little scheming? Qin Shao, this kid, is still pretty good in all aspects. Speaking of personal feelings, I really want Xia Dongho to go. After he became the disciple of the old man, his performance has been very good and his progress has been very fast. But for the sake of the overall situation, we should let Qin Shao go. After all, Qin Zhao's strength should be stronger than Xia Dongho's. I hope that this time, these little guys won't let us down. After saying that, the god of Ing Long World couldn't help shaking his head. On the other side, Qin Shao directly left the place where the god of Ing Long World cultivated. This time, generally speaking, it was quite smooth, since the god of Ing Long World had agreed. Although it would still depend on the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the end, the possibility of the god of Ing Long World speaking was not small. Hopefully, there would be a chance in the end. This war is very important. I have to make preparations quickly. It would be best if I could improve my strength a little more. Qin Shao thought secretly. Chapter 2575. Xia Dongho was still able to predict things as if everything was under his control. He had already prepared wine at his cultivation place and was waiting for Qin Shao to come. He would know the moment Qin Shao returned to the Sane Institute. When Qin Shao arrived, Xia Dongho said, "I thought you would have come earlier. I didn't expect you to be late after so long." Sorry for making Brother Dongho wait," Qin Shao said hurriedly. If he hadn't gone to seeing Longshu in the God Realm, he would have come earlier. Xia Dongho smiled and said, "I'm just joking with you. I know you're a busy person. Once you return to the Sane Institute, you'll be very busy." Looking at Brother Qin Shao, it seems like you've had a lot of opportunities in the outside world these years. You must have gained a lot. Qin Shao smiled and didn't deny it. He had indeed gained a lot these years. His strength had also improved a lot. Okay, let's get down to business. I didn't let you down. Your matter has finally taken shape. However, it might not be good news, so Brother Qin Shao, you should be prepared, Xia Dongho said with a serious face. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. His expression suddenly became gloomy. Not good news? It seemed that the situation wasn't good. Naturally, this wasn't something Qin Shao wanted to see. However, Qin Shao couldn't change these things. For the time being, he could only accept this fact and face it. After he took a deep breath and calmed down, Qin Shao said, "Go ahead. I've been prepared for it since long ago. The worst-case scenario is that they're all dead. It's fine. I've already prepared for the worst. Their realms aren't high. It shouldn't be difficult to revive them." For Qin Shao, reviving a few people wasn't difficult. Although he couldn't do it himself, he had Xiao Gu, Dong, and Wu Qi. With the 3 of them, reviving a few people was a simple matter. Xia Dongho shook his head and said, "The situation might be worse than this." What? Worse than this? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. It seemed that resurrection wasn't going to be of any use. Let me tell you about the situation in detail. That one called Starry Sky situation is the best. He died less than 1,000,000 years after arriving in the immortal realm. His luck wasn't too good, attracting an unexpected disaster. His condition was considered relatively light. It was not possible to revive him. What's so difficult about it? The second one is the worldly guest. I think he was your master, right? He's also dead. Furthermore, he died in the hands of an ancient sage, not to mention a 2-step ancient sage at that. Thus, it is unlikely that you will be able to revive him for the time being. Here we are. Those who were killed by ancient saints would find it much more difficult to resurrect them. Ordinary ancient saints simply had no way to resurrect them. Only those whose strength far surpassed the ancient saint could resurrect them. Even if they were to die in the hands of a 1-step ancient sage, there was no way they would be able to come back to life. Moreover, if they were to die in the hands of a 2-step ancient sage, they would need to be at least a 3-step ancient sage to resurrect them. Moreover, this kind of resurrection came with a price. Ordinary 3-step ancient sages would probably not be willing to do such a thing. Emotions. The heavenly courts are in the best situation, but also the worst situation. His condition is the best, because he is the only one who is still alive. If his condition is the worst, you can still think of a way to revive Starry Sky and Worldly Guest. However, if you want to save the heavenly court, it will be difficult. I'm afraid it will be really difficult. Qin Shao frowned deeply and looked at Xia Dongho, waiting for him to continue. Xia Dongho continued, "This big brother of yours from the heavenly court is at a disadvantage because of his name. Originally, he wouldn't be so bad. However, he shouldn't be called the heavenly court. You should know by now that there is a heavenly court in the heaven realm. The heavenly court is even regarded as the master of the three realms. It is the strongest force that rules the three realms. It is the strongest force above all other forces. It is the number one force in the immortal realm. There is no need to doubt the strength of the heavenly court. The supreme divine might of the heavenly court is naturally sacred and cannot be offended. If it is a single force, then the heavenly court is definitely the number one force in the entire immortal realm. However, if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors join forces, they will be able to contend against the heavenly court. If the forces of the entire 9 states of Huaxia are combined, then they will definitely be the number one in the immortal realm. However, the 5 saint emperors alone are indeed far from being as strong as the heavenly court. The heavenly court itself is also high and mighty. It has always thought of itself as the supreme ruler of the 3 realms, the ruler of the 3 realms. Therefore, your big brother from the heavenly court is naturally unlucky. His name is Heavenly Court, and then he was captured by the people from the heavenly court. I can't find out anything else. After all, outsiders can't enter a place like the heavenly court. I can't find out the situation inside the heavenly court. However, the situation obviously isn't very good. He was captured by the heavenly court and is probably imprisoned. If you want to save him, then you have to go to the heavenly court first. However, the heavenly court has always been outside of the world. It is difficult for anyone to enter the heavenly court. Not to mention you. Even an existence of the 4th step of the ancient sage realm would find it difficult to enter the heavenly court. It is extremely difficult to enter the heavenly court. If there is someone from the heavenly court leading the way, then you won't be able to barge in at all. Barging into the heavenly court is equivalent to provoking the heavenly court. The consequences are unimaginable. After hearing Xia Dongho's words, Qin Shao was helpless and speechless for a moment. If that was really the case, then wanting to save his big brother from the heavenly court was indeed more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Want to go to the heavenly court and ask for him? How could he, Qin Shao, have such ability? Even a 4th step of the ancient sage realm couldn't do it. How could the divine might of the heavenly court be violated by others? It was too difficult to enter the heavenly court. His big brother from the heavenly court was indeed too unlucky. He actually attracted such an unexpected disaster because of his name. However, at this point, there was no other way. He could only think of a way to save his big brother from the heavenly court. However, Qin Shao sighed helplessly and shook his head. The matter of the heavenly court's big brother can only be put aside for the time being. Let's make plans in the future. No matter how bad the situation is, I have no way to change it. Well, I can only try my best to reverse the situation and save him when I have the ability. Starry Sky and Master Red Dust Guest are both dead. Let's start with something simple. Xia Dongho gave Qin Shao a jade slip and said, "The details of the 3 people are recorded here. However, you still have to be careful. If there is anything you need me to do, just let me know." Qin Shao took the jade slip and checked the situation inside. He also understood the details of Starry Sky and Master Red Dust Guest. He knew where they were killed, who killed them, what happened, and where they died. With this information, Qin Shao could finally do his thing. Putting away the jade slip, Qin Shao said to Xia Dongho, "Thank you, Xia Dongho. Thank you very much. I can't thank you enough. Qin Shao, will remember this great kindness. I'm not in a good mood today, so I won't stay here any longer. I'll take my leave first. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink when I'm free." Xia Dongho nodded and said, "Good luck. Be careful." Qin Shao quickly returned to the cultivation place. Xiao Gu and Jing Yang immediately came to ask about the situation. Qin Shao told Xiao Gu the details of the situation. Xiao Gu and Jing Yang were shocked and angry after hearing it. "Damn it. We must avenge Starry Sky and Senior Red Dust Guest. We can't let them die in vain," Xiao Gu said angrily. After saying that, he became impatient and said, "Big brother, what are we waiting for? Let's go and settle the score with those people. Those people who killed Starry Sky are easy to deal with. Although the person who killed Senior Red Dust Guest is a second-step ancient saint, Dong, Wu Qi, and I are not afraid of anything. We still have a chance to take him down. Let's go, let's go. I'll call Dong and Wu Qi. We'll leave immediately and find those two bastards to avenge them. A life for a life. We must kill them. Xiao Gu was impatient. Qin Xiao pulled him back and said, Xiao Gu, don't be anxious. Those people can't escape. Don't be anxious. No matter what you do, you must remain calm. You must have a clear and calm mind. You must have a good plan. Only then can you act in an orderly manner. If it's a grudge, we will definitely avenge it, sooner or later. Big brother, why are you still not in a hurry? What's there to plan? There's nothing to plan, right? Everything is clear. What are we waiting for? Why don't we just rush over and kill them? It's so simple. It can't be that complicated, right? Xiao Gu asked. Xiao Gu was puzzled. Jing Yang shook his head helplessly and said, Xiao Gu, don't be so anxious. We'll listen to the young master. The young master has always been very steady. He must have his reasons. It's better to be careful when doing things. After all, this is the immortal region. Our current strength isn't very strong. It's best to do things that we're confident of. It doesn't matter if we take revenge sooner or later. We're not going to save people. Xiao Gu shook his head. Anyway, his mind wasn't that complicated. He wouldn't think of the problem as that complicated. To him, the problem was very simple. Starry Sky and Red Dust Guest were killed. Therefore, he had to avenge them. It was that simple. Avenging Starry Sky was indeed a very simple matter. Starry Sky had only died in the hands of a second step Celestial Venerable. The force behind that second step Celestial Venerable was also very ordinary. It didn't even have an ancient sage. It was just a very weak force. It was just strength. A force that didn't even have an ancient sage was indeed very weak in the 9 continents Huaxia country. It could be easily crushed. However, if he wanted to avenge Red Dust Guest, it would be a little troublesome. He had to plan carefully. Red Dust Guest belonged to the unlucky type. In fact, Red Dust Guest was considered lucky in the beginning. When he came to the immortal region, he directly fell into the 9 continents Huaxia countries. Qinling Red Dust Guest talent and potential were also put to good use. He quickly adapted to the environment of the immortal region and soon broke through to the celestial venerable realm. Soon, his talent and potential were given a better opportunity. He participated in the disciple selection of the 9 Palace Academy. In the end, he became a dark horse and successfully became a disciple of the 9 Palace Academy. Although Red Dust Guest's performance wasn't as heaven-defying as Qin Zhao's, it was still not bad. He was one of the more outstanding new disciples of the 9 Palace Academy. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. This was an eternal principle. Red Dust Guest's outstanding performance naturally attracted many people who didn't like him. Trouble followed one after another. Red Dust Guest didn't have any status or background. Moreover, he was a lowly life form that ascended from the universe. In the eyes of the natives of the immortal region, they naturally looked down on Red Dust Guest and bullied him everywhere. In the end, Red Dust Guest couldn't bear it anymore. After being bullied by a disciple of the Qin clan, he exploded in anger and counterattacked. For a moment, he didn't control himself and killed that disciple. Chapter 2576. Since he could not endure being bullied again and again, the Red Dust Guest chose to resist. However, the result of his resistance was a tragic death. How sad was this? However, such things happened everywhere in the Immortal Zone or even the Great Thousand World. The weak were prey to the strong, and the world where martial arts were respected was this cruel. This was the law of survival, and this was something that no one could change. How could he, Qin Xiao, not have experienced similar things all along the way? Qin Xiao had also experienced it a few times. Only, he was relatively lucky that he had passed through each time without any mishap. He had come to where he was today with each victory. This time, the reason why Qin Xiao had acted so cautiously was because the person who had killed his teacher the red dust guest, was from the Qin clan. The Qin territory was the surname of the 100 schools of thought. They were the rulers of the Qin territory. Although Qin Shao did not intend to fight against the entire Qin clan, how could the Qin clan agree to kill someone from the Qin clan? To reason with the Qin clan? In this world, there was no real reason. Only the fist was the reason. Therefore, for this matter, there was no way to reason with them and talk about how a life for a life. If one were to speak from this perspective, when the red dust guest killed a disciple of the Qin clan and died at the hands of the second step ancient saint, could it not be said that it was a life for a life? There was no way to reason with them. Either they must be prepared to fight against the entire Qin clan, or they must not have the thought of revenge for now. Or else, once they made a move, it would affect the whole situation and there would be no turning back. If it were an ordinary powerhouse, most likely with Qin Zhao's identity as the genius student of the Holy Academy and #1 on the Holy ranking, he could pose some threat and make the other party restrain their fear. However, the Qin clan was the surname of the 100 schools of thought. If Qin Shao dared to make a big fuss in the Qin clan, most likely the Qin clan would dare to kill Qin Shao. The 100 schools of thought held an extremely high position. Besides, the Qin family was an extremely powerful and ancient surname. How could Qin Shao provoke them? Therefore, it was not an easy task to avenge his master, Red Dust Guest. It was not as simple as finding the person who killed Red Dust Guest and killing him. It was far from an easy task. If that was really the case, then they could still give it a try. However, if the three of them joined forces, they would still be at a disadvantage against the second step ancient saint. It should be impossible for him to kill a second step ancient saint. For this matter, Qin Shao still had to plan carefully. He couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, it would be strenuous and unrewarding. He might even suffer a great loss. Let's go little Gu Jingyang. Let's go to Jiangling first, Qin Shao suddenly said. Now that they were about to set off, Xiao Gu was suddenly filled with passion and fighting spirit. He had wanted to set off a long time ago. However, Xiao Gu immediately reacted and said, "Wait, big brother, just the three of us? Are we not bringing a Dong and Wuqi?" Qin Shao shook his head. This time, he did not plan to confront the people of the Qin clan head-on. Therefore, there was no need to bring a Dong and Wuqi. Of course, Qin Shao understood Xiao Gu's meaning. He patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's go. I want to avenge my teacher more than anyone else." However, we don't just want revenge. More importantly, we want to revive them all. Do you understand? Although Xiao Gu didn't quite understand, he didn't say anything more. He just said, "Oh, Jiangling, northern frontier county. Within the Changbai mountain range that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles, there were many tribes and villages. The people here were valiant and barbaric. They liked to plunder other people's things. 100 miles to the east of the Frog-Wolf tribe, in a forest, a ray of light fell from the sky. After the light dispersed, 3 figures appeared. Qin Shao looked around and said, "This place is less than 100 miles away from the Frog-Wolf tribe. The Frog-Wolf tribe is over there. Starry Sky should have appeared here before. This is also the place we must pass to return to the Frog-Wolf tribe. That's why Starry Sky was captured and brought back to the Frog-Wolf tribe. When we return to the Frog-Wolf tribe, we should have passed through here. Xiao Gu, go back in time. It should be the time when we just arrived in the Immortal region. Go back to that time and see if you can find Starry Sky." "Okay, big brother. Leave it to me." Xiao Gu immediately started. Time quickly went back. Qin Shao and Jingyang also stared at the scene. They did not want to miss a single detail. When time went back to when Qin Shao and the others had just arrived in the Immortal region, they finally saw Starry Sky. "Stop!" Qin Shao shouted. Xiao Gu also stopped. The scene froze. In the scene, they could see Starry Sky being escorted by a group of people to the Frog-Wolf tribe. In the scene, Starry Sky was battered and exhausted. His body was covered in wounds and blood. It seemed that he had been badly beaten. Seeing this scene, Xiao Gu's anger burned. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. They're all a group of despicable barbarians. They all deserve to die. Big brother, it seems that there isn't a single good person in this Frog-Wolf tribe. They all deserve to be killed. How about I eat them all? There's no need for a tribe like this to exist. Seeing Xiao Gu become agitated again, Qin Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly. He patted Xiao Gu's shoulder and said solemnly, Xiao Gu, don't act recklessly. Without my permission, you're not allowed to do this. Understand? Although I know how you feel and that you want to get rid of love for the people, if you kill people on a whim and destroy an entire tribe, then your heart of slaughter is too heavy. If you do this, then what's the difference between you and those people? Although I know that you're from the Beast clan, you have a certain degree of bestiality. Eating people is your nature. Big Brother doesn't blame you. However, you can't kill people on a whim. Kill people who deserve to be killed, but you can't implicate others, let alone so many people. This is the custom of the people here. The people of this tribe live by killing, and they're used to killing. Therefore, to them, killing is a common thing. It's a matter of course. There are definitely evil among them, but some are not that evil. So for the specific situation, let's first revive Starry Sky, then ask Starry Sky and make a decision. Okay, Big Brother. I understand. I'll listen to you. Xiao Gu nodded. He didn't know so much, but he knew that what his big brother said was right. He just had to listen and do what his big brother said. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on those who bet on Starry Sky. He pointed to a man and said, This man is called Mbaha. He's the one who killed Starry Sky. Xiao Gu revived Starry Sky first. Xiao Gu nodded. It wasn't difficult to revive Starry Sky. After all, Starry Sky was only a universe master at that time. He hadn't even become a celestial master. Those below the celestial master level were mortal creatures, the most ordinary level of life. It was very easy to revive a life form at this level. For an ancient saint, it was as easy as blowing off dust. Hee, watch me. Xiao Gu smiled proudly. After laughing, he reached his hand directly toward the image. His hand seemed to travel through time and space, directly reaching into the image, and then forcibly grabbing the starry sky in the image. It felt as if Starry Sky had been grabbed from the long river of time. Then, Starry Sky directly crossed the long river of time from a moment more than 30 million years ago to the present. The image disappeared, and Starry Sky appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the other two. Xiao Gu let go of Starry Sky, clapped his hands, and smiled at Qin Xiao. I completed the task. It was a simple task. After being revived, Starry Sky was stunned. He was stunned on the spot. He spat out a few words in a daze. What's going on? Wasn't I dead? Where is this? Why do I feel like I'm alive again? At this time, Starry Sky still hadn't seen Qin Xiao and the others. He was still talking to himself. Xiao Gu couldn't help but go forward and give Starry Sky a push. Hey, Starry Sky. You're dead, but now you're alive again. I'm the one who revived you. Hee. Come and thank me and praise me. After being pushed by Xiao Gu, Starry Sky suddenly reacted and came back to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Gu. The moment he saw Xiao Gu, he was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened instantly. He looked at Xiao Gu with disbelief and opened his mouth wide. After being stunned for a while, Starry Sky said, Xiao Gu, it's you. Why are you here? Why are you here? And your aura, why is it so strong? It's so strong. I actually have the urge to kneel down to you. Moo, what's going on? Huh? Isn't this the Frog Wolf tribe? Why am I here? Shouldn't I have been killed by Mbaha? Xiao Gu, what did you say about being revived? All right, Xiao Gu, how can you take human form in the immortal region? And your aura is so strong. What realm are you at? Starry Sky's mind was full of question marks. There were too many doubts, too many unanswered questions. He couldn't figure out what was going on at all. His memory was still stuck at the moment of his death. But now he was alive again, standing here and seeing Xiao Gu. This series of unbelievable things really made him unable to come back to his senses. You can ask my big brother. Look, he's here. Xiao Gu obviously didn't know how to explain Starry Sky. He pointed at Qin Xiao. Big brother? Qin Xiao. Starry Sky suddenly came back to his senses. He saw Qin Xiao and Jingyang. Familiar faces, familiar auras. It was Qin Shao and Jingyang. When he saw Qin Shao, Starry Sky suddenly became very excited. He also finally reacted. "I've been revived?" Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "Yes, Starry Sky. You've been revived by Xiao Gu." "I've really been revived." "Ha ha ha." Starry Sky laughed excitedly. His eyes couldn't help but sparkle. "The moment I died, I also wondered if there would be a day when one of you would be able to revive me. I didn't expect that such a day would really come. Ha ha. However, I thought that maybe one day Qin Shao would be able to revive me. But I didn't expect that the person who revived me wasn't you, Qin Shao, but Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, thank you. Thank you very much for reviving me. You really gave me a big surprise." Xiao Gu raised his head proudly and said, Of course, of course. Only I have the ability to revive you. My big brother can't do it. It can't be helped. Who asked me to be so smart and talented? So I'm the first person to break through and become a sage." "What? Break through and become a sage?" In other words, Xiao Gu was now an ancient sage? His. Chapter 2577. Although Starry Sky died not long after arriving in the Immortal Domain, he still knew some basic information about the Immortal Domain. He naturally knew about the existence of the Ancient Sage Realm. It was a realm that all cultivators yearned for. It was like how all the life forms in the primordial universe yearned to reach the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Starry Sky had been pursuing the Heavenly Venerate Realm all his life. He had lived for nearly an epoch and had been pursuing the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Starry Sky didn't know about Xiao Gu's potential, but he felt that it shouldn't be too strong. Among the people who came out of the primordial universe, Qin Shao was the strongest. In that case, Qin Shao hadn't broken through to the Ancient Sage Realm, but Xiao Gu had. After some time, the Starry Sky calmed down a bit. Qin Shao also explained some of the current situation to the Starry Sky, which made the Starry Sky feel relieved. "Phew, I didn't expect that I've been dead for almost 40 million years. Ha! But I've heard a lot of good news since I came back to life. I'm glad to know that all of you are doing well. Xiao Gu is the first to become a Heavenly Venerate. Desolate Land and the others have also reached the second or third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Very good. Their progress can be said to be lightning fast. Their future is bright. There's also Baichuan Fusu and Young Master Yu. They have already reached the third step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm. I'm afraid that breaking through to the fourth step of the Heavenly Venerate Realm is just around the corner. Moreover, they have become the genius students of the Wind Cloud Academy. Congratulations. Everyone has a good future. The future of the primordial universe is also bright. Especially you, Qin Shao. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your name has shaken the entire Immortal Domain. You stand among the strongest youths in the Immortal Domain. You are becoming more and more heaven-defying and glorious. Ha! Our primordial universe is the most exciting with you. Good, really good. It's good that everyone is doing well. But Mortal Guest and Big Brother Heavenly Court are troublesome. But there's no way around it. Qin Shao, don't worry. Don't give yourself too much pressure. It will be solved. Take me, for example. My memory was when I died. Now, I came back to life. Even if I had to wait for 4 epochs, or even 4 epochs, it would only be a moment. Starry Sky was overjoyed and sighed. He also comforted Qin Shao at the same time. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew that. Starry Sky, let's go. I'll take revenge for you and kill those who bullied you. Tell me who you want me to kill, and I'll kill them for you. Even if I have to annihilate the entire frog-wolf tribe, it won't be a problem. Seeing that Xiao Gu was anxious again, Qin Shao said helplessly, Don't worry, Xiao Gu. Listen to what Starry Sky has to say first. Thinking of the past, Starry Sky's face was bitter. His luck was really bad. Actually, now that I think about it, it's nothing much. I can only say that I was unlucky. I, an outsider, appeared here and was caught by the Frogwolf tribe. Naturally, I won't have a good ending. All the tribesmen here are like this. It's in their nature. They wanted to enslave me, so I would rather die than submit. In the end, I was killed by Mbaha. This Mbaha is an extremely vicious and merciless person. Actually, now that I've been resurrected, the past is like smoke. I don't take it to heart and don't care. So, there's no need to take revenge. It's all in the past, so let it be. Knowing that you're all fine, my mood is great. Plus, I've been resurrected, so my mood is even better. Everything else is no longer important to me. There's no need to care too much about it. Why don't we just forget about it? Let's go. Starry Sky said. It wasn't that he didn't hold a grudge at all, but he was really in a good mood right now. When people were in a good mood, their hatred and anger would fade a lot. Moreover, Starry Sky was someone who had died once. After being resurrected, he naturally saw through a lot of things. Plus, he probably didn't want to trouble Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu, so he planned to leave. No, we can't just let it go. You didn't do anything wrong. You were killed by them. At the very least, you have to pay with your life, right? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will definitely kill them. This is something my big brother taught me. This sentence. So, this hatred must be avenged. Xiao Gu didn't agree to just let it go. Qin Xiao nodded and said, yes, we can't just let it go. Starry Sky, the fault isn't with you. You were killed for no reason. Since that's the case, this hatred must be avenged. Even if it doesn't implicate others, we can forget about those who caught you. But we can't let Mbaha, who killed you, go. That's right. Even if we don't kill others, that Mbaha must die. He's not a good person to begin with. He should be killed. Xiao Gu quickly nodded. Since Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu said so, Starry Sky didn't refuse. Instead, he said, all right, I'll listen to you. I'll kill Mbaha. As for the others, forget it. I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Frogwolf Tribe, Tribal Land. A group of weirdly dressed people were guarding the entrance of the tribal land. They seem a little lazy and not that serious. These people were still drinking wine, eating dried meat in big mouthfuls, and chatting. They were having a great time. These people were all incomparably strong and looked ferocious. Many of them even had shocking scars on their bodies, which were somewhat frightening to look at. Suddenly, four figures walked over and appeared in everyone's line of sight. Although these people looked very lazy, as soon as there was a situation, they immediately noticed it and were still very vigilant. Someone's here. These people quickly picked up their weapons and surrounded Qin Zhao's group of four. Seeing Qin Zhao's group, these people's eyes lit up. They felt as if they had seen a treasure. Hee, they're dressed so beautifully. It seems like they're outsiders. Their skin is so soft and tender. The meat should be very delicious. You're really not afraid of death. You actually dared to come to our tribal land. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Humph, for boys, you'd better obediently surrender. Otherwise, you'll suffer more. These people did not realize that Qin Zhao's group was an expert. After all, they could only sense that Starry Sky was a mortal and Jing Yang was a second step heavenly venerable. They naturally could not sense Xiao Gu's and Qin Zhao's aura. Since they could not sense it, they would treat them as first step heavenly venerables. Merely a second step Empyrean realm, they naturally did not place him in their sights at all. A group of people came forward and wanted to capture Qin Zhao's group. A group of ants, get out of my way. Xiao Gu shouted and stomped his foot on the ground. An incomparably powerful force smashed heavily on the ground, and it seemed to have caused the ground to crack. The entire ground shook violently, and the entire Frogwolf tribe trembled. The entire Frogwolf tribe shook violently, and the entire Frogwolf tribe shook. They were all frightened. Those who had surrounded Qin Xiao and the others to capture them were also sent flying by a powerful force. All of them fell to the ground in a sorry state. Their expressions changed drastically. These people naturally knew that a strong enemy had come. A strong enemy is invading. Hurry up and blow the horn. One of the men shouted loudly. Affected by the crack in the earth, the entire Frogwolf tribe had already heard the news. Everyone rushed out from all directions as if they were facing a strong enemy. The tribe's experts flew into the air and quickly rushed towards Qin Zhao's group. Xiao Gu, go and capture Mbaha's original body and clone. Don't give him a chance to escape. Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu had been waiting for Qin Zhao's instructions for a long time. This was his favorite thing to do. He immediately agreed. Okay, big brother, leave it to me. If he escapes, I'll take responsibility. Qin Zhao still stood in the same place, motionless, waiting for the people of the Frog-Wolf tribe to come. Soon, tens of thousands of people charged out and surrounded Qin Zhao and the other two tightly. There were 3 inner and 3 outer layers. Dozens of figures with powerful auras flew over from the sky and stood in the void, looking very mighty. Qin Zhao recognized the leader of the group, a man with a long face and a goatee. He was the leader of the Frog-Wolf tribe, Lord Frogsnake. He was a 4th-step heavenly venerable. According to the information provided by Xia Dongho, the Frog-Wolf tribe had a total of 7 4th-step heavenly venerables. All of them had appeared here. In addition to the 7 4th-step heavenly venerables, there were more than 1,000 3rd-step heavenly venerables. There were also hundreds of 3rd-step heavenly venerables. The rest were 1st-step and 2nd-step heavenly venerables. Qin Zhao directly broke into the Frog-Wolf tribe's territory and went straight to their headquarters. This lineup was naturally very powerful. However, no matter how powerful they were, Qin Zhao didn't put them in his eyes. After all, they were just a small Frog-Wolf tribe. Qin Zhao already knew how powerful the Frog-Wolf tribe was. Even if he came alone, he was confident that he could easily crush the entire Frog-Wolf tribe, not to mention that he had brought Xiao Gu with him. Qin Zhao didn't put the entire Frog-Wolf tribe in his eyes. After Qin Zhao's gaze swept through the crowd, he found a familiar figure. Qin Zhao grabbed at the air, and a powerful force grabbed Mbaha, who was in the crowd, and pulled him over. How could Mbaha resist? He flew directly towards Qin Zhao. Such a sudden change terrified Mbaha. His face was aghast as he struggled with all his might. However, he was just a 1st-step heavenly venerable. How could he resist? Lord Chief, save me. Knowing that he couldn't resist, Mbaha hurriedly asked the Frogsnake Chief for help. The others became even more nervous. They clenched the weapons in their hands and stared at Qin Zhao. At this time, he actually dared to take the initiative to attack. What kind of behavior was this? Wasn't this a blatant provocation of their Frog-Wolf tribe? Wasn't this not putting the Frog-Wolf tribe in his eyes? Humph. The goateed Frogsnake Chief snorted angrily. With a flip of his hand, a huge blood-red blade slashed towards Qin Zhao. It was fierce and overbearing, filled with the smell of blood, and contained a terrifying, evil aura. The power of this blade was incomparably sharp and had a very powerful killing power. As the chief of a tribe, the Frogsnake Chief's strength was still considered decent. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. In front of Qin Zhao, it was clearly far from enough. Not to mention now, even 20 million years ago, Qin Zhao would have been able to easily control them. In terms of strength, the goateed Frogsnake Chief was probably close to the standard of a 4th-step heavenly venerable. However, Qin Zhao was now comparable to a half-step heavenly venerable. He was more than 1 level higher than the goateed Frogsnake Chief. Qin Zhao glanced at him indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-splitting sword art was unleashed and met the attack head-on. However, Qin Zhao's sword could cut through everything. It was unstoppable. Chapter 2578. Not good. The goatee frog snake leader's expression was filled with shock and abruptly changed. This exchange of blows made him instantly understand that the young man in front of him was far stronger than him. He was confident that he was very powerful. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to defeat a 4th-step heavenly venerate. However, he didn't expect the other party to easily crush him with one blow. His strength was actually so terrifying. Such a young man was actually so powerful. This aura, could he be a disciple of a large family? Thinking of this possibility, the goatee frog snake chief couldn't help but feel worried. When the others saw that the goatee frog snake chief had suffered a great loss, they all became worried and nervous. They knew that the situation wasn't good. The goatee frog snake chief couldn't stop Qin Zhao. Instead, he suffered a great loss at Qin Zhao's hands and retreated a few steps in a sorry state. Baha fell directly into Qin Zhao's hands. Seeing that the goatee frog snake chief couldn't save him, Baha panicked even more. At this moment, he was so scared that his whole body was trembling. He looked at Qin Zhao with a terrified gaze and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. I don't know how I offended you, sir. Please explain. I'm just an insignificant person, sir. Don't dirty your hands." Qin Zhao coldly glanced at Baha, which instantly scared him to the bottom of his feet. That gaze was so sharp, so fierce, and so terrifying. Being looked at made Baha feel like he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. "May I ask who you are, sir? Why did you barge into my frog-wolf tribe and capture my clansmen? No matter how powerful you are, there should be a reason, right?" The goatee frog snake chief stared at Qin Zhao with an extremely cold expression. His frog-wolf tribe had never suffered such a great loss in his hands. Someone had barged into their tribe's land and captured a clansman right in front of him. If this matter were spread, his frog-wolf tribe would probably become the laughingstock of all the tribes in the Changbai mountain range. As the chief of the frog-wolf tribe, the goatee frog snake chief naturally had to protect the tribe's dignity. "I'll give you a clear explanation," Qin Zhao said indifferently and ignored the goatee frog snake chief. Instead, he looked at Baha, who was scared out of his wits, and said to him, "Baha, do you remember? More than 7 million years ago, did you kill a mortal from the outside world? At that time, you were the frog-wolf tribe. Because he would rather die than be enslaved by you, Baha, tortured him, and finally, you cruelly." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baha naturally recalled the matter of So it turned out that he was here for revenge, and Frog Snake Snake Chief was. Some people had some impression of this matter, and some people had also participated in this matter. But it was just a trivial matter. No one took it to heart. If Qin Zhao hadn't mentioned it, no one would have remembered such a trivial matter. Killing people was too common for them. It was as common as eating a meal. It happened all the time, and it wasn't something rare. No one would have thought that just because they had killed a mortal and insignificant life form, a tiny ant, it would actually attract such a powerful existence to come knocking on their door for revenge. Wasn't this joke a little too big? "Baha, do you still remember me?" Starry Sky walked up and looked at Baha. Baha was stunned when he heard this voice. His gaze immediately landed on Starry Sky. When he saw this familiar face, Baha was so scared that his face instantly turned pale. "It's you. How can it be you? That. Didn't I already kill you, the one who was killed by me?" "Oh, right. I killed your clone. This must be your original body, right?" Starry Sky shook his head. "This is the clone you killed back then. It's just that I've been resurrected." "What? Resurrected?" This, but only ancient saints had the ability to resurrect lives. Could it be that the expert who caught him was an ancient saint? Starry Sky's words did indeed frighten many members of the Frogwolf tribe. All of them were greatly frightened. An ancient saint. Once he was enraged, he could easily annihilate the entire Frogwolf tribe. After provoking an ancient sage, how could they not be worried? No. The Frog Snake Chief stared at Qin Zhao for a while. He didn't sense any ancient saint aura from Qin Zhao. Therefore, he was sure that Qin Zhao wasn't an ancient saint. Could it be that there was an ancient saint hiding in the dark? To be able to resurrect a dead person, there must be an ancient saint. What kind of background did the person in front of him have? The Frog Snake leader wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to strangle Baha to death. Why did he have to provoke such a powerful existence? Now, he was going to bring a huge disaster to the Frogwolf tribe. Baha was in complete despair. He knew that he was going to die today. He couldn't escape this disaster. How could the Frogwolf tribe members have any thoughts at this moment? In front of such a powerful force, how could they dare to have the slightest intention of resisting? The Frog Snake Chief immediately said, "Your Honor, I'm very sorry about this. However, I really didn't know about this. The others in my tribe didn't know either. This was Baha's own doing. I hope that your honor won't take your anger out on our frog wolf tribe. Baha committed such a heinous crime. Our frog wolf tribe won't protect him. Everything will be handed over to your honor. With that, the frog snake chief coldly glared at Baha and angrily scolded, "Humph, you bastard. You actually committed such a heinous crime. Do you know your crime?" How could Mba not know that in front of such a powerful fist, even the chief chose to lower his head? Their frog wolf tribe had to lower their heads. If he didn't lower his head, it would implicate the entire frog wolf tribe. What should he do? What could he do? What could he do in such a situation? Many people looked at Mbaha and used their eyes to signal him to lower his head. They wanted him to quickly admit his crime and appease the other party's anger. This was sending him to his death. But could he, Mbaha, escape death today? Could he? He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. But what could he do? He regretted it. But was there any medicine for regret? Could everything be salvaged? Plop. Under such a situation, Mbaha could only accept his fate. He had no other choice. If he didn't accept his fate, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Moreover, he might even harm the entire frog wolf tribe. Then, he would really become a great sinner of the frog wolf tribe. If he accepted his fate, he might still be able to save the frog wolf tribe. Mbaha knelt in front of the starry sky. Back then, I killed you. I deserve to die. I admit my crime. If you want to kill me, do as you please. However, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This matter was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with the other members of my tribe. If you want to kill someone, then kill me. I am willing to use my death as an apology and bear all the responsibility. At this moment, the members of the frog wolf tribe were all silent. They didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing that their tribesmen were about to be killed, no one dared to stop them. To a tribe, this was a great humiliation. However, in front of such a powerful force, they could only lower their heads. At this moment, the space fluctuated. Everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes. Immediately, two figures appeared beside Qin Xiao. Xiao Gu had returned. He had caught Mbaha's real body and casually threw it on ground. Both Mbaha's real body and clone were here. His face was ashen and his thoughts were in despair. He also knew that his real body couldn't be saved. Just now, he wanted to escape, but he was quickly caught. Starry Sky, how do you think we should deal with him? Xiao Gu clapped his hands and asked. While speaking, Xiao Gu's gaze swept across the other members of the frog wolf tribe. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as if he wanted to deal with them as well. Starry Sky looked at Mbaha and said in a deep voice, seeing that you still have some sense of responsibility and can bear the responsibility at this time and not implicate the frog wolf tribe, you could be considered a person who cares about comradeship. How about this? I'll give you a quick death. You kill one of my clones, and I'll kill one of yours. I'll spare your real body. I'm too lazy to do it. You can kill yourself. What? Only kill one of his clones. No. Xiao Gu immediately disagreed. He immediately pulled Starry Sky and said, Are you stupid? How can you only kill one of his clones? If you want to kill him, kill both his real body and his clones. Killing one of his clones is letting him off too easily. That loss is nothing to him. It won't teach him a lesson. In addition to killing you, he also bullied you. How can we let him off so easily? I think we have to kill his real body too. This kind of person is sinful and deserves to be killed. He'll only be a disaster if he stays. Starry Sky shook his head and said, There are countless evil people in this world. We can't kill them all. Since there are good people in this world, there must be evil people. Otherwise, this world would be beautiful. But without conflict, how can cultivation be so prosperous? What about Chong Sheng? So forget it. He killed one of my clones, and I killed one of his. This counts as revenge. There's no need to pursue the rest. If he continues to be stubborn today, then I'll definitely kill both his real body and his clones. Being kind to others isn't a bad thing. Isn't there a saying in my hometown? Suffering losses is also a blessing. The losses we suffer in the past are all steps on our path to growth. They will allow us to grow. Xiao Gu clearly didn't understand these profound principles. Xiao Gu still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Xiao. "All right, Xiao Gu. Listen to Starry Sky. This is his revenge. He should make his own decision. No matter what decision he makes, we should support him. His decision is a realization of his thoughts. In a situation where you can kill or not, being kind to others is also a good choice. Cultivators of our generation should have kindness in our hearts. We should also have righteousness in our bodies. We should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and share the heavens' thoughts. This matter will be decided by Starry Sky." Since Qin Xiao said so, Xiao Gu could only smack his lips and didn't say anything else. The despairing Baha was overjoyed and shocked that Starry Sky only killed his clone and didn't kill his real body. He really didn't expect that he would have a chance to live. It was really something he didn't even dare to think about. "Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. I will sincerely repent for my previous heinous crimes and my previous actions. I will turn over a new leaf and strive to be a kind person in the future. I will have righteousness in my heart." Baha hurriedly cowed out. He expressed his thanks. Chapter 2579. Since the Starry Sky Man had been resurrected and he had gotten his revenge, things had come to an end. After taking care of the Starry Sky matter, Qin Xiao went to the Qin territory and went straight to the Nine Palace Academy. The Nine Palace Academy was the head of the 3 major academies in the Qin territory. It was established by the Qin clan to absorb geniuses from all over the world and nurture them. The Qin clan would not take in people from other clans. However, they could use the method of establishing a school to attract many geniuses to join and use them for the school. Behind the academy, they would be used by the Qin clan. Only in name, they would be used by the Qin clan. In fact, such a situation was common in the 9 states of Huaxia. Almost all the major territories had similar situations. In the past, Red Dust Guest was fortunate enough to pass through the selection of the Nine Palace Academy. In the end, he was successfully recruited by the Nine Palace Academy and became a genius student. There was no doubt that Worldly Guest was a cultivator with great potential. The fact that he was able to walk out of the universe was enough to prove that. Unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to provoke Qin Jiaowei, a disciple of the Qin clan. In the end, he died miserably at Qin Jiaowei's hands. Qin Jiaowei was a disciple of the Qin clan. Therefore, the Nine Palace Academy did not punish him accordingly, and this matter was left unsettled. Killing each other should have been a taboo in the academy. However, Qin Jiaowei could disregard the rules of the academy because he was a descendant of the Qin family, because the Nine Palace Academy was founded by the Qin family, and because his grandfather was a venerable one. Therefore, he could trample on the academy's rules at will, ignore the opinions of others, and wantonly kill fellow students. Naturally, the other students of the Nine Palace Academy did not dare to say anything about this matter. They did not even dare to spread this matter outside. Qin Zhao's group of 4 directly descended before the Nine Palace Academy's gate. Xiao Gu rubbed his fists as if his hands had been itching for a long time. He said to Qin Xiao, "Big brother, how should we play? Do you want me to smash the door down?" "Ha ha. If you want to make a scene, then make it big." Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Gu and said unhappily, "You only know how to fight. The Nine Palace Academy is not a simple place. Nearly half of the teachers here are at the Ancient Saint stage. Moreover, the Dean is a supreme expert at the Ancient Saint stage. What about the true saints? There are 3 second-step Empyrean saints as well. Are you sure you want to smash the gate?" "Cough, really? How could this academy be so strong? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. I won't smash it." After Xiao Gu heard this, he clicked his tongue and immediately stopped talking about smashing the courtyard door. He was only a first-step Empyrean saint. If a second-step Empyrean saint jumped out, he would be in deep trouble. Then, the Nine Palace Academy was Qin Ling's #1 academy, so they were naturally very strong. Although it's far from being comparable to the Holy Institute, it's still relatively strong. How can ordinary people mess around here? Qin Xiao to Xiao Qin's Sect Sky, Sect Qin Sky, Qin Qin Sky. If you want to fight, then I'll bring Ah Dong and Wu Chi here. Zhao's. Where? Xiao Gu nodded and said, oh, it was boring if they didn't fight. Xiao Gu, release a trace of holy aura to suppress the two disciples guarding the gate. Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu and walked toward the Nine Palace Academy's gate. Okay, big brother, just leave it to me. Xiao Gu nodded and released a trace of holy aura to suppress the gate. Two Nine Palace Academy students were guarding the gate. Usually, only ordinary students or students who were punished were guarding the gate. Two Second Step Heavenly Venerables were guarding the gate seriously. Although almost no one came in and out normally, they didn't dare to slack off. Otherwise, if they were seen by the teachers of the academy, their punishment would be even more severe. Holy aura? An ancient sage is here. Which teacher is it? The expressions of the two youngsters suddenly changed, and they immediately became respectful and solemn. They looked over, but when their gazes fell on Qin Xiao and the other three, their expressions immediately became somewhat strange. If it wasn't the Nine Palace Academy's teachers, then who were these people? They were completely unfamiliar faces. Their eyesight wasn't high, so they could only sense that Xiao Gu was an ancient saint. They couldn't sense Qin Zhao's strength, nor did they sense any holy aura. As for Xiao Gu and Jing Yang, they were directly ignored by them. Such a combination was a little strange. There was a mortal spirit, a second step heavenly venerate, an ancient saint, and a handsome young man whose strength they couldn't see through. Although they couldn't see through Qin Zhao's strength, they could see that the ancient saint seemed to be very respectful to this handsome young man. It seemed like he was a follower or something. To have an ancient saint as a follower? Thinking of this, the two students couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They suddenly felt that it was very inconceivable, too inconceivable. Then what was the background of this handsome young man? Even the outstanding figures of the Qin clan's younger generation didn't have such a big show of extravagance, right? They couldn't possibly have an ancient saint as a follower, right? The two students were stunned on the spot. They looked at Qin Xiao in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. Qin Xiao looked at the two of them, smiled slightly, and said, "Two little brothers, can I trouble you to ask Qin Zhao Wei to come out?" Looking for senior brother Qin? The two students looked at each other. Why was he looking for senior brother Qin? Senior brother Qin was a disciple of the Qin clan, and he was used to being arrogant and domineering. He probably had a lot of enemies and had a lot of enemies. Naturally, they couldn't help but be a little vigilant when someone came to find them. They didn't dare to easily agree. If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. One of the students hesitated for a moment, then said, "Sir Immortal, may I know why you are looking for senior brother Qin Zhao Wei? May I ask what your name is? Otherwise, I don't know how to report this matter to senior brother Qin. And it seems that my senior brother Qin rarely sees guests, so," Qin Xiao said again, "just go and tell Qin Zhao Wei. Just say that I am Qin Zhaoyan's friend, and I am looking for him for an important matter." Qin Zhaoyan. When they heard this name, the two students were suddenly filled with deep veneration. They looked at each other in dismay. Qin Zhaoyan was the outstanding figure of the Qin clan's younger generation. He was the #1 person of the Qin clan's younger generation. He had also successfully passed the selection of the Holy Institute and became a student there. And Qin Zhaoyan was the only student of the Qin clan. Naturally, there was no need to talk about Qin Zhaoyan's position among the younger generation of the Qin clan. Without a doubt, he was the #1 person and had supreme prestige. In the Qin territory, no one would not know the name Qin Zhaoyan. Most likely, in terms of fame, he would not lose to Qin Xiao, because they both had the same surname. Many people would even compare Qin Xiao and Qin Zhaoyan. Of course, Qin Zhaoyan could not be compared to Qin Xiao. Only, many people wondered whether Qin Xiao was also from the Qin clan. If Qin Xiao was also from the Qin clan, then the Qin clan would shine brightly for once. Unfortunately, Qin Xiao was not from the Qin clan, even though they both had the same surname. "Yes, Sir Honored Immortal. Please wait a moment. I will go and report to senior brother Qin," one of the students immediately said and walked into the Nine Palace Academy. Xiao Gu curled his lips and muttered something. If it were him, he would just barge in directly. There was no need to go through so much trouble. He would be lucky if he did not smash the door. If they wanted to barge in, how could this door stop them? Of course, Qin Xiao would not do such a crude thing. Not long after, the student walked over with a young man who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary aura. With a glance, one could tell that this young man was a proud and arrogant person. The word foppish seemed to be written on his face. With one look, one could tell that he was the kind of person who was unruly and arrogant. This person was Qin Jiaowei. He could be considered a good genius and had participated in the selection of the Sacred Academy. However, he was eliminated in the second round. Although he was eliminated, in Qinling's eyes, he was still considered a top genius. Among the younger generation of the Qin clan, he could be considered to be one of the top. At this time, Qin Jiaowei had also broken through to the fourth step of the heavenly venerable realm. Among the students of the Nine Palace Academy, he stood at the top. Qin Jiaowei raised his chin slightly and looked at Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu. With an ancient saint present, Qin Jiaowei restrained some of his arrogance. Finally, his gaze fell on Qin Xiao and said, "May I ask who you are? We don't seem to know each other. Why did you bring people to the Nine Palaces Academy to look for me? You know my big brother Zhao Tian? My big brother Zhao Tian is a student of the Sacred Academy. He rarely comes out of the Sacred Academy. How do you know him? If it weren't for my big brother Zhao Tian, I wouldn't have come out to see you. You better know my big brother Zhao Tian. Otherwise, humph." His final snort also showed his arrogance. Even if Qin Xiao had an ancient saint by his side, Qin Jiaowei could still look down on him. He still didn't put Xiao Gu in his eyes. He was just a one-step ancient saint. How could he look down on him? However, this was the Nine Palace Academy. It wasn't a place where a one-step ancient saint could behave atrociously. That was why Qin Jiaowei was so unscrupulous. It was obvious that he was a person who knew how to take advantage of the situation. He had the Nine Palace Academy behind him, so he naturally didn't put Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu in his eyes. He only gave them a little bit of respect, or maybe not at all. It's true that I know Qin Zhao Tian." Qin Xiao sneered and replied. Qin Jiaowei looked at Qin Xiao and said coldly, "So you're saying that my big brother Zhao Tian doesn't know you? I knew you weren't my big brother Zhao Yan's friend. You lied about my big brother Zhao Yan's name to see me. What do you mean? Speak. You better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble today." Qin Xiao wasn't angry, but Xiao Gu was. He pointed at Qin Jiaowei's nose and scolded, "Bah, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my big brother like that? Even Qin Zhao Tian has to be polite in front of my big brother. He wouldn't dare offend him in the slightest. You little bastard, how dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe I won't eat you?" If it was outside, Qin Jiaowei wouldn't dare provoke our ancient saint. Chapter 2580. The Nine Palace Academy was indeed not a place where a first-step ancient saint could behave atrociously. With the support of the Nine Palace Academy and the powerful Qin clan behind him, Qin Jiaowei was naturally able to look down on a first-step ancient saint like Qin Jiaowei. Such an untamed aura was indeed very vigorous. "Hey, you bastard! How dare you be so arrogant? I'm going to eat you today." Xiao Gu, who had a bad temper, was instantly enraged and was about to attack Qin Jiaowei. Seeing that Xiao Gu really dared to make a move, Qin Jiaowei also felt a little afraid. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said to the 2 students guarding the gate, "If he dares to make a move, you immediately sound the alarm and activate the courtyard guarding array." The 2 students were stunned for a moment before they nodded. This was their duty. This time, Qin Xiao didn't stop Xiao Gu. Instead, he said to him, "Catch him, but don't kill him." After getting Qin Zhao's permission, Xiao Gu grinned and immediately became happy. Big brother, I've been waiting for you to say this. This bastard, let's see if I can't kill him." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Gu had already charged towards Qin Jiaowei. Xiao Gu was an ancient saint, so his speed was naturally incomparably fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of Qin Jiaowei. not giving him any chance to react at all. Xiao Gu really dared to make a move here, which really scared the two students who were guarding the gate. Heavens, what kind of person was this? His courage wasn't ordinary, right? This was the Nine Palace Academy, the #1 academy of Qinling. It was fully supported by the Qin clan, which represented the face of the Qin clan. Who would dare to act rashly here? Wasn't capturing a genius student at the gate of the Nine Palace Academy a great provocation to the Nine Palace Academy? Wasn't that completely looking down on the Nine Palace Academy? So what if he was a first-step ancient saint? There were no less than 100 ancient saints in the Nine Palace Academy, and there was even a third-step ancient saint guarding the academy. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Even a second-step Empyrean saint would not dare to cause trouble here. Where did a first-step ancient saint like him get the courage to attack Qin Jiaowei? Qin Jiaowei himself was also a little dumbfounded. His arrogance had also suffered a heavy blow. Just now, he was insufferably arrogant because he had full confidence that he could be so arrogant and condescending. He really didn't think that these people would actually dare to make a move on him. They were simply crazy. How dare you? You're just a puny Empyrean saint. Do you really not know where this is? How can our Nine Palace Academy allow a puny first-step ancient saint like you to behave atrociously here? If you dare to touch me, I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave here in one piece today. You are really audacious. Qin Jiaowei was anxious and angry. But as soon as his voice fell, Xiao Gu had already arrived in front of him. He raised his hand and slapped Qin Jiaowei's face heavily. Slap! A crisp slap resounded across Qin Jiaowei's face. Xiao Gu's slap was not polite at all. It was very forceful. Even though Qin Jiaowei was a fourth-step ancient saint, the slap caused his qi and blood to flow backward. His head buzzed, the world spun, and he felt waves of pain. This slap caused his face to change shape. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Even his immortal body was slightly injured. This showed how ruthless the slap was. When had Qin Jiaowei ever been beaten like this? This was not only a physical beating, but also a heavy blow to his soul. The double blow made Qin Jiaowei's eyes turn red. His face was hideous and terrifying. Humiliation. This was a great humiliation to Qin Jiaowei. Qin Jiaowei had never suffered such a big loss in his life. But this time, he was heavily slapped in the face. Moreover, it was in front of the Nine Palace Academy's gate. If this spread out, Qin Jiaowei would lose all face. How would he survive in the Nine Palace Academy? You dare to hit me? You're dead. You're dead, slap. Qin Jiaowei suddenly became angry out of humiliation. He was extremely angry, but before he could finish his words, he was answered by another loud slap in the face, and it was even louder than the previous one. Qin Jiaowei was directly stunned, and the corners of his mouth were full. His mouth was covered in blood, and he looked very miserable. This was a complete beating. However, this was normal. After all, Xiao Gu was an ancient saint. Qin Jiaowei was just a cultivator who had just broken through to the fourth-step ancient saint realm. In front of Xiao Gu, he was naturally as weak as an ant. How could an ant have the slightest strength to resist? Naturally, he would be beaten up in front of Xiao Gu. No matter how arrogant he was, he couldn't pose any threat to Little Gu. Little Gu simply didn't care about what he said. People with bad mouths are so cheap. Are you satisfied now? I'm willing to take care of people like you. However, your skin is really thick. It hurts my hand. Are you comfortable now? If not, I can give you a few more slaps, Xiao Gu said with a grin. Regardless of whether Qin Jiaowei was comfortable or not, he was comfortable. It felt good. It had been a long time since he beat someone up. The best way to deal with this kind of bastard was to slap him. Do you dare? If you have the guts, try again. See if I... How arrogant was Qin Jiaowei? He had been slapped twice in the face, trampled on his dignity, and humiliated. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, in a moment of hot-headedness, he naturally used his usual trick to threaten Xiao Gu. However, this kind of threat was obviously useless against Xiao Gu. In fact, it was even a counterattack. Sure enough, the answer he got was another loud slap in the face. Slap. Xiao Gu was instantly amused. He was overjoyed. Ha ha! I've never heard such a strange request. It seems that I didn't do my best just now. I didn't hit you hard enough. Well, I'll reflect on myself. Since you have such a request, the only thing I can do is to satisfy you. Didn't you ask me to try? All right, I'll continue. I'll stop when you tell me to. After saying that, Xiao Gu started slapping Qin Jiaowei left and right. The crisp and clear sound of the slaps was like setting off firecrackers. The crackling sound was enough to make one's heart tremble. This scene was truly too ghastly to look at. It was truly a tragic sight. At this time, Qin Jiaowei did not have the slightest strength to resist. He stood there like a target, letting Xiao Gu slap him. On the other side, the two students guarding the gate were completely dumbfounded. They were scared silly. Oh my God, this. The one being slapped was not an ordinary student of the Nine Palace Academy. This was Qin Jiaowei, the most popular genius student of the Nine Palace Academy. He was also a young genius of the Qin family. How high was his status? Someone actually dared to humiliate Qin Jiaowei at the gate of the Nine Palace Academy. Did this person not want to live anymore? With this move, not only had he provoked the Nine Palace Academy, he had also offended the Qin clan. The Qin family was the Qin family of the 100 schools of thought. They had the ancient surname Qin. At their peak, the Qin family had unified 7 territories. In a long river of history, the Qin family had an extremely glorious history. How deep was the Qin family's foundation? This person was either stupid or crazy, right? Quick, send out the distress signal. Send out the second level signal. No. Send out the first level signal. Send out the first level signal. One of the students guarding the gate finally reacted and immediately said to the other. Both of them reacted abruptly. Without any hesitation, they immediately blew out a distress signal. A level 1 signal meant that something extremely important was about to happen. If a first level signal was sent out, at least a second step ancient saint would be sent out to take charge of the situation. As soon as the first level signal was sent out, the entire Nine Palace Academy was instantly alarmed. In a cultivation place in the Nine Palace Academy, dozens of students who were cultivating there immediately stopped cultivating when they heard the signal. Everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. After being stunned for a while, a student was the first to react. It's a first level signal. A first level signal. Something big has happened. Let's go and take a look. A first level signal? What's going on? What happened? Why is there a first level signal? How many years has it been since a first level signal was sent out? Everyone, don't hesitate. Let's go and see what's going on. Yes, let's go. These students all reacted and rushed towards the entrance of the courtyard. In a classroom, there were currently over 100 students sitting there, listening to the preaching of an ancient saint teacher. The ancient saint teacher who was lecturing suddenly frowned deeply and looked in the direction of the gate in confusion. A first level signal? What's going on? The originally silent classroom suddenly burst into an uproar. What's going on? Why is there a first level signal for help? Is someone attacking our Nine Palace Academy's gate? That's impossible. Who has the guts to attack our Nine Palace Academy? Are they stupid or crazy? The ancient saint teacher stood up and said to the students coldly, "Let's go and take a look." All the students stood up and followed the ancient saint teacher out of the classroom, heading toward the entrance of the academy. The entire Nine Palace Academy was alarmed. One figure after another walked out and rushed toward the academy gate. The ancient sages were also alarmed by the commotion. They leaped into the air and flew toward the courtyard. A large group of people was rushing toward the gate. On the other side, Qin Jiaowei, who had been slapped countless times by Xiao Gu, was beaten into a pig's head. His face was a bloody mess, and he didn't look human at all. Even if his mother was here, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Qin Jiaowei was beaten to the point of no return. He was on the verge of death, and his immortal body was severely injured. The arrogant Qin Jiaowei finally lowered his head and begged Xiao Gu for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Please stop hitting me. I can't take it anymore." Xiao Gu only stopped when he heard Qin Jiaowei's pleas. He grinned and looked at Qin Zhaohui with disdain. He said mockingly, "Now you know how to beg for mercy? What were you doing earlier? Who told you to be so cheap? Are you satisfied now? I can't stand people like you. I can't beat you to death, but you still dare to be rude to me? Did the Nine Palace Academy and the Qin family give you the courage to speak to my big brother like that? But with your courage, you're not worthy of my big brother." Chapter 2581. Big Brother, Isn't It Beautiful? Little Gu asked Qin Shao proudly. Qin Shao gave Little Gu a thumbs up directly and spat out 4 words. Beautifully done. Ha ha ha. Receiving Qin Zhao's praise, Little Gu was even more overjoyed. He laughed happily. Aha! Big brother, if you have such physical work in the future, let me do it. Although this bastard's face is indeed somewhat thick, it also felt good to fight. Towards the end, even the rhythm came out. I even had to follow the rhythm happily. Thinking about it, it was quite satisfying. It could be considered a hearty experience. Let's go back. However, I am afraid it will not be easy to meet someone with such a strange request next time. Qin Shao smiled. He was afraid that Xiao Gu's humiliation was even more painful than killing Qin Zhaohui's clone. This round of humiliation would certainly become a shame that he could not wash away for the rest of his life. It would be an extraordinary shame to deal with a person. Killing him would be the simplest and most obvious form of revenge. To humiliate and trample on him from the soul and face would be the most ruthless method of revenge. Although Qin Shao did not want to avenge his teacher Red Dust Guest, Qin Shao did not want to kill Qin Zhaohui at the moment. After all, Qin Zhaohui's clone had died at the hands of his teacher Red Dust Guest, and his teacher was not killed by Qin Zhaohui, but by his grandfather. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. If Qin Shao wanted to avenge his teacher Red Dust Guest, then the person he wanted to kill would be Qin Zhaohui's grandfather, Qin Yanjin. However, although Qin Shao did not have the intention to kill Qin Zhaohui at the moment, of course he would not let him go easily. It was necessary to collect some interest from him and teach him a lesson. As for whether to kill him or not, it would depend on whether this guy deserved to be killed or not. It was still too early to kill him now. Qin Shao did not want to engage in a major conflict with the Qin clan. Indeed, the time was far from ripe. Therefore, there was no need to be so anxious. Hearing the conversation between Qin Shao and Xiao Gu, Qin Zhaohui wanted to die. How could they bully him like this? Why not just give him a quick death and kill him directly? But if you want to die, how could it be so easy? I don't care who you are. I don't care what kind of background you have. I want you all dead. Qin Zhaohui's heart was filled with hatred. He had already asked his grandfather for help. His grandfather was the second elder of the Nine Palace Academy. In the Nine Palace Academy, his position was only below the dean and great elder. He was ranked 3rd. In the Nine Palace Academy, they were considered to have a high status. Since he was a second-step ancient saint, it was only natural for him to be extremely powerful. Therefore, he had killed Red Dust Guest in the Nine Palace Academy. Soon, he saw a large number of figures rushing over. Among them, there were more than a dozen primordial saints. These people were really fast. In just a few moments, over a dozen ancient saints and several hundred students had rushed over. However, when everyone saw that there was nothing going on at the entrance of the courtyard and that it was very quiet, they were immediately puzzled. What's going on? Didn't they just send out a first-class distress signal? Why couldn't they see anything? Everyone's gaze quickly fell on Qin Shao and the others. They also saw Qin Zhaohui, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Xiao Gu. However, no one could recognize Qin Zhaohui in his current state. However, when they saw him beaten into a pig's head, with his face covered in blood and flesh, it was truly a ghastly sight. Many people jumped in fright. This was especially true for the female students. Some of them were so frightened that they let out a few screams. It was very exaggerated. What's going on? They couldn't understand it at all. Wasn't the level 1 SOS only used when something major had happened? No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like anything major had happened here. The ancient saints were also completely confused. The few people in front of them were very ordinary. One was a first-step ancient saint, one was a fourth-step heavenly venerate, one was a second-step heavenly venerate, and one was a mortal. This was an extremely ordinary team. Moreover, the one who had been beaten into a pig's head was a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Finally, someone noticed something. A student suddenly pointed at Qin Jiaowei, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and said, "Everyone look, isn't that senior brother Qin Jiaowei?" With this reminder, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Jiaowei. Although it was difficult to recognize him from his face, it was easy to recognize him from his breath. If it wasn't Qin Jiaowei, who else could it be? Seeing Qin Jiaowei beaten into such a state, many people were dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Jiaowei in shock, then at Xiao Gu, who was holding Qin Jiaowei, and then at Qin Xiao, who was beside Xiao Gu. Obviously, people with discerning eyes could see that this group of people was led by Qin Xiao. Who was this young man? How dare he bring an ancient saint to the Nine Palace Academy and beat Qin Jiaowei into a pig's head at the entrance of the Nine Palace Academy? Wasn't this an obvious provocation and humiliation to the Nine Palace Academy? Wasn't this a provocation to the Qin clan? Supreme Saint Prestige? How dare he? How dare he? What kind of background did he have to dare to do this? Many people were speculating, thinking that this matter was a little too crazy. One of the ancient saints finally spoke. He pointed at Xiao Gu and reprimanded, "Sir, how dare you capture a genius student of the Nine Palace Academy? Aren't you too arrogant to look down on the Nine Palace Academy? Do you understand now?" With your strength, you're far from being able to behave atrociously in the Nine Palace Academy. I advise you to release Qin Jiaowei immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lil Gu raised his head, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this ancient saint. Instead, he replied with disdain, "Bullsh*T. Get out of my way, you old geezer. I'm not in the mood to pay attention to you. Isn't it just the consequences? It's nothing. I'm strong enough to bear it." Arrogant, too arrogant. A one-step ancient saint actually dared to say such words in the Nine Palace Academy. The Empyrean saints from the ancient Saint Academy were infuriated, and they snorted coldly in unison. Several Empyrean saints pointed at Xiao Gu's nose and roared, "You're just a beast. How dare you behave so atrociously in the Nine Palace Academy? Are you courting death? Even if I'm courting death, you'll have to have the ability to kill me first." Xiao Gu wasn't threatened and rolled his eyes at those ancient saint venerables. What was there to be afraid of? Xiao Gu wasn't afraid of anything anyway. With Qin Xiao by his side, what was there to be afraid of? If these old men wanted to bully him with numbers, they had to ask his big brother first. "You're courting death." The ancient saints were completely enraged and wanted to kill Xiao Gu. At this time, Qin Xiao also said to Xiao Gu, "That's enough, Xiao Gu. Don't be so rude. We're not here to cause trouble today." After receiving Qin Zhao's order, Xiao Gu shut his mouth resentfully. Qin Zhao's anger was controlled at the right time. Even though the fire was ignited, it didn't erupt completely. This was the effect he wanted. This fire had to be ignited. If he didn't ignite it, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal today. The ancient saints looked at Qin Xiao in unison. They could tell that Qin Xiao was the leader of this group. They were extremely puzzled. Where did this young man come from? To be able to have an ancient saint as a follower, he should be someone with a great background. Most likely, even the outstanding young disciples of the 100 schools of thought wouldn't receive such treatment, right? However, no matter who the other party was, they had seriously provoked the Nine Palace Academy and trampled on the Nine Palace Academy's supreme dignity. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved properly. Otherwise, wouldn't the Nine Palace Academy's dignity be tarnished? More and more people were still rushing over. The number of ancient saints was also increasing. Soon, there were more than 30 of them. The number of students had also exceeded 3,000. A considerable portion of the students had rushed over. A powerful aura soared through the air and flew towards them at a high speed. Soon, the powerful figure landed at the front of the group. The incomparably powerful aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. It completely suppressed the void and grasped it in the palm of his hand. A formless yet powerful aura enveloped the entire world. It was as if he was announcing to everyone that this heaven and earth belonged to him. This was a supreme saint aura, a supreme power, and an incomparably powerful aura. It was overbearing and domineering. The main character had arrived. Qin Xiao and Xiao Gu immediately perked up. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of sharpness and coldness as he swept his gaze over and landed on the newcomer. Obviously, the newcomer was none other than the murderer of his master, Red Dust Guest, Qin Yinjin. He was a second-step ancient saint, the second elder of the Nine Palace Academy, and the third person in charge. When enemies met, it was natural for their eyes to blaze with hatred. The feeling was very different. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on Qin Yinjin. He couldn't help but clench his fists. If he could, he really wanted to rush over and kill Qin Yinjin. However, he was only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. His strength was far from being able to contend with Qin Yinjin. The gap between him and Qin Yinjin was still very, very far. His strength was far inferior. Therefore, no matter how angry Qin Xiao was, he could only forcibly suppress the trace of hatred in his heart and endure it silently. He told himself that revenge was a dish best served cold. He wasn't here for revenge today, but to collect some interest first. Xiao Gu also gritted his teeth. He really wanted to kill Qin Yinjin, but his strength was far from enough. He was definitely far from being Qin Yinjin's match. Therefore, Xiao Gu could only grit his teeth and endure. "Grandpa, save me." Qin Zhaohui immediately let out a weak cry for help when he saw Qin Yinjin arrive. Qin Yinjin's expression was incomparably gloomy and solemn. A thick murderous aura flashed between his brows. His sword-like eyebrows reached his temples, and a dense aura coiled around them. It was terrifying just looking at him. Since Qin Yinjin had arrived, the other people from the Nine Palace Academy naturally didn't say anything. Everything was left to Qin Yinjin to handle. Qin Yinjin's gloomy and cold face was filled with anger and murderous aura. This aura seemed to have frozen the air. Some of the Nine Palace Academy students were even suffocating from the pressure. It was very uncomfortable. Jing Yang and Starry Sky were also very uncomfortable. They were weak, so it was natural for them to feel especially uncomfortable under the pressure of this aura. Jing Yang, Starry Sky, go into my internal world first. Otherwise, you will be in danger, Qin Xiao directly said to Jing Yang and Starry Sky. The two of them naturally nodded in agreement. Qin Xiao waved his hand and put the two of them into his internal world to prevent them from being harmed. Chapter 2582. Who are you? Qin Yinjin could tell that Qin Xiao had a powerful background, so he did not make a move immediately. Instead, he asked coldly. His shout fully released his anger, bringing with it a chilling, murderous intent that made people tremble in fear. This was a second-step ancient saint after all. How terrifying would it be if he was angered? Sacred Academy, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao replied unhurriedly and confronted Qin Yinjin. While Qin Yinjin was releasing his supreme saint aura, Qin Xiao was also showing his unyielding edge. Logically speaking, one of them was a second-step ancient saint, while the other was a fourth-step heavenly venerate. The two of them were not on the same level at all, and they should be able to crush each other completely. However, Qin Zhao's performance in front of sacred venerate Qin Yinjin was different from ordinary people. He didn't seem like a fourth-step heavenly venerate kid, but a second-step primeval saint powerhouse who dared to compete with Qin Yinjin. What? The moment Qin Zhao's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Qin Xiao from Sacred Academy? He's that Gang Xiao. He's Qin Xiao, the young genius who has been in the limelight recently. He's known as the #1 youth in the immortal realm, Qin Xiao. He's Qin Xiao. I've heard of his name for a long time. I didn't expect to see him in person today. He's really impressive. No wonder he dared to be so calm in front of the second elder. It turns out that he has such a powerful background. He's a genius student of Sacred Academy and a peerless genius who ranks first on the saint ranking. He does have the right to be arrogant. However, no matter how much he has, he doesn't have much of a background. He's just a genius student of Sacred Academy. The Nine Palace Academy is not a place where he can behave atrociously. Yes, that's right. Qin Xiao doesn't have the right to behave atrociously in our Nine Palace Academy. Moreover, he dared to beat up senior brother Qin Jiaowei and was disrespectful to the second elder. Today, he'll have to suffer. So what if he's Qin Xiao? So what if he's known as the #1 youth genius in the immortal realm? Even if he's an outstanding youth figure from the other 100 schools of thought, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Moreover, he's just someone who ascended from the universe. He's just a new life with no background. Although our Nine Palace Academy is far from the Sacred Academy, we can't allow a student to behave, can we? That's right. Who does Qin Xiao think he is? He was just a puny fourth-step heavenly venerable. At most, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Who does he think he is to provoke the Nine Palace Academy and the Qin at the same time? Jian. He's simply courting death. Some people were shocked by Qin Zhao's actions, but there were also many people who snorted in ridicule. Many people felt that Qin Xiao was too arrogant and thought too highly of himself. He didn't know his own strength and was a little crazy. Qin Xiao naturally turned a deaf ear to these remarks. There was no need for him to pay attention to them. He didn't come here to start a war, nor did he want to do anything overboard to the Nine Palace Academy. Qin Xiao still had self-awareness. With his current strength, he was naturally far from being able to behave atrociously here. After Qin Yanjin shot a deep look at Qin Xiao, he gave a cold sneer and said, "So you are Qin Xiao? Our Qin clan has yet to settle accounts with you. I didn't expect that you would come to us yourself. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth." Hearing Qin Yanjin's words, Qin Xiao was somewhat confused. The Qin clan wanted to find trouble with him? Why? He had never offended anyone from the Qin clan, right? The only person he knew was Qin Zhaodian, a student from the Holy Academy. However, Qin Xiao had never interacted with Qin Zhaodian. They had never fought. They had never had any conflicts with each other. What did he, Qin Yanjin, mean by saying these words? The Qin clan wants to find me? Then I don't know what it is. Even with my exceptional skills, did I offend the Qin clan in the past? Qin Xiao said. Qin Yanjin shot a cold glance at Qin Xiao and shouted, "Qin Xiao kid, don't play dumb here." The surname Qin is the exclusive surname of the Qin clan. The surnames of the 100 schools of thought are all unique. Only people with the same surname are qualified to use this surname. Across the entire immortal domain, besides people of the Qin clan, no one else has the surname Qin. And you, Qin Xiao, have used the surname Qin and are not people of the Qin clan. I don't know how many people have misunderstood that Qin Xiao is a person of the Qin clan. Therefore, don't you think you should change your surname? Using the surname Qin is a violation of the prestige of the Qin clan. Previously, since you are a life form that ascended from the universe, I did not argue with you. However, you have brought many misunderstandings to me, Qin Xiao. Now it seems that the Qin clan has been too kind to you. We should have found you earlier. After hearing Qin Yanjin's words, Qin Xiao could not help but laugh. Qin Xiao also knew about this matter in the past. The 5 supreme surnames and the 100 schools of thought were exclusive. Indeed, no other life form in the immortal domain dared to use them. Only, what did this have to do with Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao retorted without holding back. I was born with the surname Qin. My entire clan also has the surname Qin. Why do you have to make me change my surname? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? I, Qin Xiao, have never changed my name. My surname is my clan surname. Therefore, if I were to change my surname, wouldn't I not recognize my ancestors? Wouldn't that be disgraceful? My surname is Qin, and your Qin clan is Qin. We have minded our own business. How have we disturbed you? Humph humph, why would I, Qin Xiao, need to bask in your glory? It seems that Qin Zhaodian, the most outstanding young talent of the Qin clan, did not even enter the top 100 of the holy ranking. As the number one on the holy ranking, how could I bask in your glory? Speaking of benefiting, it should be your Qin clan benefiting from me. Why don't you ask the Qin clan to change their surname? You. Instantly, Qin Yanjin was at a loss for words. For a time, her face had become slightly red. Such a clever and eloquent child, he had been hit back. What? Did I say something wrong? Why should I? Your Qin clan is human, and I, Qin Xiao, am not a human? My ancestors have been surnamed Qin for generations. What does that have to do with your Qin clan? I, Qin Xiao, did not change my surname after coming to the immortal region. Why should I, Qin Xiao, change my surname just because of your Qin clan? Just because your Qin clan is powerful, you can trample on other people's lives and dignity. The 100 schools of thought are 100 great surnames that were conferred by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. During the chaotic ancient times, the 100 schools of thought contributed greatly to the stability and peace of the 9 states of Huaxia. They were deeply loved and respected by the people. The people of the world no longer use your surname, not because they can't use it, but because the people of the world have always remembered the contributions of the 100 schools of thought. They have always respected you and used this method to express their meager respect. But you have forgotten your original intentions and taken it for granted. You still want to oppress others. Has the righteousness that the Qin clan should have been completely lost in your generation? Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The 100 schools of thought have received the respect and love of the people of the world. You should protect the righteousness that you should have and not use your great strength to oppress the people of the world. It is the most tragic thing for the respect and love to turn into fear and helplessness. Qin Zhao's words were sonorous and forceful. Each of his words was reasonable. Qin Zhao's words were not only for Qin Yanjin to hear, but also for the people of the world, for all of the 100 schools of thought. Now that the world was stable and peaceful, many of the 100 schools of thought had changed. They started to use their fists to bully others. Such incidents were already common occurrences. Therefore, the people of the world had clearly lost a lot of respect for the 100 schools of thought. Instead, they had gained some fear and helplessness. After all, fists could decide everything. When facing a powerful fist that wanted to oppress you, you could only choose to lower your head. There was no other way. When the people of the 9 Palace Academy heard Qin Zhao's words, many of them were shocked. However, when they thought about it carefully, they felt that Qin Zhao's words were reasonable. Why were the 100 schools of thought respected as the 100 schools of thought? It was during the chaotic period of the ancient times that the 100 schools of thought had made great contributions. It was because of the 100 schools of thought that they had helped the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that they had conquered the 9 states of Huaxia. They had protected the peace of the 3 realms and allowed the immortal region to develop so steadily. Until today's prosperous situation. In this, the 100 schools of thought had contributed greatly. The 100 schools of thought had made great sacrifices and contributions for the stability of the immortal region. Therefore, they had received the respect of the people of the world and allowed the 100 schools of thought to take charge of the 9 states of Huaxia. They had been given 100 territories and established the 100 schools of thought to enjoy supreme status. That's right. These great achievements were clearly written down in history for the future generations to read. But so much time had passed, and slowly, the flavor had changed a little. Logically speaking, the people of the 100 schools of thought should all be incomparably glorious and righteous. They should all be chivalrous and should be respected by the people of the world. However, there were more and more people of the 100 schools of thought who were arrogant and domineering. They bullied men and women and committed crimes. For example, Qin Zhaowei was a typical example. Many people in the 9 Palace Academy had been bullied by Qin Zhaowei, but what did they dare to say? They could only be angry but not dare to say anything. Qin Zhao's words touched the hearts of these people. Humph! Qin Zhaojin's face turned ugly, and he said angrily, "It's not up to an outsider like you to tell us what to do when the Qin clan does things. The Qin clan has never made trouble for you or forced you to change your surname, because we know that you ascended from the outerverse and have always been surnamed Qin. As the surname of the 100 schools of thought, the Qin clan is naturally the messenger of justice. Naturally, we protect the light of this world and are naturally righteous. Kid, don't try to change the topic and talk about those useless things. Our Qin clan has never provoked you. Why did you, Qin Shao, barge into the Nine Palace Academy, capture and beat up our disciples? You really can't do anything. Do you really think that this old man doesn't dare to kill you? As a genius student of the Sacred Academy, shouldn't you have an awe-inspiring aura? Aren't your actions insulting your identity as a student of the Sacred Academy? You have the face to say that you are righteous after such a barbaric and unreasonable act. What are your words? Qin Yanjin found an opportunity to rebel against the army. Chapter 2583. Qin Yanjin frowned. Obviously, he didn't understand what was going on. He really didn't know what he had done to provoke Qin Shao. Ask him what? A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Qin Shao, if you have something to say, just say it. If you can't give a reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive today. Even if you're a genius student of the Sacred Academy, the old man will still make a move on you today, Qin Yanjin said coldly. Qin Shao didn't beat around the bush anymore. Instead, he said bluntly, "Okay, Second Elder Qin, if you want an explanation, then I'll explain it today. I wonder if Second Elder Qin and Qin Zhaohui remember Red Dust Guest? Red Dust Guest?" Hearing this name, many people felt that it was very unfamiliar. They had never heard of it at all. All right, he's not called Red Dust Guest in the Nine Palace Academy. He's called Red Dust Guest, Qin Shao said again. The name Red Dust Guest was actually called by the people of the Desolate Land in the primordial universe. Red Dust Guest's real name was Red Dust Guest. Therefore, after Red Dust Guest came to the immortal domain, he naturally called himself Red Dust Guest and didn't say that he was Red Dust Guest. He used the name Red Dust Guest in the primordial universe mainly because he had drifted in the endless universe sea for countless years and then entered the primordial universe by chance. Therefore, he felt that he was a passerby, a traveler. Ronin. In the primordial universe, he didn't want to use his real name at first, so he said that he was Red Dust Guest. Then, he got the name Red Dust Guest. It was also because he used the name Red Dust Guest that Xia Dongho finally found out about Red Dust Guest after searching for so long. This was also Qin Zhao's fault. Qin Shao was negligent, but it was true that Qin Shao had never asked about his real name. What was his master's real name? He had always thought that it was Worldly Guest. It was only when he saw Xia Dongho's information and then Qin Shao asked the people of the Desolate Land that he knew about this matter. What? Breaking the mundane? Many people from the Nine Palace Academy were shocked when they heard the name Duan Hongshen. They immediately knew who he was. Qin Yanjin frowned deeply. He finally knew why Qin Shao was here. Qin Zhaohui, who had been feeling confused and wronged, finally understood why Qin Shao, who he had never met before, had come to his door. It turned out that they were here for Duan Hongshen. Thinking of Duan Hongshen, Qin Yanjin and Qin Zhaohui both became angry. Qin Zhaohui's clone had died at the hands of Duan Hongshen. Qin Yanjin's expression darkened, and her eyes became colder and deeper. She looked at Qin Shao and asked in a deep voice, "Who is Duan Hongshen to you? You want to stand up for him?" Duan Hongshen was my teacher during the era of the universe. You killed my teacher. Do you think I should stand up for him? A teacher is like a father. The hatred of killing one's father is absolutely irreconcilable. Qin Shao looked at Qin Yanjin with incomparably cold eyes, and his voice was incomparably cold. The last few words were said in an incomparably firm tone, indicating that Qin Shao was determined to avenge his teacher. A teacher was like a father. Killing a teacher was naturally the same as killing one's father. The hatred of killing one's father was absolutely irreconcilable. There was no room for negotiation. Qin Shao would definitely avenge this hatred. He would not show any sympathy. This was his principle and bottom line. No one should think of violating it. Ha ha ha. Qin Yanjin laughed disdainfully and looked at Qin Shao with contempt. She put her hands behind her back and looked down on Qin Shao with the attitude of a superior. She said, "You want to avenge your teacher? That depends on whether Qin Shao has the ability to do so. If you have the ability, just do it today. I was worried that I didn't have a good reason to kill you. If you do it first, then you can't blame me for bullying the weak, right? Come on, I'm standing right here. If you, Qin Shao, have the ability to shake me, then I'll admit defeat and let you do whatever you want of me." As a powerful second-step ancient saint, Qin Yanjin naturally did not think much of Qin Shao. He did not even spare a glance at Qin Shao. Qin Yanjin was just a fourth-step celestial master. Even if he did not move his hands or feet, he could easily crush Qin Shao to death. How could Qin Shao possibly shake him? His imposing manner was obviously intended to suppress Qin Shao and control Qin Shao. Qin Shao had already expected Qin Yanjin to humiliate him like this. Qin Shao was not provoked. Instead, he said, "No one can escape the debt that should be repaid. It's just a matter of time. I, Qin Shao, will definitely seek revenge for my master. It's just a matter of time. I'm indeed far from having the strength and ability to seek revenge from you, second Elder Qin. However, just because I don't have the ability now doesn't mean that I won't in the future." Qin Yanjin sneered sarcastically. "Since you still have a little self-awareness, then are you out of your mind to barge into my 9-Palace Academy? Or have you been kicked by a donkey? Who gave you such courage?" Qin Shao shook his head. "I just wanted to tell you to be prepared so that you won't understand what's going on until I, Qin Shao, kill you. This should be considered as a form of peaceful means before resorting to force, right? I'll also collect some interest along the way." Qin Zhaohui, a disciple of the Qin clan, bullied my teacher several times. In the end, he forced my teacher to fight with him and accidentally killed him. He deserved the death of his clone. That's the end he deserved. He asked for it. Everything started because of him, so I naturally won't let him off so easily. This time, I'll collect some interest and let him understand what's going on. This is karma. As I said, no one can escape the debt that should be repaid. Whoever did something wrong must bear the consequences. Even the disciples of the Qin clan are no exception. Today, I won't kill him. I'm only going to teach him a lesson. Qin Yanjin's face had been incomparably gloomy and cold. He had been restraining himself from making a move. Firstly, he did not have a good reason. Secondly, Qin Zhaohui was still in Xiaogu's hands. If he dared to make a move rashly, he would most likely bring Qin Zhaohui trouble. His life would be in danger. This was Qin Zhaohui's original body. If his original body died, then he would be completely dead. Therefore, no matter what, he had to think of a way to protect Qin Zhaohui's original body and not let any accident happen to him. This was not a consequence he was willing to bear. Therefore, he would rather endure and not make a move. However, the murderous aura in his eyes was getting denser and denser. At this moment, everyone from the 9-Palace Academy, standing behind him, could feel the terrifying murderous aura. They knew that a battle was about to break out. The atmosphere became even more tense and oppressive. The heavens and earth were silent. Many people were sweating for Qin Shao in their hearts. This was truly suicidal behavior. He dared to provoke and offend the second elder. Was he not courting death? Even if he was known as the #1 genius of the immortal domain, he could not be so willful. After all, honor was honor. Honor did not represent strength. No matter how great the honor was, in the end, wouldn't it depend on one's fists to decide things? Without fists, everything was in vain. In front of Qin Yanjin, how could he resist? Therefore, many people admired Qin Zhao's courage. They also admired Qin Zhao's determination to avenge his master. His determination to not fear any danger or difficulty. This was filial piety that was worthy of respect. However, This could not cover up Qin Zhao's foolish behavior. How crazy and suicidal was he to dare to do such a crazy thing? The following show was probably going to be a little exciting. Little Gu, let him go. Today, our main target is not him. We have already taught him a lesson and collected the interest. You can let him go. Qin Zhao suddenly said to Little Gu. He actually wanted Little Gu to let Qin Zhaowei go. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, many people were even more puzzled. Qin Zhaowei was now the only trump card in Qin Zhao's hand. He actually wanted to let Qin Zhaowei go. The second elder restrained himself and did not make a move for a long time. Wasn't it mainly because he was worried about Qin Zhaowei's safety? If Qin Zhaowei was not with him, the second elder would not have the slightest hesitation at all and would definitely make a move directly. If a second step ancient saint was enraged, how terrifying would that be? It was probably something unimaginable. Therefore, the people of the Nine Palace Academy were puzzled by Qin Zhao's action. Not to mention them, even Qin Yinjin himself was a little confused. This gave him a big surprise. He was still thinking about how to make Qin Zhao release Qin Zhaowei, but he did not expect that Qin Zhao would take the initiative to let Qin Zhaowei go. Did this kid have some tricks up his sleeve? Humph, no matter what tricks he had, it was not worth mentioning. In the face of absolute power, everything was pale and powerless. Qin Yinjin was too lazy to think so much. As long as Qin Zhao was willing to let Qin Zhaowei go, it was fine. The rest was between him and Qin Zhao. Big brother, we can't let this person go. If we let him go, we won't be able to leave. This old man is definitely sinister. If we didn't have this bastard in our hands, I'm afraid he wouldn't have said so much to us and would have already made a move on us. This is the Nine Palace Academy. We are at a disadvantage here. This is a life-saving trump card. We can't just let him go. If you want to let him go, you have to wait until we reach a safe place. Xiaogu immediately disagreed. Qin Zhao smiled confidently and said, "It's fine. I have my own plans. Listen to me and let him go. Since we dare to come, we are not afraid of not being able to go back. Since we dare to do it, we will definitely dare to face it. What's there to be afraid of?" With that said, Qin Zhao's gaze swept across the Nine Palace Academy's ancient saint stage teachers and continued. Although this is the Nine Palace Academy, we did not provoke the Nine Palace Academy, nor do we want to make things difficult for the Nine Palace Academy. It's just a private matter. This is a private matter between me, ancient Saint Qin Yinjin, and Qin Zhaowei. I don't think the Nine Palace Academy will interfere, right? Even if they do, it's fine. If they insist on making this a public matter, then it's fine. I will remember everyone who made a move. After all, revenge is a dish best served cold. Unless they dare to kill me, Qin Zhao, today I will remember this. Otherwise, I, Qin Zhao, will definitely remember this enmity. There will be a day when I get my revenge. Although I, Qin Zhao, was born lowly and have no background, fortunately, I have some talent and was lucky enough to take first place on the Saint rankings. I believe that I, Qin Zhao, should have some talent and potential. Give me time to grow. I want to be here. I should have the ability to take revenge on any one of them. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This is the principle that I, Qin Zhao, have always lived by. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they are criminals, I will kill them. If I can't do it now, I will do it later. If I can't do it later, I will do it later. I believe that as long as I, Qin Zhao, am alive, there will be a day when I can take my revenge. Qin Zhao's words were incomparably firm and powerful. No one dared to doubt Qin Zhao's determination. Of course, no one dared to doubt Qin Zhao's talent and potential. The title of first place on the Saint rankings and the #1 genius in the immortal domain was not for nothing. As long as Qin Zhao was given time to grow, no one knew how far Qin Zhao could grow. Chapter 2584. Initially, There were indeed some ancient sages who were thinking that if a fight really broke out and the second elder ordered them to make a move, they would make a move as well. However, it seemed like they had to be very careful about this matter. Otherwise, they might really anger Qin Shao and create a huge enemy for themselves. Then, the losses would outweigh the gains. Furthermore, it was obvious that the second elder had the upper hand in today's matter, so they probably wouldn't be needed. Therefore, many people were muttering in their hearts. They knew that Qin Shao wasn't someone they could provoke. "Big brother, are you sure you want to let this scoundrel go?" Xiaogu asked worriedly. Xiaogu knew that he definitely wouldn't be a match for a second-step prime saint. Without a protective umbrella, the situation wouldn't be too good. Furthermore, Xiaogu was certain that Qin Yanjin would definitely make a move. He definitely wouldn't let them go just like that. In the face of such a situation, it would be strange if Qin Yanjin would still let them leave safely. If Dong and Wu Qi were also there wouldn't be anything to be afraid of. At least they could put up a fight. However, the problem was that Dong and Wu Qi weren't there. Xiaogu was alone. How could he resist a second-step heavenly venerate? What about attacking? This was precisely why Xiaogu wasn't willing to let Qin Zhaohui go so easily. Although he was naturally belligerent and had an explosive temper, it didn't mean that he was brainless. He still understood the situation very well. Qin Shao cast a reassuring look at Xiaogu and said, "Don't worry. Just do as I say. If I wasn't even confident, why would I come to the Nine Palace Academy today? I didn't bring Dong and Wu Qi because I was confident. We aren't here to fight today. We're just here to collect some interest. Therefore, the situation won't be too bad. With my reminder, the people from the Nine Palace Academy shouldn't interfere. This is a private matter between us and Qin Yanjin. I have my own ways to deal with Qin Yanjin's attack. You just have to listen to my instructions later." Although Xiaogu didn't know what methods Qin Shao had, since Qin Shao said so, then he naturally believed it without a doubt. Therefore, Xiaogu didn't hesitate and let Qin Zhaohui go. Qin Zhaohui rejoiced when he regained his freedom. He quickly returned to the Nine Palace Academy and hid behind a few prime saint teachers. This way, he would be absolutely safe. After he was completely safe, Qin Zhaohui immediately said to Qin Yanjin, "Grandpa, kill them. Kill them." Even if he did not kill Qin Shao, he had to teach him a lesson and severely injure his essence. "Don't let that bastard off. You must kill him. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. I've never been humiliated like this in my entire life. How am I supposed to face others in the future? Grandpa, kill him. Kill him." Qin Yanjin looked at Qin Zhaohui, who had been beaten into a pig's head with heartache. He said with a cold expression, "Don't worry, Zhaohui. You are a disciple of the Qin clan, my grandson. Whoever dares to make a move on you is provoking the Qin and provoking them. Qin Yanjin, can't get along with me. How dare he openly provoke this saint? How can this saint forgive him so easily? Grandpa will definitely seek justice for you. The humiliation you suffered, Grandpa will make them pay back in double. I will not allow anyone to bully and humiliate the disciples of the Qin clan. Those who dare to do this will only have one outcome, and that is death." Qin Yanjin emphasized the last word, death. His voice was deafening and intimidating. One could see that Qin Yanjin's murderous intent was extremely strong. His anger had already gushed out and was about to burn this world. Clearly, he would not let go of today's matter easily. Clearly, he would not let go of Qin Shao and Lil Gu easily. Everyone from the Nine Palace Academy kept quiet out of fear as they watched. Many of them were wondering if Qin Shao was crazy or stupid. Did he not want to live anymore? Or was he overly confident? Did he think he could fight against holy warrior Qin Yanjin with a first-step ancient saint as his follower? He was just a puny fourth-step ancient saint. It must be a joke. It was too childish. Most likely, he would not be able to avoid paying a painful price today. Dong. Qin Yanjin took a step forward. Although it was silent, this step was like a heavy stomp on the hearts of everyone present. It issued a heavy sound like a clap of thunder. Each step seemed to be extremely heavy. When he stepped on the ground, it intimidated everyone's mind. An invisible pressure spread across this world. It seemed to have solidified the entire space and made people unable to breathe. Qin Yanjin was indeed a second-step ancient saint. When he unleashed his power, it was really terrifying. Lil Gu also felt the immense pressure. He stared at Qin Yanjin as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He clenched his fists tightly and was ready to strike at any time. At worst, he would use his body to block it. He knew that his strength was far inferior to Qin Yanjin's, but his body's defense was strong. Even if he could not defeat Qin Yanjin, he should be able to withstand some of Qin Yanjin's attacks. Qin Yanjin stared at Qin Shao sinisterly. His murderous intent gushed out unabashedly and locked onto Qin Shao like a wolf locking onto its prey. Qin Yanjin walked over slowly, giving Qin Shao a heavy blow. It was as if he wanted to crush Qin Shao with his imposing manner. However, how could Qin Shao be intimidated by his imposing manner? Qin Shao stood there and stared coldly at Qin Yanjin. He did not move and was as steady as Mount Tai. Such calmness made everyone for the Nine Palace Academy admire him. He was indeed a peerless genius who ranked first on the saint ranking. He was indeed worthy of being called the #1 genius in the immortal realm. Even in the face of the full might of second-step ancient sage, Zhang Xian was still able to remain so calm and composed. This was truly incredible. Truly incredible. Even a first-step ancient saint would find it difficult to remain calm under the pressure of Qin Yanjin's imposing manner, let alone a fourth-step heavenly venerate. At this moment, Lil Gu was clenching his fists nervously. There was a trace of nervousness in his expression. This was because he could feel the terrifying pressure and smell the danger. Naturally, he would have an involuntary reaction. Humph, humph. Little Qin Shao, I admire your courage, but I don't admire your stupid, arrogant, and conceited actions. There's something you said that I agree with. You said that everyone has to pay the price for what they've done wrong. That's right. Today, you have to pay the price for your mistake. You have to pay for your stupidity and arrogance. You trespassed into the Nine Palace Academy and challenged the supreme dignity of the Nine Palace Academy. That's your first crime. You injured a disciple of the Qin clan. That's your second crime. You dare to provoke this saint and speak so rudely and verbally humiliate me. This is the third crime. You have committed 3 crimes. Do you really think that this old man will let you go? Then you'd better not have such a beautiful dream. You must think that this saint won't dare to do anything to you because you're a genius of the Sacred Academy, right? Yes, you're right about one thing. If it's only because of such a small matter, then this saint can't kill you directly. No matter what, you're still the #1 genius on the saint ranking. If this saint killed you directly, I'm afraid that the Sacred Academy wouldn't let this matter go easily. I won't let it go so easily. I don't want to provoke too much trouble for the time being. However, this saint won't kill you. This saint can teach you a lesson and destroy your foundation, right? You're the one who came to provoke me. Even if the Sacred Academy wants to pursue this matter, I have my reasons. I'm not afraid of anything. I believe that the Sacred Academy is a reasonable place. Not only will this saint teach a lesson to a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but I will also kill your follower. He dared to injure a disciple of the Qin clan. This is an unforgivable crime. He must die today. Qin Shao, this is the consequence of offending people of the Qin clan. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a faint smile when he heard Qin Yujin's threatening words. How could he not have thought of this? Before coming, Qin Shao had already thought of all the consequences. Entering this place was indeed somewhat risky, and there was indeed a certain degree of risk. Qin Shao had long been aware of this. However, he couldn't give up just because of some risks. For the time being, he did not have the power to revive his teacher, the Red Dust Guest, nor did he have the ability to kill the enemy who had killed his teacher. Thus, he could only collect some interest to make himself feel better. It was worth taking some risks. Qin Shao had never been afraid of taking risks. She had never been afraid of difficulties. She had to do what she had to do. Holy Master Qin Yanjin, I know you are powerful. Thus, today, I am not here to fight with you. I know I don't have the power to kill you. Only, since I dared to come here today, it means I am not afraid of you. I can't touch you. Do you really think that I, Qin Shao, have no power to protect myself? Qin Shao would never be stupid enough to throw away my life. Qin Shao chuckled lightly and said, "What other tricks did he have? Did he have the confidence to protect himself? Where did he get this confidence from?" Qin Yinjin frowned deeply. He really couldn't think of any tricks Qin Shao could use to block his attack. Could he rely on the one-step ancient sage beast? That was obviously impossible. Could he rely on Qin Shao himself? He was just a fourth-step celestial venerable. No matter how strong he was, he could only be comparable to a half-step sage. Where did he get the courage to say such words? He was cheating. Yes, that must be it. Humph. Qin Yinjin sneered disdainfully and continued to walk toward Qin Shao. As he walked, he said, "You have a sharp tongue. You only know how to flaunt your glib tongue. Do you think you can make me hesitate and fear you? Boy, you think too much. You'd better accept your death obediently." After saying that, Qin Yinjin finally made his move. He suddenly clapped his hands in the air. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. The four seas cracked, the sky darkened, the space shook, and the wind howled. It was a terrifying scene. The might of the heavens, the power of the laws, and the terrifying sharpness burst out and rushed towards Qin Shao and Xiao Gu. They came from all directions and surrounded Qin Shao and Xiao Gu so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Qin Shao and Xiao Gu had no way to escape. They could only dodge, as expected of a second-step ancient saint. The moment he made his move, it was extremely frightening. The force of his attack was way too great. This strength, so strong, so strong. Chapter 2585. But there was no other way. No matter how strong he was, he had to force himself to do it. He had to do it with the thought of using his body to resist. At this time, there was no room for retreat. Xiao Gu gritted his teeth and was about to transform into his original form to rush out. At this moment, Qin Shao made her move. With a wave of his left hand, several spatial barriers appeared out of thin air in front of Qin Yinjin, forming a wall that completely blocked Qin Yinjin's attack. With a toss of his right hand, the light magic cube flew out and transformed into a small world. It directly enveloped Qin Shao and Xiao Gu, protecting them. There were two layers of protection. The law of space was the first layer, blocking Qin Yinjin's attack. The light magic cube was the second layer, protecting them. With these two layers of defensive power, Qin Shao believed that they could basically block Qin Yinjin's attack. Of course, if Qin Yinjin were to truly put his life on the line and recklessly erupt with all his power, then Qin Shao would know he would definitely not be able to block it. However, under normal attacks, Qin Shao believed that there should be no problem. Qin Shao believed in the power of the magic cube. Although he couldn't fully exert it, he didn't use the magic cube to trap Qin Yinjin, but to protect himself. Qin Yinjin did not use much strength in his attack just now. Therefore, his attack was actually unable to completely break through the spatial barrier. This caused him to be astonished. How could such a situation occur? What kind of power was this? Many people were shocked when they saw Qin Zhao's means, and there was an uproar. This is the law of space? He actually mastered the law of space. A fourth-step Empyrean actually controls the laws of space? Isn't this too monstrous? Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. No wonder he could take first place on the Saint rankings. TSK, TSK. At such a young age, he actually grasped the law of space. How terrifying. Wouldn't it be great if our Nine Palace Academy could have such a genius? The students of the Nine Palace Academy also boasted that they were geniuses, so they were a little arrogant. But after seeing Qin Shao today, they really felt how far they were from being a real genius. They were all reputable figures in the Qin territory. They were all known as geniuses of the entertainment Tao. Each of them was incomparably brilliant and famous. In the eyes of countless people, they were all heaven's proud sons and daughters, shining brilliantly. However, in front of Qin Shao, they really felt that they were too weak. How could they be called geniuses? Qin Shao was a real genius. A fourth-step heavenly venerate actually dared to confront a second-step Empyrean saint. This required more than just courage, right? He also needed a powerful force to back him up, right? They didn't even want to think about such an inconceivable thing in the past. They didn't think that it would happen at all. But now it was happening right in front of their eyes, causing them to be shocked and incomparably amazed. They couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's peerless beauty. Good boy, you actually grasp the law of space. Qin Yanjin couldn't help but say. Those who could grasp the law of space at the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm were absolutely rare in the entire immortal realm. It was probably difficult to find a few in the entire immortal realm. And among those who could be found, Qin Shao was probably the youngest one, right? Qin Shao had only lived for less than 40 million years. He was still a very, very young person. Thinking about it, Qin Yanjin felt a little scared. It was no wonder that he could become the biggest dark horse in the grand competition of the Sacred Academy. It was no wonder that even Fu Zhongshuan was defeated by him. It was no wonder that he could be called the #1 genius of the immortal realm. This title was indeed not undeserved. At least, he had never heard of a second person who could grasp the law of space in such a short time. Hearing Qin Yanjin's praise, Qin Shao curled his lips and said with a chuckle, "Are you surprised? Why don't you take a look at this?" Qin Shao waved his hand, and light bloomed all over the sky. At this time, Qin Shao was like a scorching sun. His light suddenly illuminated the world, enveloping the whole world. Wherever the light went, it was as if it was his territory. He held the sun and moon in his hand, blooming with light. He stood above the sky, full of divine light. At this moment, Qin Shao seemed to be the god of light of this world. All the light in this world was released by him, driving away the darkness and illuminating the world. The law of light's power enveloped everyone, making the weaker students want to kneel down and worship him. Qin Yanjin broke Qin Zhao's space barrier, but was immediately enveloped in endless light. The law of light's power was like countless invisible hands, binding Qin Yanjin and trying to pinch him down. However, Qin Yanjin was a second-step Empyrean saint. Although Qin Shao had grasped the law of light, his realm was still low. Moreover, the law of light was only at the initial level, so its level was indeed a little low. If it had been at the initial level, it might have been able to pose a certain threat to Qin Yanjin. Regardless of whether it was the law of space or the law of light or the law of light at the initial level, there was no way to really stop Qin Yanjin. However, the fact that the law of space and the law of light were displayed one after the other was indeed very shocking. The people from the Nine Palace Academy were already shocked, but now they were about to go crazy. Grasping the law of light was already very rare. It was difficult to find a few people in the entire immortal realm who could do so. However, Qin Shao had not only grasped the law of space, but also the law of light. In other words, he had grasped two laws at the same time. What was a genius? This was a true genius. Compared to Qin Shao, how could they be considered geniuses? How could they have the nerve to call themselves geniuses? That was simply an insult to geniuses. The students from the Nine Palace Academy were all dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they were speechless. Today, they had been greatly stimulated by Qin Shao, who had made them reevaluate and redefine what a genius was. Qin Zhao's unparalleled brilliance was not something they could touch even 1/100th of. Qin Yanjin's expression gradually turned grave when he saw Qin Shao display the law of space and the law of light. I know that Qin Shao is a peerless genius, and I know that Qin Shao has taken first place on the saint list. However, so what if he is a genius? After all, Qin Shao was born in a very humble place. He was just a lowly life form who had ascended from the universe. His life level was extremely low, so the difficulty of growing up was naturally far from being comparable to the young talents of the 100 schools of thought, let alone the outstanding disciples of the 5 supreme clans. There were many geniuses who could not grow up. Although Qin Shao was first on the saint list, he was not chosen by Emperor Xian Yuan, nor was he chosen by the god of the Ying Long world. Wasn't this enough to explain some problems? Without a strong background and strong support, he would at most break through to the saint realm and become a first-step ancient saint. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything great. Even if he had more experience, he would at most reach the second-step ancient saint realm. Who knew how many years that would take? Therefore, Qin Yinjin really did not put Qin Shao in his eyes. He was an ancient existence who had lived for countless years. The accumulation of countless years and the support of a strong background supported his cultivation path. Even so, he had only reached the second-step ancient saint realm. The saint realm. Qin Shao was just a genius. Why should he put him in his eyes? However, now that he saw that Qin Shao had mastered 2 laws at such a young age, he was really shocked. He had no choice but to look at Qin Shao in a new light. If such a monstrous genius was given time to grow, it would be really hard to say. It was very likely that he would reach an extremely powerful level. If he completely offended this guy now, he would most likely make a great enemy for the Qin clan in the future. He could not help but hesitate about this matter. Although with the strength of the Qin clan, he could completely look down on a 4th-step ancient saint realm expert. However, he was afraid that Qin Shao could stand on a higher level in the future. Before this, he could look down on Qin Shao and not put him in his eyes. However, at this moment, he really had a bad premonition. Such a young genius who had mastered 2 laws at such a young age, most likely there would not be a second one in the entire immortal domain. At least, he had never heard of such a person. He did not know if there were any of the 5 supreme surnames, but at least he had never heard of them. However, since he had already made a move, he naturally could not take it back. Qin Yinjin continued to attack and increased his strength. He hit the light Rubik's Cube forcefully and heavily. Qin Shao fixed his gaze on Qin Yinjin. Now, he could only see if the light Rubik's Cube could completely block his attack. Logically speaking, there should not be any problem. However, it was only logically speaking. After all, this was the first time Qin Shao used it to fight against a powerful existence at the second-step ancient saint realm. Success or failure would depend on this move. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yinjin made a powerful move and hit the light Rubik's Cube heavily. His holy aura, immortal power, and the power of the laws all fell heavily and bombarded the light Rubik's Cube. This scene was enough to make people tremble with fear. If it hit a first-step ancient saint realm existence, most likely this first-step ancient saint would be beaten half to death. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, the magic cube was able to resist Qin Yinjin's attack. It completely blocked the terrifying power of Qin Yinjin's attack. Phew, it's blocked. Qin Shao finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. So far, everything was going very smoothly. Everything was within his expectations. Very good, very good. Xiaogu also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really nervous just now and was ready to take action at any time. He was ready to use his body to resist the attack. Fortunately, the light Rubik's Cube blocked the attack. What a powerful treasure. Although Qin Yinjin did not go all out, the series of attacks just now could be considered to have used 70 to 80% of his strength. Under normal circumstances, it should be enough. However, Qin Yinjin did not do anything to Qin Shao. The first round of attacks was blocked by the barrier of the law of space. The second round of attacks was strengthened, but it was blocked by the light Rubik's Cube again. Qin Shao could be considered to have blocked 2 rounds of Qin Yinjin's attacks. Moreover, he was still standing in the same place and was unharmed. He seemed to have the attitude of an expert. Such a scene really made people flabbergasted. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. 222 F * King Heaven Defying. I'm convinced. I really want to kneel down to Qin Shao. Damn it, this is too crazy. This strength, TSK, 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 withstanding 2 rounds of the Second Elder's attacks. It's incredible. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. If only I had 1/10 of Qin Zhao's strength. No, 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 even 1/100th of it, it would be good enough. Chapter 2586. The fact that Qin Xiao had blocked 2 rounds of Qin Yinjin's attacks had once again shocked everyone present. The shock brought about by this was so strong that it had completely exceeded everyone's imagination and common sense. Could anyone imagine that a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate could block 2 rounds of powerful attacks from 2nd-step Ancient Saint? Could anyone imagine that a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate had mastered 2 types of nomological laws? These were things that they had never dared to think about in the past. However, it was happening right in front of them, making them want to redefine this world and reevaluate their understanding of geniuses. After 2 rounds of attacks, Qin Yinjin still couldn't get close to Qin Xiao and didn't hurt Qin Xiao at all. Qin Yinjin looked solemn and didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Qin Xiao with deep and serene eyes. Qin Xiao also looked at Qin Yinjin. The two of them stared at each other across the air as if sparks were flying between them. Many times, one's gaze could defeat a person. Qin Yinjin's gaze was indeed very terrifying. It was very sharp, and filled with a deep and terrifying aura. Anyone who looked at it would feel numb and not dare to look at it directly. One's gaze could very well express a person's powerful aura. Faced with such a terrifying gaze, how could an ordinary 4th-step Heavenly Venerate dare to look at Qin Yinjin? However, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He didn't show any signs of weakness as he stared back at Qin Yinjin without backing down. The two of them stared at each other in such a manner as if they were staring at death. It was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breaths as the atmosphere became extremely stifling. At this moment, they were competing in terms of aura. No one was willing to lose to the other. This was an invisible contest. After a long while, Qin Yinjin took the lead to break the silence. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Xiao, you have indeed surprised me and greatly exceeded my expectations. It's no wonder that you dared to behave atrociously in my 9 Palaces Academy. It turns out that this is where your confidence lies. I have to say that you do have some ability, confidence, and means. Just the fact that you've mastered 2 laws is already amazing enough. You even have such a powerful holy artifact that you were able to withstand my heavy blows. If it were any other time, I would admire you and respect you a little. But today, you're standing on the opposite side of me, so I can't speak nicely to you. You've injured my Qin disciples to such an extent and openly provoked me. If I were to let this go today, I'm afraid I would be laughed at by others. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you have this holy artifact protecting you? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want here just because you have some strength?" Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Second Elder Qin, I know you haven't used your full strength yet. You still have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You haven't even used your divine weapons yet. You still have your innate abilities and tricks up your sleeves. I haven't even used my sane arts or secret arts yet. Of course I know these. If Second Elder Qin had used your full strength, I know my light magic cube would not have been able to stop your attacks. However, do you really think that I, Qin Xiao, would not have expected all of this when I dared to come here today? Am I, Qin Xiao, truly that stupid to come here to die? I don't have the power to fight with you, but it doesn't mean I don't have the power to protect myself. If I don't even have this bit of assurance, then wouldn't I be digging my own grave with my actions? Although you, Second Elder Qin, might not understand what kind of person I, Qin Xiao, am, but in this short period of time we have been together, do you really think that I, Qin Xiao, am a reckless person?" Qin Xiao still had his hands behind his back as he spoke with full confidence. Qin Yinjin's expression had become even more solemn. He was also analyzing Qin Zhao's words. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Qin Yinjin could indeed see what kind of person Qin Xiao was. This person seemed to act crazily, but he was an extremely meticulous and steady person. Everything seemed to be under his control. How could such a person, who could control the overall situation, be a reckless person? If this was the case, didn't it mean that Qin Xiao still had a lot of tricks up his sleeves? Where did this guy get so many tricks up his sleeves? Wasn't he born in a humble family? Didn't he have no background at all? Originally, Qin Yinjin certainly did not believe it. He had always thought so he did not take Qin Xiao seriously at all. But now, he had to carefully consider it again. After all, Qin Xiao's performance at this time had greatly exceeded his expectations. Therefore, what he said might be true. Before this, he did not expect that Qin Xiao could master two kinds of laws, nor did he expect that Qin Xiao had such a powerful holy object, nor did he expect that Qin Xiao could calmly block his 2 rounds of attacks. Therefore, it was also possible that Qin Xiao had a more powerful trick up his sleeves that could block his attacks again. If that was the case, there were some questions that Qin Yinjin had to carefully consider carefully. Qin Xiao continued, Second Elder Qin, I've already said this from the start. I didn't come here today to cause trouble. I also didn't come here to fight. I also didn't come here to take revenge. Between me and you, Second Elder Qin, it's completely a personal grudge. If you really want to fight to the death today, then I, Qin Xiao, will accompany you. It's nothing. There is nothing else, but there is always one life. Besides, you, Second Elder Qin, may not really be able to kill me. I've already made preparations for everything, and I've also prepared for the worst. If you, Second Elder Qin, insist on forcing me to take that step today, then perhaps we can settle this once and for all. That is also possible. After Qin Xiao had finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yinjin with a calm face, as if to say, it's up to you whether we fight or make peace. If you want to fight, then I, Qin Xiao, will accompany you to the end. If you want to make peace, then this battle can be called off. Today's matter will end here. The strongest response, the worst plan, and the most resolute belief. Indeed, the imposing manner displayed by Qin Xiao made Qin Yinjin feel that he could not understand Qin Xiao. It felt as if he had met his match, and did not feel like he was facing a 4th-step heavenly honored warrior. How could a 4th-step heavenly honored warrior dare to speak so casually before him and confront him with tit for tat? This kid was not simple. He was not simple at all. If today's matter continued to cause trouble, most likely it would not be a good thing for him, or even for the 9 Palace Academy and the Qin clan. What should he do? Should he just let go like this? Wouldn't that be a great loss? Inwardly, Qin Yinjin was still somewhat hesitant. After all, in many cases, dignity and face were important. However, regardless of how important dignity and face were, he must consider the overall situation. This time, it had not reached the stage where he had to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yinjin made a decision and said coldly, Okay, Qin Xiao, I will not pursue today's matter. You can get lost now. If you dare to speak another word, then don't blame me for being impolite. All right. Qin Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Qin Yinjin had finally relented. He won. It seemed that he had made the right bet. Qin Xiao naturally did not wish to continue. He did not say anything else. Instead, he signaled to Xiao Gu with his eyes, after which the 2 of them left. Grandpa, why did you let them go? Seeing Qin Yinjin let Qin Xiao go, Qin Zhaohui instantly became unhappy and complained with a face full of complaints. Slap. However, Qin Yinjin's reply was a slap in the face. After being slapped again, Qin Zhaohui immediately jumped up and screamed in pain. Tears almost came out of his eyes. Qin Yinjin glared fiercely at Qin Zhaohui and shouted angrily, You bastard, this happened because of you. You deserve to be humiliated like this today. Go back to the Qin clan immediately and reflect on your mistakes. Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave again. Do you hear me? What? Reflect on his mistakes? Hearing this, Qin Zhaohui was completely dumbfounded. The pain on his face was instantly forgotten, and he stared at Qin Yinjin with his eyes wide open. After a long while, Qin Zhaohui said, Grandpa, don't know, shut up. Qin Yinjin shouted coldly and glanced at him coldly. If you speak another word, you will go to prison. Hearing the words, prison, Qin Zhaohui was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to speak another word. Otherwise, with his grandpa's temper, it was really possible that he would be sent to prison in the Qin clan. On the other side, Qin Zhao's group quickly left the Qin clan and returned to the Saint Institute. They were not in a hurry to go back. Sitting in the flying device, they let out Jing Yang and Starry Sky. Qin Xiao also told Bai Chuan, Desolate Land, and Fu Su about the news of Starry Sky's revival. Everyone was very happy to hear this news. Desolate Land wanted Qin Xiao to bring Starry Sky to reunite with them first. However, Qin Xiao did not have time to go back to the southern wasteland. He was about to participate in the mission. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to stay in the Saint Institute and could not leave. During this time, he needed to prepare well. Let's put this matter on the back burner. This little bit of time would not make a difference. Desolate Land and the others also understood. Naturally, they would not say anything if Qin Xiao did not have time. They all knew that Qin Xiao was a busy person. Sitting inside the Flying Heaven artifact, the four of them began drinking wine. This time, it could be considered a considerable victory. Haha, big brother, you are so awesome. You should have told me earlier that you had so many tricks up your sleeve. You made me so worried at first. If I had known, I would not have been afraid of anything, Xiao Gu said. Qin Xiao smiled and said, You have followed me for so long. Don't you know how I do things? Do you think I would do something that I don't have absolute confidence in? You went to the Nine Palace Academy, beat up Qin Zhaohui, and provoked Qin Yinjin. If I only relied on you, wouldn't you be skinned alive by Qin Yinjin? Haha, I thought the same at the time. I was prepared to be skinned alive. Fortunately, Big Brother had a backup plan and saved my animal skin. Thank you for saving my skin, Big Brother. Xiao Gu grinned and even joked. Xiao Gu laughed. As he spoke, Xiao Gu said, By the way, Big Brother, what other backup plans do you have? Are you sure you can stop Qin Yinjin? If a second step ancient sage were to really go berserk, I'm afraid that even I would die in his hands. Big Brother, what other backup plans do you have to stop Qin Yinjin when he goes all out? Qin Xiao smiled and looked at Xiao Gu with a mysterious smile. Xiao Gu impatiently urged, Big Brother, don't just smile. Tell me, I really want to know. Chapter 2587. Jing Yang said with a smile, You're the only one who's curious. We're not curious at all. You're not curious? I don't believe it. Xiao Gu shook his head in disbelief. Starry Sky smiled and said, What's there to be curious about? It's something we expected. Qin Xiao dares to do it because he's confident. We just need to believe in Qin Xiao. Xiao Gu was speechless, but he was still very curious. What kind of means could be used to fight against a second-step ancient saint? To be able to appear in the hands of a fourth-step heavenly venerable was truly an inconceivable matter. It was no wonder that Xiao Gu was not curious. It was not that he did not believe in Qin Xiao. He had always believed in him, but he was curious. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, Actually, I'm also gambling and taking a risk. I don't have a backup plan at all. Do you believe me? No backup plan at all? Just gambling? This was, of course, Xiao Gu believed in Qin Zhao's words, but he was also shocked by them. How could this be? Wasn't this risk too big? If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Xiao curled his lips and continued, It's a gamble. Naturally, there's a lot of risk, but this risk is worth taking. There's a detailed description of Qin Yinjin in the information that Xia Dongho gave me. He's cunning, suspicious, and cautious. So, I took advantage of his character and confronted him with tit-for-tat momentum. I didn't show any weakness. Moreover, I showed a very calm and confident look, which made him think that I did have a more powerful backup plan, so I didn't dare to do it. I didn't dare to do it easily. Although it's a gamble, I feel that the chance of success is very high if I use it on Qin Yinjin. Xiao Gu nodded and felt a little relieved. However, Xiao Gu immediately doubted. That's not right. Even if Qin Yinjin guessed that you had a backup plan, If he really wanted to do it, he shouldn't be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, since you said that you didn't come here to fight and take revenge, it means that you don't have any means to deal with Qin Yanjin. Even if he had a backup plan to resist, Qin Yanjin would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Yes, he's going to swallow his anger just like that. Can't swallow it? Didn't he swallow it too? Qin Shao smiled and continued. Actually, the reason is very simple. If Qin Yanjin continues to attack, what are the possible consequences? If I really have something that can stop him, what if he attacks me with all his strength and uses his innate ability? What if he still can't take me down? Does Qin Yanjin not care about his reputation? If a second-step ancient saint was unable to deal with a fourth-step heavenly venerate, he would become a laughingstock if news of this were spread. What face would Qin Yanjin have left in the future? That's why he didn't dare to take the risk. Face is more important than anything else. He didn't dare to take the risk of losing all his face. Oh, I see. Xiaogu nodded thoughtfully. Although he was still a little confused, he basically understood what was going on. This time, Qin Shao was indeed gambling, but fortunately, he won the bet. Back at St. College, Xiaogu, Jingyang, and Starry Sky could only stay in Qin Zhao's place of cultivation because they were not students of St. College. They could not leave even half a step. For Starry Sky, Qin Zhao's place of cultivation was definitely a holy place for cultivation. The immortal qi was incomparably rich, and he felt like he was immersed in a pool of immortal qi. This was naturally extremely beneficial for his cultivation. Starry Sky had not yet broken through to the heavenly venerate realm. He was still immortal, so for him, the most important thing now was to cultivate. At the very least, he had to break through to the heavenly venerate realm as soon as possible and get rid of his mortal status. Starry Sky's talent and potential might not be particularly good, but it was certainly not weak. Breaking through to the immortal realm was definitely not a problem. What's more, there was such a good cultivation environment now, and he even had the guidance of an ancient sage like Xiaogu. Qin Shao would also give Starry Sky enough cultivation resources. The notice from the god of the Yinglong world had not yet come. Qin Shao also planned to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. During this period, he would do his best to improve his strength. Now, it was almost time to put everything aside for the time being. Starry Sky was resurrected, but there was no way to resurrect his master, Red Dust Guest, for the time being, and there was no way to save the heavenly court for the time being. These things would have to be dealt with later. At the very least, he would have to think about it after he became a sage. Fortunately, things were clear now. Qin Shao also knew what to do. He just suppressed it for the time being. Putting these things aside, the most important thing for Qin Shao now was to improve his strength and have more means. Only then could he have a better chance of winning in the war between the mortal realm and the earth realm. This time, it was a good opportunity to make a contribution. If he made a great contribution, he would have more chances to get the guardian token of the Holy Emperor. Regardless of the contribution, this war was related to the safety of the mortal realm. Naturally, Qin Shao was duty-bound to stand up and guard this line of defense. Strength was the most important factor. If there was enough time, Qin Shao would definitely continue to cultivate the law of time and the law of all things. He would take the opportunity to make a breakthrough in these two laws. But obviously, there was not enough time. Since there was not enough time, Qin Zhao's cultivation method was to use the law of space and the law of light. He wanted to see if he could integrate these two laws into other forces. In order to improve his power, simply using the law of space and the law of light was actually limited in power. Therefore, if he wanted to have a way of harming others, he needed to integrate the laws and the power. This was another difficult problem. However, no matter how difficult the problem was, Qin Shao believed that there would be a solution. It just depended on how to solve it. Before cultivating, Qin Shao had to carefully analyze the various possibilities to see which one would be more feasible. The law of space has very strong offensive and binding power. Therefore, whether it's attack or defense, the law of space has no problem. It can be said to be omnipotent. It's just that my law of space is only at the initial stage, so the power I can display is not very strong. It can't trap a first-step ancient saint at all. When I dealt with the frog snake leader previously, I used the power of the law of space to block the frog snake leader's path of retreat and bind him so that he couldn't escape. In the end, the heaven-opening sword art severely injured him. This can be considered a practical application of the law of space in battle. However, this application is relatively simple and straightforward. It completely separates the power of the law of space and the power of the immortal Tao. It's just that there's a simple difference between the two. It's just a simple combination. This method is fine against ordinary cultivators, but it's probably not enough to deal with an expert. A simple combination method can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. And what I want is not 1 + 1 = 2. It's an effect equal to 11. True fusion, true perfect coordination. This is the main point of my cultivation. Just like the heart force and Li Sheng's flying dagger. Although the heart force and the flying dagger's power did not perfectly merge, at least in terms of coordination. It's more or less perfect. Therefore, under such circumstances, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. In that way, the flying dagger contains the heart force, and the heart force can assist in controlling the flying dagger. It makes the flying dagger more flexible and can attack the opponent unexpectedly to achieve a very good effect. The law of space has such a strong power of law. No matter how well I use it, it's still not enough. As for the law of light, compared to the law of space, it might not be as strong in battle. Therefore, I'll focus on the law of space for now. I'll study the law of light in the future. After pondering and analyzing for a while, Qin Shao decided on a specific direction and had some general ideas. In terms of fighting methods, Qin Shao didn't have many. The first was the heaven-opening sword art. The second was Li Sheng's flying dagger. The third was the true word of Lin. There is no need to mention the other methods. As for the heart force, it could only be used as an auxiliary method. It couldn't be used alone, and the power of the inner world could only be used as an auxiliary method. Qin Shao hadn't had the time to cultivate the true word of fighting and the true word of swordsman, so he hadn't completely mastered the two. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't really have many powerful methods. There were only these three. Qin Shao had also thought about whether or not he should pick a dangerous saint art. But in the end, Qin Shao rejected it. Firstly, if he wanted to cultivate a powerful saint art to a deeper level, it would take a lot of time. There might not be enough time now. Secondly, which of the people who could participate in the young genius war between the human and earth realms wasn't a top young talent? Which one of them didn't have a powerful saint art? Therefore, even if he cultivated a saint art, he wouldn't have any advantage. Yes, it could be used to deal with ordinary people, but it wouldn't be practical to deal with those top young talents. Rather than that, it was better to focus on these three existing methods and continue to strengthen them, making them even more powerful. Only in this way would he be strong enough and have more confidence in fighting this battle. Of the three methods, Qin Shao decided to start with the heaven-splitting sword art. The heaven-splitting sword art was the power of the immortal Tao. Starting with the heaven-splitting sword art could actually be said to be a fusion of the power of spatial laws and the power of the immortal Tao. The fusion of two nomological laws was the most meaningful when it came to cultivation. This path had to be taken sooner or later. Now let's start. Qin Shao's immortal Tao laws had also made great progress. The last time he ate a saint fruit of the immortal Tao in Fu Yeni's palace, he could be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the immortal Tao. Since he was going to take this path, his immortal Tao laws needed to be improved a little more. With a move of his hand, the remaining saint fruit of the immortal Tao appeared in Qin Shao's hand. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and swallowed the saint fruit of the immortal Tao. Immediately, powerful immortal Tao law power gushed out. The singularity of the laws quickly filled Qin Shao's mind, showing the foundation and true essence of the immortal Tao laws in a very direct way. It was displayed in a direct manner, allowing Qin Shao to roam the singularity world of the immortal Tao laws. In this way, Qin Shao could naturally master the singularity of the immortal Tao laws very well. Qin Shao still hadn't had enough of the last cultivation. This time, he was cultivating in seclusion in his own place without any disturbances. His mood was clearly much better, so the results of his cultivation were better than the last time. The effect of the saint fruit of the immortal Tao lasted for over 10,000 years before it was finally exhausted and dissipated into thin air. Qin Shao continued to immerse himself in this kind of enlightenment. 1,000 years later, he opened his eyes. He pursed his lips. He still hadn't had enough. It's a pity that I still couldn't break through to the initial level of the immortal Tao laws in one go. However, I'm very close. Chapter 2588. The immortal Tao Saint fruit was definitely gone, and the unfulfilled wish was just a momentary thought. This kind of thing, Qin Shao naturally would not take it to heart. That would affect his heart of cultivation. Although he wasn't able to break through the immortal Tao law in one fell swoop, he had made great progress and was much closer to the breakthrough. The more mastery he had of the immortal Tao law, the stronger he would naturally be. The power of the immortal Tao law could be directly used in immortal arts and saint arts. Therefore, the power of the heaven-opening sword art would naturally increase by a lot. Speaking of the heaven-opening sword art, Qin Shao thought of the first free city lord, Origin Sword City Lord. The heaven-opening sword art was left behind by Origin Sword City Lord. Qin Shao had the opportunity to obtain the heaven-opening sword art and the heaven-opening sword. However, ever since the heaven-opening sword was injured, it had been in a deep slumber and couldn't display the power of a saint weapon. In the past, saint weapons were things that Qin Shao looked up to, but now, saint weapons were nothing to Qin Shao. If he needed them, he could choose 2 saint weapons and divine weapons to use. However, Qin Shao didn't choose any and continued to use the heaven-opening sword. Only by using the heaven-opening sword to perform the heaven-opening sword art would one be able to do as one with the sword and reach a perfect state. Therefore, Qin Shao had always used the heaven-opening sword and had no intention of changing it to a saint weapon. The heaven-opening sword art was a very profound and powerful cultivation method, and Qin Shao had only cultivated the first level. Qin Shao alone had 3 levels of the heaven-opening sword art, and these 3 levels weren't the complete heaven-opening sword art. Origin Sword City Lord also said that the heaven-opening sword art was an incomplete cultivation method, but even this incomplete cultivation method was much more powerful and profound than the saint arts in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. At this moment, Qin Shao looked at the heaven-opening sword art again and felt that it was powerful and profound. Now that Qin Shao had mastered a lot of the immortal Tao law, he could naturally have a deeper understanding of the heaven-opening sword art. Therefore, Qin Shao was also wondering if he could give it a try and see if he could cultivate the second level of the heaven-splitting sword art. The second level of the heaven-splitting sword technique was definitely much more powerful than the saint arts in the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Qin Shao already had the foundation of the first level. Now he had a better understanding of the law of immortal Tao. Therefore, if he came to cultivate now, he naturally had a certain level of strength and confidence. If he wanted to cultivate the heaven-splitting sword art first, then he would have to cultivate the fusion of laws later. Qin Shao pondered for a moment before deciding to cultivate the heaven-splitting sword art first. He would raise the level of the heaven-splitting sword art first before attempting to fuse the laws. That would be much easier. Qin Zhao's mind flashed back to the scene shown by the lead actor in Origin Sword City. Previously, when he was in Freedom City, he was far inferior in all aspects compared to now. At that time, his understanding of the heaven-splitting sword art was indeed far from thorough. Now that he understood it, it was much easier for him to do so. He could understand many parts with a single glance, and he could understand them with just a little bit. It was much easier to comprehend. Naturally, there were no obstacles in his cultivation, and it became smoother. The heaven-splitting sword art focused on the sword, but the sword could be easily displayed by the law of immortal Tao. There was no hindrance in the fusion between the two. In terms of the heaven-splitting sword art alone, Qin Shao felt that it was a cultivation method of the sword cultivation Tao. It was a pure sword technique and sword Tao. The sword was everything. Qin Shao had also felt this kind of pure sword Tao in the primordial universe before. However, the Tao of the primordial universe naturally could not be brought to the immortal realm. The Tao of the primordial universe was not the Tao of the great wide world. The great wide world only had the 5 fundamental laws and the 8 great cultivation Tao laws. However, there are some things that could be used as an analogy. The pure sword, integrated with the power of the law of immortal Tao, formed the heaven-splitting sword art. At this moment, Qin Zhao's cultivation became very smooth. Many things that he did not understand before were quickly understood now. Soon, Qin Shao was completely immersed in the cultivation of the heaven-splitting sword art. Under the guidance of the cultivation method, inspired by the demonstration of the primordial Sword City Lord, and Qin Zhao's own innate comprehension ability, Qin Zhao's cultivation this time seemed very easy. Qin Shao could also see an obvious improvement. This made Qin Shao more confident that he could break through the second level of the heaven-splitting sword art in one fell swoop. If the heaven-splitting sword art broke through the first level, its power would increase by at least 10 times. At that time, the heaven-splitting sword art would probably become Qin Zhao's most powerful technique. Now, Qin Shao was indeed in urgent need of an extremely powerful technique to improve his strength. Qin Zhao's original body in the primordial universe was also cultivating the heaven-splitting sword art together. Cultivating at the same time could save a lot of time. Naturally, the efficiency was much higher. The sword is a will between heaven and earth. It is the strongest will in a person's heart. Only when one's thoughts are strong can there be qi. Only when one's qi is sharp can it become a sword. The sword itself is actually just a concept. The sword of a weapon is just a name given to it. It is like giving a person a beautiful set of armor. With this set of armor, one will naturally be able to display one's strength. A sword with a weapon can maximize the power of the sword. However, the sword of a weapon is just a carrier and a prop. It is not a real sword. A real sword is the will of the strongest and the most sacred. It is the vast qi of heaven and earth. The sword can split the sky. In fact, it uses the vast qi of heaven and earth to transform into endless sharpness. It can split the sky and cleave the earth. The power of the immortal Tao law is the fuel of this qi. It can make this qi even more violent and powerful. My will can reach the heavens. As soon as the will came out, the qi followed and the sharpness of the sword whistled. When the sharpness is exhausted, it can split the sky. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly burst out with a sharp, sword-like light. The sword tore through the void and cut a hole in it. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked, right? With a thought, everything disappeared and the space returned to normal. A slight smile finally appeared on Qin Zhao's face. Success. After 100,000 years, I finally succeeded. It took a lot less time than I expected. It was unexpectedly smooth. The second level of the heaven-splitting sword art is indeed much stronger. It can also utilize the power of the immortal Tao law to the extreme and release its greatest power. If the heaven-splitting sword can awaken and recover its power, the power of the heaven-splitting sword art will probably more than double. Qin Shao flipped his hand and took out the heaven-splitting sword for a look. It was a saint artifact with an artifact spirit. It was a pity that the artifact spirit was in a deep sleep. After so long, there was still no sign of waking up. Qin Shao was thinking about how to wake up the artifact spirit as soon as possible. Everyone else was holding a saint artifact. If he held a saint artifact without any saint power, he would be at a disadvantage. However, he would not think about it for the time being. After putting away the heaven-splitting sword, Qin Shao continued to cultivate. Now it was time to try to integrate the power of the space law into the heaven-splitting sword art. This integration was actually a kind of integration of the power of the space law and the power of the immortal Tao law. However, Qin Shao had not mastered the power of the immortal Tao law, so this integration was not completely symmetrical. However, this wasn't a big problem. The key was to see how he could fuse these two types of nomological powers together and make his means more powerful. This was not a saint technique. Now, Qin Shao needed to try it himself and create his own unique skill, using the existing heaven-splitting sword art to integrate the laws. Although it was not a complete creation, it was still a kind of creation within a certain range. It was very difficult to take this step. The first step was enough to block people to death. Of course, everything was difficult at the beginning. It was not surprising that the beginning was difficult. Qin Shao continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Time passed quickly and quietly. On the other side, Starry Sky, who had been cultivating with abundant resources, finally ushered in a breakthrough and became an immortal. Haha, I finally broke through. I am now in the celestial venerable realm. Ha ha ha. Celestial venerable realm. This is something I have been pursuing for almost an epoch of the universe. I didn't expect it to be realized so soon here. Haha, I did it. Starry Sky, finally did it. I have also become an immortal. The dream that I have been pursuing has finally been achieved. At the moment of the breakthrough, Starry Sky was so excited that he almost cried. He was too excited and happy. He had been looking forward to this day for a very long time. He had been cultivating in the primordial universe for more than half an epoch. Like the heavenly core of the desolate land, he had been pursuing a higher realm and a breakthrough all his life. However, after working hard for more than half an epoch, they were still far from the celestial venerable realm. Originally, they had no hope of breaking through at all. However, they had always had this obsession in their hearts. They all had this dream. None of them had given up easily. They had all been working hard to cultivating with all their might. However, they did not expect him to break through so quickly in the immortal domain. It was really too easy to break through here. It was tens of thousands of times easier than in the primordial universe. The feeling of breaking through naturally could not be expressed in any words. Therefore, Starry Sky was so excited that he could not calm down for a while. Jing Yang and Xiao Gu looked at Starry Sky silently, allowing him to be happy. Jing Yang also recalled the scene of his breakthrough. He had also been unable to break through in his home universe. Later on, he had been fortunate enough to enter the Great Tao Sacred Realm and follow Old Man Lu Ha. That had allowed him to break through to the Celestial Venerable Realm very quickly and cultivate to the second step Celestial Venerable Realm. Originally, he had not dared to think about such things in his home universe. However, in the Sacred Realm, he would realize that breaking through to the Celestial Venerable Realm was actually not that difficult. After being happy for a while, Starry Sky slowly calmed down. Not bad, Starry Sky. It only took you over 900,000 years to break through. That's amazing, Xiao Gu joked. However, it was indeed amazing to break through to the Celestial Venerable Realm in less than 1,000,000 years. It was a genius move. Starry Sky shook his head and smiled. Don't praise me like that, Xiao Gu. I have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years in the immortal domain. In addition to the 900,000 years now, it should be about 5,000,000 years. Moreover, I am now in Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. This is simply a holy land for cultivation. There are too many resources here. With your guidance, I was able to break through. So, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Haha, it's actually not that bad. Continue to work hard. Don't be like a certain someone and not break through, Xiao Gu said with a smile. The certain someone he was referring to was naturally Jing Yang. Jing Yang looked embarrassed and could only smile bitterly. Chapter 2589. Land Realm. The three realms of heaven, earth, and man were divided into three realms. The three realms should live in harmony and not invade each other. The heaven realm had always been high and mighty. It was outside the world and did not care about worldly affairs. The mortal realm was basically responsible for managing all the affairs of the celestial realm. Regardless of whether it was the territory or the number of living beings, it occupied 70% of the celestial realm. The land realm had always been sealed. Hence, outsiders could not reach the land realm at all, nor could they find the land realm. It was precisely because of this that the land realm became even more mysterious than the heaven realm. Everyone in the human domain knew about the existence of the earth domain, but no one knew where it was or what it looked like. There were some races living in the earth domain. There were races in the land realm. However, the countless infamy of the land realm had long spread throughout the mortal realm. It caused everyone to hate the land realm, despise it, and reject it from the bottom of their hearts. They classified the land realm as a land of darkness, a land of filth, a land of evil and death. Land realm. The land realm was under a powerful seal, causing it to be filled with darkness. There was not much light, and it was covered in darkness. There were three major races in the land realm: the netherworld race, the evil demon race, and the demon race. These three great clans were also divided in the land. Each of them was in charge of a region, and they fought endlessly against each other. The three races all felt that their own race should be the highest ruler of the land realm. They should be the leader of the three races and the king of the land realm. Hence, even in this sealed territory, it was filled with endless killing, causing the land realm to be filled with the smell of blood. It was incomparably dark and gloomy. Hence, everywhere in the land realm was like hell. Everywhere was filled with incomparably tragic scenes. It was extremely shocking. In the land realm, where the three races intersected on a dark and eerie mountain, the surroundings were surrounded by an extremely dark and evil prison. There was almost no light. However, in this darkness, there were three figures standing opposite each other on the peak of the mountain. In the darkness, it was impossible to see the appearance of these three people clearly. However, their powerful auras seemed to make the darkness somewhat fearful. The three of them stood there, the supreme darkness in this world. Great Emperor Yin Luo, Heavenly Demon Sovereign, my demon race is ready. We can enter the forbidden battlefield at any time. How are your preparations? Demon Ancestor, you're quite proactive this time. You even took the initiative to request for 4 spots from your demon race. You've also made your preparations long ago. It seems like your demon race wants to snatch the credit this time. Ha, of course. Our demon race's young disciples are all very outstanding. Not to mention 4. Even if our demon race had 10 of them, we would still be able to choose them. We also have full confidence that we can compete with the mortal world. Fight and win. Demon Ancestor, it's good that you're confident, but the human realm can't be underestimated. In all the previous battles, our Earth realm has always lost more than we won. It could even be said that they had not won in over 100 consecutive tournaments. This time we did. They came with the promise of victory and credibility. Our Earth domain must win this battle. Heavenly Demon Sovereign, when did you become so unconfident? I know that you demons don't have any geniuses in this generation. If you are so unconfident, then how about this? Your demon clan will leave 1 spot and give up 2 spots? Come to the goblin race. There are still many geniuses in the goblin race who want to fight for the land. From what I can see, your devil race only has 1 little guy who's okay, right? Bah, Demon Ancestor, what nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you say that your demon race will give 2 spots to our demon race? Our demon race is full of geniuses. Picking out 3 of them is giving me a headache. I have no choice but to give up many geniuses. I'll give you 3 spots. I don't think it's too much. Come on, don't you think I don't know the background of those little fellows of your demon race? How can they compare to the young men of my demon race? If you're not convinced, you can compete. Let's see if your demon race's contribution is greater or if our demon race's contribution is greater. If it weren't for your demon race's little fellows being useless in the previous tournament, our Earth realm would have won. Now, you still have the nerve to be here. Speak. All right. You two old fellows, what time is it now? Are you still in the mood to quarrel here? If you have this thought, why don't you think about how to win this battle? Our Earth realm has almost lost. We've lost 100 times. Do you want to win again? Great Emperor Yin Luo, look at what you're saying. Aren't the three of us gathered here today to discuss important matters? Isn't it to win this battle? Winning depends on the two of you bickering here. All right. Great Emperor Yin Luo, let's discuss the specifics. It's about time for those little fellows to set off for the sealed battlefield. This time, we're still very confident. In the depths of the holy land of Fushi, Forbidden Area, in an elegant pavilion, there were 9 figures sitting at a large round table. There were 8 men and 1 woman. The men were either immortal-like or otherworldly. All of them were incomparably elegant, as if they didn't belong to the mortal world. The woman was extremely beautiful and dazzling. It was as if she was the only goddess in this world. With the 9 of them sitting here, there was no sky and no earth. It was as if only the 9 of them were left in the world. If Qin Xiao was here at this time, he would definitely discover that his master, sagely, was also sitting among them. However, this large round table seemed to have 10 seats. However, one of the seats was empty. No one was sitting there. Only 9 people were sitting there. These 9 people were the rulers of the mortal world. They were the 9 supreme existences. The 5 Saint Emperors, Jade Pool Queen Mother, Kunlun God Emperor, Jiuhua God Emperor, and Sagely. For the 9 of them to be gathered here, they must be here to discuss important matters. If not for the fact that something big had happened in the mortal world, there was no way the 9 of them would be gathered here. Sagely, are you sure you want your daughter, Yuan, to fight? Don't you think you should reconsider? The first to speak was the Kunlun God Emperor. That white robe and white hair of his made him look like a transcendent immortal. Immediately, the Kunlun God Emperor added, "That's right, Sagely. It's not that we're against interfering with your choice. It's just that this battle concerns the safety of the people of the mortal world after all. We must not act rashly. This is a serious matter. We can't play around. It's better to be cautious. Based on what I know, your daughter Yuan is as pure and innocent as a piece of white paper. She can't see the cruelty and darkness of this world at all. There's only light and beauty in her world. We believe in her strength, but her heart is too kind. It's very easy for her to be taken advantage of. Furthermore, it's hard for her to be ruthless. At the crucial moment, she might end up messing up the bigger picture." Sagely smiled faintly and looked at the Kunlun God Emperor and Jiuhua God Emperor, saying, "Since the 2 of you have said so, it's really a little difficult for me. But I still want my Yuan to participate. It's because she's too naive, pure, and kind that I want her to experience more things so that she can grow up a little. I want her to be carefree like this and be a flower in a greenhouse. It'll be very difficult for her to truly grow up like this. After she entered the Sacred Academy, I've noticed that she's grown up a little. But that naivety and kindness of hers hasn't changed. They're still preserved very well. Therefore, I feel that this is a good thing. This is an excellent opportunity. I do have some selfish motives. I also want to give my Yuan a strong medicine that can help her grow up. That way, I won't have to worry so much in the future. She's already grown up. In terms of strength, you guys can rest assured. Even if Yuan's strength isn't considered the strongest among the 10, she should be able to keep up. She definitely won't be the one who's dragging you guys down. Of course, if everyone feels that my Yuan isn't suitable, I can also replace her. I've already prepared the candidates long ago. For the sake of the big picture, I can agree with your opinions. But if it's up to me, I'm still determined. I'll let my Yuan fight. The Kunlun God Emperor and Jiuhua God Emperor stopped talking. The 5 Saint Emperors were also considering this matter. The Jade Pool Queen Mother laughed softly and said, "I think you guys just look down on us women, right? You've all chosen men. Can't you choose a woman? I've also met Li Sheng's Yuan once. she's still very not bad. I've also understood her current situation. Even though she's indeed naive, pure, and kind, it doesn't mean that she'll mess up the bigger picture. For this battle, both sides will only send out 10 people. It'll just be a direct battle. Who would have the time to scheme? Besides, isn't Qin Xiao participating as well? That little girl listens to Qin Xiao very much. If Qin Xiao is here, he'll definitely be able to guide her well. With Yuan's strength, there's definitely no problem. Who knows, she might even be of great help at the crucial moment. That's why I agree to let Yuan fight. After the Jade Pool Queen Mother said this, the Kunlun God Emperor and Jiuhua God Emperor did not say anything else. Human Emperor Fuxi spoke up. All right. Since that's the case, we'll go with Li Sheng's wishes. I believe that Li Sheng has his own confidence. We should trust him instead. Li Sheng naturally hopes that our human world will win. There's no doubt about that. Therefore, I believe that Li Sheng must have thought long and hard about sending people. Since Human Emperor Fuxi had spoken, this matter was settled. Li Sheng smiled and did not say anything else. Human Emperor Fuxi continued. There's no need to discuss the candidates. Everyone has already made their choices, and they've already made their preparations. It's about time now. We can gather those little fellows and head to the sealed battlefield. Based on my understanding of the situation, the land is very ambitious this time. They are very ambitious and have the determination to win this battle. Among the youths of the Earth world, there are indeed some top geniuses. They should be much stronger than the previous batch. Therefore, this batch will definitely not be as easy as the previous batch. But no matter how difficult it is, I believe that our human world will definitely win in the end. I believe that the youths of our human world will definitely fight this battle well for the human world. This is their responsibility and their pride, their glory. All right, everyone, go and make your preparations. We'll have to do some early work of brainstorming as well. No matter how confident we are, we can't underestimate our enemies. We have to take them seriously and fight them in our best condition. Everyone nodded in agreement. Both the human world and the Earth world were busy preparing for the upcoming battle. Both sides were confident and thought that they had to win this battle. They were all secretly competing with each other. A great battle was about to break out, but the human world was still very peaceful. This battle was not known to the world. The people of the world did not know that their stability and peace were bought with the lives and blood of others behind the scenes. Chapter 2590. In Qin Zhao's secluded cultivation room, everything was still calm. However, there was a surge of power beneath this calm. Of the 900,000 years of seclusion, the first 100,000 years had been spent cultivating the heaven-splitting sword art. Later on, Qin Xiao had been completely immersed in the fusion of spatial laws and immortal Tao laws. He'd been trying to fuse spatial laws into the heaven-splitting sword art. The cooperation between different law powers was not an easy task. Wanting to fuse them was even more difficult. Not to mention fusion, even perfect cooperation was extremely difficult. In the 800,000 years of cultivation, Qin Xiao had made countless attempts. He'd made adjustments and improvements time and time again, comprehending new things again and again. Bit by bit, he'd accumulated them, slowly stacking them together and pushing Qin Xiao to improve. At this time, Qin Xiao had also reached the brink of a breakthrough. The fusion of powers was far too difficult, and Qin Xiao couldn't do it for the time being. What Qin Xiao was seeking now was a perfect combination of spatial laws and immortal Tao laws. Qin Xiao had the experience of successfully combining Heart Force and Flying Dagger, so it was much easier for him to cultivate this time. With this experience, he naturally wouldn't be so blind. Even so, this was a combination of the laws of space and the laws of the immortal Tao. Naturally, it was much more difficult than combining Heart Force and the power of the Flying Dagger. Space can block people, trap them, slice them, and shatter them. Just like when I dealt with the frog snake leader before, I used a spatial barrier to block it so that it couldn't dodge. It was as if its entire body was bound. Space binds people, and then my power can hit the frog snake leader's body like hitting a target. However, the method I used before was very simple and shallow. It was just a wall. When a person is blocked by a wall, they'll have no way out at most, but their strength still exists. If they're strong enough, they can directly break the wall. Even if they don't break the wall, their strength won't be weakened in the slightest. However, if it's a perfect combination, then spatial laws will be like a rope that binds the opponent tightly, making it impossible for them to move. That'll completely weaken the opponent. That way, it'll be much easier to deal with the opponent. This was the huge difference between a simple execution and a perfect combination. The difference in power was huge. Perfect coordination was the effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. After 800,000 years of cultivation and experimentation, Qin Shao could already combine spatial laws and immortal Tao laws in various ways. But he always felt that he couldn't reach a perfect level. Perfect coordination was to be able to do as one pleased. It was to be able to bring out the power of the two laws to their greatest limits and explode with their greatest power. In order to achieve perfect coordination, one's heart, mind, and mind must all reach the level of unity. They must all be able to come at one's command with a single thought and be able to immediately withdraw with a single thought. They must become a part of one's body. This was like an experienced swordsman. The highest level was to become one with the sword. The person was the sword, and the sword was the person. In such a situation, the sword had already become a part of the person's body. Since it was a part of the person's body, then it could naturally be used as one pleased. Naturally, one could bring out the sword's greatest power, hitting wherever one pointed. However, what Qin Shao wanted to do was far from simple. Not only did he have to achieve the unity of heaven and man, but he also had to perfectly combine the two different laws. Different laws were originally incompatible things. Even if they couldn't be merged together, if one wanted to achieve perfect coordination, at least there couldn't be the slightest bit of rejection. Moreover, they had to cooperate just right to reach the state of hand in hand. This was like, to put it simply, there was a glass of water. If a handful of sand was thrown into this glass of water, when the water calmed down, the sand would sink into the glass and be completely separated from the water. The well water wouldn't interfere with the river water. The two wouldn't be compatible, nor would they cooperate together. Instead, they would be completely separated. In order to make the two cooperate perfectly, there needed to be a force to reconcile the two. What Qin Shao had to do was to use a stick to stir the water in the glass. When the stirring was just right, the sand and the water would show a kind of glued posture, achieving a perfect state of cooperation. However, this state didn't really mean that they were merged together. As long as this stirring force didn't exist, the two would quickly separate and return to the state of separation. The well water wouldn't interfere with the river water, and the line would be drawn again. Therefore, this was a kind of cooperation between external forces, not a fusion. A true fusion was a glass of water and a glass of milk. If the two were poured together, they would be completely compatible, forming a perfect state where you were in me and I was in you. They would not be separated. And this state didn't need external forces to control and reconcile. This was the essential difference between cooperation and fusion. What is perfection? It is when everything has reached the most ideal state. But what is the most ideal state? It's not that we think that reaching the most ideal state is the most ideal state, but it needs the power of the law of space, the law of immortality, and the heaven-splitting sword art to determine the most ideal state. Only when the three of them reach the most ideal state of cooperation, that is true perfection. We always like to walk into a misunderstanding. We always subconsciously take ourselves as the center and focus on our own consciousness. Cultivation depends on ourselves. That's right. However, there are some things that are not purely determined by our consciousness. No matter who it is, there may be some flaws in their consciousness, and there may be some mistakes. At this time, we can't just rely on our subjective consciousness to decide matter. I've been trapped in this misunderstanding all these years. I've been using my own thoughts as the standard, cultivating according to my own ideas, and trying to achieve perfect cooperation. But I neglected the most important thing, that is the power of the law of space, the law of immortality, and the heaven-splitting sword art. They don't need me to control them subjectively. So I want to make myself a part of the three of them, listen to their hearts, see what they need, and how to achieve the perfection they want. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became clear. His mind was bright, and his mind suddenly opened up. With his mind clear and his mind open, Qin Zhao began to have a new direction to try. And this time, there was obviously a good response. With the right path, cultivation would become much easier. With a clear mind, the path was clear. With a clear path, everything was clear. After everything was clear, cultivation became a very easy and smooth thing. There were no obstacles at all, and the path was unimpeded. Moreover, Qin Zhao had already reached a critical point of a breakthrough before. The path was clear, but it was just the removal of the last obstacle. There were not many paths left. After clearing the obstacles, he could take a step forward. Therefore, Qin Zhao soon achieved a breakthrough and reached the state of perfect cooperation, achieving the effect that Qin Zhao wanted. It was just that in this small cultivation room, Qin Zhao had no way to show off his power to see how powerful it had become. But this was not important. What was important was that he had done it. He had reached this step and achieved his goal of cultivation. Qin Zhao stopped cultivating and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, more than 900,000 years of hard work finally paid off. First, I successfully made a breakthrough in the heaven-opening sword technique. Then, I reached a state of perfect cooperation between the power of the law of space and the power of the law of immortality. There's still no way to fuse them together, but taking this step is already a big step forward. The next goal is to fuse them together. The first step has been taken. The second step will be much easier, and the road ahead will be much smoother. Most importantly, I have also set a precedent and accumulated a certain amount of experience. I believe that the cultivation in this area will be much smoother in the future. Sure enough, the cooperation and fusion between the power of the law is the best way to improve one's strength. My strength is at least several times stronger than before I went into seclusion. Now, I'm afraid that even if I have to fight against a half-step saint, I'm confident that I can defeat him, right? Having just completed a breakthrough, Qin Zhao naturally had a lot of pride and confidence in his heart with such a great gain and a great increase in strength. Power indeed gave people a strong sense of confidence. With this strong sense of confidence, Qin Zhao was also full of confidence in this battle between the young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm. He had to win. He absolutely could not lose. This was not just a battle for glory. It was also related to the safety of countless lives in the human realm. If the human realm was open to the human realm for 1,000,000 years, who knew how many things would happen during this long period of time? Who knew how many lives in the human realm would die at the hands of the beings in the human realm? Who knew how much trouble and disaster would be caused to the human realm? Therefore, he had to win. Qin Zhao did not think about these things for the time being. After sorting out his emotions, Qin Zhao walked straight out of the cultivation room. They had not seen each other for more than 900,000 years. As expected, Starry Sky had broken through to become an immortal and reached the heavenly venerate realm. This was good news. Jing Yang had not made a breakthrough in his realm, and his aura did not seem to have made any progress. This was also something that could not be helped. Xiao Gu was very lazy, but the beast race did not need to cultivate like that. They needed to rely more on their own bloodline inheritance and devour external forces to improve themselves. Therefore, as long as Xiao Gu had good things to eat and enough immortal power for him to absorb, he would naturally grow. He was naturally treated well in Qin Zhao's place. However, Qin Zhao did not have too many things to feed Xiao Gu. If there was enough energy to feed Xiao Gu, he could break through to the second step of the ancient sage realm in a short period of time. Of course, If Xiao Gu wanted to break through to the second step of the ancient sage realm, he would need an extremely terrifying amount of energy. It was not something that Qin Xiao could bear. More than 900,000 years had passed. The time limit of 1,000,000 years that the god of the Yinglong world had said was approaching. Qin Xiao had been waiting for the news. Starry Sky, congratulations on breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm. Qin Xiao said to Starry Sky. Starry Sky smiled and said, Qin Xiao, this is all thanks to you. Breaking through to the heavenly venerate realm has been my lifelong dream. I have worked hard for more than half a universe era, just for this day. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to you, Qin Xiao. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to walk out of the Hongmeng universe, let alone break through to the heavenly venerate realm. Qin Xiao, you are our benefactor, and the hero of the Hongmeng universe. Chapter 2591. Starry Sky couldn't help but stare blankly at Qin Xiao when he heard Qin Xiao's words. Qin Xiao continued, I am also a member of the Hongmeng universe. The Hongmeng universe is also my home. Everything I do for my home is a matter of course. It is my duty to do so. It is my responsibility, my duty, and I should bear it. Bear the burden. The Hongmeng universe gave birth to me and allowed me to grow. It allowed me to obtain strength that no one else could possess and stand at the highest position. Everything I have was given to me by the Hongmeng universe. Without the Hongmeng universe, where would I, Qin Xiao, be? Therefore, it is only right for me to repay the Hongmeng universe. I must have a grateful heart and be grateful for everything. Everything I do for the Hongmeng universe is worth it. Everything I do for you is because I have received your kindness. Secondly, we are brothers. Thirdly, it is for the future of the Hongmeng universe. The Hongmeng universe shouldn't be supported by me, Qin Xiao, alone. It should be supported by all of us, including all of you. Starry Sky, Xiao Gu, Big Brother Desolate Land, Big Brother Sky Court, and even Big Brother by Chuan and the others were all once rulers of the Hongmeng universe. You stood at the peak of the Hongmeng universe and were the first to reach the great 1,000 domains and the immortal realms. People from the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, we all bear a heavy burden on our shoulders. We should all bear the responsibility and contribute our strength to the prosperity of the Hongmeng universe. We should contribute the rest of our lives and let the Hongmeng universe shine brightly. Let the primordial universe truly shine and become stronger. This is what we should be doing. As for those of us who have taken the first step towards the immortal domain, we should naturally stick together and help each other. Because we are brothers, we are relatives, we are a family, we are a whole, we are a whole, we are a whole, we are glorious. Therefore, Starry Sky, you shouldn't be so courteous. You are treating me like an outsider. Qin Zhao's words were truly impassioned, causing one's blood to boil and flow endlessly. Whether it was Starry Sky, Xiao Gu, or Jingyang, all of them felt their blood boil. Their chests were filled with fighting spirit and the desire to become stronger. Jingyang also regarded himself as a member of the Hongmeng universe. His hometown no longer existed. He had stayed in the Hongmeng universe for so long and had followed Qin Xiao. Naturally, his heart belonged to the Hongmeng universe like Qin Xiao. Universe, just like Bai Chuan and Fu Su and Young Master Yu. They also regarded themselves as part of the Hongmeng universe. Even Hongshun Ke must have thought of himself as a part of the Hongmeng universe. Because they were all the same. Their hometowns no longer existed. If the Hongmeng universe, but the universes exist as universe. His universe was his home's home. Was it Estes universe, S Xiao universe, T was, its Xiao universe was. The Hongmeng universe's first place would always be the Hongmeng universe. This was something that would never change. That's right, Starry Sky. Why are you being so polite with my big brother? We're family. Look at me. I've never been polite with my big brother. Whatever benefits my big brother gives me, I'll accept them with a clear conscience. Xiaogu grinned. Xiaogu said. Starry Sky nodded and smiled. That's right. We're family. If I'm too polite, I'll be treating him like an outsider. I was wrong this time. It won't happen again. Qin Xiao smiled. A family should be like this. If he was too courteous, he would alienate the whole family. If that happened, would they still be a family? Starry Sky continued. Qin Xiao, you're right. As the Hongmeng universe's pioneers, we should shoulder our responsibilities. We have to cultivate hard for the Hongmeng universe's stability and prosperity. Our Hongmeng universe will only become stronger when we become stronger. Only then will it be stable and prosperous. This is what we should all work hard for. I'm rather ashamed about this. My cultivation base is the lowest among all of us. However, I will definitely work harder. I will definitely cultivate with all my might. I will definitely raise my realm as soon as possible. I will definitely not drag you down. I won't drag you down. Starry Sky's fighting spirit was completely aroused. How strong one's fighting spirit was, in many cases, also determined how far one could go on the path of cultivation. A strong heart of a powerhouse was very necessary. At the moment, Starry Sky's heart of a powerhouse had become very strong. This was because he had an extremely firm belief in himself. Furthermore, this belief was very strong. This strength was enough to support the Starry Sky, and it was enough to make the Starry Sky invincible and very powerful. Jingyang also clenched his fists. He was probably the one who wouldn't make any progress. No one would be able to steal this title from him. After all, he couldn't remember how long he had been stuck at the second step Heavenly Venerate level, or how many epochs it had been. Indeed, his willpower had long been obliterated and depressed. He no longer had any passion for cultivation. His weak innate potential was one thing, but his willpower had also been completely obliterated. However, Qin Zhao's impassioned speech had deeply touched him and encouraged him. It had also started to ignite his deathly fighting spirit. As these sparks grew, his fighting spirit slowly rose. The blood in his body also started to boil as he regained his faith. Everyone was working so hard. So how could he, Jingyang, be dispirited? Once upon a time, he had been the strongest powerhouse in the Hongmeng universe. Now Baichuan, Fu Su, and the others in the desolate land had all surpassed him. Perhaps he hadn't considered himself a part of the Hongmeng universe before and hadn't felt a sense of belonging. Furthermore, he felt that his mission had been completed and that there wasn't much meaning in life anymore. He would even be willing to die now. However, he now realized that his previous thinking was wrong. Very wrong. Therefore, he had to regain his faith, reignite his fighting spirit, and reinvigorate his cultivation path. Xiaogu grinned and said, "That's right. You should have this kind of fighting spirit. All of you should learn more from me. Hee hee. That way, our Hongmeng universe will have hope." Learn from him? Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Was this a joke? Xiaogu was probably the laziest cultivator among all of them. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Qin Xiao's mind. "Qin Xiao, come to me quickly. Don't bring anyone else." This was obviously the voice of the Ying Long World God. The notification had finally come. Qin Xiao had been waiting and preparing all these years. The notification had finally come. Upon hearing the voice of the Ying Long World God, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be excited. The blood in his body was also burning. He had to admit that he was a little excited. "Okay, Dean, I'll be there right away." Qin Xiao replied, subconsciously. After replying to the Ying Long World God, Qin Xiao curled his lips and said to Xiao Gu and the other two, "I have a big mission to carry out. I can't bring anyone with me. You guys stay here and cultivate. I'll ask Adong to guide you guys more when he's free. I don't know how long this mission will take or when I'll be back. Cultivate well. I hope I can see that you guys have made breakthroughs the next time I come back." Upon hearing that Qin Xiao was leaving, Xiaogu immediately looked at Qin Xiao eagerly. Big brother, what mission are you going to carry out? Will it be dangerous? Do you want to bring me along? You just keep me in your inner world. If there's a danger, that's all. If there's danger, you can let me out later. Big brother, I'm really worried about you going alone. I don't need to cultivate. It's useless for me to stay here. Besides, Jing Yang and Starry Sky can make breakthroughs, but I haven't. I will make a breakthrough in a short time. Big brother, don't bully me like this. Take me with you. Qin Xiao knocked on Xiao Gu's head and said, You'd better stay here. I can't bring anyone with me this time. Don't worry about anything. I'll be fine. Okay, I'm leaving. After saying that, Qin Xiao gave Dong some instructions and left. Xiao Gu smacked his lips and looked a little unhappy. After leaving the cultivation place, Qin Xiao went straight to the cultivation place of the Ying Long World God. He came to the place where he saw the Ying Long World God last time, but this time the Ying Long World God was not here. He didn't see the Ying Long World God, but Qin Xiao saw a familiar figure. Fu Zhongshuan. Qin Xiao went forward and called out. Fu Zhongshuan was the first to arrive here, and he also saw Qin Xiao. His handsome face was still cold and indifferent, as if he was 1,000 miles away from everyone. When Fu Zhongshuan saw Qin Xiao, he just nodded slightly to Qin Xiao. There was still no change in his expression. Thank you for saving me last time. I was in too much of a hurry last time, so I didn't come in time. Thank you so much, Qin Xiao said gratefully. Fu Zhongshuan shook his head and said, I'm ashamed to say that I didn't save you last time. My sister took you away. Qin Xiao smiled and said, It's not your fault. You did your best. It's just that your sister is too strong. No matter what, you had the heart to save me, which is already a big favor. I naturally have to thank you and remember this favor. I'm listening. Fu Zhongshuan didn't seem to like to talk. He was a man of few words and didn't say anything else. He always had that cold and indifferent face, as if there would never be any expression on his face. The feeling he gave off was that he was cold, like a puppet life form. No, the Fushi clan's puppets could be endowed with some life aura. They all had some life wisdom and could feel joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. If this was the case, then in this aspect, wouldn't Fu Zhongshuan be inferior to a puppet life? At this time, someone else came. This made Qin Xiao feel a little strange. He knew about the allocation of the spots to participate in the Great War of the Two Realms. The 5 supreme clans would each send one person, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Kunlun Sacred Ground, and the Jiuhua Immortal School would each send one person, and the Langya Heaven would send one person. The Sacred Academy would send one person, so there were a total of 10 spots. The Sacred Academy's spot was given to him by the god of the Ying Long World. Fu Zhongshuan, representing the Fushi clan, was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. But why did someone else come? And it wasn't just one person, but 2. When Qin Xiao saw the 2 people clearly, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. He was quite surprised. Zhang Yang, Yuan, why are you here? Qin Xiao asked in surprise. The 2 people who came turned out to be Zhang Yang and Yuan. Zhang Yang wasn't a disciple of the 5 supreme clans, nor was he a disciple of the Sacred Academy. Which force was he representing? And Yuan, which force was she representing? Chapter 2592. At this time, seeing Yuan here, he knew that Yuan must be a member of those forces. But she didn't seem to be a disciple of the 5 supreme families. Could it be that she was from the Jade Lake Holy Land or the Kunlun Holy Land? Qin Xiao knew that Zhang Yang was appointed by the Emperor Xianyuan to represent the Xianyuan clan. When Fu Zhongxian saw Yuan, he was obviously slightly surprised, but he didn't show it much and just looked at her indifferently. Qin Xiao looked at Yuan, and Yuan lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. But this time, Yuan also took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, Brother Qin Xiao. I didn't mean to hide it from you before. In fact, I'm from Langya Heaven, and my father is sagely. What? Hearing Yuan's words, not only Qin Xiao, but also Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were shocked. She turned out to be the daughter of Sage Li. This identity was really big. As the daughter of Saint Li, she stood at the top of the world. Qin Shao thought about Yuan Yuan's identity, but he really didn't expect that Yuan Yuan was the daughter of Sage Li, the daughter of his master. In that case, he had to call her senior sister, but in terms of age, it seemed that he was a little older. Zhang Yang grinned, looked at Yuan Yuan with a surprised look, and said, "Cough, cough. I know you have a big background, but I didn't expect it to be so big. TSK, TSK, daughter of Sage Li, I want to ride on your coattails. I think our relationship can be closer. Hee hee." Yuan Yuan looked at Prince Zhang Yang with a puzzled look, blinked her eyes, and said, "Our relationship is not close enough? Aren't we very, very close?" Hee hee, it's very close, but it's not very good. We can go further. Zhang Yang said again. Yuan Yuan was still very puzzled. She looked at Zhang Yang in confusion and said, "Go further? What step?" It's the kind of step where we treat each other as family, understand?" Zhang Yang explained again. Qin Shao and Fu Zhongxian were a little speechless. Only Yuan Yuan didn't understand Zhang Yang's meaning, but they also knew that Zhang Yang was joking and not serious. Yuan Yuan's face looked as if she was thinking about Prince Zhang Yang's words. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "Oh, I know. But Brother Zhang Yang, aren't we brothers and sisters? Aren't they like a family? We all treat each other as family, don't we? Didn't you treat me as a family before?" Cough. No. Zhang Yang had dug his own grave. So he quickly shook his head and explained, "Of course, I treat you as my family. We are all brothers and sisters. We are as close as one family. We are brothers and sisters of the opposite sex." Haha, I was just joking. I'm just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Facing Yuan Yuan, Zhang Yang was defeated. Yuan Yuan pouted and said, "Brother Zhang Yang, this joke is not funny at all. Yuan Yuan will really take it seriously." Zhang Yang smiled and said. Zhang Yang immediately raised his hand and surrendered. Okay, it's Brother Zhang Yang's fault. I promise I won't make this kind of joke next time." Well, it's okay. Yuan Yuan was just joking, but Yuan Yuan won't be angry with you. Yuan Yuan nodded and immediately became happy again. Zhang Yang was embarrassed. He wanted to make a joke to tease Yuan Yuan, but he didn't expect to get himself involved. It's not fun. In any case, Qin Shao held back her laughter. But speaking of it, Yuan Yuan's identity was indeed a little bit big. She was the daughter of Sage Li. Among the younger generation, no one could compare with Yuan Yuan, right? The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors didn't have such young children. Fu Zhongxian's generation was unknown. Therefore, if Yuan Yuan's identity were to be spread out, then there would be countless men pursuing her. Perhaps the young geniuses of the Sacred Institute would go crazy for it. If they could really win Yuan Yuan's heart, they would immediately become the son-in-law of Sage Li. It would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. But Sage Li only had one daughter. Therefore, Sage Li's daughter would be doted on for a lifetime. If they could win her heart, they would be able to obtain countless benefits. No one in the entire immortal realm would dare to bully them. Suddenly, an aura came. Qin Shao felt this aura once. So naturally, she knew that it was the god of Yinglong world. "Greetings, Dean." Qin Shao and the other 3 saluted in unison. The god of Yinglong world nodded slightly to Qin Shao and the other 3 and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the sealed battlefield. I have something to tell you in advance." Fu Zhongxian, Zhang Yang, and Yuan Yuan. The 3 of you are representing your respective forces, but at the same time, you are also students of Sacred Academy. So to a certain extent, you are also representing Sacred Academy. This time, it means that Sacred Academy has sent out 4 people. This is not only a supreme honor for Sacred Academy, but also a great responsibility. So, I hope you can fight a good battle and win back glory for Sacred Academy. Everyone in Sacred Academy will be looking forward to your triumphant return. This is your responsibility and also your responsibility. All of you do your best. Yinglongshi's words were very solemn, and his tone was also very serious. Qin Shao and the other 3 nodded solemnly. Of course, they knew this responsibility, and this was their sacred mission. In this battle, They would naturally fight with their lives. They must win, they must. The border between the human realm and the earth realm was dark, as if it was still a place of chaos. There was no sky, no earth, only endless darkness, and endless terror. If a fourth-step celestial venerable entered this place, he would definitely be lost and soon die here. Even an ancient saint wouldn't dare to barge into this place recklessly. Moreover, it was not a place where one could enter as they wished. No one could find this place, as it was a place of chaos that had been sealed. At the entrance of the human realm of the sealed battlefield, a figure suddenly walked out of the chaos. It was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. His slender face was full of firmness and majesty. At first glance, one could tell that he was not an amiable expert. As soon as he appeared, the chaos seemed to bloom with light, illuminating everything in the world. The moment he appeared, the originally chaotic primal chaos seemed to have quietened down. This chaotic world immediately submitted to his feet. The old man's gaze swept across his surroundings before he stood there and waited quietly. Soon, another figure walked out of the chaos. "Brother Yellow Dragon, you're early. You didn't wait long, did you?" As soon as the person walked out, his voice rang out. This person was none other than the god of Ing Long World. Yellow Dragon's gaze fell on the god of Ing Long World. "Ing Long, you're here. I've just arrived as well. Let's catch up later. Let's get down to business first. Release the little ones." The god of Ing Long World nodded. With a wave of his hand, he released Qin Shao and the others. As for Yellow Dragon, he waved his hand and released the 6 young geniuses he had brought with him. The 2 of them were in charge of leading the young geniuses in this war between the human realm and the earth realm. Qin Zhao's expression changed the moment he landed in the primal chaos land. He immediately sensed a terrifying dark energy surging towards him. It was like a monstrous wave that engulfed him in an instant. Just the aura alone was enough to make Qin Zhao's nerves tense up, and he became vigilant. The aura of danger was very strong. It wasn't just the dangerous aura. The pervasive invading power was also very terrifying. It was constantly corroding Qin Zhao's body. If an ordinary fourth-step celestial exalt entered this place, the corrosive power alone would be enough to quickly devour their immortal bodies. Although Qin Zhao could endure it, staying in this environment for too long would be very uncomfortable. His immortal body would also be devoured. If he stayed here for too long, he might not be able to endure it. Qin Zhao's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. His gaze quickly fell on Huang Longshi and the other 6 young geniuses. All of them were peerlessly brilliant, and their auras covered the sky. "Greetings to you, Yellow Dragon." Qin Shao and the others didn't recognize World God Yellow Dragon, but Fu Zhongshuan did. He immediately bowed respectfully. World God Huanglong was a member of the Fushi clan. He was quite cold and distant towards others, but he was quite amiable towards Fu Zhongshuan. He smiled and nodded towards Fu Zhongshuan in greeting. "Greetings, World God Yellow Dragon." Qin Shao and the other 2 immediately bowed respectfully as well. When facing a world god, one naturally had to be incomparably respectful. The Yellow Dragon world god glanced at Qin Shao and Zhang Yang. Then he paused his gaze on Yuan Yuan for a moment. Then he nodded slightly to show his kindness. There was nothing that could be done about this. Yuan Yuan was Sacred Li's daughter. After all, even World God Yellow Dragon had to show a bit of benevolence towards her. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the other 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Of the 2 women, one was obviously the Jade Lake Saint. There was no doubt about it. However, there was one person who caused Qin Zhao's group of 4 to be greatly surprised. Ming? Xin. Ming? Xin was actually among them. Qin Shao was also stunned. "Ming? Sister Xin, why are you here too?" Yuan Yuan was very surprised. She immediately ran over and hugged Ming. Xin. Fu Zhongshuan also saw Ming. Clearly, he also didn't expect Ming to be here. Xin actually appeared here. Then it was Ming? Xin also had a big background. Which sacred land did she represent? The Sacred Academy was really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. First, there was Sacred Li and Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, there was someone from Sacred Land. Ming, Xin, you're really good, Ming. Lady Xin, you're really good at hiding your strength. I didn't expect you to have such a big background. Sorry for the disrespect. Ming, Miss Xin, if I, Zhang Yang, have said anything that I didn't pay attention to in the past, please forgive me. I will change in the future. Zhang Yang grinned and joked again. Ming, Hart glared at Zhang Yang and said, when will you change your habit of eating sh*t? Zhang Yang shook his head and said, cough cough, can't we play happily? I treat you as a beauty, but you treat me as a dog. Where's the most basic trust between people? Ming, Xin, don't you feel guilty when you say this? I am such a handsome and outstanding person. How can you hurt me like this? Do you have a conscience when you speak? Zhang Yang curled his lips. Ming, Xin glared at Zhang Yang and said, I said it with a conscience. Yuan Yuan, do you think what I said is right? Yes, 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 Ming. Sister Xin is right. Yuan Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang suddenly wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yuan Yuan, you've also learned bad things. You're not cute. There's another pleasant surprise. I thought there were only 4 people from the Sacred Academy participating in the battle. I didn't expect there to be 5. The god of Inglong World also laughed. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2593. This was a pleasant surprise that no one had expected. Not even the god of Inglong World knew about it. Zhang Yang was representing the Xinyuan clan, Fu Zhongshuan was representing the Fushi clan, and Yuan Yuan was representing the Langya Heaven. World God Inglong had been aware of all of this. He had been acquainted with World God Inglong in the past. He had already discussed this matter with everyone and explained it to them. But who would have thought that Ming? Xin, on the other hand, had silently joined the camp as well. You should have told me about this earlier, Yellow Dragon. Wouldn't I have told Ming directly? I've also brought Xin from the Sacred Academy to save you some trouble. It seems that Ming, Xin, is representing the Kunlun Holy Land. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that a genius girl from the Kunlun Holy Land would sneak into my Sacred Academy? I thought the 3 Holy Lands wouldn't send anyone, but it turns out there's still a pleasant surprise. The god of Inglong World laughed. World God Yellow Dragon shook his head slightly. I didn't know about this either. I didn't know that this little girl was a student of your Sacred Institute. I don't have the leisure to pay attention to the affairs of your Sacred Institute. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let's get these kids to get to know each other. If we want to obtain the final victory in this war, the most important thing is still to work together. If we're all in a state of disunity, we'll be in great danger no matter how strong we are. Unity is the key to victory. The god of Inglong World nodded in agreement. You're right, Yellow Dragon. If 10 people can unite as one, they'll be invincible and invincible. This war has too much at stake. We must win. All right, I'm sure you all understand the importance of this war and the responsibility and mission on your shoulders. We won't waste any more words. In short, we'll be waiting for you to return victorious. The safety of the mortal world for 1,000,000 eras depends entirely on you. You're warriors, heroes, and warriors who were chosen from countless youths in the mortal world. So do your best. Originally, I wanted to organize a pep rally for you, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. You are all smart and outstanding people. He is also a person who is righteous and full of righteousness. He is a person who is responsible and has a sense of mission. Therefore, there is no need for this old man to say more. You will all understand clearly. If I say too much, it will make this old man look too old. I'll shoo. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. I'll leave everything to you. However, there is one thing I want to tell you. Please remember, no matter what the outcome is, as long as you work hard and fight hard, you will all be heroes of our human world, little fellows that we can be proud of. Good luck. Good luck. After speaking, World God Yellow Dragon and World God Yellow Dragon disappeared without a trace, departing from this place. However, it was clear that the two of them would definitely not really leave. After all, they were going to guard this place and fight with a wave of their fingers. Now that the two world gods had left, only the 10 chosen youths were left. They were the ones who had been entrusted with a mission. Out of the 10, there were 5 students from the Sacred Institute: Qin Xiao, Fu Zhongshuan, Zhang Yang, Yuan Yuan, and Ming Xian. Xian, a young man in red, walked out, his face brimming with confidence and a hint of a smile. His gaze fell on Fu Zhongshuan as he said, "Since everyone here is already familiar with each other, I'll introduce everyone to you. Then, you can introduce Fu Zhongshuan to your side. Let everyone get to know each other first. First, I am Yin Shaochen, representing the Flame Emperor Shinnong. Next to me is Jin Bafong, representing the West Emperor Jin. This is the Joshuan Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, representing the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. This is Xian Qing, representing the North Emperor Xianming. And this brother with a sword on his back, he is the personal disciple of immortal Jiuhua from the Jiuhua Sacred Ground, young Master Taigu. Last but not least, you all know him, so I won't introduce him. All right, Fu Zhongshuan, introduce the other youths from the Sacred Institute." Qin Xiao got to know them and memorized their names. Fu Zhongshuan was unwilling at first, but he still briefly introduced Qin Xiao and the others. Sure enough, when he finally introduced Yuan Yuan as the daughter of Sage Li, Yin Shaochen and the others' eyes lit up. Yin Shaochen even wanted to go forward to get to know her, but Yuan Yuan would not get close to strangers. "Well, Yuan Yuan, it turns out that you hid deeper than me. You're actually the daughter of Sage Li. I already knew that you had a strong background, but I really didn't dare to guess in this direction." Xian joked. Yuan Yuan said with an aggrieved face, "I'm sorry, Xian Jia. Sister Xian, I didn't mean to hide it from everyone. It's just that I didn't want anyone to know my identity. If anyone knew, I'm afraid my father would take me back. So, I know. I don't blame you. Besides, I have no right to blame you. Didn't you hide your identity and lie to all of you? So, we're even now." Xian Jia said. Hearing Xian Jia's words, Yuan Yuan smiled happily again. Actually, Yuan Yuan did not want to lie to everyone. This was something that made her feel guilty. Of course, no one really asked Yuan Yuan this question seriously, so it was not that Yuan Yuan lied to everyone. She just did not tell everyone her identity. Ming? Xian Jia was different, Ming. Xian had always said that she was the Jade Lake Saintess. In the end, she was not the Jade Lake Saintess, but the Kunlun Saintess. However, it seemed that Ming. Xian's relationship with the Joshuan Saintess was very good. She immediately pulled the Joshuan Saintess over and introduced her to Qin Xiao and the others. Compared to Ming, Xian's personality was cheerful, lively, and talkative. She could get along with everyone easily. However, the Joshuan Saintess was different. Her personality was more cold and aloof. She did not seem to fit in with everyone. It was difficult for her to blend in with everyone. She was a person of few words, and her face did not change much. She gave people a feeling of coldness. She would not take the initiative to talk to people or approach them. Instead, she would subconsciously reject people. If it was not Ming, if Xian introduced her, the Joshuan Saintess would probably not talk to Qin Xiao and the others. However, this kind of cold was different from the kind of cold that was arrogant. This kind of cold was more of a personality problem. It was the kind that liked to talk and did not like to talk. It was not that she looked down on Qin Xiao and the others. She was cold and arrogant. Therefore, this kind of cold was not very uncomfortable. Instead, it made people feel pity for her. Ming? Xian also explained to Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao is very flamboyant. Please don't be offended. The Joshuan Saintess has never seen a man before. She does not like to talk or smile. Even when she is with me, if I don't say anything, she basically has nothing to say. She's a very boring person. However, She is really a good person. She is definitely a very kind girl. Yuan seemed to be able to get along well with everyone. She immediately pulled the Jiushuan Saintess and called her elder sister. Her mouth was as sweet as honey. It was so sweet that it made people have the urge to kiss her lips. Yuan was very talkative, and her personality could be considered to be more cheerful. How could this be understood? Xin was more or less the same. Moreover, Yuan was a very curious girl. It was her first time meeting the Jiushuan Saintess. Naturally, she had a lot of questions. Thus, the Jiushuan Saintess spoke. The three women quickly got along well with each other. This time, there were 10 young geniuses in the mortal realm. There were 7 men and 3 women. It was very rare for 3 women to participate. Such a situation was rarely seen in history, wasn't it? Fu Zhongshuan also briefly introduced Yin Shaoqian and the others to Qin Xiao and the others. It could be considered that they had a better understanding. Everyone came from different forces. It was definitely not an easy task for them to unite completely in a short period of time and gather all their strength into a rope. In fact, it might not even be a successful thing. After all, those who could stand here were all geniuses. They were all people who stood in the ranks of the most talented youths in the mortal realm. They were all representatives of their respective forces. It was no exaggeration to say that these 10 people were all considered to be the most talented youths in the mortal realm. They were also the most powerful youths. Which one of these people did not have some arrogance? If they had arrogance, they would have their own ideas. If they had their own ideas, it would be very difficult for them to agree and compromise with others. Moreover, they did not know each other. Getting familiar with each other in a short period of time was just getting familiar with each other. It would not be of much use. Therefore, this was a very difficult thing to do. It was precisely because it was difficult that the God of Long World said that if everyone could unite as one, they would be invincible and invincible. In fact, this was indeed the case. If the 10 of them could really do this, they would definitely be able to win. However, the problem was that it was too difficult to do so. Of course, if it was difficult for them to do so, it was the same for the land. They would also face this problem. This matter had to be solved by the 10 of them. It was useless to rely on orders from above to suppress them. If one's heart was not sincere, then one would not be able to form qi and would not be able to gather strength. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Yin Shaoqian clapped his hands and said to everyone, indicating for them to be quiet. Everyone quieted down and looked at Yin Shaoqian. They could guess what Yin Shaoqian wanted to say. Yin Shaoqian smiled at everyone and continued, "Some of us have known each other for a long time, and some of us have become brothers. However, this is only a portion of us. Just as the God of Long World said, we are the young geniuses chosen by the mortal realm. We are the seeded contestants who represent the mortal realm to participate in the young genius war between the mortal realm and the land. What we are shouldering is the stability of the mortal realm for millions of eras. It is the safety and peace of countless lives in the mortal realm. This burden is very, very heavy. At this moment, it is all on our shoulders. However, we should all be brave and fearless. We should all be duty-bound and not turn back. We all came with this sacred and great mission. We all bravely shouldered this huge responsibility. We are fearless warriors. We want to fight for the mortal realm. We must win this war. We are all chosen people. Everyone is watching us. We are destined to be extraordinary. This moment in history will be written by us. This is our supreme glory. Therefore, we should cherish this opportunity even more. We should write this glory to the end and let the light lift us up high." Chapter 2594. Yin Shaoqian's speech was impassioned and full of enthusiasm. It also contained passion and hot-bloodedness. It had to be said that Yin Shaoqian was a good speaker. His voice and tone could inspire people. "Qin Xiao, it seems that this brother wants to be a leader and wants us to follow his orders. I won't do this. Zhang Yang said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Don't come to a conclusion for the time being. Let's wait and see. If we want to have a good cohesive force, then it is necessary to choose a leader. If we don't have a unified opinion, then we will be in a state of disunity. If we can unify, then there will be leadership. If there is leadership, then there will be cohesion. We have congenital deficiencies. It is almost impossible to have a cohesive force." Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "Who cares about him? Let's see what he wants to do. If he wants to convince everyone, I'm afraid that Yin Shaoqian is not enough." Qin Shao did not dislike Yin Shaoqian. Instead, he felt that he was a very warm-hearted person. His personality was also very lively. He could be the one to liven up the atmosphere. In this matter, someone had to stand up and take the lead, and Yin Shaoqian was such a person. At least from his point of view, he was not bad. Yin Shaoqian continued, "I absolutely believe in all of our courage and determination to win this battle. In the face of great things, I completely believe that all of us can sacrifice ourselves to protect the overall situation. As long as we can win this battle, I, Yin Shaoqian, am definitely willing to be the first to stand up and sacrifice myself. Of course, this is only our attitude. It doesn't mean that we will lose our lives on the battlefield. Victory may not necessarily be obtained by sacrificing ourselves. As long as we are united and our strength is well condensed, we can work together and live and die together. If we fight together, it is possible to win without sacrificing anyone. But what I want to say is that we have the heart to win, but the people of the underworld should also have the heart to win. Their desire to win is not weaker than ours. We shoulder the mission of the human world, and they also shoulder the mission of the underworld. We will fight with our lives on the line, and so will the people in the land. Everything that we have, the land will probably have as well. Thus, if we want to increase our chances of victory, World God Raindragon's words are correct. We need to be united. We need to work together. We need to unite our forces into a single, unbreakable, invincible force. As long as we can push our strength to this level, victory will definitely be ours. No matter how hard they try, they won't be able to snatch it away from us. Furthermore, according to what I know, there are a few extraordinary figures among this batch of young geniuses in the land. Although I don't know the specifics, I think this year's Young Geniuses battle between the human and earth realms will definitely be more difficult than the previous ones. This is indeed not good news for us. The opponent we are facing is very strong, so we can't afford to be careless. We need to be more vigilant. We need to do our best to unite and become a powerful force. We need to be invincible, and I believe that this is the problem that we need to solve the most now. Everyone more or less knew about this situation and agreed with it. There was no need for Yin Shaoqian to say this. Everyone knew this in their hearts. However, knowing was one thing. How could they achieve this? After all, they didn't know each other very well. Who would dare to completely trust each other so easily? Even if they were thinking about the overall situation and convinced themselves to completely trust each other, they still didn't know each other very well. Even if they trusted each other, it would be very difficult for them to reach a consensus in terms of thinking and cooperate well with each other. Uniting as one and twisting into a rope required everyone to be able to cooperate perfectly. How should this feeling be described? To use an inappropriate analogy, it was just like how Qin Shao was able to perfectly combine the power of the spatial laws with the power of the celestial Tao. It was very, very difficult. Everyone wanted to be able to do this, but they all knew that it was very difficult. They were all thinking about this in their hearts, but no one easily stood out to lead this matter. Yin Shaoqian stood out, so everyone listened to Yin Shaoqian's words very seriously. Yin Shaoqian paused for a moment. His gaze swept across everyone once again before he continued. Everyone, I would like to apologize to everyone first. Perhaps I was a little too excited and spoke a little too much. Please don't take offense. I believe that I don't need to say much about the general principles. Then, I will say it directly. I also believe that everyone is thinking about this matter. Since we're now a team representing the human realm, we need to be cohesive. We need to be united as one and cooperate sincerely. I believe that the most important thing is to choose a recognized leader to temporarily lead our team. Let's first unify our thinking. If we can't even achieve the most basic unity of thinking, then twisting into a rope is even more impossible. Our actions and thoughts must be unified. This is a prerequisite for unity, because many of us are not familiar with each other and have only met each other for the first time. There is no tacit understanding between us. We can't completely give our minds and bodies to each other. Under such circumstances, we can only choose a leader to unify us in terms of operations. Once we are unified in our actions, we can slowly achieve unity in our thoughts. Finally, we can twist our strength into a force and achieve the highest level of invincibility. This is my suggestion. Now, everyone can express their opinions and see what we should do. The war is about to start. There is not much time left for us. Therefore, we don't have so much time to dawdle and waste. We must quickly come to a decision. Everything we do is for the victory of this war between the young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm. It is for the safety of the countless lives in the human realm for millions of years. Everything should be based on this. It should be above everything else. Yin Shaoqian pointed out all the points, and what he said was very reasonable. Everyone agreed with him in their hearts. Qin Shao whispered in Zhang Yang's ear, "Don't use the heart of a villain to steal the heart of a gentleman." You see, Yin Shaoqian said it very well. For the time being, I can't see any selfishness. Moreover, this matter should be done by someone, right? You can't think that Yin Shaoqian has ulterior motives just because he is the first to jump out to do it, right? Cough. Zhang Yang pursed his lips and said, "I say, brother, are you trying to insult me on purpose? How did I become a villain? I was just saying." I didn't say that Yin Shaoqian definitely has ulterior motives, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have ulterior motives. Moreover, it is normal even if he has ulterior motives. Someone has to be the leader, right? It is not a bad thing to have ulterior motives. Having ulterior motives may also be a responsibility or a mission. For example, if I were to be the leader, I would also be willing to be the leader. Qin Shao said, "Oh, so you have ulterior motives. Then I understand." Yuan Ming, XN, 9 profound holy maiden, and the other 2 women did not seem to be interested in who would be the leader. After all, it would not be their turn to be the leader. So, the 3 of them were chatting softly. They were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were talking about. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. When the 3 women arrived, it would definitely be lively. After Yin Shaoqian finished speaking, everyone was silent for a while. No one expressed their opinions. However, it was obvious that they all had their own thoughts. Jin Bafong was the first to express his opinion. "I also want to tell Brother Yin Shaoqian that the most important thing right now is to unite and choose a leader. Once the leader is chosen, everyone will have to follow the leader's orders. All actions must be done according to the leader's command." On this point, I hope that everyone can express their opinions and reach a consensus. If you can't even do this most basic thing, then everything else is just empty talk. But I believe we won't do that. We're all here with a sacred mission. I don't think anyone will act on impulse and ignore the big picture. The 4 of us will definitely be fine. What about you guys? The targets Jin Bafong mentioned were naturally Qin Shao and the others, the 5 students of the Academy of Sacred Arts. Xin had also pulled the 9 profound saintess over. Thus, there were 6 people on her side. Yin Shaoqian's side was left with 4 people. Originally, there should be 6 of them and 4 of them from the Sacred Academy. But now, it was completely reversed. This was a bit interesting. I have no problem with that. I agree with this proposal. Seeing Jin Bafong's gaze on him, Fu Zhongshuan still spoke up. However, he only mentioned him and didn't mention Qin Shao and the others. Obviously, he didn't regard himself as a representative of Sacred Academy. Hearing Fu Zhongshuan's personal answer, Jin Bafang couldn't help but frown. His gaze fell on Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang. As for the three women, they could be directly ignored. He believed that the three of them would definitely go with the flow and wouldn't express any opposing opinions. So, it was fine as long as the men made the decision. I also agree. It's indeed an urgent matter. Qin Xiao also said. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips. Since you all agree, how can I disagree? Just get to the point. Don't waste time on these small details. If you want to be a leader, just express your opinion and stand up. You, Yin Xiaoqian, right? You first. Being directly called out by Prince Zhang Yang, Yin Xiaoqian smiled awkwardly. He waved his hand to Prince Zhang Yang and said, Prince Zhang Yang, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Although this matter was proposed by me, it's just a matter of my personality. I have always been more active, and I like to rush to the forefront. I stood up and said it because no one else stood up. Someone has to do it. That's why I stepped forward. But I stood up. I just suggested it. I know that I don't have the ability and prestige to be a leader, so I won't fight for it and won't express any opinions. If you want to be a leader, then just do it. Don't be hypocritical. That's not good, right? What's wrong with that? Didn't they say that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier? Everyone can understand this kind of thing. It's meaningless to say no. Anyway, just say it and we can discuss it together. Prince Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. Yin Xiaoqian still smiled and shook his head. Hee, Prince Zhang Yang's words are really direct and humorous. Yes, I think everyone wants to be a leader. It's a bit unreasonable to say that no one wants to be a leader. Chapter 2595. If that's the case, I don't think we can choose a leader. Everyone has their own ideas, but I don't think anyone can convince everyone. So, this matter is not easy to handle. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. Yin Xiaoqian said, It's not easy, but we can't just not do it because it's not easy, right? Let's be more straightforward. Everyone, express your opinions and see how to solve this matter. This matter is definitely not so easy to solve. This is the first obstacle in front of us, so we need to break through this first obstacle. This is also the first test for us. No matter how difficult it is, we have to solve it. Otherwise, we don't need to talk about the future. If we don't have good unity, then I believe that this battle will be a difficult one for us. What are our chances of winning? We have only one ultimate goal, and that is to win. As long as we can win, we can even sacrifice ourselves. I think we should temporarily put down our pride and dignity. At the very least, we have achieved a good unity. We have completely gathered our strength and worked together to make a contribution to the mortal world. This is our mission. We should achieve our mission. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, I have no opinion. Who wants to be a leader? Why don't you stand up and recommend yourself? Anyway, I have no opinion about being a leader, so I will be the first to withdraw. If everyone agrees, I will agree. I will follow orders and follow the command. Prince Zhang Yang was the first to withdraw from the leadership competition, which made Yin Xiaoqian slightly stunned. Although Yin Xiaoqian said that he did not stand up to compete for the leadership, it was undeniable that he did have some thoughts about being a leader, and he really did want to be a leader. He also had a lot of ambition in his heart. As long as he was the leader of the team, then he would definitely be able to lead the team to the final victory. It was just that he was embarrassed to say such a thing directly. There is nothing to compete for. It's not that easy to be a leader. When you gain a temporary power, you also have to bear more responsibilities. Yin Xiaoqian, in terms of leadership ability, you are definitely very strong. I agree with you on this point. So, I don't think there's any need to fight over it. I don't think anyone will come out to fight over it. You don't have to be modest. Since someone has to stand up, then you should stand up. I believe that you are also willing to take on this responsibility. Jin Bafang suddenly spoke in support of Yin Xiaoqian. Xianqing also said, I agree. Both Jin Bafang and Xianqing spoke out to support Yin Xiaoqian, which made Yin Xiaoqian's reputation rise. Young Master Taiga didn't say anything. No one knew what his intention was, or if he wanted to compete. However, judging from the situation, young Master Taiga was destined to be isolated and helpless. No one would support him. If they really wanted to divide it, there would only be two forces. One group was from the Sacred Academy, while the other group was from the five supreme surnames. The five supreme surnames have always been a community, united as one. Yin Shaoqian was one of the Yin Emperor Shennong's people. Therefore, the people of the five great families shouldn't oppose him. Moreover, Jin Bafeng and Xian Qing had also expressed their support. Therefore, even if young Master Taigu wanted to compete, no one would support him. You all agree with Yin Shaoqian. I support Qin Xiao. Prince Zhongyang spoke out. He didn't know Yin Shaoqian, so it was naturally impossible for him to support Yin Shaoqian. Yuan also nodded immediately and said, Yes, yes, yes. I also support Brother Qin Xiao. I think that he is very capable in all aspects. His leadership ability is also very strong. If Brother Qin Xiao leads us, then we will definitely win. Ming, Hart, and Jiuxian Saintis both agreed with Yuan's words. The three women had already become one and united together. In this way, there were four people supporting Qin Xiao. Fu Zhongxian didn't express his opinion. Even if he had any opinions, he couldn't say anything against Yin Shaoqian. After all, he was also one of the five supreme surnames. Seeing that there were more people supporting Qin Xiao, Zhang Yang smiled and said, Yin Shaoqian, it seems that there are more people supporting Qin Xiao. Does that mean that the minority obeys the majority? Yin Shaoqian looked at Qin Xiao, who didn't speak, and then looked at Prince Zhongyang. He smiled and said, I don't have any opinion. I don't have to be the leader. As long as I have the ability and the courage to take on the responsibility, then I am fine with it. We also don't agree with Qin Xiao. What minority obeys the majority? No matter how many people you have, you only have four people supporting you. Moreover, you don't belong to the five supreme surnames. Therefore, we don't accept your support. Jin Bafeng immediately said. Xian Qing also expressed her support for Jin Bafeng. The three of them were very united and stood on the same side. Zhang Yang shrugged and said, Since it's not the minority obeys the majority, then what do you want? Let's make it simple. Let's use our fists to solve the problem. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Is there anyone else who wants to be the leader? If there's no one, then we'll just pick one out of Yin Shaoqian and Qin Xiao. They can choose one out of the two, and we'll win in a single battle. Just when Yin Shaoqian was about to say something, Jin Bafeng humphed and said, All right, I agree completely. Using our fists to determine the winner is the best way to test it. Otherwise, some people who are not strong enough will take advantage of the situation. Do you really think that you're so great just because you don't have the strength to back it up? The number one genius of the immortal realm. Hee, how shameless of you to call yourself that. Sacred Academy? It's just that we don't want to participate in it. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as the number one genius of the immortal realm. We are low-key and easy to talk to. However, it doesn't mean that we will always back down. The things that belong to us will belong to us. No one is qualified to take them away. The leader must be someone from the five supreme surnames. This has been the case since ancient times. No one can make an exception. In the previous battles between the two realms, the five supreme surnames have always dominated. Only we can decide the victory of the battle. Some arrogant people simply can't recognize themselves. It's really a pitiful and sad thing. After saying that, Jin Bafeng looked at Fu Zhongshuan and said, You, Fu Zhongshuan, are also someone from the five supreme surnames. I don't think you'll stand on their side, right? What? Now that you've become a student of the Sacred Academy, you're siding with outsiders? Have you forgotten your own surname? Don't tell me that you don't support Yin Shaoqian and support that brat with an empty reputation. That's right. You, Fu Zhongshuan, have been defeated by him. You've been beaten by him before. Being mocked by Jin Bafeng, Fu Zhongshuan's expression turned cold. He looked at Jin Bafeng coldly, but he didn't say anything. Perhaps he didn't like to explain anything. Perhaps he didn't know how to refute Jin Bafeng. After criticizing Fu Zhongshuan, Jin Bafeng turned his attention to Prince Zhang Yang and said, "And you, Zhang Yang, right? You're just a lucky guy. You have the fire god's battle body. So Emperor Xianyuan took a fancy to you and accepted you as his disciple. If you didn't have such luck, then you're nothing. How could you be qualified to participate in the battle between the two realms? You're not even in the top 3 of the Sacred Academy. You're also someone who was abandoned by the Hu clan. You're representing the Xianyuan clan. Don't you know what you have to do?" Being humiliated by Jin Bafeng, Prince Zhang Yang was furious. He glared at Jin Bafeng and said angrily, "What did you say? Tell me clearly." "Oh, how did the truth hit your sore spot? Did it make you angry?" "What? I'm not telling the truth. Do I have to say those ugly words?" Jin Bafeng didn't take Prince Zhang Yang seriously at all and continued to mock him. He was angry. He was really angry. Zhang Yang's anger started to burn. At this time, Yin Shaoqian stepped forward to stop Jin Bafeng and said, "Bafeng, you can't say that. No matter what, Prince Zhang Yang was chosen by Emperor Xianyuan to become his disciple because of his ability. Even if there is some luck in it, luck is also a part of one's strength. This is something that is understandable." Since we're all fated to be together, participate in the battle between the two realms, and shoulder the responsibility of protecting the human realm together. It's fate. Therefore, I hope that we can all get along harmoniously. In the end, we can all become brothers and sisters and become important people in each other's lives. Such an opportunity only comes once in our lives. We should cherish it and let go of our temper, arrogance, and even dignity. After saying that, Yin Shaoqian clasped his fist and said to Zhang Yang, "Brother Zhang Yang, I apologize to you on behalf of Jin Bafeng. He has always been a bit impulsive. What he said just now was indeed a bit too much. I hope Brother Zhang Yang doesn't take it to heart. We should be a united group. The battle hasn't even started yet, and we haven't even started the first thing, right? Many people are watching us in the dark. Let's not make it too embarrassing." Zhang Yang really wanted to lose his temper, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was right. He should consider the overall situation and not easily lose his temper. Jin Bafeng didn't continue to be jealous. However, as a descendant of one of the 5 supreme surnames, he did have a superior arrogance in his bones. However, it was true that the 5 supreme surnames in the human realm were indeed an incomparable existence. All the descendants of the 5 supreme surnames indeed had a superior arrogance in their bones. They looked at everyone with a superior attitude. Obviously, the situation wasn't good. They had encountered a lot of obstacles from the beginning. It seemed that choosing a leader wasn't an easy task. However, this problem had long been expected. If it was so easy to solve, it would be really strange. Not to mention that everyone came from different forces and had their own camps. Even if 10 students of Sacred Academy were to be in the same camp, it would certainly be difficult to solve this problem. This was also the first test in front of everyone. How to solve this problem would also have a great impact on this battle. Then there's no need to say anything more. Let's make it simple and straightforward. Let's decide the winner with our fists. Let's make an agreement. Whoever wins will be the leader. Everyone will listen to orders and work together. How about it? Jin Bafeng said again. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, "As long as you have no problem, we certainly have no problem." Chapter 2596. Yin Shaoqian shook his head and said, "I don't think it's a good idea to fight. Don't hurt the harmony at the beginning. In fact, I really don't want to fight for the leadership position. It's just that Qin Xiao and I are the only ones left. I think it's better to be harmonious. Don't hurt the harmony at the beginning. I don't want to fight, but I'm afraid there's no way to back down now. I think it's better for everyone to raise their hands to vote." Prince Zhongyang's mouth was unforgiving. He immediately said, "I think you shouldn't be so hypocritical. You obviously want to fight for yourself. Why are you so hypocritical? Isn't it normal to want to fight? No one is saying anything about you. If you really want to raise your hands to vote, then you don't need to think. My brother Qin Xiao will definitely win. Yin Xiaoqian frowned and looked deeply at Prince Zhongyang. What bullshit raising hands to vote. We won't agree to it. Either we decide the winner with our fists, or you take the initiative to admit defeat. There's no other choice. Jin Bafeng spoke again. Then don't talk nonsense. Just fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? When the time comes, don't be a sore loser. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and said. He was full of confidence in Qin Shao. He felt that Qin Shao would definitely win. Although Prince Zhongyang didn't have any status or background, he was the direct disciple of Emperor Xinyuan. In addition, he had a relatively flamboyant personality, so he gave people the impression that he was more frivolous. Facing the children of the 5 most powerful families, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He wouldn't be weaker than them. This was the aura of a strong person. When the two forces clashed, the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Okay, Qin Shao, who had been silent, finally stood up. He glanced at everyone and said, I don't think there's any need to fight over this matter. In fact, it doesn't matter who is the leader. The problem is that he has the ability, confidence, and responsibility to do this job well. I don't think being a leader is a good job. It's not a symbol of power. On the contrary, it's a hard job. It's a hard job with a heavy responsibility. Whoever feels that he or she is willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility, is willing to coordinate everyone and serve the entire team, is confident that he or she can unite our team and gather the strength of the 10 of us to win the final battle, is qualified to be the leader. Although we're not familiar with each other, since we're here, we've gathered together to shoulder this sacred mission. In that case, we shouldn't be arguing endlessly over this issue from the very beginning. We shouldn't be at each other's throats and be at each other's throats. If that's the case, our teams will and will be unable to unite. In this way, we've already lost half the battle. I believe this is not what we want to see. To S, est, estes, S have AT11 at beat TS. Haves beat, T to accept T, when the time comes, we'll be the ones feeling guilty and blaming ourselves. Since we've been chosen to participate in such an important battle between the young geniuses of the human realm and the earth realm, and shoulder the sacred mission of protecting the stability and peace of the human realm, then winning this battle is our only request. And the prerequisite for winning is that we can unite well, work together, and tightly twist into a rope to maximize our strength. Only then can we be invincible and ensure that nothing goes wrong. If our team is divided into 2 factions because of the leadership battle now, then the loss will outweigh the gain. No one can bear the responsibility of failure, and no one wants to. So, I won't fight with Yin Xiaoqian. I withdraw. I support Yin Xiaoqian to be the leader. Although we've met for the first time, I believe in his ability and confidence. He'll be a good leader. If he leads our team, I'm willing to support him. Hearing Qin Zhao's, everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Qin Shao stood out to compete with Yin Xiaoqian. After all, looking at it now, the people who supported Qin Shao were the majority. Only 2 people expressed their support for Yin Xiaoqian, but there were 4 people who expressed their support for Qin Shao, plus 2 who didn't express their support. In general, Qin Shao had a big advantage. If it was really decided by one battle, then Qin Shao would have a higher chance of winning. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao didn't compete with Yin Xiaoqian, but took the initiative to withdraw and support Yin Xiaoqian. This operation was a little surprising for a while. Yin Xiaoqian himself was also very surprised as he stared at Qin Shao. He didn't expect Qin Shao to support him. If Qin Shao didn't compete with him, then no one would compete with him. Didn't that mean that the position of the leader fell on him? At least you have some self-awareness. You know to admit defeat early. Otherwise, it will be even more embarrassing when you lose later. Jin Bafeng sneered and ridiculed him. For Jin Bafeng's words, Qin Shao didn't care too much. He just glanced at Jin Bafeng and didn't want to argue with this kind of person. It was also important to consider the overall situation. Qin Shao could be indifferent, but Zhang Yang didn't have such a good temper. He directly rebuked back. Bullshit. I think you only have one mouth. If you don't agree, then fight with me first. Let's see who will lose. My brother Qin Xiao knows the general situation and knows how to be humble. He doesn't want to compete for the position of a leader. But here you are, speaking rudely and jumping high. Do you really think you are something? You think that just because you are a descendant of the Gene family, you can be arrogant and look down on people like us who don't have any background, right? It's fine if you keep jumping, but now you even dare to humiliate me. What did my brother Qin Xiao do to you? Being pointed at by Prince Zhongyang and scolded like this, Jin Bafeng's face suddenly turned pale. It was the first time in his life that he was pointed at and insulted like this. Wasn't this a humiliation for him? Jin Bafeng was enraged. His eyes glowed with a cold light as he stared at Zhongyang and said in a cold voice, "Then who do you think you are? Are you looking for death? If you want to be taught a lesson, then I will fulfill your wish and satisfy your request." "Ha, you?" Prince Zhongyang chuckled and glanced at Jin Bafeng disdainfully. He hooked his finger at Jin Bafeng and said provocatively, "I think you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson, right? Come on. If you're not afraid of death, then come out. I have been unhappy with you for a long time. Let me see what you are capable of. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you are superior to us just because you are from the 5 supreme families? Do you really think that you, Jin Bafeng, can arbitrarily order us around, sneer at us, and trample us under your feet? You, Jin Bafeng, are just born into a good family. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to stand here? If you were born into a poor family like us and didn't have good cultivation resources, do you think you could have achieved what you have now? You have endless cultivation resources, which is why you have today's achievements. My brother Qin Xiao and I have come from humble backgrounds. Step by step, we have worked hard to reach this point and stand to the same height as you. What qualifications do you have to look down on us? You should feel ashamed. Our cultivation resources are 10 times or 100 times less than yours, but we can stand at the same height as you. What are you proud of? Do you really think you are a peerless genius? If I had the same cultivation resources as you, I would have left you 10 streets behind. What are you showing off for? You? Prince Zhongyang's words made Jin Bafeng's face even more ugly. Endless fury surged in his heart. In anger, Jin Bafeng did not care about anything else. You want to die? Fine, fine, fine. I will fulfill your wish. Seeing that Jin Bafeng was really going to attack, Yin Shaochen immediately pulled Jin Bafeng and shouted, "Enough, Bafeng. Don't make trouble anymore." Qin Xiao also pulled Zhongyang and shook his head. "Enough, Zhongyang. Forget it. We don't need others to look down on us, and we don't need this kind of high and mighty person to look down on us. We just need to be ourselves. Strength never comes from words. It's useless to talk too much. Now is not the time to quarrel. It's the time to be united." Don't be so stiff because of some small things. I don't want to lower myself to the same level as this kind of person. If he doesn't provoke us, I won't bother with him. If he provokes us, we must let him know that we are not to be trifled with. If he doesn't offend me, I won't offend him. If he offends me, I don't care who he is. Prince Zhongyang smacked his lips. Although Zhongyang's personality was a bit flamboyant, he was also a person with a bottom line of principles. In fact, he was very similar to Qin Xiao. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke others either. But if someone really provoked him, then he wasn't afraid of anything. No matter who he was, he would still fight back. Qin Xiao was the same. It was just that Qin Xiao wouldn't be as flamboyant as Zhongyang in dealing with things. Qin Xiao would only do things silently. Yin Shaochen persuaded Jin Bafeng, and only then did Jin Bafeng stop. There was no more trouble, but it was obvious that Jin Bafeng still held a grudge in his heart. His anger obviously hadn't subsided. He and Zhongyang were obviously going against each other. It would be impossible to put the two of them together. This team hadn't been united yet, but there was already a crack in it. Yin Shaochen was also very helpless. He could only smile bitterly. When two people with the same flamboyant character met, it was inevitable that fierce sparks would inevitably come out. The collision between geniuses was often like this. Brother Zhongyang, don't be angry. You see, Brother Qin Shao is too lazy to care about him. I think he must be jealous that you are more handsome than him and more popular with women. Yuan Yuan was good at comforting people. She came forward to comfort Zhang Yang. After listening to Yuan Yuan's comforting words, Zhang Yang suddenly laughed happily. Haha, Miss Yuan Yuan, what are you talking about? It's the truth, but some people don't like to hear it. Yuan Yuan blinked and said, I'm telling the truth. I never tell lies. He is really not as handsome as you. At first glance, you know that he is not very popular with girls. He looks a little fierce, and he's also very arrogant and overbearing. Me and Ming? Xin and Sister Jiuxian also think so. You and Brother Qin Shao are the best and the most handsome. Ah, yes, what Yuan Yuan said is right. Zhang Yang laughed happily again. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Yuan Yuan's words made the person involved, Jin Bafeng, want to kill someone. But these words were said by Miss Yuan Yuan, so he really couldn't lose his temper. First of all, it was not suitable for a man to lose his temper with a girl. Second of all, Yuan Yuan was the daughter of Sage Li. How could he dare to bully her? He wouldn't dare to even if he had several guts. Therefore, Jin Bafeng could only grit his teeth and swallow it. But this made him even more angry, unhappy, and jealous of Qin Shao and Prince Zhang Yang in his heart. Chapter 2597. Qin Shao, how can you give up the leadership position so easily? I'm not convinced by anyone but you. Zhang Yang obviously disagreed with Qin Zhao's direct withdrawal from the leadership competition and his support for Yan Xiaoqian. He expressed that he would not compete at the beginning because he wanted to support Qin Shao, because in his heart, Qin Shao was the best candidate. However, he did not expect that Qin Shao would give up directly. Zhang Yang was indeed not convinced by others. Especially now, he was very unhappy with Jin Bafeng, so naturally, he included Yan Xiaoqian. That's right, Qin Shao. You should not give up your responsibility at this time. I also think that you are the best candidate. Ming Xian also agreed with Zhang Yang. Yuan Yuan nodded there, indicating that she agreed. Zhang Yang was a little disappointed and said, Qin Shao, look at you. You have failed to live up to everyone's expectations. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, just think of it as me being lazy. What's so good about being a leader? Not only are there no benefits, but you also have to shoulder the biggest responsibility. If you do well, then it's fine. If you don't do well, then I'm afraid that you will have to bear all the responsibilities and be scolded to death. So, since Yan Xiaoqian is willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility, we should support him. Zhang Yang, if you don't agree, then you can stand up and compete with Yan Xiaoqian. If you are willing, we will support you. That's right. Yuan Yuan immediately nodded and said, that's right, Zhang Yang. If Brother Qin Shao is not willing, then you can do it. You have followed Emperor Xin Yuan for more than 20 million years. Your strength should be very good now. You can do it. We will support you. Cough, cough. Zhang Yang coughed dryly. Then he shook his head and waved his hands. Forget about it. I'm not interested in doing this kind of thing. I'm not interested in this kind of thing at all. It's better for me to just focus on killing the enemies. Qin Shao patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and smiled. Since you don't want to, then just support Yan Xiaoqian. That's good. Confidence, responsibility, motivation, and the courage to take responsibility. These elements are all present. I believe that Yan Xiaoqian can be a good leader. Don't worry about these details. Victory is everything. Since Qin Shao didn't want to compete, he didn't want to compete either. If that was the case, then forget it. Zhang Yang shook his head and gave up on the idea. If Prince Zhang Yang doesn't want to compete, then what about Ming? Xin, Yuan Yuan, and the others didn't care. Whoever was willing to stand out and be the leader, they could be. Since Qin Shao had taken the lead to support it, they naturally wouldn't object. Therefore, this battle quickly came to an end. In the end, Yan Xiaoqian became the leader as he wished. Since the leader had been chosen, everyone naturally agreed to obey the command. This was the most basic, unspoken rule. The initial stage of unity had been achieved. It was so easy that even Yin Shaoqin didn't expect it to be so smooth. However, since he had received everyone's approval and support, Yin Shaoqin naturally didn't hesitate. Instead, he calmly took on the responsibility. Thank you for your support. I also accept everyone's love. I, Yin Shaoqin, will not disappoint everyone's high expectations. I will do my best to unite everyone. Let's work together and gather our strength to win this battle. I'm very confident about this victory. We can do it because we can't lose. We absolutely can't lose. If we lose, it's not only our face that will be lost, but also our glory. We will lose countless lives in the mortal world and the stability and peace of the mortal world. If we lose, I'm afraid that we will be consigned to eternal damnation and be despised by the world. If we lose, I will take the biggest responsibility. But I believe that we won't lose, because we all shoulder a sacred mission and have great righteousness in our bodies. Heaven will also take care of us. But here, I, Yin Shaoqin, am also very solemnly asking everyone to temporarily put down all kinds of things in your heart and do your best to unite others. Try your best to gather our strength tightly together and achieve the greatest strength. If you have any opinions, you can raise them and discuss them together. But after I give the final order, I hope that everyone can cooperate well with me. Yin Shaoqin, thanks everyone. Yin Shaoqin's performance was more sincere and his words were pleasant to listen to. Everyone expressed their opinions and expressed their support. Although Prince Zhongyang was somewhat unhappy in his heart, he didn't hesitate when it came to major matters. The initial stage of unity had been achieved. The next step was to wait. Wait for the curtains of the battle to open and wait for them to enter the sealed battlefield. This was a battle that was unknown to the world, but related to the safety of the world. Brother Zhongyang, let me ask you, how do you think the battle will be fought later? Will it be 10 people from the Earth realm and 10 people from the human realm, and then directly enter the sealed battlefield and start fighting? 10 against 10, 1 against 1. Will it be such a chaotic battle? Yuan suddenly asked. In fact, Qin Shao was also a little curious about how this battle would be fought. He felt that it wouldn't be a chaotic battle of 10 against 10 straight away. If it was really a direct battle of 10 against 10, then it would be simple and direct. Although it was a little rough, the outcome would be determined very quickly. And in this case, it would depend more on the strength of both sides. Perhaps it wouldn't be necessary to unite as one. In the most direct and chaotic battle, the so-called strategies and stratagems would not be of much use. However, Qin Shao felt that it shouldn't be so simple. A battle that would only be held after 100 million years would definitely not be so simple and crude. It would definitely be a battle that could withstand scrutiny. Cough, I don't know. Zhongyang shook his head. Yin Shaoqin shook his head and said, Miss Yuan, of course it won't be like this. There's too little technical content. The battle between the young geniuses of the human realm and the Earth realm is only held once every 100 million years. Naturally, it won't be so casual. If it's really so casual, then there's no need for someone to be the leader. Everyone can just take care of their own matters. Each person can find an opponent and start the battle directly. In that case, I believe that the human realm's chances of winning will be even greater. There's nothing to worry about at all. But the reality is that it's not like this. The rules of each battle are slightly different. The specific rules are discussed by the top leaders of both sides. We will only know what the specific rules are after we enter the sealed battlefield. Although strength is the most important thing in order to win the battle, tactics and strategies are also indispensable. They also play a large role and can even change the outcome. Therefore, we need to be very cautious in all aspects. What we need to strive for is to do our best in every environment and win in every environment. Only in this way can we achieve the final victory. But it's also undeniable that there are many variables, unless one has absolute strength. But I think that the strength of the people participating in this battle won't be too different. It's also impossible to change the outcome of the battle by relying on one's heroism. Therefore, unity, concerted efforts, and gathering all of our strength is the most crucial point of success or failure. Yuan shook her head. She didn't understand anyway. In a dark part of the void, two figures stood there. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Zhao's group of 10 people. These two people were naturally none other than the Yinglong World God and World God Yellow Dragon, who were secretly watching the battle. It seems that the situation is much better than we expected. They have chosen a leader so quickly, and there hasn't been any real conflict. The process of solving the problem is still considered rational and friendly. They all have a sense of the big picture. Not bad, not bad. These little guys all have a sense of the overall situation. They also know that they have a sacred mission on their shoulders. They all have the ambition to win. With such a performance, it can be said that they have already won half the battle. It makes me more confident in them. I also believe that the victory this time will definitely belong to our mortal world. The Yinglong World God said with a faint smile. World God Yellow Dragon still didn't have much of an expression on his face. He said, Yin Xiaoqian is a good kid. He is responsible, and capable. It's all thanks to him that he was able to stand up and unite everyone. The Yinglong World God laughed and said, Haha, Yellow Dragon, but to be honest, I think that Yin Xiaoqian is more optimistic about Yin Xiaoqian. Actually, I'm more optimistic about Qin Xiao. From the beginning, I felt that he was very competitive, and I also felt that he would fight for it. I didn't expect that he didn't fight for it. Instead, he took the initiative to give in and support Yin Xiaoqian. His breadth of mind is very good. Of course, it's not that Yin Xiaoqian isn't good enough. He is just as good. I will be very happy to see either of them as the leader. Breadth of mind? I don't think so, right? Perhaps he knows his place, or perhaps he doesn't have the sense of responsibility to do so, World God Yellow Dragon said calmly. The Yinglong World God waved his hand and said, No. Yellow Dragon, you don't understand Qin Xiao. That's why you don't think highly of him. When it comes to sense of responsibility, Qin Xiao definitely won't lose to anyone. This kid is definitely someone who can sacrifice his life for the mortal world at any time. He values friendship very much. His friends are all dead set on him. Moreover, he is humble, easygoing, and steady. He doesn't have an air of arrogance. He is very simple and honest. I can always see an indomitable spirit in him. He holds fast to his beliefs and creates miracles. I don't know why, but when I see him, I feel more confident about our victory. World God Yellow Dragon coldly glanced at the Yinglong World God and said calmly, Don't you think your evaluation of that kid is a little too high? If you think he is so outstanding, why didn't you choose him as your personal disciple? Wouldn't it be better for you to train him yourself? I don't think you would praise your disciples like this. I don't see anything special about this kid that makes him worthy of your generosity, God of Yinglong World God. Ha! World God Rain Dragon chuckled, but he didn't explain anything. Instead, he said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go. It's time for those little fellows to enter the sealed battlefront. After saying that, the two figures moved, transforming into streaks of light and flying down. Soon, the Yinglong World God and World God Yellow Dragon appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. Qin Xiao and the others immediately looked over and bowed respectfully. The Yinglong World God waved his hand and said, All right. There's no need to be so polite. It's time for you to enter the sealed battlefield. Chapter 2598. Qin Xiao and the others listened carefully, knowing that it was important. The god of Yinglong World glanced solemnly at Qin Xiao and the others, then continued, Although there are some things that don't need to be said, it's better to be formal. Let me tell you, it could be considered as a reminder. First, you must unite, trust, and be friendly to each other. You must not kill each other. If anyone dares to offend you, no matter who it is, you will be severely punished. Second, You must not shrink back. You must move forward bravely. If your life is really in danger, we will rescue you. However, once you leave the sealed battlefield, you will be eliminated and cannot enter again. This battle is meant to be an elimination battle. Whichever realm is eliminated first will be the one to lose, Yi Futian said with a smile. So, whether you are willing or not, someone will be eliminated. Being eliminated is not a disgrace, so you don't have to worry about it. Third, as for the specific rules, we will transmit them to you later. You will understand when you enter. As for the rest, it's up to you. Little guys, good luck. We look forward to your victory. Good luck. After that, the god of Long World waved his hand, and a door opened, leading directly to the sealed battlefield. At the same time, a message was transmitted to Qin Shao and the others' minds. It was about the specific rules of this battle. Qin Shao and the others did not hesitate. They quickly entered the sealed battlefield. As soon as they entered, the sealed battlefield was sealed. After entering, they could not leave unless they were rescued by the god of Long World and world god Yellow Dragon before they were eliminated. The sealed battlefield was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. It was gray, gloomy, and dark, as if they were in the nine hells. If one were to rely on their eyes alone, they wouldn't be able to see very far. Their divine senses were also greatly suppressed, and it was difficult to see how far away they were. For Qin Shao and the others, they could only see a radius of about 1 mile, which was pitifully small. 10,000 miles to powerhouses at Qin Zhao's level. Killing their way to the front was merely an instant. The atmosphere here is very unfavorable for us, and we will be greatly suppressed. On the other hand, the people in the land have always lived in such an environment, so they have long adapted to it. Their situation will definitely be much better than ours. So, it's like they're in the dark, and we are in the light. They can ambush us at will. We have to be careful, Yin Shaochen said with a serious face. As soon as they entered, they found a big problem. They really had to pay attention to it. There was no other way. The battlefield was here, and they could only let the land have the advantage. This was also one of the land's great advantages, but this was not a problem. If the land could use this advantage to its advantage, they would not lose more than they won. Furthermore, this time, they had not won a single match for almost 100 tournaments. Furthermore, this time, they had not won a single match. In the end, the decisive factor was still strength and tactics. Everyone, quickly check the information and understand the rules of this battle before we continue, Yin Shaochen said again. Everyone did not hesitate and began to check the information. The information was about the rules of this battle. The rules of this battle were very interesting and challenging. Simply put, the rules were like this. First, everyone who entered would have all their strength frozen. Of course, the frozen here was not really frozen, but frozen in the rules. In other words, everyone who entered would not be able to use any means. They could not use immortal power, law power, secret techniques, saint techniques, or treasures. Basically, all the means that they could use would be restricted. If all of them were restricted, how could they fight? Next, there's an interesting part about the rules of this battle. In the original state, everyone was frozen. However, if they could be unfrozen, they had to find the corresponding token. These tokens were randomly distributed throughout the entire sealed battlefield. Someone had to find the token in order to unfreeze themselves. Of course, they could also give the token to others to use. They could even snatch the token from the other party. If the other party was eliminated, all the tokens on the other party could not be taken away. They had to be left behind as spoils of war. These unfreezing tokens were further divided into many types. The major types were unfreezing tokens of nomological Tao force, unfreezing tokens of saint arts and secret arts, unfreezing tokens of innate divine ability, unfreezing tokens of immortal and sacred artifacts, and side path unfreezing tokens of minor paths. There were a total of 5 types of unfreezing tokens. Other than that, there were no restrictions. Another restriction was that they could not use holy artifacts, but there were no restrictions on immortal artifacts. This restriction was to prevent others from taking advantage of the treasures. If it was a competition of treasures, they would be meaningless. It would be completely different. As for holy artifacts, in the hands of a fourth-step celestial venerable, they could not exert their full power. This was good news for Qin Shao. Although he had a holy artifact, it was only a holy artifact for trapping people. Qin Shao believed that he would definitely be at a disadvantage compared to a holy artifact. Not being able to use it was the best thing that could have happened. Not only would Qin Shao be at a disadvantage if he used a holy artifact, but Qin Shao would also be at a disadvantage if he used his innate ability. Fortunately, it was also possible in the mortal realm. Of course, the premise was that he had an innate ability unfreezing token. It was interesting to set an innate ability unfreezing token as a separate innate ability unfreezing token. There were 5 types of unfreezing tokens. Only by obtaining one of them could one unfreeze a certain kind of power. Qin Shao did not have any innate ability, so he only needed to obtain 4 types of unfreezing tokens to be able to use all his strength. Obtaining the token was the first hurdle. It was the first time Qin Shao had heard of such an interesting competition rule. It was indeed very challenging. Moreover, there were indeed many unexpected factors in this competition. It was just that it was more challenging and could stimulate people's fighting spirit. This is interesting. It's fun just thinking about it. It must be very exciting. Not bad, not bad. It's much more fun than other games. Prince Xiangyang pursed his lips. He was a little excited, and his fighting spirit was very high. Yuan also seemed to be very happy. Yes. It has seemed very fun. Hee. Yin Shaoqian opened his mouth again. Everyone, you have all understood the rules of the competition. The rules of the competition this time are very interesting and very challenging. But in other words, there will be many uncontrollable and uncertain factors in the rules of this competition. Therefore, it will be full of uncertainties and unexpected factors. No matter how strong we are, if we can't unfreeze the innate ability unfreezing, it will be useless. There's one more thing that everyone must remember. You must not violate the rules. Otherwise, you will be directly disqualified and sent out of the sealed battlefield. This is something that cannot be ignored. Right now, the most important thing for us is to quickly come up with a feasible plan. Since everyone's first step is to quickly find the innate ability unfreezing tokens, we can't act together. That will be too inefficient. The most efficient way is to split up into smaller groups. Everyone will first search for the innate ability unfreezing tokens and then come back to gather. However, if we split up into smaller groups, the risk will be very high. If the people in the land don't split up and move together, it will be dangerous if we meet each other in the process of searching for the innate ability unfreezing tokens. Therefore, everyone should express their opinions and see how we should act. Jean Bafong said, "It's not impossible to split up into smaller groups and move separately. A few of us can stay close to each other and maintain contact. If there is any danger, the others can immediately rush over to provide support. There's strength in numbers. If we split up to search, the chances of finding the innate ability unfreezing tokens will be higher. Now, we are competing with luck and speed. Whoever can unfreeze the innate ability unfreezing tokens faster will have an advantage." Furthermore, I feel that there shouldn't be a lot of innate ability unfreezing tokens. It is impossible for us to unfreeze all of our methods. Therefore, we must compete with speed in the early stages. Whoever obtains the most innate ability unfreezing tokens first will have a higher chance of winning. Qin Shao said, "I don't agree with splitting up into smaller groups completely. Although it is true that there is strength in numbers and there will be more opportunities if we split up into 10 groups. However, such opportunities will definitely coexist with danger. The greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. If some of us are eliminated in advance, the situation will be even more disadvantageous for us. Therefore, we have to ensure our safety and, at the same time, preserve our chances. I feel that we should form a group of two. Then, the two of us should search for an area and take care of each other. After all, our numbers are too limited. It is impossible for us to split up and take care of each other well. Only by forming a group of two can we take care of each other well and increase our safety. Moreover, there is another advantage in forming a group of two. That is, if we find two innate ability unfreezing tokens, we can share them with each other. Speed is the most important factor. What we need to compete with now is speed. If we form a group of two and split into 5 groups, compared to 10 groups, the speed is too slow. Jin Bafeng retorted. Prince Zhongyang immediately supported Qin Xiao. Speed is important, but safety is more important. If we blindly pursue speed, it will cause us to lose people. Then, the loss will outweigh the gain. If 1 or 2 people are missing, I am afraid that the situation will change. At that time, it will be even more disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I agree with Qin Zhao's opinion. We should form a group of 2 and split into 5 groups. You don't agree, Jin Bafeng said again. At this time, Yin Xiaoqian also spoke. Okay, stop arguing. I have analyzed it and think that it is more appropriate to form a group of 2. 2 people can also act separately in a small area and contact each other at all times. It is an additional layer of protection. If that is the case, then we will use this method. 2 people in a group. Everyone quickly find their own companions. We must be fast. We cannot let the people from the underworld seize the opportunity. Yin Xiaoqian gave the order. No matter how unhappy Jin Bafeng was, he could only give up. Brother Qin Xiao, I will form a group with you. Yuan immediately jumped to Qin Zhao's side and took the initiative to invite him. Qin Xiao nodded. He was definitely willing to form a group with Yuan. At the same time, he also wanted to take care of Yuan. This was his master's daughter. No matter what, Qin Xiao had to protect Yuan. Yuan, you are biased. Why don't you form a group with your brother Zhongyang? Zhongyang said with a jealous face. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2599. Yuan smiled at Prince Zhongyang and said, because I prefer to be in the same group as Brother Qin Xiao. If I have to choose between the two, I will definitely choose Brother Qin Xiao. Prince Zhongyang curled his lips and looked at Ming Xian with an aggrieved expression. Xian did not expect that Ming Xian would look at her. Xian immediately pulled the Holy Maiden and said, Don't look at me. I will be in the same group as the Holy Maiden. You should find someone else. Prince Zhongyang quivered and quickly moved to Fu Zhongxian and said, Fu Zhongxian, let's be in the same group. Fu Zhongxian glanced at Zhongyang and did not nod or shake his head. Since he did not shake his head, Zhongyang took it as a yes. After all, he had already taken Fu Zhongxian's group. Qin Xiao, Yuan, Ming Xian, and the Holy Maiden, Zhongyang and Fu Zhongxian, Yin Xiaoqian and Jin Bafeng, Xian Xing and Prince Taigu. The 5 groups were quickly divided. After dividing into groups, everyone began to move separately. There was no time to lose. They had to hurry up. Qin Xiao and Yuan also quickly took action. They chose a direction and started to search for Yimo. According to the information, the thawing token could be hidden in various places. It could be directly thrown on the ground, hidden in the cracks of rocks, or suspended in the air. In short, no one knew where the thawing token was. They had to find it themselves. There were only 2 conditions to find the thawing token. One was luck, and the other was speed. The sealed battlefield was only so big. If they searched many places, they would naturally find more tokens. Therefore, they had to rely on speed. Of course, luck was very important. However, the thawing tokens should be spread out evenly. It was unlikely that they would be gathered together. Therefore, good luck might bring them 1 or 2 gains. However, if they wanted more, they had to rely on speed. In the process of relying on speed, it was very likely that they would encounter dangerous obstacles. Yuan, Let's split up and search. Based on our current situation, each of us can only search within a radius of 10,000 miles. Let's split up and search from 20,000 miles away so that we can overlap with each other. We'll continue our search like this, Qin Shao said to Yuan Yuan. That's not a good idea, Brother Qin Shao. I don't like to be alone. I think it's better for me to follow you. Yuan Yuan was not very willing. Qin Shao smiled helplessly and said, It's okay. We're so close. I can get to you in a very short time. If you're in any danger, just call me. Since you've come to participate in this war, you should be brave when you need to be. Yuan Yuan, I believe you can do it. You can be very brave. Receiving Qin Zhao's encouragement, Yuan Yuan clenched her fists and nodded heavily. Yes, Brother Qin Shao, you're right. I have to be brave. Phew, Yuan Yuan can definitely do it. Yuan Yuan can definitely be brave. Yuan Yuan must not be afraid. Yuan Yuan can definitely complete the task well. Yuan Yuan must not be a burden to Brother Qin Shao. Yuan Yuan must not fail to live up to the heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Since I've come in, I must work hard to shoulder it. Yes, Yuan Yuan, you can definitely do it. Come on, I believe you'll be great. Qin Shao once again cheered Yuan Yuan on. Yuan Yuan nodded and smiled. There was a little more confidence on her face. Yuan Yuan muttered to herself as she left, cheering herself on. She was really very cute like this. After the two of them were 20,000 miles apart, they moved forward at the same time, looking for the defrosting token. After searching for millions of miles, Qin Shao finally found a golden defrosting token in a crack of a stone. The word law was written on it, indicating that it was a defrosting token with the power of the great path of the laws. In other words, with this defrosting token, one could use the power of the 5 fundamental laws and the 8 fundamental laws of cultivation. For Qin Shao, it meant that he could use the power of the laws of space, the laws of light, and the laws of immortal Tao. He could also use heart force, the true meaning of strength, and the great path of the laws. However, if he only had this unfreezing token, he would only be able to use this power. For example, there was no way to use the flying dagger Tao, the heaven-splitting sword art, the true word of Lin, immortal arts, saint arts, and secret arts. It meant that he only had strength but no skills. This kind of feeling was really unbearable. If they were to really fight, they wouldn't be able to use this and that. What they could use was very limited. In a battle, it was really, really uncomfortable. Although it was really uncomfortable, if he really had to say, the defrosting token that Qin Shao wanted the most was definitely the power of the laws of great path of the laws. Most people were probably like Qin Shao. The first thing they wanted to obtain was the nomological great Tao power unfreezing token. That's because the foundation of all your abilities originates from the laws and the power of the great Tao. If you don't have the power of the laws and the great Tao, then no matter how powerful your techniques are, they won't be very powerful. To be the first to obtain a great Tao unfreezing token, this was indeed a joyous occasion. He could be considered lucky. With a good start, he believed that it would continue to bring him good luck. After putting away the unfreezing token, Qin Shao continued to move forward. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's luck came once again. After traveling for several million li, Qin Shao obtained another unfreezing token. But this time, he wasn't very lucky. He obtained an innate spirit ability unfreezing token. Qin Shao didn't have any innate divine ability, so this token was completely useless to Qin Shao. Of course, it was only useless to Qin Shao, but it was very useful to others. Yuan Yuan might not have any innate divine ability. After all, Li Sheng also came from a humble background and grew all the way to that level. Li Sheng didn't have a bloodline inheritance. Of course, at Li Sheng's level, it was still possible to create an innate divine ability and establish a bloodline inheritance that belonged to him. This was completely possible. After all, at this level, there should be no problem at all. Just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, They were also created by themselves and established their bloodline inheritance. Qin Shao was in a good mood after successfully obtaining 2 unfreezing tokens. Although the second one wasn't what he wanted, it was better than nothing. Along the way, Qin Shao didn't speak to Yuan Yuan. So, he sent a voice transmission to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, how's the situation on your side? Not good, brother Qin Shao. Come quickly. An ugly person is attacking me. An anxious voice immediately came from Yuan Yuan's side. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao suddenly frowned and said in his heart, not good. Yuan Yuan is in danger. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to Yuan Yuan's side. Fortunately, the two of them were only 20,000 miles apart. Qin Shao naturally arrived in front of Yuan Yuan in the blink of an eye. However, when Qin Shao came to Yuan Yuan's side, he found that the ugly person Yuan Yuan mentioned was gone. However, there was obviously the aura of a battle here. There was the aura left behind by a life form from the Earth realm. Judging from this aura, it should belong to the demon clan. Fortunately, Yuan Yuan was unharmed. She just seemed a little excited and nervous. When she saw Qin Shao coming, she almost jumped into Qin Zhao's arms directly. Where is she? Qin Shao glanced around and asked. Yuan Yuan smiled happily at Qin Shao and said excitedly, brother Qin Shao, quickly praise me. I was so awesome just now. I want to praise myself. Praise her? She was so awesome? You beat the people from the Earth realm away? Qin Shao asked in surprise. When he sent a voice transmission to her just now, she asked him to come over and help her. How did the people from the Earth realm disappear in the blink of an eye? It seemed that even if they were beaten away, they shouldn't be running away so happily, right? Unless the people from the Earth realm had already run away when he just rushed here. That was more or less the case. After all, the range that Qin Shao could perceive was only a radius of 10,000 miles. Yuan Yuan shook his head and said, hee, actually, it was someone else who killed that ugly freak. That ugly person was really too ugly. She was so scary. I felt a little nauseous when I saw her. I almost vomited. Uffed. These words were originally very funny, and it was interpreted by Yuan Yuan in this way. It was even funnier, so Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. It's true, brother Qin Shao. I'm not lying to you. I really almost vomited. How can there be such an ugly person? She was too ferocious and terrifying. I'm still a little scared in my heart. You don't know. I was really scared to death just now. Hee, but that ugly person didn't have any tricks up her sleeve, so I beat her to death very quickly. Oh, that's not right. He should have been rescued by the people from the Earth realm. However, he was also eliminated. Actually, I really didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't know that he was so weak. He was beaten to death very quickly. He looked so fierce and scary, but it was useless. Yuan Yuan thought that Qin Shao didn't believe her and continued to say. Qin Shao stopped laughing and said, I believe you, I believe you. Yuan Yuan, you're so smart. That's great. I'll give you a big thumbs up. Yuan Yuan was able to eliminate a life form from the Earth realm. This meant that Yuan Yuan must have obtained an unfreezing token. Otherwise, Yuan Yuan would be the one who was eliminated. However, thinking about how the life form from the Earth realm was so tragically eliminated by Yuan Yuan, it was also a very interesting thing. This was probably a nightmare for that life form from the Earth realm, right? He was eliminated so quickly. It was indeed very tragic. The key point was that Yuan Yuan didn't have the intention to eliminate anyone. She was just scared, so she probably attacked with all her might just now. She didn't expect that she would directly eliminate that life form from the Earth realm. She was really ruthless. Yuan Yuan was probably the first person from the human realm to make a contribution. She eliminated a life form from the Earth realm. This was a great contribution. Hee, as long as brother Qin Shao believes me, then I'm happy. Yuan Yuan smiled happily again. Qin Shao asked, Yuan Yuan, how many unfreezing tokens did you get? Yuan Yuan was very straightforward. With a flip of her hand, 3 unfreezing tokens appeared in front of Qin Shao. 3. Seeing the 3 unfreezing tokens in Yuan Yuan's hand, Qin Shao was really shocked. He was quite astonished. He couldn't help but admire Yuan Yuan. She had actually obtained 3 unfreezing tokens without anyone noticing. She was really ruthless, too ruthless. Even Qin Shao wanted to compete with her. Among the 3 unfreezing tokens in Yuan Yuan's hand, 2 were golden unfreezing tokens with the power of the Great Path of the Law, and the other was a parapsychic token. Yuan Yuan nodded like a chick pecking rice and said, "Yes, yes, yes. 3 unfreezing tokens. I got 1 from that ugly person from the Earth Realm. Actually, I only found 2. It's so little. Brother Qin Shao, you must have found more than me, right?" Cough, cough. Qin Shao almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed twice, and his face turned red. He said, "No, I only have 2 unfreezing tokens." As he said that, Qin Shao flipped his hand, and the golden unfreezing token with the power of the law and the black token with a special ability appeared in his hand. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2600. Ah, Brother Qin Shao, you only got 2 thawing tokens after going through so many hardships? It seems that it's not so easy to get these tokens. Yuan Yuan said with some surprise. In her heart, Qin Shao was very powerful. She thought that since she got 2 thawing tokens so easily, Qin Shao must have gotten more. Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "How can it be so easy? There shouldn't be many thawing tokens. Everyone is looking for them. How can it be so easy to get one? But we're both very lucky. We got 5 thawing tokens in such a short time. It's a good start. Of the 5 thawing tokens, 3 were thawing tokens of the power of law, 1 was thawing token of innate magical ability, and 1 was thawing token of side path." Yuan Yuan stretched out her hand to Qin Shao and said, "Here, I'll give you the side path thawing token. I don't need it." Yuan Yuan was generous. Qin Shao had the thawing token of innate magical ability, so she didn't say anything. Qin Shao smiled and put the thawing token of innate magical ability into Yuan Yuan's hand. He said, "I really don't need this thawing token. I don't have any innate magical ability. You should have it. So Yuan Yuan, please accept it. You should also accept this side path thawing token. You're Sage Li's daughter. The flying dagger skill is also a side path. How could Sage Li's daughter not know the flying dagger skill?" Although Qin Shao had never seen Yuan Yuan use the flying dagger skill, Qin Shao was sure that Yuan Yuan's strongest skill must be the flying dagger skill. There was no doubt about it. It would be strange if Sage Li's daughter's strongest skill was not the flying dagger skill. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally knew the use of this side path thawing token for Yuan Yuan. It was very useful. Naturally, Qin Shao would not accept this thawing token. Yuan Yuan was too naive, pure, and kind. She had no fighting experience, so she needed more thawing tokens to be more secure. Yuan Yuan stuck out her pink tongue and pretended to be very cute, and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I forgot that you already know my identity. But it's okay, Brother Qin Shao, I rarely use the flying dagger skill. Besides, I'm not strong enough anyway. With big Brother Qin Shao by my side, I'm not afraid of anything. If there's any danger, Brother Qin Shao will definitely protect me. Therefore, it's best to give this sidewalk thawing token to Brother Qin Shao." Qin Shao smiled. Seeing Yuan Yuan's adorable appearance, she subconsciously reached out to touch Yuan Yuan's head. But halfway through, he reacted and stopped, saying, "Silly girl, I will definitely protect you, but I don't need this parabola unfreezing medallion. Just accept it. Let's not continue to waste time here. Let's continue to look for more side path thawing tokens. Only then can we have a chance to kill the enemy. Don't worry. If I really need it, I will ask you." These side path thawing tokens must be used well and reasonably. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Qin Shao. Yuan was very obedient. She put away the 4 side path thawing tokens. Now, Yuan had the side path thawing token, the side path thawing token, and the side path thawing token, which meant that she had collected 3 out of the 5. The 2 did not hesitate and continued to look for side path thawing tokens. But the following journey would not be so simple and easy. After all, Yuan had just met people from the land. So, this meant that if they met people from the land in the same area, the chances of meeting people from the land would be higher. But from the looks of the situation, it seemed that the people from the land had split up and moved separately. In this case, it gave them a chance. Once they met, they could surround and kill one of them. Deep in the forbidden area of the holy land of Fushi, in the same elegant pavilion, there were still 9 figures sitting there. There were only some simple drinks and snacks on the table. And in the middle of the table, there seemed to be a mirror screen. The image on it was divided into 5 parts. Each part showed the situation of Qin Xiao and the others. At this moment, every action of Qin Xiao and the others in the sealed battlefield was shown to the 9 Supremes. After seeing Yuan eliminate a devil, Li Sheng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Li Sheng looked at the Kunlun God Emperor and said, "Kunlun, weren't you worried about my Yuan? Look, I didn't let you down, right? I accidentally got the first merit. Her. Kunlun laughed as well and said, "Li Sheng, don't be so cocky. If you aren't disappointed, then so be it. Look at your smug look. Didn't I just try my luck to eliminate a little fellow from the land? Luck played a big part in it. Kunlun, I think you were just jealous of me. Pure jealousy." Li Sheng said with a smile. "I'm jealous of you?" The Kunlun God Emperor was not convinced. He stroked his long white beard and said, "Do I need to be jealous of you? If we're talking about daughters, who has more daughters than my Kunlun? Li Sheng, you only have 1 precious daughter. How many daughters do my Kunlun have?" The Kunlun God Emperor was said to have 99,999 daughters. Therefore, the Kunlun God Emperor could say with confidence that no one here had more daughters than him. Although the Jade Lake sacred ground was full of women, they were not born by the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother did not give birth. Li Sheng said jokingly, "So what if you have more daughters? None of them are as young, beautiful, and cute as my Yuan. That Ming? Xian isn't your daughter, right? That's my granddaughter." The Kunlun God Emperor was so angry that his white beard was blown high. He glared at Li Sheng and spat out, "Cocky." The Queen Mother, the Jade Lake, smiled sweetly and said, "Old nose Kunlun, what are you jealous of? Li Sheng has the right to be cocky. Who asked you to send out your granddaughter instead of your daughter? That little girl Yuan is indeed very cute. She has also made a great contribution and even received 3 unfreezing tokens. This is a contribution that cannot be missed." Kunlun snorted and did not say anything else. Human Emperor Fushi suddenly said, "Little Yuan has indeed made a great contribution. We must remember this. Our human world is off to a good start this time. To have eliminated a person from the Earth world so quickly, the situation of each group is not bad for the time being. In terms of strategy, we have a certain advantage. With a good situation opening up, we have won 3 points first. I believe that this good situation will continue." Everyone nodded. That was indeed the case. Although the battle this time might be a little dangerous and difficult, at least the start of the battle gave everyone some confidence. On the sealed battlefield, Qin Xiao and the others naturally could not sense that someone was looking at them. However, they could guess that someone was looking at them. It was just that their current mission was to quickly obtain more unfreezing tokens, find their enemies, and then kill them. Naturally, they did not have the time to think about other things. It was said that good luck would continue, and that was indeed the case. Although the search this time took a little longer, good luck still came in the end. Qin Xiao obtained another Saint Art secret technique, unfreezing token. This really resolved Qin Xiao's anxiety. This was the unfreezing command token that Qin Xiao longed for the most right now. He didn't expect to obtain it just like that. Haha, it seems like the heavens are really helping me. The heavens are really helping our human world. Our divine world will definitely win this battle. Qin Shao smiled, and a little heroic spirit rose in his heart. Now he had the unfreezing token of the power of law and the Saint Art's secret technique, unfreezing token, with him. Although there were only 2 unfreezing tokens, it was enough for Qin Shao to exert 70 to 80% of his strength, and maybe even more. Qin Shao did not need the unfreezing token. It was useless to him. The unfreezing token of the immortal artifact itself had a lot of restrictions. In fact, it was not particularly useful. It had some auxiliary functions, but it was difficult to play a critical role. As for the immortal artifact, even if it was unfrozen, it could only be used as a low-grade artifact. How useful could it be? This was really hard to say. Even if it was given to Qin Shao did not have an immortal artifact that could be used. Although the Heaven-Opening Sword was an immortal artifact, the sword spirit of the Heaven-Opening Sword was still asleep, so it did not have the power of a mortal artifact. It could only be regarded as an immortal artifact. Therefore, this unfreezing token was not very useful to Qin Shao. There was also the Sideline Path unfreezing token, which was mainly used in the Flying Dagger Dao. The Flying Dagger Dao was indeed Qin Shao's trump card. This had a great impact on Qin Shao. However, if Qin Shao were to choose, he would definitely choose the Saint Art's secret technique, unfreezing token. There was no doubt about it. With the unfreezing token of the power of law and the Saint Art's secret technique, unfreezing token, Qin Shao was already full of confidence. He could use most of his means. In terms of strength, he should be at least 80%. Moreover, Yuan had the Sideline Path unfreezing token. If he was really in a hurry, he could borrow Yuan's token. Basically, Qin Shao had no other need for the unfreezing token. He could directly go and hunt the people from the underworld. It was just that along the way, he did not encounter anyone from the underworld. "We are ambushed. Come and help us." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Qin Shao's mind. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao's brows suddenly frowned deeply. It's Zhang Yang. He is with Fu Zhongshuan. They are ambushed and in danger. Qin Shao naturally did not hesitate. He immediately sent a message to Yuan and rushed to Zhang Yang's side at the fastest speed. They were not too far away from Zhang Yang's place. After all, although it was not too far away, it would take a few dozen breaths to rush there. A few dozen breaths was enough to end a lot of things. Therefore, Qin Shao's heart suddenly became anxious. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan. "Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongshuan, you two hold on, Yuan, and I will come and help you. Hold on, you must hold on. I will definitely break your siege. I only need 30 breaths of time at most to reach you." Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. "Brother, I hope we are still here when you arrive. 30 breaths. That is not a short time. But there is no other way. This is the only way. Fu Zhongshuan, and I will not fall so easily. Fortunately, there are only 3 of them. For the time being, we can still hold them off. We can hold on for a while longer. Let's fight. I don't believe that I will fall in their hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We will hold on." Fu Zhongshuan simply replied with a few words. Chapter 26:01. Qin Shao knew that Zhang Yang must have encountered a problem this time. Otherwise, someone as arrogant as him would not say such words without confidence. Qin Shao was also anxious in his heart, but it was useless to be anxious. 20 breaths. 10 breaths. Every breath felt as long as thousands of years. Every breath that passed would mean that Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian would be in more danger than ever. The loss of anyone being eliminated was very heavy for the human world, and it was unbearable. "Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, are you all okay? We will arrive in a few breaths." The 3 people besieging, "You have collected several thawing tokens each?" Qin Shao asked. "I'm fine." Fu Zhongxian simply replied with 3 words. I'm not dead yet. Zhang Yang also replied, but listening to this, he felt that the situation was very bad. Zhang Yang continued, the three of them are really lucky. Two of them have 2 unfreezing order, and one of them has 3 unfreezing order. Furthermore, the three of them are working together very well. The unfreezing order can be used by each other. That is why they are able to unleash their full potential. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. In other words, the 3 people in the human world had 7 thawing tokens, and the 3 of them cooperated very well. It was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that he was able to suppress both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. The 2 of them were actually lucky. Both of them had obtained 2 thawing tokens each, so their strength should be quite good. However, they were still suppressed. Fortunately, they could still hold on for a while. 7 breaths, 5 breaths, 3 breaths, 1 breath. Here they are. Qin Shao and Yuan rushed out at the same time. In the battlefield, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were both suppressed. The 2 of them also looked very embarrassed. The corners of their mouths were full of blood. It was obvious that their injuries were not light. Even Zhang Yang had a few eye-catching scars on his body, and Fu Zhongxian was not much better. It was the first time Qin Shao saw the 2 of them in such a sorry state. And the 3 people besieging them were actually monster race beings. The 3 monster race beings cooperated very well. Even if it wasn't flawless, it was close. Terrifying beams of light shot out. Some of them were using their innate skills. Huge 9-headed demonic snakes appeared behind their backs. Each of the 9-headed demonic snakes flicked their forked tongues and released a powerful energy. They wanted to devour Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Although both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were desperately resisting, it was obvious that they were suppressed by the goblin's innate ability. The 2 of them could not escape at all and were trapped in a small area. Moreover, this devouring power was actually able to devour their immortal energy, causing their immortal energy to rapidly weaken. When one's immortal energy was weakened, one's strength would naturally be weakened. Therefore, both Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were constantly being weakened by the demonic race. The other 2 each had 3 unfreezing tokens and were responsible for attacking crazily. This kind of cooperation was simply a bit unfathomable. Therefore, from the very beginning of the battle, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were suppressed. The 2 of them did not have much power to resist and could not escape at all. They could only be beaten up like targets. Seeing such a situation, Qin Shao did not hesitate and immediately said to Yuan, hurry up and save Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. I will hold them back. After instructing Yuan, Qin Shao immediately attacked the monster race being who was using his innate ability. He was responsible for using his innate ability, so at this time, he only had 1 unfreezing token, which was the innate ability unfreezing token. He only had 1 unfreezing token on him, so he could only use his innate divine ability and had no other means to deal with it. Qin Shao now had 2 unfreezing tokens, the Power of Law unfreezing token and the Saint's Secret Technique unfreezing token. If he had another minor path unfreezing token, then Qin Zhao's strength could completely reach the peak state. But it was not necessary for the time being. Qin Shao did not want to fight with these people. He just needed to hold them back for a while and let Yuan rescue Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Sanli, hurry up and help me stop him. The demonic race being who was using his innate ability saw Qin Shao rushing towards him and immediately asked for help from another demonic race. At this time, he naturally could not withdraw his innate ability. If he did, he would release Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, so he had to continue using his innate ability. But if that was the case, he would have no other means. How could he deal with Qin Shao? In a hurry, he could only ask for help. Sanli's eyes were like a poisonous snake, quickly locking on Qin Shao and rushed towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao of the human world, the number 1 on the saint ranking of the Sacred Academy. I have long wanted to fight with you. I did not expect you to take the initiative to come to me. That's just right. I can solve the problem in my heart. Since we have met today, then let's have a good fight. Let me see how capable you, the number one on the saint ranking of the Sacred Academy, is. Ong Sanli snorted coldly, but obviously did not put Qin Shao in his eyes. His handsome face was also filled with arrogance and aloofness. Then let's see how capable you, the demonic race who has 3 unfreezing tokens, is. Qin Shao replied coldly and displayed the heaven-opening sword art. At the same time, the heart force and the power of the inner world burst out and poured into the heaven-opening sword, roaring and rushing towards Ong Sanli. Qin Zhao's inner world was not in these game rules, so was not restricted. Perhaps, indeed, no one could imagine that someone's inner world was so strong. Qin Zhao's inner world had expanded by 10 to 20% after eating a few saint fruits. Although the area had only expanded by 10 to 20%, the power had almost doubled, at least 60 to 70%. Therefore, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was obviously much stronger than before. Such a strong power belonged to the category of physical power and did not have any attributes. Therefore, it could be directly integrated into the heaven-opening sword. It was like the power of the body itself. It could be integrated into the heaven-opening sword very naturally. The reason why other powers could not be integrated was because they had attributes. Whether it was the power of the 5 fundamental laws or the power of the 8 major cultivation paths, they all had their own unique attributes. But the power of the inner world was equivalent to the pure power of the body and did not have any attributes. Moreover, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique had been cultivated to the 2nd level, breaking through a level, and its power had naturally increased by more than several times. Both had a great improvement and a breakthrough. So Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique was earth-shattering. With one sword, the world darkened, the 4 seas roared, the sky collapsed, and the universe collapsed. This was the first time Qin Shao had used the heaven-opening sword technique in a battle after breaking through. It really felt very strong, and this feeling was indeed very good. As soon as the sword was out, he was full of confidence. Ong Sanli had 3 unfreezing tokens: the Great Path Power Unfreezing Token, the Saint's Secret Technique Unfreezing Token, and the Immortal Artifact Saint Artifact Unfreezing Token. His sword turned into a torrential storm and suddenly struck at Qin Shao. Countless sword chi shook the sky and came to kill. In this storm of swords, Qin Shao could clearly feel the power of the immortal Tao law. This Ong Sanli had already cultivated the law of immortality to the initial level. With the power of the law combined with his terrifying saint art, as well as his powerful demonic force, this rain of swords became extremely powerful. It roared and killed, as if it could kill everything in the world. The power of the law was perfectly coordinated, forming an invisible giant net that turned into countless tentacles, crazily rushing towards Qin Shao. The power of the immortal Tao law? Let's see how strong it is. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled coldly in his heart, but he did not care. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit and heroic spirit. Qin Shao had not used the power of the law yet, and he had not used his full strength at all. Qin Shao felt that he should not have to use his full strength to deal with Ong Sanli from the beginning. If he could really force him to this point, it meant that his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Qin Shao still had very strong confidence in his own strength. The heaven-opening sword itself was derived from the sword's will that could split the sky. The heaven-opening sword technique was extremely sharp and domineering, and it could release the sword's sharpness to the extreme. The 2nd level of the heaven-opening sword technique was indeed extremely sharp, and coupled with Qin Zhao's powerful inner world, this sharpness became even more intense. This made the sword not only extremely sharp, but also extremely heavy. Therefore, the current sword could not only split the sky, it could also collapse the sky. The power of the heart also turned into an invisible sword and ruthlessly attacked Aung San Lee's soul and will. The power of the heart could be performed perfectly with a flying knife, and Qin Shao could also perform the power of the heart perfectly with the heaven-opening sword technique. Wherever the sword's sharpness reached, the power of the heart also bloomed and burst out, surging into Aung San Lee's soul and will. The timing was very good. When Qin Zhao's sword fell, when the attack came, and when Aung San Lee was about to use all his strength to counterattack, the power of the heart also followed and suddenly attacked. Although Qin Zhao's power of the heart wasn't very strong, if it could be used unexpectedly, then it could indeed have some unexpected effects. At this time, it was obviously a surprise attack. Heart power? Aung San Lee was just about to strongly counterattack and wanted to completely destroy Qin Zhao's attack. But at this time, a terrifying attack of the heart power attacked his soul and will. The sudden change really did make him feel a bit unprepared. You want to affect me with this little bit of heart power? It's just a child's play. Aung San Lee coldly snorted and used all his strength to suppress Qin Zhao's heart power attack. Aung San Lee's soul and will were indeed very strong, and he also had defensive methods in this aspect, so he quickly suppressed the heart power very well. But to completely suppress this heart power, it would more or less have some impact on his strength. Of course, at this time, it was not only these effects, but also in this instant, Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art had completely chopped down. Like a bolt of lightning that suddenly flashed out from the darkness, a shocking brilliance pierced through the sky. It seemed to have cut open a huge hole in the world. The heaven-opening sword art also had this kind of power. One sword could shock the heavens, and the light could steal the universe. Just this sword power alone was enough to shock people. Under this extreme sharpness, Aung San Lee's sword power could not resist at all and was instantly defeated. Extreme sharpness, extreme power at the same time hit Aung San Lee's body. What? How is this possible? How can it be so strong? Aung San Lee suffered a big loss in the first exchange, and such a situation really made Aung San Lee turn pale with fright. His expression turned cold, and an armor quickly covered his whole body. The power of the immortal Tao Law and demon power combined to form a defensive wall, and at the same time, his whole body quickly retreated. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:02. Boom, boom, boom. Although Aung San Lee's defensive means were powerful, coupled with the sacred armor on his body, he had an even more powerful defensive power. However, even so, he was still sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. The powerful force penetrated the sacred armor and smashed heavily on his body. Although Qin Zhao's attack did not really injure Aung San Lee, it still sent him flying, causing him to suffer a great loss. Even after using the sacred artifact, he still could not block Qin Zhao's attack. It was sufficient to show how formidable the might of Qin Zhao's sword strike was. After being sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword, Aung San Lee looked a little embarrassed. The other two demons from the Earth realm were also shocked and could not help but look at Qin Zhao in astonishment. So powerful! This level of strength was truly not an ordinary level of strength. What kind of technique is this? How can he be so strong? But I can clearly feel that his immortal power has not reached the initial level of the immortal Tao Law. The power of the immortal Tao Law is obviously far inferior to mine. But his sword technique, his strength, and the combination of his heart force can actually make this sword so strong. How is this possible? Aung San Lee's heart was abnormally uncomfortable. His arrogance was also dealt a heavy blow. Originally, he had full confidence in his own strength. With 3 unfreezing tokens on him, he should be invincible and unstoppable in every endeavor. However, he did not expect that he would be sent flying by Qin Zhao in the human realm in just one exchange. He was beaten into a sorry state. Although Yuan Yuan had 4 thawing tokens on him, he could only use 3 thawing tokens since he had duplicated a Great Tao of Laws thawing token, the nomological Great Path Power Unfreezing token, the innate magical ability Unfreezing token, and the side path Unfreezing token. Without the Saint Technique's secret technique Unfreezing token, although Yuan Yuan had immortal power, he did not have the input method for many of his techniques. Therefore, when Yuan Yuan attacked, he could only use the Flying Dagger Dao. He used his immortal power to transform the Flying Dagger Dao and unleashed the powerful Flying Dagger Dao. Thousands of flying daggers whistled and attacked like a storm, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 swords were returning to their roots. The Dao of flying daggers had always been an extremely sharp Dao. However, in Yuan Yuan's hands, it felt a little like a spring breeze and rain. If Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was like a violent storm, then Yuan Yuan's was like a continuous drizzle. The howling wind and torrential rain had a great momentum. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. However, violent storms and torrential rains often came and went quickly. Violent outbursts were short-lived glory. But with a fierce attack, he could take down whatever he could. This was one of the characteristics of Qin Zhao's offensive. However, Yuan Yuan's rain wasn't like that. Yuan Yuan's rain was like a gentle drizzle. Although it didn't look ferocious, not only was it not ferocious, it was also extremely gentle. However, within this softness, there was also a powerful force. Furthermore, it had a very strong endurance. When Qin Zhao saw Yuan Yuan using the Flying Dagger Dao, he knew that Yuan Yuan's Flying Dagger Dao had reached the Great Accomplishment realm. If Li Sheng's flying daggers were used together, the power would be terrifying. Yuan Yuan's realm of Flying Dagger Dao was one realm higher than Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao was only at the Small Accomplishment realm, while Yuan Yuan had already reached the Great Accomplishment realm. It should be known that even the Holy List competition, Yuan Yuan had never used the Flying Dagger Dao. If Yuan Yuan was willing to use the Flying Dagger Dao, it was no exaggeration to say that she would definitely be able to compete for the top 3. She might even be able to compete with Qin Zhao for the first place on the Holy List. When the Flying Dagger Dao reached the Great Accomplishment realm, it was really terrifying. She was indeed the daughter of Li Sheng. At such a young age, she could cultivate the Flying Dagger Dao to such a profound level. Originally, Qin Zhao was a little worried about Yuan Yuan. Now, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Yuan Yuan was definitely a hidden master. Qin Zhao always knew that Yuan Yuan must have hidden her strength. He also guessed that Yuan Yuan's Flying Dagger Dao level should be higher than his. However, Qin Zhao really did not expect that Yuan Yuan's Flying Dagger Dao had really reached the Great Accomplishment realm. Admirable. Indeed, very admirable. Qin Zhao knew that it was very difficult to reach the Great Accomplishment realm of Flying Dagger Dao. He himself also practiced the Flying Dagger Dao, so naturally he was very clear about the difficulties in it. Although the power of Yuan Yuan's Flying Dagger was weakened a lot without the influence of Li Sheng's Flying Dagger Dao, at this time, under the full attack, a continuous powerful force was continuously directed at the 2 monster clan members. Although Yuan Yuan's attack was not too sharp and fierce, it was very continuous and could continue to attack. Even if it could not directly defeat the 2 monster clan members, it could certainly delay them. As soon as they were delayed, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian could naturally fight back and quickly break free. After breaking free, Prince Zhang Yang also suddenly recovered some of his strength. Spitting a few times, he looked at the 3 monster clan members fiercely and gritted his teeth. I didn't believe you. Who asked you to bully me with numbers? Now, I'll let you have a taste of bullying me with numbers. Fu Zhongxian, kill them, kill them. The situation was suddenly reversed. With the addition of Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, the situation was naturally different. Naturally, There was an absolute advantage to suppress the three Monster Clan members. Go! The Monster Clan members were also very straightforward. There was no trace of fighting. Ong Shanli directly said. The three of them did not fight and directly retreated at the fastest speed. With the obstruction of the Monster Clan's talent, Qin Xiao and the others would have a certain delay if they wanted to catch up. When this force dissipated, they had already pulled a certain distance away. If they ran away without fighting, it would be difficult to chase them down. Want to run? It's not that easy. Zhang Yang had just broken free and his fighting spirit had just been ignited. He wanted to fight the three Monster Clan members to his heart's content and regain his face. However, before he could make a move, the three Monster Clan members had actually escaped. How could Prince Zhang Yang feel good about this? Therefore, Zhang Yang naturally wanted to chase after them. However, he was stopped by Qin Xiao. Forget it, don't chase after them. It's difficult to catch up with them now. If you chase after them, I'm afraid you will encounter other situations. They are very likely to approach the other people in the Earth domain. You and Fu Zhongxian are also seriously injured. For the time being, let's heal your injuries first. Then, we will plan the next step. Zhang Yang grinned. It's okay. It's just a small injury. I can still chase after them. Chase after your head. You are already injured like this. Why do you still chase after them? Besides, they have already run far away. How can you chase after them? Yuan said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at Yuan and suddenly laughed. Seeing Zhang Yang looking at her and laughing, Yuan blinked with a confused look. She looked at herself and touched her face. It seemed that there was nothing on her face. What was he laughing about? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Yuan, you have learned to be bad now. You even used vulgarities. This is the first time I have heard you use vulgarities. You are not obedient. You're a little cutie. You have to be gentle. Yuan was stunned. After thinking for a while, she realized that she seemed to have used vulgarities just now. Oh my, Yuan had really learned to be bad. But, it's not vulgarities. I am concerned about you, Yuan said. Zhang Yang did not continue to argue with Yuan about this topic. Okay. Thank you for your concern. Well, now we can't chase after them, even if we want to. Sigh, we have missed the opportunity to take revenge. But it's okay. There will definitely be opportunities later. You should take care of yourselves first. Only then will you have the opportunity to kill the enemy, Yuan said again. Zhang Yang nodded and said, Well, Yuan is getting more and more obedient. I want to marry a wife like you in the future. Ha! Yuan's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. The redness reached her ears. She was extremely shy. Hey, Yuan, what are you shy about? I didn't say that I want to marry you, Zhang Yang said with some annoyance. This time, not only was Yuan shy, but she was also a little angry. Seeing the two, Qin Xiao also smiled helplessly. But it was also a kind of fun. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were both seriously injured. The two of them began to heal their wounds. Qin Xiao also learned about the two situation. Zhang Yang had two Thaw tokens, the Law of Great Tao Thaw token and the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token. Fu Zhongxian, on the other hand, had the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token and the Saint/Secret Technique Thaw token. Therefore, the two of them were so embarrassed just now. They were beaten to the point where they did not have much power to fight back. The two of them also cooperated well and used the Thaw tokens together. Yuan, give the extra Law of Great Tao Thaw token to Fu Zhongxian, Qin Xiao said to Yuan. Yuan nodded and immediately took out the extra Law of Great Tao Thaw token and handed it to Fu Zhongxian, saying, Here, Brother Qin Xiao said that he wants to give it to you. Take it. We have one extra. Thank you. Since there was an extra one, Fu Zhongxian did not refuse and accepted the Law of Great Tao Thaw token. With this Law of Great Tao Thaw token, Fu Zhongxian had 3 Thaw tokens in his hand. In addition to the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thaw token and the Saint/Secret Technique Thaw token, his strength had increased by 70% to 80%. If he also had the innate skill thaw token, then Fu Zhongxian could basically have peak combat power. However, among the four of Qin Shao, only Yuan Yuan had the innate skill thaw token. Qin Shao did not need the innate skill thaw token, but he needed a side path thaw token. Basically, it was estimated that most people would have peak combat power if they could get 4 thaw tokens. However, it was indeed too difficult to obtain 4 unfreezing tokens. If they could cooperate with each other, there would be some hope. It was just that this kind of cooperation would help one person, so they had to weaken the other. Therefore, in terms of cooperation, they also needed to cooperate perfectly and deal with all forces intelligently to achieve the best effect. Soon, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian's injuries were almost healed. The 4 of them naturally could not stay here any longer. Qin Shao, what should we do now? Should we continue to act in groups? Or should we form a team and act together? Zhang Yang asked Qin Shao. In his opinion, Qin Shao was the best leader, so he was naturally willing to follow Qin Zhao's instructions. Yuan Yuan also looked at Qin Shao. He was definitely determined to follow Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been thinking about this problem just now. There should have been a change in the personnel arrangement on the land side. Yuan Yuan has eliminated one of their people, so there are only 9 of them left. There are 3 people who besieged you just now. It is possible that the land side has divided the 9 of them into 3 groups. If we continue to be in groups of 2, I am afraid that the next time we encounter people from the land side, we will still be at a disadvantage. Chapter 26:03. Zhang Yang became serious and nodded. Yes, I also think that we should change our tactics. The people from the land are changing, so we have to change as well. Tactics have to be changed according to the situation. Only in this way can we better deal with the people from the land. Qin Shao said again. Moreover, I feel that most of the areas have been searched. It should be more difficult to find the unfreezing tokens again. According to the rules of the competition, there will definitely not be so many unfreezing tokens. If there were enough unfreezing tokens, then it wouldn't make much sense. It is precisely because there is a limited number of unfreezing tokens that the competition will become more intense and more interesting. Now, if we want to obtain the unfreezing tokens, we should need to eliminate the people from the land in order to obtain the tokens from them. Similarly, the people from the land will also think of ways to eliminate us and obtain the unfreezing tokens from us. Therefore, now it is a competition to see who can eliminate the people from the other side faster. Whoever can seize the opportunity first is likely to gain the upper hand. Then, we have to continue to expand this advantage and obtain victory in the end. I believe that the people from the land will also realize this problem. Therefore, we now have to compete for time, luck, and strength. The people from the land have begun to adjust their strategy. We cannot hesitate. Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement and looked at Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, you have made a great contribution. You took the lead in eliminating a person from the land. Very good, very good. You have made a good start for the human world. I give you a thumbs up. Yuan Yuan, you have been too low-key in the past and hid most of your strength. You have to perform well in this battle. Yuan Yuan playfully stuck out her tongue and said somewhat embarrassedly, No, it was just a coincidence. Yes. Yuan Yuan will work hard and strive not to be a burden to you. Yuan Yuan's strength was very strong, but she was too kind and naive. Therefore, it was easy for her to be taken advantage of. However, Yuan Yuan had already eliminated a person from the Earth realm and had already made a great contribution. Thus, even if he did not perform well in the future, this trip could be considered remarkable. Let's contact the others and tell them to be careful, Fu Zhongshuan suddenly said. Qin Shao and Zhang Yang nodded immediately. This was a big deal. Qin Shao immediately notified everyone and explained the situation just now. He also said that the people from the Earth domain might be in groups of 3 and had split into 3 groups to encircle the human domain. Unfortunately, as soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Xian Qing and Tai Gu were in danger. Sure enough, they were surrounded by 3 netherworld race beings and begged everyone to save them. Yin Xiaoqin and Jin Bafeng rushed over, but they were still quite far away. Furthermore, Xian Qing and Tai Gu were not very lucky. They had only obtained 3 unfreezing tokens. Thus, under the siege of the 3 beings from the netherworld race from the land, they did not last long and were quickly eliminated. In other words, 1 person from the Earth domain was eliminated, while 2 people from the human domain were eliminated. Originally, the human domain had the advantage. Yuan Yuan had made a great contribution and was the first to eliminate a person from the land domain. However, he did not expect that the Earth realm would turn the situation around so quickly and eliminate 2 people from the mortal realm in one go. Now, there were only 9 people left from the land domain and 8 from the human domain. Such bad news was naturally a big blow to Qin Xiao and the others. The good situation had been lost at this time. Damn it! Zhang Yang angrily punched the void a few times and said unhappily, Yin Xiaoqian, as a leader, you don't know how to adapt tactics in a timely manner. You caused us to be sniped everywhere and suffered heavy losses. Fu Zhongshuan and I were also surrounded by 3 goblin race beings. Fortunately, we were tough and managed to hold on until Qin Xiao came to support us. Otherwise, we would have been eliminated. Now, Xian Qing and Tai Gu have been eliminated. The situation is very unfavorable for the human domain. From the beginning, the land domain broke into pieces and then quickly went to find the unfreezing token. After colliding with us, the land domain immediately adjusted their tactics and ambushed us in groups of 3. Our reaction was too slow. We only focused on finding the unfreezing token. So, we were caught off guard by the land domain. This is a tactical mistake. Yin Xiaoqian, as a leader, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Facing Zhang Yang's criticism, Jin Bafeng argued with him again. It's just a temporary loss. You can't blame Yin Xiaoqian. No one expected such a thing. Zhang Yang, why are you shouting here? You're not shouting because you didn't encounter any danger. Just now, Fu Zhongshuan and I were almost eliminated. Why do you ask me to shout? Zhang Yang retorted angrily. You were almost eliminated. It only shows that your skills are not as good as others. How can you blame us? Jin Bafeng said sarcastically. Zhang Yang was angry and really wanted to fight with Jin Bafeng. Yin Xiaoqian said, Okay. Everyone stop talking and don't blame anyone. This time, it's indeed my responsibility. I won't run away. It's true that I didn't adjust my tactics in time. That's why we were caught off guard by the land domain people. As a leader, I didn't see this problem clearly and didn't adjust my team in time. It's indeed my fault. I'm sorry. But now that things have happened, let's not talk about this first. Let's discuss how we should deal with it next. Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Qin Xiao, who signaled him not to say anything. Such a thing was indeed not what anyone wanted to see. Everyone definitely hoped that the human domain could win. There was no need to doubt their motives. They were definitely the same. Yin Xiaoqian continued. Since both sides have frequently met each other, it seems like the entire sealed battlefield is only this big. We should have searched almost every place. The possibility of finding the unfreezing token now is not high. So, if we want to get the unfreezing token now, we can only get it from the land domain people. But we still have to continue searching. But looking at the current situation, let's do it this way. Let's form a group of 4 first. Qin Xiao, Yuan Yuan, Zhang Yang, and Fu Zhongshuan. Since you are already together, the 4 of you will form a group. Will we follow me? Let's meet up with the Jiuxian Saintus. We will form a group. In this case, there will only be 2 groups in the human domain. For the land domain, there will be 3 groups for the time being, but there may be changes at any time. Both sides have fewer groups, so the speed and efficiency of searching will naturally be greatly reduced. Now, we have to continue searching for the unfreezing token and also look for the land domain people. While looking for the unfreezing token, we also have to prepare for a big battle. The total number of unfreezing tokens we have now is not a lot. In this aspect, the land domain will most likely have a slight advantage. So, in the current situation, it's best that we don't fight head-on with the land domain. It's even more inadvisable to have a direct group battle. That will definitely be more disadvantageous to us. So, we still have to engage in guerrilla warfare and tactical warfare. We have to defeat them one by one and slowly weaken the strength of the land domain. Finally, we have to carry out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation. After listening to Yan Xiaoqin's words, Zhang Yang clicked his tongue and said, "What you said is so clear and logical, but I don't know what's the use of it." "All right, Zhang Yang, don't be emotional. Yan Xiaoqin's general direction is not a problem. As for the specifics, we just have to be flexible when the time comes. For our current situation, it is indeed so. So, we have to think of a way to change and reverse the situation. Let's go. Let's continue searching for the unfreezing token and increase our strength first. Then, we will have a higher chance of winning." Qin Xiao patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Zhang Yang grinned and said, "I just don't like those two people, so I feel that what they said is wrong. Anyway, I still prefer to listen to Qin Zhao's command. Following you will definitely not be wrong." I think that only with your leadership, we can win. Originally, the human domain should be full of confidence, but the current situation is really very unfavorable for us. Moreover, the people of the land domain have an innate advantage over there. Searching for the unfreezing token has always been an advantage for the people of the land domain. We have been at a disadvantage since the beginning. Now that two people have been eliminated, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. I'm afraid that it will not be an easy thing to turn the situation around. So, we still have to rely on you, Brother Qin Xiao. Yuan nodded and agreed with Zhang Yang's words. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said confidently, "No, we will definitely win, definitely. We all came with this belief, and our beliefs are so firm. So, we will definitely win. As for who is leading us, it doesn't matter. The important thing is how we do our best. As for the general direction, we just have to follow the command. As for the small things, we will adapt to the situation and deal with them flexibly. We just have to do our best. Although we are at a disadvantage now, it is not a big disadvantage, so there is no need to worry about anything. Let's go, let's start. I'm just saying it casually. That's for sure. Our human domain will definitely win, definitely." Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. The four of them continued to search. By now, there were probably very few fish that had escaped the net. They did not know which places had not been searched by others, so they could only try their luck and avoid the areas that they had searched. But in this case, it was obvious that they had no goal and seemed very blind. However, there was no other way now. There was no clear direction at all. There was no other way, so they could only search blindly like this. Not searching was also not a solution. Everyone was blind when it came to searching. This was something unavoidable. It could only be said that they had to avoid the areas that everyone had passed by. As for the remaining areas, it was possible that the people of the land domain had passed by and could not identify anything. The areas that had not been searched were definitely getting fewer and fewer. The remaining unfreezing tokens were definitely getting fewer and fewer. Searching like this, they did not find anything and did not meet anyone from the land domain. Yan Xiaoqin had already followed Xian, 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 and Xian, Xian had met up, but they also did not find anything. After an unknown period of time, Qin Xiao waved his hand to signal everyone to stop. Then, he frowned deeply and looked around. Then, he said to everyone with a serious face, "Do you feel that something is wrong? Something is wrong?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone looked around vigilantly and checked the situation. Chapter 2604. Let's continue walking. Let's talk as we walk. Don't show it too deliberately, Qin Xiao said again. Zhang Yang and the other two still did not notice anything, but since Qin Xiao said so, there should be something going on. After a while, Yuan suddenly said, Brother Qin Xiao, I feel like something is watching us in the dark. Could it be that there are people from the underworld secretly watching us? Yes, Qin Xiao nodded and said, It is possible, and the possibility should not be small. I always felt that something was not right just now. I always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching us in the dark, and there was a sense of danger lurking in the dark. My feeling has never been wrong. I feel that this is the precursor of danger. So, I guess that we are very likely to be watched by a group of people from the underworld. We are affected by the aura and environmental conditions of the sealed land, so the range we can perceive is only a radius of 10,000 miles. But the people from the underworld are very little affected. Even if they don't use their divine sense, I am afraid that they can see at least 20,000 miles away with just their eyes, right? We are in the light, and the people from the underworld are in the dark. We can't see them, but they can see us. Zhang Yang grinned, licked his lower lip, and said with a bloodthirsty look, You came at the right time. I am not afraid that you will not come. Since they have been hiding in the dark, they definitely do not dare to make a move. They are afraid of us. It is very likely that there is only one group of people from the underworld in the dark. If that is the case, then let's find a way to find them, and then kill them. We are now 4 people, 4 against 3, and we have the upper hand. And it is very likely that they're the 3 goblins who besieged us just now. I still want to settle the score with them just now. Zhang Yang was filled with hatred and battle intent. He had just suffered the biggest loss in his entire life. That was why he was always thinking of revenge in his heart. Fu Zhongxian, who had been silent, disagreed, Don't act rashly. What do you mean by that? Fu Zhongshuan, when did you become so overcautious? It doesn't seem like your style. You should be very decisive, Prince Zhang Yang said. Qin Xiao shook his head. Fu Zhongshuan is right. We can't act rashly. Since the other party has been following us in the dark, they must have a plan. Yes. I think they've already informed the others to come here. They've been watching us and grasping our location. Inform the others to come over. As long as another group of people comes, it will be enough to surround and attack the 6 of us. Once we fall into their encirclement, we will be in big trouble. With 4 against 6, I'm afraid we don't have any chance of winning. We don't have a lot of unfreezing tokens, so I'm afraid we don't have an advantage in this aspect. At that time, if we don't have the advantage in numbers, the 2 disadvantages will stack up, and we will be in danger of being eliminated. Now we must act cautiously. Every step must be taken steadily and surely. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, I know this, so we should take action before the reinforcements from the land arrive. Only in this way will we have some chances. Since they don't dare to take action and are waiting for others to come to support us, then we should take action. We should directly break their plan and catch them off guard. This way, we can avoid the situation of being besieged by 2 teams of people from the land, right? If we wait any longer, it will only be more disadvantageous for us, so we can't wait any longer. And we are being watched. I'm afraid it's impossible to get rid of them. As long as we can't get rid of the people from the land in the dark, then we will always be closely watched, and our position will always be grasped by the people from the land. In this case, the people from the land can create many opportunities to encircle and annihilate us. We must break this dilemma as soon as possible, and the sooner the better. If we are late, I'm afraid we may not be able to break through. If we take action now, we can disrupt their plan and possibly save us from this predicament. After listening, Yuan nodded quickly. She felt that Zhang Yang's words were very right. If they delayed any longer, they were very likely to be trapped. If they wanted to break through this predicament, then the sooner the better. There was still a chance to break through this predicament now. If they delayed any longer, then they might not have a chance. Once they could not break through this predicament, then their situation would be very dangerous. This was a question that he had to ponder deeply. Fu Zhongxian frowned slightly. He was also considering Zhang Yang's plan. It was not bad, and there was a certain degree of feasibility. However, after pondering for a while, Qin Shao said, Zhang Yang, there is no problem with your plan. It is also a normal way of thinking. But a normal way of thinking is also the most risky way of thinking. First, since they have been secretly watching our every move and have not taken any action, just silently watching us, what does that mean? It means that they want to wait for the reinforcements to arrive and then annihilate us in one fell swoop. It means that they have big ambitions. Not taking action does not necessarily mean that they are really afraid of us. They do not have the ability to take action. It can only mean that they want to set up a bigger trap and eat more meat. So, whether we can take action or not, and whether we can find them smoothly after taking action, these are big problems. After all, they're in the dark while we are in the light. Our every move is under their control, and we have no way to control them. They can change their tactics and come up with many countermeasures at any time, but once we take action, it means that we are exposed and will definitely alert them. Second, we don't know how long we have been followed and when their reinforcements will arrive. If we take action now, once their reinforcements arrive soon, then we will directly send ourselves into a predicament. Moreover, if it is the 3 monsters who attack you just now, their strength is not weak. Since we can suppress them, I am afraid that it will take a lot of effort to eliminate them. Once the time is delayed, I am afraid that it is very likely that we could delay until their reinforcements arrive. So after considering the current situation comprehensively, if we take action now, the possibility of us being at a disadvantage is higher. Zhang Yang and the other 2 thought about Qin Zhao's words and agreed. His analysis was also reasonable. These possibilities were real. It was indeed real, and there was no way to avoid it. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, Qin Shao, we can't just delay like this, right? You said that the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it is for us. If we delay any longer, I am afraid that we can only wait for death. We can't delay. We must make a prompt decision. I think we can still fight if we take action now. The danger is not small, but we don't seem to have a better way, right? Maybe there is a way. Fu Zhongxian also opened his mouth and said. Zhang Yang looked at him, and Fu Zhongxian continued. The risk and uncertainty of making a move now is indeed very high. Taking such a big risk, you really need to think about it carefully. However, we can go separately and return to the previous 2 people in a team. We will now split into 2 groups and then break out separately. We will keep in touch at all times. If the people in the dark chase out to deal with one group, then the other group will immediately come to support. In this way, we can divide into 2 groups to disperse the energy of the people in the land, and we can also come to meet at any time and condense our combat power. Well, not bad. Fu Zhongxian's idea is also very good. I think it is possible. After Fu Zhongxian finished speaking, Zhang Yang immediately nodded in agreement. Yuan had not spoken yet and was still there with a thoughtful look on his face. Fu Zhongxian's idea was indeed good. At least it was better than Zhang Yang's, and the risk was smaller. Of course, the risk still existed. It was just a matter of how big or small it was. The 3 of them looked at Qin Shao and waited for Qin Zhao's opinion. As long as Qin Shao nodded, they would start to act. Blindly hiding doesn't seem to be our style, right? What we pursue is winning. Blindly hiding can only protect ourselves. It can't give us any gains. Opportunities can't be waited for. We need to create them and then grasp them well. Only then can we have big gains. Qin Shao said with a serious face. These words made Prince Zhang Yang agree. He clapped his hands and said, Yes, brother Qin Shao, this is the Qin Shao I know. This is the brave Qin Shao. That's what I said. Why hide? Just do it directly. There are risks, but at the same time, it is also an opportunity. Wealth comes from danger. Since our current situation is not good, we should seize the opportunity to change it. Opportunities are all fought for. Since we have been forced to this point, then let's fight for a chance. With the strength of the four of us, we can definitely catch those 3 people. Maybe we can kill those 3 people from the goblin race. If so, then the momentum of our human world will be reversed all of a sudden, and we will have already won half of the battle. So, our battle is also very important. It is even a battle that will decide the outcome of the battle. Zhang Yang thought that Qin Shao agreed with his opinion, but Qin Shao shook his head and said, Zhang Yang, don't get too excited. My opinion is to create a good opportunity to fight with them. However, we can't directly attack, as you said. The risk and uncertainty are still too great. Fu Zhongshuan said that we should split up and hide. This will also lose the courage we should have. The most important thing is still a good opportunity. Since the people from a human world have sent themselves to our door, then we might as well give them a big gift, catch them off guard, and play a ruthless game. My plan is like this. We will still split up. In the early stage, we will follow Fu Zhongshuan's idea. However, under this idea, there are some changes. I will take Yuan to secretly approach the people from the human world and find a way to get close to them. Then, we will launch a sneak attack and launch a sudden attack. Then, we will join forces with you and attack them together. We will be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We will treat them as prey and swallow them up. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan couldn't help but look at each other. This method seemed to work. However, there was still a problem. Zhang Yang said, Qin Shao, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get close to the people from the human world, right? This plan of yours is going to be very difficult to carry out, and the risks are not small either. Qin Shao said seriously again, there are definitely risks, but I think it is worth it for us to take this risk, and we should take this risk. Chapter 26:05. Riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. Many things and many opportunities had to be fought for by taking risks. If you don't fight for it, it will not be delivered to your hands. Some risks had to be taken. Some risks were worth it. I naturally have a way to deal with the people near the underworld. I dare not say that it will be 100% effective, but it should be worth a try. Qin Shao said again. He had the mirage meditation technique, so he should be able to hide himself well. Moreover, the aura of the sealed battlefield should also be able to use the mirage meditation technique better, right? Of course, Qin Zhao's mirage meditation technique was indeed not used in front of a strong person of this level, so it was hard for Qin Shao to say how effective it would be. Qin Shao was not sure whether the people in the underworld could detect it. However, although Qin Shao was not confident, he could still give it a try and give it a try. Riches and honor were found in danger. Only by daring to take risks could he create good opportunities. If he wanted to win this battle, he must take the initiative to attack and create good opportunities. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to turn the situation around? That, I seem to have a way to get close to them. Yuan suddenly said. Yuan also has a way. This gave Qin Shao an unexpected surprise. Since Yuan said so, it seemed that her method should be more confident. Qin Zhao's mirage meditation technique was really not very confident, and the uncertainty was relatively high. It was just that Qin Shao had no other better way, so he could only give it a try. If Yuan had a better method, that would naturally be the best thing. In that case, his plan would be much easier to succeed. Since Qin Shao and Yuan both said that they had a way, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan looked at each other and decided to act according to Qin Zhao's plan. Although it was a little risky, it seemed that it was indeed the best way at present. Since everyone had decided they would act according to the plan, then let's do this. Yuan and I will leave quickly. You guys will be responsible for attracting the attention of the people hiding in the dark. We will take the opportunity to leave their line of sight. Then we will come back and take the opportunity to ambush the people in the land. I hope that this time we can take down the people from the Earth domain in one fell swoop, Qin Shao said seriously. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Qin Shao glanced at Yuan Yuan and said, "Let's go." "Well, don't worry, brother Qin Shao. I will be very obedient and follow you. I will do whatever you say." Yuan Yuan nodded obediently. Immediately, the two of them quickly left in one direction. Their speed was instantly raised to the limit as they left at full speed. On the other side, Prince Zhongyang and Fu Zhongshuan were heading in another direction, slowly increasing their speed. However, their speed was not that fast. They were deliberately attracting the attention of the people from the land. Moreover, they did not leave in a fixed direction. Instead, they took a big detour and completely cut off Qin Zhao's escape route. This was also to create an opportunity for Qin Shao and the others so that the people from the land would have no way to track Qin Shao and the others. After that, Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan left at their fastest speed. About 20,000 miles away from Zhang Yang and the others, 3 goblin race members were hiding there. Seeing this sudden scene, the 3 goblin race members' expressions suddenly changed, and they knew that things were not good. "Oh no, they should have discovered us. They know that we have called for reinforcements and are about to encircle them. Oof, their vigilance is not bad. They were actually discovered." One of the goblin race members shouted. "Oof, so what if they're vigilant? They have already been targeted by us. Do they want to escape? How can it be so easy? Since they have been targeted by us, then they should obediently become our meal. Don't even think about escaping." Another goblin race member immediately said with some disdain. Ong Samli said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's hurry up and catch up." They deliberately left in 2 groups. It seems that they want to divert our attention so that we have no time to chase after them. We can't catch up with Qin Shao and the one called Yuan Yuan. Forget it. Let's let them go first. Let's not chase after them. Let's chase after these 2 people. We didn't manage to eat them just now. This time we must eat them. If it's just to deal with the 2 of them, the 3 of us are enough. However, to be on the safe side, let's inform Yuan Kuan and the others and let them come quickly to support us. It's just that the abominable thing is that they have completely disrupted our original plan. It will take some effort to catch up with them now. Originally, Wu Kuan and the others could have rushed over in a while. Now, the plan has to be changed. Let's go. Let's hurry up and catch up. Don't let those people escape. Ong San Li and the other 2 quickly chased after Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, who were running at their fastest speed, felt that the 3 goblin race members were chasing after them. They were secretly relieved. This was the effect that they wanted. They were really afraid that the 3 goblin race members would not catch up. They took the bait. Very good. Next, it's up to Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. I hope that this time it will be a good harvest. We must take revenge for the enmity just now. Double the revenge. Zhang Yang sneered, and there was anticipation in his heart. This moment, please come quickly. Zhang Yang's fighting spirit had already risen high. It had accumulated to a very high level, just waiting to erupt. On the other side, after Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan got rid of the 3 goblin race members, they circled back and went behind the 3 goblin race members. Then, they chased after them. Qin Shao used the mirage meditation technique. He wanted to let Yuan Yuan see if she could detect him, but he did not expect Yuan Yuan to detect him. If Yuan Yuan could detect him as soon as he got close, he believed that the people from the goblin race would be able to detect him as well. Although it had some effect, the effect was not very big. Therefore, it was not very practical to rely on this method to get too close to the 3 goblin race members. Thinking about it, Qin Shao was relieved. After all, the mirage meditation technique was just a celestial technique, not a holy technique or a secret technique. It was very effective against ordinary 4th stage heavenly venerables. But who could enter the sealed battlefield was simple. They were the top figures of the younger generation in both the mortal world and the earth world. Each of them was extremely strong and stood at the peak of the mortal world and the earth world. It was naturally very difficult to rely on the method of concealing one's aura to completely hide one's presence from them. If it was so easy, it would be strange. Judging from Yuan Yuan's reaction, Qin Xiao felt that they would at most be able to get within 500 kilometers of the people in the land. And this was Qin Xiao's best estimate. If the situation was a little worse, he would not be able to reach 1,000 miles. Even in the best-case scenario, they would only be able to advance to within 1,000 miles. Although 1,000 miles was not a long distance, it could be killed in the blink of an eye. However, in a fight between experts, even a little bit of time would be enough for the opponent to prepare. If they could get within 100 miles, then the sneak attack would be successful. Once the sneak attack was successful, it would be very meaningful. Then, they could basically wipe out the 3 people from the land. Of course, the premise was that their backup team couldn't get here so quickly. However, he believed that even if the support team could rush over quickly, the possibility of 1 or 2 people being eliminated was still very high. Therefore, this was also something that gave Qin Xiao a headache. He had overestimated his mirage meditation technique. However, Yuan Yuan gave Qin Xiao another surprise. Yuan Yuan waved her hand, and a strange energy enveloped the two of them, completely hiding their aura. Not only that, Yuan Yuan waved her hand again, and the surrounding space suddenly changed. A sealed space trapped the two of them, completely isolating them from the outside world. Of course, she didn't isolate the soul connection or anything like that. She just completely isolated their aura, and the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside. Brother Qin Xiao, what do you think of this? Yuan Yuan smiled and said to Qin Xiao. Seeing Yuan Yuan's means, Qin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, Space law means. Your level of space law is actually so high. Although you haven't broken through to the level of small success, you are already very close to it. You have reached the edge of breakthrough. The effect of the space law combined with your secret technique is actually so good. It can directly hide people from the void and hide them in the space of a mustard grain. They are invisible and traceless. With your means, not to mention within 100 miles, even if you are in front of the people in the land, they may not be able to detect you. I'm afraid that they will only be able to react when we make a move. Using such means for a sneak attack is simply a divine weapon. It is definitely a good means. I didn't think that I could use the space law to hide myself. If my mirage meditation technique is combined with the space law, it will also have a very good concealment effect. Regarding Yuan Yuan, Qin Xiao was indeed amazed and speechless. Inspired by Yuan Yuan, Qin Xiao also thought of using the space law. It could be considered a new way of thinking for Qin Xiao. This was still worth trying in the future. Not only did Yuan Yuan use the space law, but she was also able to combine it perfectly with her secret technique. It was very perfect, so it had such a good effect. The effect was so good that even Qin Xiao was amazed. Even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to detect such means. Yuan Yuan's display of the flying dagger Dao had also shocked them. Now that she had displayed the space law, he was once again shocked. Yuan Yuan had reached the level of large success in the flying dagger Dao. Her space law had actually reached the edge of breaking through to the level of small success. This was really too much. Her talent and potential were really very heaven-defying. In these two aspects, she was actually at a higher level than Qin Xiao. This was something that Qin Xiao didn't expect. Qin Xiao did think that among all the people who came to participate in the young genius's battle between the human realm and the land realm, his level of law should be the strongest. But now, Qin Xiao realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. Yuan Yuan could crush him. Yuan Yuan really hid her strength very deeply. She really didn't show her strength. If Yuan Yuan really wanted to compete for the first place in the Holy List, Qin Xiao felt that he couldn't get the first place in the Holy List at all. Qin Xiao also understood now. No wonder Master Sage Li dared to let his precious daughter participate in such a dangerous young genius's battle between the human realm and the land realm. It seemed that he also had high confidence in Yuan Yuan and felt that there was nothing wrong with Yuan Yuan. Indeed, in terms of strength, Yuan Yuan not only had no problem, but she might also be a mainstay. It was just that Yuan Yuan's temperament was indeed a big flaw, and she might be used by the people in the land realm. Perhaps this was also where Yuan Yuan needed to grow and gain experience. It was good to have some experience. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:06. Brother Qin Xiao, why don't you speak? Is it not possible? Seeing Qin Xiao did not speak for a while, Yuan Yuan spoke again. Only then did Qin Xiao return to his senses. He smiled and said, "Yes, of course. It's very good. With this method of yours, I have full confidence in my ability to defeat him. This battle, we will definitely fight a beautiful battle. I hope that this battle can be used to reverse the situation." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan Yuan laughed. She laughed very happily, very innocent, and very cute. The two did not hesitate and quickly chased. With Yuan Yuan's powerful concealment means, the two did not have to worry about anything and directly chased. Soon, they entered the area 20,000 miles away from Zhangyang. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan searched in this area, and sure enough, they soon found the three people of Ong Shanli. The three people of Ong Shanli were about 20,000 miles away from Zhangyang and Qin Xiao, staring at Zhangyang and Qin Xiao, following them. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan slowly approached. However, Ong Shanli's group of three did not notice Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan's approach. Very quickly, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were within a range of 100 li, but Ong Shanli's group of three still did not notice them. From this, it was enough to prove how powerful Yuan Yuan's concealment means was. Of course, all of this was expected by Qin Xiao, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Qin Xiao was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he sent a message to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian. "We are already in position. We can launch a sneak attack at any time. You two try to get closer and see how they react. When I ask you to attack, you will directly come to support us. We will attack from the front and back, and we must take them down." Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian both expressed that they understood and cooperated with Qin Xiao. The two of them also began to move. The two of them separated a little and approached from two sides. Seeing that Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were no longer running away and were about to split up again and even circled back, Ao Shanri and the other two could not understand what Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian were trying to do. And what were they trying to do? No matter what tricks they play, we can't let them run away. How about this? They'll split up, and the three of us will stretch out our defensive line to stop them. However, we won't easily make a move unless they take the initiative to attack. Only then will we make a move. Ong Shanli coldly snorted and sinisterly said. The other two did not hesitate and immediately began to spread out. The three of them opened up a long line of defense, blocking Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian's escape, not allowing them any chance to escape. Seeing this, Qin Xiao smirked and said, "Here's our chance. It seems that they've fallen into our trap." The three of them have split up, so we'll launch an all-out attack on Ao Shanri and strive to eliminate him in one fell swoop. This Ao Shanri should be the leader of the monster race. If we take him down first, we'll basically destroy the morale of the monster race. Yuan Yuan was only responsible for nodding and listening. She did not express any opinions. As long as Qin Xiao said something, she would nod and agree. She had already made her preparations and was only waiting for Qin Xiao to give the order. Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, you two do it. After Qin Xiao sent a voice transmission to Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, he immediately said to Yuan Yuan, "Yuan Yuan, you and I will attack Ao Shanri with all our strength. Try not to give him any chance to react and eliminate him in one fell swoop." Okay. Yuan Yuan nodded, indicating that she understood. She was already prepared. "Do it." Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan suddenly appeared from the void and directly appeared in front of Ao Shanri. The powerful attacks of the two instantly arrived in front of Ao Shanri. This sudden sneak attack made Ao Shanri have no way to react. Naturally, he was caught off guard. There was no way to react at all. When he was aware of it, two waves of terrifying attacks had completely enveloped him. The power of destruction, the power of devouring, was like a crazy tsunami, engulfing Ao Shanri. It was incomparably turbulent. Huh, what a powerful concealment method. We actually did not notice it at all. It's Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan. Damn it, I understand. It turns out that they did not escape in two groups at the beginning, but secretly played a trick to confuse us, and then turned back to kill us when we were unprepared. I thought of this possibility, but I thought that even if they did this, they would not succeed. We are in the dark, they're in the light. Their every move should be under our detection in advance. But I did not expect that they have such a powerful concealment method. I miscalculated, really miscalculated. Ah, so strong, so strong. The strength of these two people. How can the strength of these two people be so strong? Previously, I also fought with Qin Xiao once, although I was at a disadvantage, but I did not feel that his strength is so strong. How can he be so strong this time? The space law, the light law, damn it, this Qin Xiao has mastered two laws. So, when I fought with him before, he did not show his true strength. Is this his true strength? And this Yuan Yuan, how can her throwing knives be so strong? How can this be? Danger, danger, but no matter how dangerous it was, Ao Shanri had no chance to retreat. There was no escape at all. He just wanted to retreat, but he was trapped by the space. There was no way to escape at all. Under such circumstances, he could only fight back desperately. However, under the powerful attacks of Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan, Eng Shanli was already in despair. He had already lost his confidence and did not have much strength to fight back. What? Not good. We fell into a trap. Damn it. These people are so insidious and cunning. Not good. Ao Shanri is in danger. Let's go quickly. The other two monster race were also shocked. At this time, they finally understood everything. They fell into a trap. Damn it. Originally, they had been hiding in the dark to watch the prey, but they did not expect to be bitten by the prey. The two desperately came back to support Ao Shanri, wanting to save him. But now they wanted to come back. How could it be so easy? Ha! You two's opponents are us, and you still want to run? Do you think we are decorations? Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian rushed over and blocked the two's way, cutting off the possibility of the two to save Ao Shanri. Seeing Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian, the two monster races' faces were extremely ugly, and their hearts were screaming again. This time, it was really not good. The situation was very bad. They fell into a trap. They did not kill these four prey, but they did not expect to be bitten by these four prey instead. Damn it. Hee hee, just now the three of you ganged up on us, bullying us with numbers. Didn't you feel good? But you only dare to bully us with numbers. You don't have the strength and courage to fight one-on-one with us. But now, you don't have the ability to bully us with numbers. So come and fight with us obediently. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. It's time to settle the score with you. Prince Zhangyang sneered. His hands had been itching for a long time. The shame just now, he wanted to wash it back. The two members of the demon clan looked at each other coldly. One of them looked at Prince Zhangyang coldly and said, "Are you sure you want to fight one-on-one with us? Can't you ask for help? Are you sure?" Zhangyang shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm sure. I have no problem with it. I will definitely eat you today. How about it? Do you dare?" "Umph. What's there to be afraid of? Just don't regret it." The monster race person sneered. He was very confident. But in this situation, a one-on-one battle was obviously a good thing for him. So, the two monster race people were very happy. Obviously, Ao Shanli's side could not be saved. But if Ao Shanli's side was defeated, Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang would go and kill them. It would be very bad for them. When the time comes, 4 against 2, they would only end up being eliminated. But if it was a one-on-one battle with no other people involved, Even if they could not win, they could still drag it out until the reinforcements came. Then they would be safe. Fu Zhongxian, this one is for you, this one is mine. Haha, let's have a competition. Let's see who can eliminate the other first. Zhang Yang said to Fu Zhongxian. Fu Zhongxian raised his eyebrows slightly. After looking at Zhang Yang, he replied with one word, okay. However, Fu Zhongxian obviously had the upper hand now. He had 3 defrost tokens, while Zhang Yang only had 2. With one more defrost token, his strength would naturally be stronger. Fortunately, although Zhang Yang only had 2 defrost tokens, they were what he needed the most, so Zhang Yang's strength was 70% to 80%. On the other side, under the full attack of Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan, how could Ao Shanli still resist? He was simply retreating, and soon he was beaten to the point where he could not defend. Moreover, the momentum of Yuan Yuan's throwing knife was too sharp, and Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was also extremely overbearing. Coupled with the power of the law of space and the law of light, it made Qin Zhao's sword momentum even more terrifying. So, soon, Ao Shanli could not resist at all and collapsed directly. A light fell, and Ao Shanli was instantly taken away. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were relieved, and there was a little smile on their faces. Success, they succeeded. They eliminated Ao Shanli in one fell swoop, and smoothly got a merit. However, this was also completely expected. Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan joined forces, and in the case of a sneak attack, they made a fierce move. If this still couldn't eliminate Aung San Ri, then it would be really strange. Fortunately, such a strange thing did not happen, and it was also reasonable. Ao Shanli was eliminated, and the 3 defrost tokens on his body also fell down. These 3 defrost tokens were the Power of Law defrost token, the Saint Secret Technique defrost token, and the Immortal/Sacred Tool defrost token. Qin Xiao also had the Power of Law defrost token and the Saint Secret Technique defrost token, and he did not need them. Qin Xiao did not have the Immortal/Sacred Tool defrost token, but in fact, this defrost token was not very useful to Qin Xiao, and it was dispensable. If there was, of course, it could be used. But even if there was, it seemed that Qin Xiao really did not need it at the moment. The 9 Li Sheng throwing knives were still immortal equipment, not sacred tools. As for the heaven-opening sword, it was a sacred tool, but the spirit of the sacred tool was asleep, so it was not a sacred tool at the moment. The only thing left was the magic cube of light, but this was a middle-grade sacred tool, and the rules of the competition only allowed one low-grade sacred tool to be used. So, the magic cube of light could not be used. The only thing that might be useful was that the spirit of the heaven-opening sword woke up and burst out the power of the sacred tool, right? However, Qin Xiao could not be bothered to think too much about this matter. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:07. Yuan Yuan. Take this Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token. Qin Xiao gave the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan had 3 thawing tokens, but he still lacked the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token and the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token. Now that he had the Saint's Secret Technique Thawing Token, Yuan Yuan only had the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token left. Qin Xiao also did not have the Immortal/Sacred Tool Thawing Token, so Qin Xiao used this thawing token first. In this way, Yuan Yuan already had 4 thawing tokens, and he only needed one more Immortal/Sacred Tool thawing token to complete the thawing token. As for Qin Xiao, he still needed the Innate Divine Ability thawing token and the Sideline Minor Path thawing token. Of course, Qin Xiao only needed the Sideline Minor Path thawing token to complete the thawing token. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian both had the same unfreezing command token, so they would not be able to use it for the time being. After keeping the thawing token, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan did not hesitate and immediately rushed over. When the two goblins saw that Ong Shanli was killed by Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan, their expressions changed again. The situation was not good. They had already asked for help, but the support team would not be able to come in time, so they could only pray for their own good. The footsteps of death were approaching them step by step, making the two of them feel bitter in their hearts, but they also felt a little helpless. This time, they had fallen into Qin Xiao's trap, which was why they had ended up being bitten by their prey. But things had already come to this point. It was useless to say anything more. Ong Shanli had been eliminated, and they were probably next. They resisted desperately, but there was no way to resist at all. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongxian had the upper hand in terms of Qi warriors. At this time, they were trying their best to pin down the two of them. Although they were not able to gain much of an advantage, they were able to completely pin down the two of them, leaving them no chance to escape. At this time, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan rushed over. Yuan Yuan, go and help Fu Zhongshuan, Qin Xiao said to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan nodded with a smile and happily walked towards Fu Zhongshuan. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the flying dagger Dao was displayed once again. It wasn't just the Dao of flying daggers. Yuan Yuan made some complicated and strange hand seals with both hands. The power of the Dao of space and the Dao of immortals surged out and turned into a cage, trapping the demon race inside. The power of the Dao of space pressed down on the demon race. Countless flying daggers came one after another, launching a fierce attack on the demon race. Yuan Yuan was already terrifyingly strong. Now that she had obtained the Saint Technique's secret technique, unfreezing token, she could use even more techniques. Naturally, she was even more powerful. Fu Zhongshuan was stunned when he saw Yuan Yuan making a move. He was a disciple of the Fuxi celestial race, a representative of the Fuxi celestial race's younger generation. He was the second on the saint rankings. He had always been very confident in his strength. If he could use his innate abilities during the saint rankings tournament, he was confident that he would be the first. But now that he saw Yuan Yuan making a move, he could clearly feel that his strength was not as good as Yuan Yuan's, even though she might be restricted by the unfreezing token. He also did not expect Yuan Yuan to be so terrifyingly strong. This seemingly innocent and cute little girl was actually so powerful. Moreover, the level of the laws was also so high. It was really a bit unbelievable. Even Fu Zhongshuan could not help but feel a little bit of admiration. After being stunned for a moment, Fu Zhongshuan did not hesitate and joined the battle. If Yuan Yuan were to kill the demon race alone, it would be a little troublesome. So, he naturally had to join in. At this time, he did not care about bullying the demon race with numbers. He just wanted to eliminate the demon race as soon as possible. That was the way to go. The victory of this battle must be won. Such an opportunity naturally could not be changed because of some personal factors. In the demon race, there was no need for personal heroism or the sense of a gentleman. With Fu Zhongshuan joining in, the demon race naturally wanted to cry, but had no tears. Originally, Yuan Yuan alone was enough for him to suffer. He was completely suppressed by Yuan Yuan and could not resist Yuan Yuan's attacks at all. Now, Fu Zhongshuan had joined the fray and launched a terrifying and fierce attack against him. Compared to Yuan Yuan's fighting style, Fu Zhongshuan's fighting style was naturally fierce and domineering. Every move was filled with killing intent. As for Yuan Yuan, even though her attacks were strong, there was some gentleness in it. She would not aim to take the opponent's life with every move. Therefore, even though he was strong, he would still have to expend quite a bit of effort if he wanted to kill that demon race being. But with Fu Zhongshuan joining in, the situation was completely different. Yuan Yuan could suppress the demon race completely, and Fu Zhongshuan was responsible for killing. On the other hand, with Qin Xiao joining in, the situation was naturally one-sided. There was no suspense at all, not to mention Zhang Yang. Even if Qin Xiao was alone, it would be enough to suppress the other party. As soon as Qin Shao used his means, he directly trapped the demon race in the space, making it impossible for him to escape. He could only endure the ferocious attacks of Qin Shao and Zhang Yang in this narrow space. The attacks of the two were extremely fierce, and every move was fatal. Every move was aimed to kill him. Of course, it was terrifying. Both of them did not hold back and attacked with all their strength. No matter what, Zhang Yang was still one of the direct disciples of Emperor Xianyuan. He had followed Emperor Xianyuan for more than 20 million years. Before that, he had been following Freedom Saint, who was a fourth-step ancient saint. So, Prince Zhang Yang's methods were very powerful. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang only had 2 unfreeze order on him, so his strength was limited. He could not use his most powerful innate ability. He had the Fire God's War Body, so he could not use it. If he could use the Fire God's War Body, Zhang Yang's strength would skyrocket. But it didn't matter. Qin Zhao's strength was strong enough. Killing this demon race was naturally not a problem. At this time, the situation was completely under his control. Even if the reinforcements came, Qin Zhao was not afraid of anything. He could kill the 2 demons before the reinforcements arrived. Damn it, do you people from the human world always go back on your words? Didn't you say that it would be a one-on-one battle? What is this now? The demon race gnashed his teeth and glared at Zhang Yang. He was full of resentment. He knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for more than 3 breaths. The reinforcements would not be able to make it in time. There was no one to save them. So, they could only pray for their own good. The situation in front of them was like asking for a blessing. Death was the only way out. Zhang Yang pursed his lips, shrugged, and said, "Yes, I did say that I would fight you one-on-one. But I was only talking about myself. I did not ask my brother Qin Shao to come and help me, right? He wanted to come and kill you. This has nothing to do with me. I have no way to ask him not to come, right? You?" The demon race was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Then he scolded, "Shameless. Shameless to the extreme. You people from the human world are all insidious and despicable people. You go back on your words. You have no manners at all." Zhang Yang was not polite at all. He immediately scolded back, "Bah, you people from the underworld have the nerve to say such things? You sound so righteous. Where's your face? Where's your face? Do I need to keep my word to deal with people like you? Do I need to act like a gentleman? Sorry, you are really not worthy. It's not that I look down on you. It's just that you're not worthy of my respect. So, you better save your breath and die peacefully." Die peacefully? No, no, no. He was not willing to die. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the demon race was not angry. Instead, he laughed very happily. Seeing that the demon race was laughing so happily, Qin Shao and Zhang Yang could not help but frown. They looked at the demon race strangely and wondered if this guy was crazy. How could he laugh so happily when he was about to die? What was going on? Something was wrong. Qin Shao frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that something big was about to happen. What are you laughing at? Is there a backup team coming? Zhang Yang looked at the shifter and asked. Then he quickly added, "But it's too late. Even if the reinforcements come, they won't be able to save you. You won't be able to escape the fate of elimination today. Don't think about it anymore." "Ha! I'm laughing at how pitiful and sad you are." The demon race laughed again. Pitiful and sad? What did he mean? Something was wrong. Something was wrong. Zhang Yang also felt that something was wrong. Something big must be about to happen. Qin Shao and Zhang Yang stared at the demon race coldly. They had a very bad premonition in their hearts. Some thoughts were surging in their minds. Thinking of that, the two of them could not help but feel gloomy. If that was really the case, it was indeed very bad. The demon race continued. "Do you really think that your plan was successful? Yes, in your eyes, it is indeed very successful. You have successfully included the 3 of us in your plan. You have successfully hunted us instead. I have to admit that your means are indeed very good. You can catch the 3 of us off guard, and make us unable to resist. We did not even have the chance to escape. We were completely suppressed by you. The three of us will definitely be eliminated. But do you really think that you can turn the situation around and win? Ha ha ha, you're good at scheming. Do you think that we can't do the same? Do you really think that we will fall into your trap and be eliminated by you for nothing? When you are scheming against us, you are also being schemed against by us. What is this called? This is called a trick within a trick within a trick, a circle within a circle. What you see is just a small circle. You think that you have broken this small circle, but in fact, you have fallen into another big circle. From the beginning, you have already fallen into our big circle. No matter how you resist, you will not be able to escape this big circle. Ha ha ha, it's too early for you to be happy. Even if you kill the three of us, you will only break a small circle. However, the big circle will firmly trap you. Even if the three of us are eliminated, you will not be able to turn the situation around. Not only will you not be able to turn the situation around, but it will also make the situation worse. It will push you towards a situation where you will lose. This is your end. This is your final result. None of you can change the situation. Chapter 26:08. Not good. They fell into a trap. Qin Xiao and the others immediately understood what was going on. Suddenly, there was a loud thud. Sure enough, Yin Xiaoqin and the other three heard a cry for help. They had been ambushed by 6 people from the Earth realm. However, they were too far away from here. It would be too late to rush over to save them. In other words, Yin Xiaoqin and the other 3 were probably going to be eliminated. Damn it! Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He did not expect such a situation to happen. This time, he had really miscalculated, a serious miscalculation. A sense of self-blame could not help but surge up. How could this be? He originally thought that after eliminating the 3 people from the Goblin clan this time, they should be able to completely reverse the situation and lay a beautiful foundation for the victory of the mortal world. However, he did not expect that his meticulous plan would still fall into the trap of the people from the Earth realm. Instead, it caused the mortal world to fall into an even worse situation. Qin Xiao had never felt such a sense of frustration before. Therefore, this time, it was indeed a heavy blow to him, making him feel very uncomfortable. Damn it, playing with us. Qin Xiao, what should we do now? Yin Xiaoqin and the others are besieged. Zhang Yang was anxious and angry. Qin Xiao frowned. What could he do? He could not fly over to save them. What else could he do now? However, no matter how much he blamed himself, since things had already happened, there was no other way. He could only settle the matter here first. Eliminate them first, Qin Xiao said coldly. The Goblin clan member laughed loudly again. Ha ha! It is worth it for us to be eliminated. We have restrained you and eliminated the 4 of them. We have won this round. The mortal world will definitely lose this battle. Ha ha! The mortal world only has this much ability. From the beginning, you have been led by the nose by us. Step by step, you have been schemed against by us. Everyone says that the people of the mortal world are smart. I think you are just SOSO. None of you can understand the Tao at all. Step by step, you have fallen into our big trap. This is your own incompetence. You can't blame others. Ha ha! Just wait to be eliminated one by one. The outcome has already been decided. You don't have the ability to change anything. You are powerless to reverse the situation. Admit defeat. Admit defeat as soon as possible. 2 demons were eliminated amidst their laughter. He left behind 4 unfreezing tokens. Looking at the 4 unfreezing tokens, Qin Xiao and the others were unable to feel happy despite this great victory and the elimination of 3 people from the Earth domain. All of them stood there with solemn and gloomy expressions. Yuan also pouted unhappily. She also knew that the situation was very bad for them. This time, they were really on the wrong side of the road. Zhang Yang clenched his fists and clenched his teeth in anger. Now that he thought about it carefully, he understood everything. He knew that the land had been a huge trap from the start. In fact, this plan had been set up from the very beginning. It had been implemented in this direction from the very beginning. Coupled with many flexible reforms, it was impossible to see what they were planning. In the beginning, the land domain had deliberately split up into smaller groups. Each of them had their own camp and were divided into 10 groups. In this way, there were two benefits. Firstly, they could search for the unfreezing tokens with the greatest efficiency. Secondly, they could also understand the situation in the human domain. After Yuan killed a person from the land domain, the people from the land domain immediately understood that the human domain was divided into 5 groups of 2. Therefore, the land domain immediately changed their tactics and divided the 9 people into 3 groups. Each group would encircle the human domain's team. Sure enough, 2 groups were successfully surrounded. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan were saved by Qin Xiao, so they were able to get out of trouble. Xian Qing and Taigu were not so lucky and were eliminated. This tactic directly eliminated 2 people from the human domain. On the other hand, because the human realm had lost 2 people, they subconsciously split into 2 groups of 4. However, because the land domain had an innate advantage, they were still divided into 3 groups and still acted separately. If they discovered people from the human domain, they would secretly watch them and would not easily take action. Then, they would let the other groups come over to support them. Then, the 2 groups would work together to encircle and suppress the human domain with an absolute advantage. Qin Zhao's group changed their tactics because Qin Xiao had noticed the situation. However, the overall situation in the land domain had already been set up. They had many countermeasures and were in control of the overall situation from the very beginning. When Qin Xiao was planning, they also beat him at his own game. They used the 3 of them to delay Qin Zhao's group, while the other 2 groups worked together to encircle and suppress Yin Xiaoqin's group. Qin Zhao's group did not realize that they would fall into the overall situation of the land domain. Therefore, according to their plan, they were indeed very successful in encircling and killing the 3 people from the goblin race. However, they did not expect that the 3 people from the goblin race were chess pieces that attracted and restrained Qin Zhao's group. They had sacrificed themselves to delay Qin Zhao's group, and in the end, the 4 people from the human domain would be eliminated. Exchanging 3 for 4 was definitely a profitable trade. In this way, the land domain would have 6 people left, and the human domain would only have 4 people left. In terms of numbers, they had an absolute advantage. Not only did they have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, but they also had an absolute advantage in terms of unfreezing tokens. With these 2 great advantages combined, how much hope could the human domain see? Now that they thought about it carefully, they understood how shrewd and profound the plan of the land domain was. From the very beginning, they had already set up a trap. Furthermore, they were exchanging lives for lives. The deception was very strong, so much so that Qin Zhao's group did not react in time. Even the experienced Qin Xiao had fallen into the trap. Everyone's mood was not very good. Some blamed themselves, some were angry, and some were analyzing why they had fallen into the land domain's trap and caused the situation to become like this. They came with the confidence that they would win, but the current situation was indeed very bad. It was too difficult to turn the tide of the current situation around. All the advantages were on the land domain's side. It seemed that they did not have much chance of winning. Even if Qin Zhao's group had strong confidence, they had to face the facts. This was something that they could not escape from. Winning was not something that could be achieved by just thinking about it. It was also not something that could be achieved by words. It had to be achieved by fighting with strength. Brother Qin Xiao, Brother Zhang Yang, and Fu Zhongshuan, I think that we don't have to blame ourselves too much. We can only say that those people from the land domain are too sinister and cunning. They used scheming against us and made us fall into their trap. In fact, I think that even if we did not plan to surround and kill them, we would not have been able to stop the operation of the overall situation. From the beginning, we used the wrong tactics. From the beginning, we fell into the trap. From the beginning, the people from the land domain dominated the situation. That was why we lost when we took over the palace and caused the situation to become more difficult now. But this is not our fault, and it is not Qin Zhao's plan that was wrong. It is just that our tactics were wrong from the beginning. So don't be like this. Although our current situation is bad, we have not lost yet. We can't admit defeat. We should regain our confidence and continue to fight. Maybe we can create a miracle? Yuan saw that Qin Zhao and the other two were depressed and silent. She could not help but comfort them. Qin Zhao raised his head and nodded heavily. He said, "Yes, Yuan is right. We can't be depressed and blame ourselves. We can't be depressed and lose confidence. Although the situation is bad, we have not lost yet. We can't admit defeat. So what if they have the upper hand in the land domain? As long as we are still around, we will never admit defeat. Then, we will still have a chance to win. So what if we turn the tide? So what if we turn the situation around? Haven't we done this all the time? So what if this setback is to us? We just have to break it. I don't believe that we have no way to fight against them. Now that we understand their plan and understand why we are in the current situation and recognize some of the problems between us, we can change ourselves, change our tactics, and change our thinking. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. We have always been in the light, while they have always been in the dark. We know nothing about them, but they know us like the back of their hand. So from the beginning, they knew everything about us and had a good grasp of our hearts. Then, they let us in the trap step by step. In the end, they slowly closed the net and forced us into a dead end. But people are alive. People can change. They want to force us into a dead end. How can we let them do as they wish? Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan also nodded heavily. Yes, they could not admit defeat like this. There was still a chance as long as they were willing to grasp it. Wasn't it just a little disadvantage? It was not like there was absolutely no chance. Zhang Yang said with a serious face, "Yes, Qin Zhao, you are right. What are you afraid of? We still have a chance. Isn't it just 4 against 6? What's the big deal? I still firmly believe that the final victory will belong to us. No one can snatch it away. I think about it carefully. I think there are 2 main points of our problem. First, there is no way for us to unite well. There is no way for us to completely listen to Yin Shaoqin's command. There is no good cohesion. We did not make a good plan from the beginning. We just took it for granted and did not take the factors of the land domain into consideration. Second, we were a little overconfident. We felt that no matter what tactics we used, we should be able to win. In our hearts, we still looked down on the people from the land domain. In particular, we had previously made a great contribution by eliminating one of the people from the land domain. This thought continued to persist. After Xian Qing and Tai Gu were eliminated, we panicked. Following our train of thought, we divided the 8 of us into 2 groups. We acted in groups of 4 and neglected the actions of the people from the land domain. We thought that the people from the land domain might still act in groups of 3, but we did not expect them to set up a big trap to lure us into it. This trap was linked to one another. In the end, we were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. The price for this was that we were not able to unite well and did not have a good leader. Secondly, our plan was not in place. We did not understand the land domain well and underestimated the people from the land domain. This is a lesson learned in blood. Now we understand. Since we have lost our advantage, we can still turn the tide. I believe that we can do it. Qin Zhao patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and agreed with him. Yes, as long as we have strong confidence, there is nothing that can be difficult for us. As long as we still have the ambition, the passion, the will to win, and the spirit, then we will not be afraid of anything. No matter how big the difficulty is, we will overcome it. No matter how difficult the battle is, we will definitely obtain the final victory. Chapter 26:09. The plan had to be changed, the situation had to be clear, and the confidence had to be set. This was what Qin Xiao and the other three had to do now. Yin Shaoqin and the others did not have any accidents and were eventually eliminated. After Qin Xiao and the others cleaned up the loot, they quickly left and found a quiet place to stop. Qin Xiao said, "Remember, I originally had 2 thawing tokens. Yuan Yuan had 4, Fu Zhongshuan had 3, and Zhang Yang, you have 2. This time, we eliminated 3 people from the monster clan and got 7 thawing tokens from them. So now we have a total of 18 thawing tokens. But among these 18 thawing tokens, there are 6 thawing tokens with the power of the law and 5 Saint secret technique tokens. These 2 thawing tokens account for 11 of the tokens. As for the remaining 7 medallions, there are 2 medallions with innate divine abilities, 2 medallions with side path minor Daos, and 3 medallions with immortal and sacred items. As for the thawing tokens with the power of the law and the Saint's secret technique tokens, we can each have 1. In this way, there will be 3 more thawing tokens. As for the remaining 7 thawing tokens, let's divide them reasonably. Right now, we lack the unfreezing tokens, so we must make full use of them to maximize our overall strength. We must focus on the overall situation, so we can't mix any emotional factors in it. And during the battle, we must cooperate perfectly and exchange thawing tokens with each other to maximize our strength as much as possible. Now that there are only 4 of us left, we must combine all our strength perfectly. Only then can we turn the tide, reverse the situation, and win for the mortal world. The hope of the mortal world is now all on us. The responsibility on our shoulders is extremely heavy. Zhang Yang and the other 2 nodded solemnly. Of course, they were very clear about this. Now that there were only 4 of them left in the mortal world, the victory or defeat all depended on the 4 of them. The sacred task fell on the 4 of them. Everyone knows which unfreezing tokens they need, and we all have a certain understanding of each other, so there's no need to be modest. What we need to do now is to distribute these tokens reasonably. Qin Xiao continued. Zhang Yang said directly, "Qin Xiao, let's listen to you. It's better if you divide the loot. It's indeed not very good for us to choose by ourselves. We all know each other very well, and we all trust each other completely. Now, you can be considered as one of us. You can just directly divide the loot so that there won't be any disagreements. For the next operation, we will listen to your commands. I believe that you can lead us to victory." At this time, Qin Xiao also bravely took up this responsibility and said, "Well, how about this? Zhang Yang, you, and Fu Zhongxian will each have 1 innate skill thawing token. As for the minor skill thawing token, Yuan Yuan and I will each have 1. As for the remaining 3 immortal/sacred skill thawing tokens, the 3 of you will each have 1. I don't need it. It's not useful to me." In this way, it meant that Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, and Yuan Yuan each had 3 thawing tokens. Qin Xiao had 3 thawing tokens. The extra 3 tokens were useless. In this way, everyone's strength was maximized as much as possible. But obviously, there were still many disadvantages. Compared to the people in the mortal world, the number of thawing tokens was definitely very insufficient. It was estimated that the people in the mortal world could almost give everyone 5 thawing tokens. But this was something that couldn't be helped. The biggest problem now was how to solve this situation and where to break through. Finding a breakthrough was obviously a very important thing. Qin Xiao continued, "The current situation is still that the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The people in the mortal world have an absolute advantage, so we can't fight them head-on. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning at all. It's just a situation of courting death. But I think that the people in the mortal world now have an absolute advantage, so they can encircle and annihilate us unscrupulously. So, the 6 of them will definitely stay together and not separate. They will sweep all the way to encircle and annihilate us. If we are discovered by them, I'm afraid we will lose. They will encircle and annihilate us unscrupulously, but we have to play hide-and-seek with them in the dark. We have to hide from them and never confront them head-on. But Brother Qin Shao, if we keep hiding and don't confront them head-on, how can we turn the situation around? It seems that as long as the 6 people in the mortal world stay together, as long as their team doesn't separate, we can only respect and fear them. We can't come out and confront them head-on. If that's the case, we don't seem to have any chance. Yuan blinked and asked curiously with a puzzled look. Zhang Yang and Fu Zhongshuan were also analyzing this problem. It was too difficult to find a breakthrough in this situation. Zhang Yang also said, based on the current behavior of the people in the mortal world, the possibility of splitting them up is not high. Now, they still have 6 people, and we only have 4 people left. So, they don't need to use any tactics at all. They could just wipe us out in the sealed battlefield. If they want to win steadily, then they shouldn't be divided into 2 groups. The 6 of them should be together all the time. In this way, they can basically be foolproof. No matter what tactics we use, as long as the 6 of them stay close together, we won't be able to do anything. Once we make a move, it will be a situation of death. Unless we find a way to disintegrate them and force them to separate, instead of the 6 of them staying together all the time. But if you want to split them up, how do you do it? Do we have to hide from them and play hide-and-seek with them all the time? Do we have to compete in patience? The problem was that even if they competed in patience, it didn't mean that the people in the mortal world would lose their patience. The people in the mortal world had not won for almost 100 years. This time, the people in the mortal world were very strong. Whether it was in terms of means or strength, they were very strong. So, this time, the people in the mortal world must have come with the belief that they would win. Now that the people in the mortal world had an absolute advantage, why should they be anxious? They didn't need to be anxious at all. As long as the 6 of them didn't separate, they would basically be in an invincible position. Most importantly, it was impossible for the battle to be in a stalemate. If it dragged on, there would definitely be a force to intervene in the end. This won't work either. Fu Zhongshuan shook his head and said, according to the situation in the past, if there is a stalemate, the entire sealed battlefield will slowly shrink, and finally, the 2 sides will be forced to meet. So, the people in the mortal world definitely won't be anxious. They can afford to waste time with us. If they drag it on, and the stalemate continues, the masters of the mortal world and the mortal world will come forward to discuss and start to slowly shrink the sealed battlefield. So, we have to break the stalemate. We have to think of a way to separate the people in the mortal world. But I think that the people in the mortal world will definitely not fall for this trick. They are very clear that as long as the 6 of them stay together and don't separate, the final victory will definitely belong to them. Unless one of them is arrogant and can't wait to get rid of us as soon as possible. Now, I'm afraid that we have no other choice. We can only rely on this possibility and see. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we can only fight head-on. But if we fight head-on, I'm afraid that our chances of winning are very slim. Yes, if they fought head-on, they probably didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Qin Shao and the others were very clear about this. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 sides wasn't big. The people in the mortal world were more than half the people in the mortal world, and they had a big advantage in the unfreezing tokens. If they fought, they would definitely have an overwhelming advantage. In any case, Qin Shao couldn't see any hope in such a battle. This was the truth, and they had to recognize it clearly. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, now, it seems that we really don't have any better ideas. We can only pray that there are arrogant and conceited people in the mortal world who can give us a chance to break through. Then, we can defeat them one by one. If we can't weaken their strength, we won't have any chance of winning when we fight head-on in the end. Even if we can weaken one of them, our chances of winning will be much higher. Now, we just have to see if we can do this. But we have no other choice. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how low the possibility is, we can only try and take this risk. I hope that our luck will be better. Everyone nodded. Now, there was indeed no other way. This was the only way. On the other side, outside the sealed battlefield, at the place where Qin Xiao and the others were previously, Yin Xiaoqin and the other 5 people who had been eliminated were now gathered here. They had all been eliminated. Naturally, the 6 of them didn't have any good expressions on their faces. They were all very depressed and sad, especially Yin Xiaoqin. He was the leader. Who would have thought that he would also be eliminated? This made him feel very guilty. He stood there with a sad expression, and a complicated luster flashed in his eyes. Sigh, it seems that we're going to lose this time. Qing shook her head helplessly and sighed. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for the mortal world. Therefore, even the people in the mortal world had lost their confidence. Young Master Tai, Gu shook his head. He and Qing were the first to be eliminated. Jin Bafong gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, we have all been tricked by the people of the mortal world. They have been scheming against us since the beginning. They have been scheming against us since the beginning. One step after another, they finally trapped us in the trap. Damn it, they are just a group of despicable and shameless beings. If they fought with us head-on, the mortal world would definitely lose." Ming? Xian Lung glanced at Jin Bafong and said indifferently, "Don't attribute our failure to others' insidiousness. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. No one limits the methods used. Our failure is because we underestimated the enemy from the beginning. We didn't realize the mortal world's methods from the beginning. We jumped into this trap ourselves. But there is no need to be so pessimistic. Qin Xiao and the other 3 are still inside. We haven't lost. Moreover, I believe that they will definitely be able to turn the tide. They will definitely be able to obtain the final victory." With just them? Jin Bafong sneered disdainfully and said, "We have all been eliminated. There are only 4 of them left. What's the use of bringing along a little girl? They haven't been eliminated. It's just that they are lucky. But it won't be long before they will be eliminated as well." So you mean that the mortal world will definitely lose? Are you still a person of the mortal world? How can you curse us like this? Do you really want the mortal world to lose? Ming Xian was a little angry. This Jin Bafong was not easy to deal with from the beginning. He had always disliked the people from the Sacred Academy. Chapter 26:10. Jin Bafong sneered and said, "Don't accuse me. I naturally don't want the mortal world to lose. But there are some things that you can't do even if you don't want to. I still want to deal with those people from the underworld alone. Is that possible? Humans have to know how to recognize reality. The current situation is like this. Do you have to speak against your heart? Isn't that lying to yourself? What's the point of that? That means you look down on Qin Xiao and the others and have no confidence in them?" Hart said. Jin Bafong smiled and said, "Then you're right. I do look down on them. I have no confidence in them at all. There is no way to fight in such a situation. You or Ming? What's the use of Miss Hart thinking highly of them? Wouldn't you change?" "Ming?" Hart said with a serious face. "I can't change anything, but I think people's beliefs can change everything. We have been eliminated. This is an unchangeable fact. But Qin Xiao and the others are still here. Then we should give them our beliefs. We should have confidence in them. We should believe that they can turn the tide and win. We must have faith. The mortal world must have faith. Only then will they have more faith. If all of us do not have any hope in them, then I am afraid there is really no hope." Jin Bafong waved his hand disdainfully and sneered, "Fallacy. It is a complete fallacy. I just don't like them. What can you do? I see that you have been eliminated. You still have a clear conscience. Don't you feel the slightest guilt?" Hart said coldly. Without waiting for Jin Bafong to speak, she continued, "Jin Bafong, I know that you do not get along with Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang. But in the face of great things, you should not bring your personal emotions into it. I'm not a serious person, but today, I will make an exception and be serious with you. I believe that Qin Xiao and the others will win. Since you look down on them, why don't we make a bet? Bet? Jean Bafong looked at Hart. She shook her head and said, I don't like to bet with a woman. Ming? Xian sneered and said provocatively, What? Did she not like it, or did she not dare to? Don't worry, I won't play too big with you. I'll just bet on whether Qin Xiao and the others can turn the tide and win for our mortal realm. If they win, then it's your loss. If they lose, then you win. If you win, you can do whatever you want with me. If you lose, then when Qin Xiao and the others come out, you must apologize to them solemnly. Jean Bafong looked deeply at Qin Xiao. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, Well, since you insist on playing, why not let me play with you? But I won't bully you. If you lose, you just have to apologize to me. If I lose, I'll apologize to Qin Xiao and the others, okay? All right, that's settled then. Everyone has heard it and can bear witness. When the time comes, I hope you won't be a sore loser. He thought to himself. Jean Bafong snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. In the forbidden grounds of the Fushi sacred grounds, in the pavilion, the atmosphere wasn't as relaxed as before. Instead, there was a heavy feeling. The 8 existences at the table had a serious look on their faces. The more silent they were, the scarier it was. The Kunlun God Emperor stroked his white beard and shook his head gently. The situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. Seems like it's going to be extremely difficult for our mortal realm to hold our ground this time around. The little fellas from the Earth realm this time around are pretty decent indeed. Strength and scheming. Everything is used extremely well. Step by step, it's hard for anyone to break free from it. It's no wonder that those little fellas from our mortal realm would fall for it. There's nothing we can do about it. Right now, we just have to see if the remaining 4 little fellas have any way of turning the tide. By the looks of it, it's going to be rather difficult. God Emperor Jua snorted softly and said, I've already said that we can't agree to the demon ancestor and the others' conditions. The rules of the competition are obviously very advantageous to the Earth realm. We've already suffered a huge loss in terms of the rules. Therefore, we can't blame those little fellas from the mortal realm for our current situation. Although their performance isn't particularly good, it's still commendable. Basically, there shouldn't be any problems. I've already said that we can't agree to it. We can't underestimate our opponents. Emperor Xianyuan shook his head and said, Jihua, don't be agitated. There's nothing we can do about it. Our mortal realm has won over 100 tournaments consecutively. Previously, we were the ones who set the rules most of the time. This time around, the Earth realm requested for them to set the rules. Although it's beneficial to them, we've already analyzed it before. There won't be too much of an advantage, so we agreed. We haven't lost yet, have we? We still have to give Qin Xiao and the other 4 little fellas some confidence. Hopefully, they can turn the tide and obtain victory. Although it's going to be rather difficult, it's not like there's no chance. There was definitely a chance, but it wasn't very big. However, since things had already come to this, there was no other way. Sealed battlefield. The situation was just as Qin Xiao had expected. The 6 people from the Earth realm began to search for Qin Xiao and the other 3 in an inch-by-inch manner. The 6 of them were like a net as they searched the entire sealed battlefield. The entire sealed battlefield was only so big. It wouldn't take too long to search the entire place. However, Qin Xiao and the other 3 had already expected this, so the 4 of them had been hiding from the Earth realm. With Qin Xiao and Yuanyuan, 2 experts in concealing their aura, they could naturally hide from the people from the Earth realm very well. Therefore, they were able to avoid the people from the Earth realm several times. Of course, it was impossible for them to continue hiding like this. Qin Xiao and the others were also looking for a good opportunity. Now, it was time for both sides to compete in patience. Of course. However, Qin Xiao and the others definitely couldn't wait any longer. After all, later on, if the situation really reached a stalemate, new rules would be activated. At that time, they would still have to face it head-on. Therefore, Qin Xiao wanted to fight at this early stage. He wanted to see if he could separate the 6 people from the Earth realm. They didn't need to be separated too far. 10,000 miles was enough. The 6 people from the Earth realm had always been stuck together. This situation was also to prevent Qin Xiao and the others from launching a sneak attack. Under such circumstances, there was no way to launch a sneak attack on anyone. The 6 people were tightly stuck together. Once they attacked, they would definitely have to face the attacks of the 6 people. They could completely protect each other. However, after searching the sealed battlefield several times, they still couldn't find Qin Xiao and the others. A demon race life form was a little impatient. These people from the mortal world only know how to hide. They really hid very well. We have already searched several times, but we still haven't found them. They are really despicable. If we continue to search like this, I'm afraid we still won't be able to find them. No, we can't search blindly like this. We have to change our strategy and think of a way to force them out. Eye-swallowing whale, don't act recklessly, a netherworld race life form shouted. He glanced at the demon race life form and continued. The people from a mortal world should be the ones who are anxious now, not us. We can afford to waste time, but they can't. As long as we continue to waste time like this, we will definitely be forced into a head-on confrontation in the end. At that time, we will have an absolute advantage. With 6 against 4, we can completely annihilate them in one fell swoop. So why are we in such a hurry? We don't need to do anything at all. We can just wait here for them to come to us. Now that they have been hiding and not coming to us, it doesn't matter. When the situation is judged to have reached a stalemate, new rules will be activated. At that time, the sealed battlefield will slowly shrink. When that time comes, we will naturally be able to meet and fight. We have the upper hand now. As long as we grasp this absolute advantage, the final victory will definitely belong to us. Our Earth realm has not won for almost 100 years. This time, we are shouldering the sacred mission of the entire Earth realm. We are here with all the hopes placed on us. Therefore, we have to win. We can't afford to make even the slightest mistake. The safest way is for us to bide our time. As long as the 6 of us huddle together, we will be in an invincible position. The final victory will definitely belong to us. The demon race, eye-swallowing whale waved his hand and said, Wu Kuan, don't tell me this. I already know this. Biding our time and biding our time until the end to win. Don't you think that winning this way is very disgraceful? We have the overall situation in our hands now. We have the complete upper hand. We already have an overwhelming advantage. What are we afraid of? The remaining 4 people from the mortal world don't pose any threat to us at all. Why do we have to keep waiting like this? Not taking advantage of our morale to annihilate them in one fell swoop, but slowly waiting. Is this what we should do? Not only do we want to win, but we also want to win in a glorious and satisfying way. Only then can we avenge our previous humiliation. I know what they're thinking. Aren't they hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity? Since they want an opportunity so much, let's give them one. It's an opportunity and also a bait. Let's release a bait and lure them in. Then we can annihilate them in one fell swoop. Isn't that better? If we want to win, why don't we choose to win more happily and gloriously? If we win in such a humiliating manner, is that the result we want? At this point, what are we still afraid of? Are you really afraid that the 4 of them from the mortal world can do anything? They're just fighting like cornered beasts now. They're still fantasizing. Shatter their fantasies and trample on them one by one. This way of winning will be satisfying. Only then will we be able to vent our anger. Only then will we be able to show our might. Wu Kuan shouted in a deep voice, Enough, eye-swallowing whale. I've said it very clearly just now. We have to prioritize the overall situation. We have to use the most reliable method to win this battle. To our Earth domain, this is a long-awaited victory. We have to win this. We can't afford to make any mistakes. If you want to flaunt your personal heroism, that's your business. However, I won't allow you to do so. Everyone else, don't even think about it. Winning is everything. We don't need to fight to our heart's content. We just need to win. If anyone causes our Earth domain to lose, they will be the greatest sinner of the Earth domain. Eye-swallowing whale sneered and retorted, Wu Kuan, don't be such an alarmist. Fighting to our heart's content and winning are not conflicting at all. We want to feel good, and we will definitely win. 3 people from my demon race have been eliminated by the 4 people from the mortal world. I have to settle this score with them. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2611. Wu Kuan's face darkened. Immediately, someone else shouted, Eye-swallowing whale, 3 people from your demon race have been eliminated. That is a tactical sacrifice. It is valuable. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Fighting steadily and steadily is the best way now. We have to ensure victory. Everything else can be put aside. Although this is not good, we can't take such a risk for our own selfish reasons. You want to become a sinner of the land, but I don't. So, don't act recklessly. Listen to Wu Kuan's instructions. Bah! The eye-swallowing whale didn't listen. Instead, it became even angrier. It pointed at the nose of the person who spoke and said, Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? I know you don't like me. Even if you don't like me, you have to hold it in. I'm really going to do this today. It's your problem if you don't dare to do it. Look at your cowardly appearance. You don't even dare to do such a stable thing. I really despise you. What's there to worry about? I will be the bait alone. You have 5 people. I will lure them out. Then, the 5 of you will come and support me. I have full confidence that I can hold on until your support comes. When that time comes, we can directly surround and kill them. We won't let them drag things out to a stalemate. Taking a step back, if I can't lure them out, there won't be any losses for us, right? If I can't lure them out, it means that they are cowardly. Then, we won't feel bad about winning. Can't you all understand such a simple logic? You still want to hold on and wait. Do you all only have this much courage? Wu Kuan and the others couldn't help but become silent. What he said made sense. However, there was definitely a risk in doing so. If they really wanted to be stable, the best way was to hold on and wait until the end to resolve the matter. If they delayed until the end, they would definitely have a 90% chance of winning. If they did this now, there was more or less a risk. Even if the risk was relatively small, there was actually no need to take this risk. But now it was probably difficult to suppress the eye-swallowing whale. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that he would ruin everything. The Netherworld race member wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wu Kuan. Forget it. Since the eye-devouring whale insists, let's do as it says, Wu Kuan said. Wu Kuan, you can't. All right, that's it. After getting Wu Kuan's nod, a smile appeared on the whale's face. Isn't that it? Really? Is there a need to talk so much nonsense? There is no conflict between winning and feeling good. You can have both. If I don't vent my anger, I won't feel good. Leave the matter of luring them out to me. After saying that, the eye-swallowing whale began to move. After the eye-devouring whale left, Wu Kuan's face darkened as he said to the other 4, This eye-devouring whale is really stubborn. I just hope that he doesn't ruin our plans. We'll follow him later. But remember, no matter what happens, the 5 of us must not be separated. No one is allowed to leave the team. Even if something unexpected happens, as long as the 5 of us can stay united, we are still very confident that we can win the final battle. 5 against 4, we have a great chance of winning. There's nothing to worry about with the advantage. But this is the worst-case scenario. The situation might not be that bad. Let's put it another way. If the people from a mortal world dare to come out, we might be able to end the battle ahead of time. It would be best if the people from a mortal world don't dare to come out. We can also wait until the end to end the battle. That way, we'll have a greater chance of winning. But I think the people from a mortal world will definitely take action. They definitely won't sit still and wait for death. I feel that the people from a mortal world have been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Wu Kuan took the initiative to be the bait and gave the people from the mortal world a great opportunity. I believe that the people from the mortal world won't let go of this opportunity easily. So, the biggest possibility is that the people from a mortal world will take the risk and make a move. We can't be too far away from the eye-devouring whale. It's best to maintain a distance of more than 10,000 miles. This way, we can support the eye-devouring whale in the shortest time possible. As long as the eye-devouring whale can withstand our rescue, we can end the battle ahead of time. But, speaking until here, Wu Kuan couldn't help but pause for a moment. He looked at the four of them seriously before he continued. But I believe that the four people from the mortal world are not fools. They're very smart and will definitely be able to think of the problem that we can think of. But we have an absolute advantage here. We have the final trump card here. So, we won't be the ones in a hurry. The people from a mortal world will be the ones in a hurry. They will definitely do everything they can to break the situation and create an opportunity. As long as there's a slight chance, I believe that they will seize it regardless of the cost. What we need to take advantage of now is this weakness of their mortal realm. Use their weakness to attack them. So, although the eye-devouring whale's move is somewhat risky, he is right about one thing. Taking this risk also has a high chance of success. Although it's not a high chance of defending, it is indeed very high. For the people from a mortal world, they are the ones who are really taking a big risk. As long as we grasp it well, there won't be any problems. I believe that we will be able to grasp that little bit of risk very well. Hearing Wu Kuan's words, the other four nodded their heads heavily. Qin Xiao, look over there. Haha, it seems that we are in luck. The people from a mortal world have finally begun to take action. Our chance is here. Zhang Yang suddenly patted Qin Xiao happily. Qin Xiao had already discovered that a person from the goblin race was alone. It seemed that the opportunity had indeed come. However, Qin Xiao was not happy. Instead, he said with a solemn face, I'm afraid that the people from the mortal world have deliberately given us this opportunity. This person is obviously a bait. It seems that it's really as I expected. It's possible that someone from a mortal world is unhappy and wants to get rid of us before the stalemate. If we blindly defend and drag it out until the stalemate is determined before changing the rules, it will actually be a kind of humiliation for them. It will also hurt their hearts. They already have an absolute advantage. If they drag it out until the end to resolve the battle, it will seem like a dirty victory. Everyone is extremely proud and can endure for the sake of the overall situation. However, there will always be people who can't bear it and want to get rid of us in advance. In fact, they have also expected this. As long as they give us a little bit of a chance, even if we know that it's a trap, we will still risk everything to fight. Because we have no other choice. If we can grasp a little bit of a chance, we will definitely fight. In this way, they will also satisfy their hearts. We will also have a little bit of a chance. Both sides will help each other. So, we don't need to look to know that the other 5 people from the mortal world must be waiting in the dark. As long as we make a move, they will definitely besiege us. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said directly, we can't care so much now. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, we must give it a try. Since they are so confident and dare to give us a chance, we can only do it. There's no need to choose first. If we don't do it now, it will only be more disadvantageous for us if we continue to wait. They think that they have grasped our weakness and are doing it deliberately. If that's the case, why don't we help them? Wealth comes from danger. They have their confidence, and we have our determination. Since there is a chance, even if there are traps in it, we can still fight. At least, there is still a possibility that we can grasp the opportunity. Fu Zhongshuan also nodded and was ready for a battle. Qin Xiao said seriously, we must fight. We have no other choice but to fight. This opportunity is deliberately given to us by the people from a mortal world. They want to lure us into the trap and then defeat us in advance to win. They do have such confidence and strength to do this. The chance for us is indeed not big. It can even be said that it is very slim. But we can only stake it all on one throw and fight with all our strength. Whether we can eliminate this goblin race member before the other people from the mortal world come to kill us will basically determine our fate. If we can do this, then there is still a chance. But we only have this one chance. Even if we succeed, we still can't turn the situation around. We will still be at a disadvantage. It's just that this disadvantage has been reduced a little. 4 against 5 is still a difficult situation, but there is no other way. Things have developed to the current situation. We can only take this path. It is the only way that can possibly turn the tide. It's difficult, but we have to make this decision. Zhang Yang and the other two nodded heavily. They were also very clear about this situation. Yes, it was the only chance. There was no other choice. They could only fight. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. Yuan, let's go over. Wait for my command. At the same time, attack with all your strength. Don't hide your skills. Show them all. The final battle is about to start. I hope we can have the last laugh. Let's fight, Qin Xiao said. Yuan quickly moved closer to that side. With such a heaven-defying concealment method, he could get close to that side very quickly. The eye-swallowing whale did not notice him. He was still looking around for Qin Xiao and the others, walking unscrupulously. He wanted to lure Qin Xiao and the others out. He firmly believed that Qin Xiao and the others would definitely be lured out by him. So he was waiting. He was ready to go all out at any time, but he was not afraid of anything. Instead, he looked forward to it. For guys from the mortal world, come out quickly. I can't wait to kill you. I want to see just how capable you all are to eliminate me in half a breath's time. Wu Kuan and the others will come to support me in half a breath's time. I'll give you half a breath's time. Let's see if you have the ability. Don't be a coward. Don't be afraid to come out. Otherwise, it will be a waste of my effort. Come on, come out and kill me if you have the ability. I'm waiting for you to come out. If I don't kill you, I won't be happy. I won't be happy. The eye-swallowing whale thought viciously. Its eyes were shining with a strange light, glancing around. Suddenly, a strange light spot bloomed in its eyes, like a meteor streaking across the sky. This strange light spot rapidly shot towards him and rapidly grew in size. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:12. Under this strange light spot, the power of the laws and the power of the immortal path, the power of the saint arts and secret arts, the power of the heart force, the power of the sword, and the power of the saber all poured down in an instant, madly surging and enveloping the eye-swallowing whale in an instant. The terrible and powerful destructive power swallowed the eye-swallowing whale and was about to kill it in an instant. All of a sudden, Qin Xiao and the other three charged out from the void. The four of them did not hold back at all as they unleashed all of their powers. Qin Xiao used the dual body technique, using Li Sheng's flying dagger and the heaven-splitting sword technique at the same time. The heaven-splitting sword technique was combined with the laws of space and the laws of time, while Li Sheng's flying dagger was combined with the heart force. Both were extremely powerful. Prince Zhang Yang directly unleashed his fire god's battle body. His whole body was bathed in raging hellfire, like a god of war descending with supreme power and endless power. Fu Zhongshuan was a member of the Fuxi clan, so he directly used his innate magic. A huge Shinong cauldron was suspended in the void and then smashed down on the eye-swallowing whale. The appearance of the Shinong cauldron could suppress the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and everything in the heavens. As for Yuan, she had also used two of her most powerful techniques, making her look like a goddess. The sun and the moon shone together, and the four seas were at peace. The rain-like flying daggers also became a bit fierce at this time. Moreover, Yuan Yuan also used Li Sheng's flying dagger, which was at the level of a sacred object. As soon as her Li Sheng's flying dagger came out, the world suddenly became silent. Everything seemed to be completely still at this moment, completely suppressed by the power of this one dagger. Even Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying dagger seemed to be frightened and let out a cry. Yuan Yuan unleashed the flying dagger with all his might. It was indeed powerful and extremely terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything in the world. It's coming. Seeing this sudden attack, the eye-swallowing whale did not have the slightest fear. Instead, it looked excited. He had waited for a long time, and finally it was coming. Even he could feel the terrifying, destructive power surging towards him like an avalanche, wanting to devour and destroy him in an instant. However, he had already prepared for everything, so he was not in a hurry at all. The holy armor had already covered his entire body, enveloping him and protecting him. At the same time, his body rapidly grew in size. Soon, he grew to a height of 108,000 feet, turning into an ancient giant. Seeing the changes of the eye-swallowing whale, Qin Xiao and the others were shocked. What a powerful demon body! Not only did this demon have a very strong demon body, but he also had a powerful innate ability that allowed him to transform into an ancient giant demon body. His defensive ability was extremely strong, and his vitality was incomparably tenacious. At the same time, he was also protected by a holy armor, which served as a double layer of protection. Therefore, no matter how strong Qin Xiao and the other three were, it was not easy for them to eliminate him in half a breath's time. However, Qin Xiao and the others had already prepared for everything. They had thought of all the worst-case scenarios, so this situation was within their expectations. Who among those who could participate in the young genius's battle between the mortal world and the earth world was simple. It was reasonable for him to have such a powerful innate ability. Moreover, this innate ability was mainly used for defense. Therefore, the eye-swallowing whale obviously intended to use his body to block the attacks of Qin Xiao and the others. As long as he could block them for half a breath's time, Wu Kuan and the others would be able to kill their way here. At that time, they would be able to encircle Qin Xiao and the others. This was the eye-swallowing whale's plan. He had full confidence in his defensive ability, and he had already prepared everything. Now, everything was under his control. You must kill him. You must kill him. Qin Xiao prayed in his heart. The eye-swallowing whale's defensive ability was indeed strong. At this time, even a first-step ancient saint might not be able to kill him in one move. However, Qin Xiao and the others had already used their full strength at this time. It was not completely hopeless. This was also a gamble. Wu Kuan and the other four were rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. They had already appeared in Qin Xiao and the others' sight. Now it was a race of speed. Ha ha ha, you can't kill me. You can't eliminate me. You'd better accept your death obediently. The eye-swallowing whale laughed loudly. Die for me, Zhang Yang shouted loudly. Endless flames spewed out, reaching as high as tens of thousands of feet. A huge fire-colored sword burst out from the flames. The huge sword exuded an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Obviously, this huge fire-colored sword was a sacred weapon. Monster, taste my fire god sword. This is the first time I've used my fire god sword. You should be proud of yourself for being the first person to taste my fire god sword. Zhang Yang shouted and slashed down with the sword. It was earth-shattering. The flame light was enough to burn half of the sky red. The giant sword brought with it endless might and the power of laws as it tore through the world. It had an unstoppable sharpness, as if it wanted to cut everything in half. It was as if it wanted to shock the heavens and earth. This sword was too terrifying, causing Qin Zhao's heart to palpitate for a moment. Qin Xiao could not help but wonder if he would be able to withstand Zhang Yang's attack if he were to receive it himself. If the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword woke up and restored the sacred weapon, he might be able to withstand it. However, if the sword spirit of the heaven-opening sword didn't wake up, Qin Shao felt that it would be difficult for him to withstand Zhang Yang's sword. The fire god's battle body was indeed an immortal king's physique that was born for battle. It was too powerful. At this time, Zhang Yang could be said to have exerted the power of the fire god's battle body to the extreme. He used the fire god sword, which could illuminate the sky and shock the world. When the sword was used, the heaven and earth withered. Fu Zhongxian also used all his strength. His Shinong cauldron was a divine cauldron, a sacred weapon. Of course, the real Shinong cauldron was only in the hands of Fushi Shinong. Fu Zhongxian's divine cauldron was his innate ability, but this cauldron also contained a bit of the Shinong cauldron's power. The huge cauldron smashed down heavily. Even a planet would be crushed in an instant. Under the huge cauldron's heavy smashing, the giant eye-devouring whale was instantly smashed into the soil. Its whole body also knelt down with its waist bent to nearly 90 degrees. Many parts of its body were directly smashed and cracked. The power of the cauldron was still smashing down. Zhang Yang's fire god sword was also scattering cracks on the eye-devouring whale's body. There were also Yuan's Li Sheng's flying dagger, Qin Zhao's sky splitter sword, and Li Sheng's flying dagger. All kinds of powerful forces were bombarding the eye-devouring whale. Under such a powerful and terrifying attack, the eye-devouring whale's face changed rapidly. So strong. So strong. How can they be so strong? How can they be so terrifying? Why do I feel that the strength of these 4 people is much stronger than the other 6? How can they be so strong? Terrifying? More than half of my monster body has been destroyed. If this continues, I will be eliminated soon. Hang in there. Hang in there. Someone must hang in there. Soon. Soon. Wu Kuan and the others will be here soon. As long as they are here, I will be safe. Wu Kuan, hurry up. Hurry up. The eye-devouring whale's face turned pale with fright. It gritted its teeth and endured the terrible pain. In the end, it also anxiously transmitted a message to Wu Kuan and the others. Wu Kuan and the other 4 were rushing over at top speed. More than 80% of his demon body had been destroyed, and he was about to die. Once 90% of his demon body was destroyed, he would definitely be rescued, and that would be the result of elimination. So, it was only 10% left. Fortunately, at this time, Wu Kuan and the other 4 had also reached the front. The 5 of them also attacked with all their strength to stop Qin Shao and the others. When the 5 people of the Earth realm attacked, the situation naturally became a little bad. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Zhang Yang was very unhappy. Damn it. Damn it. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I'm not willing to give up. Everyone wanted to eliminate the eye-devouring whale in one fell swoop, but now the situation had changed. What should they do? Should they just give up like this? That was really a pity, and they were not willing to give up. And if they gave up like this, it was tantamount to wasting all their previous efforts. Although the eye-devouring whale did not have any combat power in a short time. As long as the 5 people of the Earth realm surrounded it and gave it some time to breathe, it would be able to recover some of its combat power quickly. At that time, they would join in and form a situation of 6 against 4. By then, Qin Shao and the others would have no hope. It was precisely because of this that eliminating the eye-devouring whale in one fell swoop became the key. If this matter could be done, their chances would increase by a lot. What should they do? Ha ha! You can't eliminate me. You can't eliminate me. Ha ha! You have no chance. Admit defeat. Admit defeat obediently. The eye-devouring whale laughed wildly and was very proud. He was happy in his heart. Finally, he could have a good time. Even if he paid a big price, it was worth it. Big brother Qin Shao, you guys kill him. I will stop them. Yuan suddenly said in an unusually firm tone. After speaking, without waiting for Qin Shao and the others' opinions, She directly rushed out and blocked in front of Qin Shao and the others. Li Sheng's flying daggers turned into thousands of flying daggers, forming a huge wall of flying daggers. Together with the power of the spatial law, it isolated this side. Yuan. Qin Shao suddenly became a little anxious. How could he let Yuan take this risk alone? The 5 people of the Earth realm attacked at the same time. In a face-to-face confrontation, Yuan would probably be eliminated. If they exchanged one person for another, it would be meaningless. The human realm would still be at a disadvantage. Big brother Qin Shao, believe me, I won't be eliminated by them. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise, I will really be eliminated, Yuan said to Qin Shao. As she spoke, her figure moved. Hundreds and thousands of Yuans walked out, forming a huge human wall. Every Yuan was using Li Sheng's flying daggers and the power of the spatial law with all their strength, forming a wall. Hundreds and thousands of walls were stacked in front of them, blocking Wu Kuan and the others. Seeing Yuan's method, Qin Shao and the others were shocked. They secretly sighed in their hearts. She was indeed the daughter of Li Sheng. Her methods were really one after another. It was really dangerous. There was actually such a cloning technique. It was too dangerous. Qin Zhao's cloning technique was the same. He could only create one clone. But what was facing Yuan were thousands of clones. Even if those clones were weaker, there were too many of them. Thousands of clones, using Li Sheng's flying daggers at the same time. This scene was extremely shocking. Looking at it, one would feel that it was extremely powerful. It was too spectacular. Seeing such a shocking and spectacular scene, people believed that Yuan would definitely be able to block it. It was indeed dangerous. This made Qin Shao and the others feel a little ashamed. They didn't expect that at the critical moment, they still needed to rely on Yuan to support them. Chapter 26:13. You guys are crazy. Aren't you just putting up a deathbed struggle? Seeing that Qin Shao and the others did not stop attacking him and instead vowed to eliminate him, the smile on the eye-swallowing whale's face suddenly stopped, and he cursed loudly. Although he wanted to control Qin Shao and the others and wanted to end the battle in advance to avenge the 3 people from the monster race, he did not want to be eliminated. This time, he had really gone overboard. He thought that the people from the mortal realm would not be able to do anything to him once Wu Kuan and the others arrived. But looking at the situation now, there were some unforeseen circumstances. Wu Kuan, save me. The eye-swallowing whale once again cried for help to Wu Kuan and the others. Wu Kuan and the others also rushed over with all their strength, but they were blocked by Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers. They attacked with all their strength and were disintegrating Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers and the obstructing power of the space law at an extremely fast speed. They were rapidly collapsing and advancing at an extremely fast speed. However, this would always take some time to resolve. And this time was enough for Qin Shao and the other 2 to eliminate the eye-swallowing whale. Damn it, I actually miscalculated. They can actually eliminate me. Damn it. The eye-swallowing whale gritted his teeth fiercely, but there was no turning back. A ray of light fell and took the eye-swallowing whale away. He was eliminated. 5 unfreezing tokens fell from his body, and he managed to collect all 5 unfreezing tokens. On the other side, the space wall of Yuan's thousands of doppelgangers was completely shattered by the 5 people from the Earth realm. The powerful force smashed onto Yuan's body and sent him flying back. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air, which bloomed into blood lotuses. Yuan, Qin Shao and the other 2 immediately rushed over and attacked with all their strength to block the powerful attack of the 5 people from the Earth realm. Yuan smiled at Qin Shao and the other 2 and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Although he said that he was fine, It was obvious that Yuan Yuan was seriously injured. He probably had less than 50% of his strength left. They couldn't help but admire Yuan Yuan. He really blocked the attack of the 5 people from the Earth Realm with his own strength. If Yuan Yuan hadn't bought time for everyone, it would have been impossible to eliminate the eye-swallowing whale. Although Yuan Yuan was also heavily injured, being able to eliminate the eye-swallowing whale was considered victory. Even though they had won this battle, the situation of the mortal world was still worrying. They did not manage to turn the situation around by much. All they did was increase their hopes a little. However, what the mortal world had to face right now was still a test of life and death. The disadvantage was still huge. With a wave of Wu Kuan's hand, the 5 experts from the Earth domain surrounded Qin Zhao's group of 4. The final battle was about to begin. In terms of momentum, Qin Zhao and the other 3 did not show any weakness. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan was the leader of the Earth domain. He was also the number 1 person that Qin Zhao felt was the most dangerous. He, Qin Zhao, would naturally take the lead to deal with the most dangerous person. You're Qin Zhao, right? Not bad, not bad. You're really quite capable to be able to pull out a tooth from the tiger's mouth. I already knew about your plan. That idiot eye-swallowing whale insisted on luring you out and giving you a chance. I thought that you would be defeated the moment you came out. I didn't expect that you would really tear open a small hole and create a small miracle. You really eliminated the eye-swallowing whale. But it doesn't matter. Everything was within our expectations and calculations. Even if you eliminated the eye-swallowing whale, it wouldn't change anything. At most, it would give you a little bit of comfort. But all of this is pale and powerless. It's just a fleeting cloud that will disappear in the blink of an eye. You're only left with 4 people. Oh no, to be precise, it should be 3.5 people. We're 5 people. Moreover, all 5 of us have gathered 5 unfreezing tokens. We have the absolute advantage. Do you really think that you can still put up a last-ditch struggle? Qin Zhao looked at Wu Kuan indifferently. Even if they were at a disadvantage, they still didn't lose their momentum and confidence. Qin Zhao said coldly, "So what if there are 3.5 people? You have your advantages, and we also have our determination. Until the last moment, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Isn't it a little too early to talk about winning or losing now? You should know that accidents happen in this world. There are miracles that are created. There are things that you can't imagine. Just like just now, you didn't expect that we could eliminate the eye-swallowing whale, but we did do it. You've only sent out a very, very small chance. You sent out such a huge bait. You guys are sure that we have no other choice but to fight to the death with all our might. Yes, we did have no choice but to risk everything and take your bait. But just because we took the bait, it didn't mean that we would fall into your trap and be eliminated by your encirclement and defeat. Our firm belief and strong confidence allowed us to seize that 1 in 10,000 chance and create a small miracle. We've already grasped such a small opportunity. Now, the opportunity is obviously more than 10 times higher. Why can't you create another big miracle?" Ha ha ha. Wu Kuan laughed. He looked at Qin Zhao with a playful smile and said, "Yes, it's good to be confident. It's really good. But sometimes people need to see reality clearly. It's better to have a little self-awareness. Blind confidence may be a kind of mental illness. Your courage is commendable. It's really good to have such firm belief in defending the last line of defense for the human world. However, things often depend on the result. Everything else isn't important, and the result is that you will lose. This is a fact that you can't change. Even if you don't want to admit it, there's nothing you can do. All right, I won't talk so much nonsense with you. It's time to end everything. Struggle. You won't be satisfied if you don't struggle. We respect you, so let's have a final battle. We'll go all out. Let's see how long you can hold on." The storm was coming. Qin Zhao quickly distributed the thawing tokens. He gave the innate skill thawing token to Yuan Yuan, the sideline minor path thawing token to Zhang Yang, and the immortal/sacred tool thawing token to Qin Shao. There were 2 extra tokens that everyone had. In this way, Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan each had 5 thawing tokens. Qin Shao and Fu Zhongxian each had 4 thawing tokens. Qin Shao didn't have any innate skill, so the innate skill thawing token was useless for him. Qin Shao could be considered to have reached the peak of his strength. As for Fu Zhongxian, the lack of a sideline minor path thawing token had almost no impact on him. After all, the sideline minor path thawing token he practiced wasn't strong, so it wouldn't be of much use here. So, in this way, Qin Shao and the other 2's strength could reach the peak of their strength. It was just that Yuan Yuan was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. As Wu Kuan said, they only had 3.5 people left. On the other side, there were still 5 people, and all 5 of them were also at the peak of their strength. How should they fight this battle? When it came to tactics, it seemed that there were no good tactics. They could only fight head-on. But if they fought head-on, the hope was slim. After all, Wu Kuan and the other 4 could also exhaust Qin Shao and the others to death. So, how should they break this situation? Qin Shao was very clear in his heart that he must think of a better way to deal with this situation. If they couldn't break this situation, then there was really no hope. But what should he do to break out of this situation? It was too difficult, and there was no good, feasible way at all. After all, the situation at this time was already urgent, and there was no time to think about anything more. In the end, Qin Shao finally made a decision in his heart. Zhang Yang, Fu Zhongxian, Yuan Yuan, the 3 of you will each pick an opponent and leave the remaining 2 to me. I will give you a difficult task, and I hope that you can all complete it. If you can all complete it, then our mortal world may still have a little hope. If you can't all complete it, then I'm afraid that this time, our mortal world is powerless to reverse the situation. But as long as there is a little hope, we should all work hard to grasp it firmly. I still firmly believe that we can create a miracle. As long as we all adhere to this strong belief in our hearts, take out all our confidence, and fight with all our strength, then good luck will definitely come to us. You all find a way to eliminate your opponents, and I will do my best to hold the last 2 people. Qin Shao solemnly transmitted to Zhang Yang and the other 2. Yuan Yuan immediately said, "Brother Qin Shao, let me do it. Just now, I even held back 5 people. Although I'm injured, it shouldn't be a problem for me to hold back 2 people." "No, Yuan Yuan, you're seriously injured. You can't take such a risk anymore. Let me do it." Zhang Yang also said immediately. Fu Zhongxian also said, "Let me do it. I think I can do it." Qin Shao said with incomparable determination, "Well, listen to me on this matter. We don't have time to discuss it here. I have already decided. Everyone do as I say. If you quarrel again, then we are doomed. What we need now is resolute execution. There can be no hesitation. This way, I can fully condense our strength and exert it to the maximum." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Zhang Yang and the other 2 did not speak anymore. They could only nod heavily and listen to Qin Zhao's arrangement. Attack! As soon as Wu Kuan gave the order, the people of the underworld realm attacked. Now it was the final battle. Thus, the people from the land were not careless at all. Naturally, they went all out as soon as they attacked. They used all their means to get rid of Qin Shao and the others in the shortest time possible. Zhang Yang and the other 2 each locked onto an opponent and rushed out to kill. On Qin Zhao's side, he used dual body technique. His main body and his clone attacked at the same time. His main body locked onto Wu Kuan, and his clone locked onto a netherworld race being. All his means were used. His main body used heaven-opening sword technique with all his strength. With the perfect combination of the law of space and the law of light, coupled with the powerful power of heaven-opening sword technique and the powerful power of his inner world, he immediately trapped Wu Kuan. On the clone's side, he used Li Sheng's flying dagger with all his strength. His heart force was perfectly coordinated, and at the same time, he used True Word of Lin using all his means. However, the strength of the clone was obviously far inferior to that of the main body. Fortunately, the Netherworld race, being that the clone was fighting, was not that strong, so they were able to exchange blows. However, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. For the time being, they could still fight for a while, but if the other party continued to exert force, it would be difficult to resist. It was obviously impossible for Qin Xiao to fight one against two. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:14. But there was no other way. Qin Xiao had no other choice but to give it a try. If one wanted to create a miracle, wouldn't it mean making the impossible possible? The process was difficult, painful, and extremely dangerous. Wu Kuan was temporarily trapped by Qin Xiao, but he wasn't anxious at all. He even revealed a faint smile on his face, looking calm and confident. Qin Xiao, it seems like I have underestimated you. Your strength is pretty good. You don't have the physique of an immortal king, and you don't have any innate ability. Yet, you are so powerful. You have mastered the law of space and the law of light, and you can even coordinate them perfectly. You are indeed something. I admit that I have to treat you as a real opponent now. I want to have a good battle with you. Although Wu Kuan said that, he was still full of confidence for this battle. Wu Kuan made his move. He transformed into an invincible god of the underworld. He brought along a torrential nether chi as he descended, suppressing the heaven and earth. Just this terrifying nether chi alone seemed to be able to envelop the entire sealed battlefield, pressing down heavily. This terrifying nether chi was also clashing against Qin Zhao's attack, as though it wanted to disperse it. Holding the nether sword, the law of immortal Tao and the law of darkness surged out like a demon, abnormally powerful and terrifying. Wu Kuan's strength was indeed extremely powerful. Step by step, he advanced toward Qin Xiao. While resisting Qin Zhao's attack, he was also slowly breaking Qin Zhao's attack. Step by step, it was as though he was cleaving through the wind and waves. This Wu Kuan had actually cultivated the law of immortal Tao to the initial level. He had actually mastered the law of immortal Tao. This meant that he had already begun to open up his own ancient path. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. Not only that, he could also transform into the Nether God of War. This should be his innate ability. With the help of the holy weapon, the Nether Sword, the terrifying Saint technique, and the perfect combination of the power of laws. All of these made Wu Kuan extremely powerful. Every time he clashed with Qin Xiao, he was able to gain the upper hand. Every time he forced Qin Xiao to take a step back, allowing him to advance step by step towards Qin Xiao. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art was very strong, but the heaven-opening sword could not display the power of a sacred artifact. It was indeed a weak point. In addition, Qin Xiao did not have any innate divine abilities, which was an even bigger shortcoming. Although it was said that the duration of the innate mystique was relatively short, it was impossible to use the innate mystique continuously. However, even if time was short, this short period of time was enough to decide everything. Qin Zhao's strength lay in the fact that he had mastered two of the five great laws, the laws of space and the laws of light. Moreover, these two laws could perfectly complement the laws of the immortal Tao and the heaven-splitting sword art to maximize their power. Although Qin Xiao had not been able to break through to the beginner realm, he had mastered a lot of the laws of the immortal Tao. In addition, the strength of Qin Zhao's inner world had also made up for his lack of innate divine abilities to a certain extent. Therefore, when Qin Xiao fought with Wu Kuan, he only felt like he was at a slight disadvantage. Moreover, this was mainly because Qin Xiao had diverted some of his energy to deal with the other Netherworld race being. If his clone had also come to help, then Qin Xiao would have been able to reverse his decline and might even be able to gain a slight advantage. At this time, Qin Xiao was fighting against two nether race beings alone. It was normal for him to be at a disadvantage. If he could really fight against two nether race beings alone, that would be really scary. However, Qin Xiao also knew the current situation. Wu Kuan and the other nether race being were attacking him with all their strength. His disadvantage would definitely slowly increase. There was no way he could hold on for long. He was now holding on to his last line of defense with all his strength in order to create some opportunities for Zhang Yang and the other two. If the three of them could exhaust the three nether race beings, and if one of them was not eliminated, there would be hope for the human world. But in fact, the difference in strength between everyone was not very big. A one-on-one battle could determine the winner and the loser, but a one-on-two battle was definitely a losing situation. The opponents that Zhang Yang and the other two were facing were very strong, causing them to fall into a difficult situation. Although Yuan's strength was strong, she was seriously injured just now. At this time, her strength was less than 50%. Naturally, it was very difficult for her to fight. Qin Zhao's main body could temporarily hold Wu Kuan back, but the situation on the clone side was developing in a bad direction. The nether race being repeatedly used all kinds of powerful methods to attack Qin Xiao ferociously. It even seemed like it did not care about its own life. It wanted to destroy Qin Zhao's clone quickly. Qin Zhao's clone was originally at a disadvantage. Under such a fierce attack, it was naturally more difficult for it to resist. Therefore, the situation was not very good. Zhang Yang and the other two also understood the situation very well. They were also very anxious. Brother, I am incompetent. I can't turn the tide with you. I can only leave the big responsibility to you. But I believe in you. You will definitely be able to turn the tide and create a miracle for the human world. I will take my leave first. Zhang Yang suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Xiao suddenly frowned deeply. He knew what Zhang Yang was going to do, but at this time, he was powerless to stop anything. What could he do? As soon as Zhang Yang's words fell, he desperately rushed towards his opponent. However, he burned his immortal energy, instantly pushing his strength to the extreme. This was a desperate fighting style. Such a fighting style would exhaust his immortal energy in less than a breath's time, and he would lose his combat strength. Such a fighting style would not be like this if it was not really desperate. Zhang Yang was also desperate, so he adopted this fighting style of perishing together with his opponent. He fought with his life in exchange for his opponent's. Madman! Zhang Yang's opponent also scolded anxiously, but he had no way to avoid it now. Zhang Yang was not weaker than him in terms of strength. Using such a desperate fighting style, it was obvious that he was trying to exhaust his opponent. The situation in the human world was not good. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for the human world, and the less hope there would be. Once the netherworld creature defeated Qin Zhao's clone and came to support him, he would be able to defeat them one by one. It was precisely because the situation was dangerous that Zhang Yang came up with such a crazy fighting style. Sure enough, Zhang Yang's madness had achieved results. He and his opponent were eliminated at the same time. Brother Qin Xiao, Yuan is seriously injured. I can't help you now. The only thing I can do now is to help you kill a person from the human world. The rest depends on you, Brother Qin Xiao. I look forward to your victorious return. Yuan also learned from Zhang Yang. She also fought with her opponent. Although Yuan was seriously injured, the power she erupted in an instant was still terrifying. Her opponent wanted to avoid it, but there was no way to do so. He could only watch Yuan and him perish together. In the end, both of them were eliminated. In this way, two people from each side were eliminated. Fu Zhongshuan did not say anything. He just took a deep look and saw the actions of Zhang Yang and Yuan. He also had the idea of following up. In terms of strength, Fu Zhongshuan knew that he was not strong enough to turn the tide. Now, He could only entrust his last hope to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, everything depends on you, Fu Zhongshuan finally said. His opponent understood what Fu Zhongshuan was trying to do and cursed him for being a madman. He also wanted to break free. But Fu Zhongshuan's Shenong Cauldron pressed heavily on his opponent, firmly trapping him. There was no way for his opponent to break free in a short time. Fu Zhongshuan was resolute. He burned his immortal power with a determined face and perished together with his opponent. Are you people from the human world crazy? Damn it, you actually use such a stupid method to fight. Humph. Do you think that the human world has a little bit of chance? Haha, it's simply a fool's dream, a fool's dream. You used 3 people to kill 3 of us, but the human world only has 1 person left, Qin Shao. Our human world only has 2 people left. 2 against 1. The human world has no chance of winning at all. You're bound to lose. After that person from the human world laughed and said this, he was eliminated together with Fu Zhongshuan. The 3 people from the human world and the 3 from the human world were eliminated together. Now, only 3 people were left. Qin Zhao's situation of 1 against 2 was also very bad. For the human world, the situation was still very bad. There was almost no chance of winning. On the other side, the clones were almost unable to hold on. It was about to become a 2 against 1 situation. 1 against 1. Qin Shao was already at a disadvantage. 2 against 1. Was there any hope? But for Qin Shao, being able to fight to this point was already the best plan. At least, the hope had increased a little, although it was still very small. But there was no other way. The situation formed by the previous tactical mistakes was too difficult to reverse. To be able to turn the situation around like this was already a small miracle. But Qin Shao didn't just want this small miracle. He wanted to be able to create a big miracle, turn the tide, completely reverse the situation, and help the human world win the final victory. This was the responsibility and sacred mission that he shouldered. Was there any hope now? Where was the hope? Where was the possible breakthrough? 1 against 2, it was too difficult to write. Moreover, it was impossible for him to have any time to deal with this problem. He couldn't hold on for long in a 1 against 2 situation. Now that the situation was basically settled, Wu Kuan laughed again. He looked at Qin Shao with a hint of playfulness and said, I admire the courage of the people from the human world. You know that it's impossible, but you still want to do it. You even use such a stupid method to perish together with our people. But what's the point of this? Do you think that you can weaken the human world in a 1 against 1 battle? What's the result until now? Only you, Qin Shao, are left in the human world, and 2 people from the human world are left in the human world. The human world is also willing to see a 2 against 1 situation. This is also the absolute advantage here. Right now, you're just fighting like a cornered beast. It's of no use. I admire your determination and courage, but it's useless. No matter how hard you work, how hard you fight, and how persistent you are, it won't change anything. There are some things that you can't do anything about. Qin Shao, I think you should give up early. Give up. Qin Shao chuckled and said, It's absolutely impossible for me to give up. I don't think that the people from the human world are stupid. I think that they are incomparably brave. They are true heroes, true warriors. Their madness is all worth it. They burned their immortal power and also ignited my blood and fighting spirit. Before you eliminate me, I think it's better for you not to be happy too early. Otherwise, the feeling of being slapped in the face will be really unpleasant. Ha ha ha. Wu Kuan and Qin Shao laughed heartily, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Wu Kuan looked at Qin Shao playfully and said, Okay, I'll wait to be slapped in the face by you. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 26:15. Outside the sealed battlefield, at the place where the previous battle took place, Zhang Yang, Yuan Yuan, and Fu Zhongxian were eliminated one after another, and all three of them had exhausted their immortal power. Their aura was extremely weak, and they looked very embarrassed. Ming? Hart hurriedly walked over and hugged Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan's face also looked a little pale. She was seriously injured before, and then she perished together with the people from the Earth realm, so she was now very weak. Ming? Sister Hart, I'm fine. Yuan Yuan forced a smile and said to Ming. In his heart, he told her not to worry. Zhang Yang let out a long sigh. He was also very weak now. Although his body was very weak, Zhang Yang's mouth was not weak, right? Hart said, Ming? Xin, you're so biased. I'm also very weak, okay? My injuries aren't light either. Why don't you come over to hug me and care about me? Ming? Hart glared at Zhang Yang and said, If I hug you, do you dare to accept it? Are you looking down on me? Zhang Yang grinned and said stubbornly, There is such a good thing in front of me, and I dare not accept it? I am so happy that I can't wait. I will definitely let you hug me, however you want to hug me, as long as you want to hug me. As for me, I am determined to lie in your arms and not get up, enjoying the wonderful and gentle hometown. How beautiful it is. Get out of here, you old rogue. Hart scolded angrily. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said, That's rogue. Then I have something even more rogue, hee. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Let's get down to business. What's the situation inside now? Ming Xin glared at him. Everyone was concerned about the situation inside and looked over. Speaking of the situation inside, Zhang Yang and the other two's expressions suddenly became heavy. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yang shook his head and said, The situation is not very good. Now, only Qin Shao is left in the human realm, and there are two people from the Earth realm inside. The current situation is that Qin Shao is fighting 1 against 2. The 3 of us can be considered to have killed the 4 people from the Earth realm. The situation of 4 against 6 is now 1 against 2. There is no other way. That's all we can do. 1 against 2? Zhang Yang's words made everyone feel heavy. Was there any hope? How were they supposed to fight? 1 against 2. Wouldn't he lose for sure? Was it still possible to turn the tide? There was no hope. There was no hope at all. There was almost no chance of winning. Sigh, looks like our mortal realm has really lost this time. I'm ashamed that we failed to live up to the trust that the human realm had given us. We failed to secure victory for the human realm. If the seal is to be opened for 10 billion eras, who knows how many lives in the human world will die in the hands of the people in the land. For 10 billion eras. I wonder how much chaos and misfortune it will bring to our mortal world. Sigh, I feel ashamed just thinking about it. I thought that we would definitely win, but I didn't think that we would end up in such a state. Xianqing shook his head and sighed in self-reproach. Everyone's mood was very low. They had all come with a sacred mission. They had all come with the confidence that they would win. They had all come with an extremely strong determination. But they had never thought that it would turn out like this. However, they were so helpless. Since things had come to this, there was no way to change it. Other than blaming themselves, what else could they do? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I failed to live up to everyone's trust. I didn't lead the team well. I should bear the greatest responsibility for this failure. Yin Xiaoqin's mood was very low. He had been blaming himself and felt very guilty. Zhang Yang glanced at Yin Xiaoqin and said, You don't have to blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. Although your leadership ability is average, you are at least conscientious and have the courage to take on such a big responsibility. I can only say that we have been schemed against by the land from the beginning. We have underestimated the enemy from the beginning. This isn't your fault alone. All of us have fallen into such a misconception and have fallen into the land's trap. All in all, you're quite remarkable. This responsibility should be borne by all of us. We should bear it together. No one can escape from it. This time, Zhang Yang surprisingly did not disagree with Yin Xiaoqin. Instead, He affirmed Yin Shaoqian and even comforted Yin Shaoqian. Not only Yin Shaoqian looked at Zhang Yang in surprise, the others also looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Even Yuan Yuan and Ming Xin felt strange. They also looked at Zhang Yang strangely. They thought that Zhang Yang was going to argue with Yin Shaoqian again. Previously, he had been arguing with Yin Shaoqian. They did not expect that this time, he actually changed his temperament. Not only did he not argue with Yin Shaoqian, but he also affirmed Yin Shaoqian. It was really surprising. Why are you all looking at me like this? I don't have any grudges with Yin Shaoqian. I have always been talking about the matter. I have no personal feelings. I really wanted Qin Xiao to lead us from the beginning. So when Yin Shaoqian took the initiative to volunteer, of course, I didn't agree. But since he's the leader, he should have contributed a lot. We have to be sure about that. You all are looking at me like this. You feel that I am being unreasonable. Zhang Yang curled his lips and said. Everyone was relieved. Yin Shaoqian also nodded at Zhang Yang and said, Zhang Yang, I misunderstood you before. Thank you. But since I am the leader, my responsibility is naturally the greatest. It is right for everyone to bear it together, but the greatest responsibility should be borne by me. Also, thank you for supporting me all the way, but I have failed to live up to everyone's trust. Actually, you don't have to be so depressed. Zhang Yang opened his mouth again and said, although Qin Xiao is now 1-2, the situation is really not optimistic. But it is not completely hopeless. Being able to come to this point is already the best result. Next, let's see if Qin Xiao can turn the tide and create a miracle for the human world. As for us, we should give Qin Xiao more confidence. I completely believe in Qin Xiao. I think he can definitely create a miracle. Yuan Yuan also nodded immediately and supported Zhang Yang's words. Yes, 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 I also believe that Qin Xiao can create a miracle. I'm also willing to believe in Qin Xiao. Ming Xin also said. Although Fu Zhongxian did not speak, he also nodded, indicating that he also believed in Qin Xiao. The chance was very slim, but it did not mean that it was impossible. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was possible to create a miracle. Qin Xiao was a person who often created miracles. Since he came to this place, he had created miracles many times. So this time, they should also believe in him, that he could create a miracle again. Create a miracle? Do you really think that miracles are cabbages that can be created as you wish? 1-2, is there still hope? You can see it, but I can't see it. Qin Xiao, I don't believe that he has the strength to do so. Jin Ba Fong said sarcastically again. Zhang Yang suddenly jumped up and stared at Jin Ba Fong fiercely. Damn it, do you want to be taught a lesson? Try to say it again, I will kill you. Zhang Yang was really angry. Previously, in the sealed battlefield, Jin Ba Fong had been targeting him and Qin Xiao. Now, Qin Xiao was fighting alone in the sealed battlefield, fighting for the last hope of the human world. Yet, Jin Ba Fong still dared to mock and ridicule them. It was really abominable. Not only Zhang Yang was angry, but Yuan Yuan and the others were also angry. You're a big bad guy. Why are you so sinister? What did Qin Xiao do to offend you? Why are you looking down on him like this? You don't want Qin Xiao to create a miracle. You don't want the human world to win. How can you be like this? If you don't want the human world to win, why did you participate in this war? You are useless. You were eliminated early, and now you have the nerve to talk about Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao is the one who held on until the end. I know. You're just envious and jealous. Because you are useless. You have no strength. You are not good-looking, you're not liked by girls, you have no prestige, you can't get a leadership position. So, you are jealous of us. Your heart is too dark. You are simply a dirty villain. I despise you. I hate you. Ming. Sister Xian, Sister Jiuxian, we will stay away from him in the future. This kind of person is too annoying. I hate him. Yuan Yuan also said very impolitely. She never knew how to beat around the bush. She was straightforward and said whatever she wanted to say. So, after this conversation, Jean Ba Fong's face turned black. But Jean Ba Fong had no way to refute Yuan Yuan. Firstly, she was a girl, and secondly, she was the daughter of Sage Li. He could ignore Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang, but he did not dare to ignore Yuan Yuan. Ming? He said angrily, Yuan Yuan, don't lower yourself to his level. Just take it that he is farting. That's right. Not only is he is farting a big, smelly fart. Yuan Yuan nodded and turned her head to the side, ignoring Jean Ba Fong. With no one on his side, Jean Ba Fong was even more furious. His displeasure towards Qin Xiao and Zhang Yang grew even stronger. These two detestable people. Fushi Holy Land, Forbidden Grounds, the aura in the pavilion was still not that good, and the smiles on everyone's faces had disappeared for a long time. Sigh, seems like this time, the human world is truly going to lose. The Kunlun God Emperor shook his head and sighed. Looking at the current situation, it was indeed hard to see any trace of hope. Sagely chuckled and said, Old Brother Kunlun, this doesn't seem like your usual style of doing things. We haven't even reached that stage yet. Why are you starting to sound pessimistic? I do have some confidence in Qin Xiao. He might be able to turn the tide and turn the situation around to obtain victory for the human world. It's nothing more than creating a miracle. That's nothing much. The Kunlun God Emperor glared at Sage Li and said, Qin Xiao is your disciple. Of course, you are speaking up for him. Although this disciple of yours is indeed not bad, and his talents in all aspects are commendable and worthy of praise. It can be said that you have picked up a treasure, Sage Li. But speaking of which, the current situation is indeed not good. If he wants to create a miracle, it will be an extremely difficult thing. But speaking of which, our human world has already won hundreds of tournaments consecutively. Over at the Earth world, they have long been plotting to win once. Even if they do win once, it won't be that big of a deal. Although there will be some upheavals for normal life forms, and some hardships will happen. But for the entire human world, it won't have much of an impact. Our human world has been peaceful for so long. It might not be a bad thing for them to suffer some hardships. Sagely shook his head and said, That's true, but I still hope that the human world can win. I also believe that Qin Xiao can create a miracle. Chapter 26:16. WW. XX by. Chapter 26:17. Damn it. The Netherworld race being shouted in shock and anger. Then his figure disappeared from where he stood. Obviously, he had been rescued and was directly eliminated by Qin Xiao's sword. The sharpness of this sword could be seen at a glance. Qin Xiao was able to eliminate the Netherworld race being in a 1 versus 2 situation. Wu Kuan was indeed strong. He did not suffer much from Qin Xiao's attack and was only pushed back 100,000 feet by Qin Xiao. However, even though he was pushed back 100,000 feet by Qin Xiao, Wu Kuan did not suffer much of shock. In other words, he had completely withstood Qin Xiao's attack. Although he was at a disadvantage, Qin Xiao did not injure him. This showed that Wu Kuan's strength was indeed terrifyingly strong. He was not much weaker than Qin Xiao. His defensive ability was also incomparably strong. Another person was eliminated, but Wu Kuan was not injured. Such an outcome made Qin Xiao frown slightly. He was a little surprised. His own person was eliminated. Now, only he and Qin Xiao were left. Their territory's advantage was instantly swept away. In a 1 versus 1 battle, not only did their territory lose their advantage, but they were also at a disadvantage. After all, he had just suffered a loss in Qin Xiao's hands. The situation had turned around in the blink of an eye. This change came a little too fast. Wu Kuan found it hard to accept. The arrogance in his heart was also defeated at this moment. His confidence was trampled to the ground by Qin Shao. Wu Kuan's face became a little ugly. He stared at Qin Shao with a gloomy expression. Where was the arrogance from just now? The heroic spirit from before was also gone. Yes, he was happy a little too early. He really did not expect Qin Shao to be hiding his strength. This guy really hid his strength well. So deep that even he was fooled. That was why he was a little careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught off guard and ended up in such a situation. If it was still 2 versus 1, the situation would still be under his control. But now it was a 1 versus 1 battle. Wu Kuan found it hard to accept such a huge change in events. Was he going to be stripped of his title as a hero? No. The more Wu Kuan thought about it, the more furious he was. The more furious he was, the more he wanted to kill Qin Shao. However, he knew Qin Zhao's strength. How would he dare to act rashly at this moment? Wu Kuan glared at Qin Shao. At this moment, it was as though he had just met an irreconcilable enemy. His eyes were filled with a deep chill as he gritted his teeth. Qin Shao, it looks like I've really underestimated you. I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. So deep that even I was fooled. You've been pretending to be weak all this time, hiding your true strength, and only finding an opportunity to explode in the end. You've been using disguises to confuse us. Brilliant. You are indeed brilliant. I thought that everything was going according to my plan and that nothing would go wrong. But I didn't expect you to be able to escape from my control and become the biggest change. It seems like I have no choice but to reevaluate you and put you in the position of my opponent. I thought that you were only SOSO. You are not worthy of being my opponent. You don't have the ability to exchange blows with me. But now, it seems that I was wrong. My thinking was wrong. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not explain anything. He wanted to hide his strength, but his strength was not that strong. How could he hide his strength? The reason why he broke through and became stronger was because he had a breakthrough and grasped the law of immortal Tao. That was why his strength increased more than twofold. Because of that, he was able to seize the opportunity at the last moment to turn the tide and turn the situation around in one fell swoop. Of course, he had grasped the opportunity very well. If he had unleashed his strength a little earlier, it might not have been so effective. At the last moment, Wu Kuan and the other nether being had completely let down their guard. They both thought that victory was already in their hands. They both thought that Qin Shao would be eliminated by them in the next moment. They had already begun to rejoice and let down their guard. At that moment. Because at that moment, neither Wu Kuan nor the other nether being had expected Qin Shao to still have the strength to counterattack. Moreover, the strength of his counterattack was so terrifying. Therefore, the two of them were caught off guard. At the last moment, there was no way to retreat or dodge. They could only take Qin Zhao's sword head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Qin Zhao's sword was so powerful that it was terrifying. Therefore, the Netherworld race being was unexpectedly eliminated from the competition with a single sword strike. Of course, this kind of effect was also somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. He also did not expect that he would be able to eliminate the Nether being in one fell swoop. Of course, Qin Shao also did not expect Wu Kuan to be able to block his attack without suffering any injuries. Wu Kuan's strength had also somewhat exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. He was indeed a very, very strong opponent. If he had not had an epiphany and had not grasped the immortal Tao law, he would not have been Wu Kuan's opponent. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was also somewhat confident. He should be one of the top 10 people in the mortal world. If it was only Yuan, Qin Shao was not too sure if he would be Yuan's opponent if they really fought. However, there should not be any problems for the others. At least, they would not be defeated. However, Wu Kuan was really too strong. However, even though Wu Kuan was very strong, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything at this moment. He had already gained the upper hand. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong or not. What's important is that only the two of us are left now. We have returned to the same starting line. Now, you represent the Earth domain, and I represent the mortal world. The outcome of the battle between the mortal world and the Earth domain will be determined by our final battle. The battle just now has already proven that you're not my opponent. Just now, I fought 1 against 2 and defeated you, eliminating your teammates. If it was 1-on-1, I can suppress you and beat you until you have no chance to raise your head. So, why don't I advise you to admit defeat and leave with dignity? Qin Shao curled his lips and said coldly. Now that he had gained the upper hand, his heroic spirit naturally returned. Wu Kuan's expression was gloomy and ugly. He stared at Qin Shao like a poisonous snake. He snorted and said, "Admit defeat? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Do you think it's necessary to say something that you know is impossible? You and I are people with the same character. It's impossible for us to bow our heads and admit defeat, even if it means death. You also know that you're representing the mortal world, and I am representing the Earth domain. So, the battle between the two of us is not a personal battle, but the final battle between the mortal world and the Earth domain. If I admit defeat, won't I be representing the Earth domain? Admit defeat? Qin Shao, don't be happy too early. You may not be able to defeat me. If we don't fight to the last moment, who will win and who will lose is still unknown. You have your confidence, and I have mine. So, I think you should stop talking so much nonsense. Let's talk with our fists. Now that there are only 2 of us left, there's nothing to delay. Qin Shao nodded. You're right. Let's talk with our fists. This is the eternal truth. Let's fight. The battle between the 2 of them started again. These 2 people could basically represent the strongest strength of the younger generation of the mortal world and the Earth domain. Both of them had the desire to win, and neither of them would bow down. So, the battle between the 2 of them was naturally very intense. Not only was it a clash of strength, but it was also a clash of spirit and obsession that was unusually intense. It had to be said that Wu Kuan's strength was indeed very strong. Especially his defensive ability, it was abnormally strong. Although Qin Shao was indeed able to gain the upper hand, Wu Kuan was also able to hold on. He was able to continue fighting with Qin Shao without showing any signs of being defeated. In this way, it would not be easy for Qin Shao to eliminate Wu Kuan. The situation might be in a stalemate. If the situation was really in a stalemate, there might be a corresponding change in the rules of the competition. At that time, there would be more unforeseen events. Qin Shao also attacked with all his might, wanting to take down Wu Kuan. However, Wu Kuan's combat power was too tenacious. It was indeed a little too difficult to take him down. The battle between the 2 of them was incomparably intense. It was simply earth-shattering, as if it was going to stir up the heavens and the earth. If someone was here to watch, they would probably be deeply shocked. On this side, the battle was like fire and tea. On the other side, there were endless cheers. The atmosphere in the pavilion of the Holy Lands of Fuxi had finally recovered. There were finally smiles on everyone's faces, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Hue, Kunlun God Emperor, didn't I say that we should trust Qin Shao? How could the personal disciple of I, Li Sheng, lose so easily? I, Li Sheng, do not have such bad foresight. If this lad did not have some heaven-defying capabilities, how could I have taken him in as my personal disciple so easily? How is it? At the crucial moment, I still have to rely on my disciple, right? With his strength alone, he has turned the tides and turned the situation around. And right now, he has gained the upper hand completely. He's just a step away from victory. He has already walked through the most difficult moment. Now that the situation is good, I believe that Qin Shao will definitely be able to grasp the opportunity and obtain the final victory. Li Sheng was elated and gleeful. Earlier on, the Kunlun God Emperor had indeed lost some confidence and thought that the mortal world was about to lose. But to think that the tables would turn and the situation would be turned around by Qin Shao single-handedly. This caused the Kunlun God Emperor to click his tongue involuntarily as he praised Qin Shao. This Qin Shao brat is indeed not bad. Not bad at all. He's an extremely good seedling. Not only is he not flustered in the face of danger, he is even able to comprehend and break through in the midst of danger, grasping the laws of the immortal Tao. To think that he would have already grasped 3 laws at such a young age. And his sword is extremely profound as well. Not bad at all. That innate potential, that temperament, that conviction, all of them are extremely strong. If this lad is properly groomed, he might even have a chance of becoming a god seed. Li Sheng chuckled out, "Old brother Kunlun, for you to praise him as such is truly a miracle as well. I've never seen you praise anyone as much as you do before." "Ha. With the praise of old brother Kunlun, I think there's definitely no problem at all. I'm about to thank you for your blessings on behalf of my disciple. But is it just a chance of becoming a god seed? Why do I feel that there's still a chance for him to take another step forward? Take another step forward? Above the god seed? That would be the level of these few old fogies." "Li Sheng, you're thinking too much, aren't you? You're getting all worked up just by praising your disciple?" the Kunlun God Emperor asked. Chapter 26:18. The battle in the sealed battlefield was still in a stalemate. It was like fire and tea, surging fiercely. It had to be said that Wu Kuin's fighting strength was really tenacious. Although he was being suppressed by Qin Shao, he was still able to hold on and didn't show any signs of defeat. Qin Shao was also attacking with all his might, wanting to take down Wu Kuin. However, Wu Kuin's strength was too strong in all aspects. There was no way for him to defeat Wu Kuin. This feeling was like encountering an unkillable cockroach. You can't win against my Qin Shao. No matter how we fight, it will be a draw. In the end, both of us will be injured. In the end, when we reach a stalemate, new rules will be activated. Once the new rules are activated, you will lose without a doubt. The reason why miracles are called miracles is because it's almost impossible to happen. It's not something that can be created just because you want to. This time, the human world will lose without a doubt. Wu Kuin was very confident as he looked at Qin Shao with a sneer. If the rules of the competition were to be changed, the situation would indeed be a little bad. In terms of rules, the human world would have an advantage over the human world. This was where Wu Kuin's confidence came from. Drag it out until the new rules were activated? This was obviously impossible. Now, they already had the upper hand. If the new rules were activated, there would be many more possibilities. Furthermore, the big rules this time were beneficial to the people of the land. Hence, once the new rules were activated, Wu Kuin would have a greater advantage. It was not easy to turn the situation around. How could Qin Shao let him overturn it again? Will I lose without a doubt? Qin Shao chuckled. He looked at Wu Kuin and said, "Aren't you a little too confident? You want to scare me, but don't forget that your special ability can't be maintained for long. I can drag it out with you, but you can't. If I'm not wrong, you can't maintain your special ability anymore, right? You are on the verge of collapse, right? So, I wonder where your confidence comes from. I don't have any special ability, so I don't have the same problem as you. Can you afford to fight with me? So let's end this." Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Kuin's expression changed drastically. He had been seen through. Damn it, looks like I really can't drag this out any longer. I can only fight the final battle. "Burn, immortal power," Qin Shao shouted. Immortal power burned, preparing for the final battle. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had never been forced to burn his immortal power before. This was because burning one's immortal power was truly an irreversible process. Once it was done, one's immortal power would be completely burned out in 2 or 3 breaths of time. In the end, one's immortal power would be weakened, and one would completely lose the ability to resist and be trampled upon. If they were in a dangerous situation, then this would be a gamble with their lives. Just like Zhang Yang and the other two ladies, they were also burning their immortal energy as a last-ditch effort to perish together with the people from the underworld realm. Of course, Qin Shao wasn't planning to perish together with Wu Kun. If they were to perish together, it would be a draw. If it was a draw, then this battle would definitely not be over. There would definitely be a new battle. It was already a miracle for them to be able to turn the tide this time. If they were to do it again, the people from the mortal world might not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, under the situation where they already had the upper hand in this battle, they naturally couldn't let Wu Kun have the chance to turn the tables. They had to eliminate him and win this battle. Fight! When Wu Kun saw Qin Shao burning his immortal power, he had no other choice. He could only burn his immortal power and make a last-ditch effort. However, there was no way for him to maintain his innate divine ability. Previously, he was already on the verge of collapsing. Now that he was burning his immortal power, his innate divine ability collapsed. The moment his innate divine ability collapsed, Wu Kun's powerful defense was also reduced sharply. He had lost his Netherworld War God's body. The moment he lost his Netherworld War God's body, Wu Kun's disadvantage became even more obvious. Wu Kun knew this as well. However, he had no other choice. It was already hard for him to maintain his innate divine ability. Therefore, he could only choose to burn his immortal power. However, the consequence of burning his immortal power was the collapse of his innate divine ability. Of course, under the situation where Qin Shao was burning his immortal power, even if he didn't burn his immortal power, his innate divine ability would still collapse immediately. There was no other choice. Wu Kun could only make a last-ditch effort. However, this last-ditch effort felt like a cornered beast. There was nothing he could do to turn the situation around. The disadvantage was getting bigger and bigger. How was he going to continue fighting? Wu Kun's heart was filled with unwillingness. However, there was nothing he could do. The final outcome was as expected. Under the absolute advantage, Qin Shao finally eliminated Wu Kun. He persevered until the very last moment and completed this miracle. With his own strength, he turned the tide and turned the situation around. This was an unparalleled achievement. After Wu Kun was eliminated, Qin Shao retracted his power and heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Phew, I finally won. I didn't let you down. A ray of light descended and brought Qin Shao out of the sealed battlefield. He landed at the place where everyone gathered. Seeing Qin Shao coming out, everyone's attention was focused on him. After resting for a while, Zhang Yang and the other two looked a little better. However, they still needed some time to recover from their exhaustion. Qin Shao came out in a good condition. This was a good sign for everyone. From the looks of it, Qin Shao should have won. He won. Zhang Yang was the first to come over and asked. He believed that Qin Shao could win. Seeing Qin Shao coming out in such a good condition, he was even more convinced that Qin Shao should have won. But even if he believed it, he still had to hear it from Qin Zhao's mouth before it could count. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Shao. They were all waiting for Qin Shao to say something. They all hoped that he had won. Qin Shao smiled and did not keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "Yes, we won." They won. They really won. When they heard Qin Shao say that he had won, everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. A rich feeling of joy suddenly gushed out. They were wild with joy. Their tense nerves could finally be relaxed. That's great. That's really great. Qin Shao really did it. He really did it. He really turned the tide and turned the situation around with his own strength. I knew that brother Qin Shao would not let us down. You can do it. You can create a miracle. What others can't do, you, Qin Shao, are able to do. This is what makes you different from the rest. What makes you unique. Happy. This is great news. Brother, you have made a great contribution to the mortal realm. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. It was indeed a great contribution. Yuan laughed happily, like a flower that had just bloomed, bright and sweet. I knew that Brother Qin Shao could do it. This is really great. Brother Qin Shao, Yuan Yuan admires you so much. You are Yuan Yuan's idol from now on. Ming? Xian's limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao. Her thin red lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she did not say anything. Her eyes were like limitless, limpid autumn water. The Joshuan saintess also looked at Qin Shao in a new light. She looked at Qin Shao with admiration in her eyes. This was the admiration of a beauty to a hero. Jin Ba Fong smacked his lips. His heart was sour and jealous. It was not a good feeling. However, at this moment, he did not say anything. He was a little jealous. Why did Qin Shao get the biggest contribution? Why was this guy with no background so powerful? Moreover, he was favored by Yuan Yuan and the other two women. Yin Shaochen walked over and bowed to Qin Shao. Such an action made Qin Shao slightly surprised. Qin Shao, thank you for turning the tide and saving the human world from the crisis. Thank you for winning the battle for the human world. You have protected the human world for millions of years. You are a hero. You are our hero. You are the hero of the entire human world. Your great contribution will be remembered by the people of the human world. It will be recorded in the history of the human world. In the past, I might have had a wrong view of you, but now I admire and respect you. I see you as the person I respect. I see you as the direction for my future. This time, it is my responsibility to bring the human world into a crisis. I have been deeply reflecting on myself, but fortunately, Qin Shao, you were unyielding. You created a miracle and saved the human world. If the human world had really lost this time, I am afraid that I would not have the face to see anyone for the rest of my life. I would not be able to raise my head. Qin Shao, you won the battle and saved me. So, Qin Shao, you are my benefactor. I, Yin Shaochen, owe you a great favor. If you need my help in the future, please don't be courteous with me. Just ask. Yin Shaochen's face was sincere and grateful. He also said humbly and seriously. Yin Shaochen was indeed very guilty and blamed himself for the previous failure. But fortunately, Qin Shao saved everything. The good situation was back. The final victory was won. Everything could be resolved. Two figures landed. World God Yellow God and God Inglong World had arrived. Ha ha! The figure hadn't landed yet, but the laughter had already spread out. The person who laughed so happily was obviously the god of Inglong World. Even the normally stoic world god Yellow Dragon revealed a hint of a smile on his face. His gaze towards Qin Shao was filled with gentleness, praise, and admiration. The god of Inglong World walked directly to Qin Zhao's side and nodded with satisfaction. His face was full of praise. Good job. Really good job, Qin Shao. You are a hero. You are the hero of our sacred institute and the young hero of the human world. This time, you turned the tide with your own strength. You turned the situation around and created a miracle. In the end, you won the battle for the human world. This action can be considered to have made a great contribution to the human world. You will definitely be rewarded for your contribution. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Dean, you flatter me. This is what Qin Shao should do. Since I was selected to participate in this battle between the young geniuses of the human world and the earth world, I came here with a sacred mission on my shoulders. I have long been mentally prepared. If I can win the battle for the human world, even if I have to sacrifice my life, it will be worth it. And this victory is not only due to me. Without everyone's unity, without everyone's concerted efforts, this could not have been achieved. The god of Inglong World nodded and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you are right. Everyone has contributed to this victory. All of you performed well. Although there were some losses in the beginning, overall, we still won. All right, little guys, let's go back. Author Cruel Death. Chapter 2619. Fuxi Holy Lands, Pavilion. Li Sheng, congratulations to you for taking in such a good disciple. If not for the fact that Qin Shao had turned the tides and created a miracle, our mortal world would have definitely lost. The Jiuhua God Emperor congratulated. Even though losing once wasn't much of a big deal to the mortal world, it was still best if they could win. After a million eras, no one knew how much chaos the Earth realm could wreak upon the mortal world. The Queen Mother smiled sweetly as well. That's right, Li Sheng. You've really picked up a treasure this time around. Qin Shao has truly done a great deed for our mortal world this time around. To be able to create such a miracle under such circumstances, he's truly an incredible lad. If he's properly groomed, he might indeed be able to achieve great things in the future. Who knows? He might even be able to walk down the same path as you, Li Sheng. The Queen Mother's evaluation of Qin Shao was extremely high as well. Li Sheng chuckled out. That's right, that's right. I agree with the words of the Queen Mother. Therefore, fellow senior uncles, please don't be stingy in the future. Huh? The Kunlun God Emperor glared at Li Sheng and blew out his long beard. You cunning lad. What are you up to now? Take good care of your own disciple. Don't think of scamming us old fogies. Ha ha ha. Li Sheng chuckled out. What are you saying, old brother Kunlun? Even my Yuan hasn't received any benefits from you. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything from you for my disciple. I'm just saying this to the others. You. A black line appeared on the forehead of the Kunlun God Emperor. This was tarnishing his bright image. Human Emperor Fuxi spoke up. All right, everyone. This matter can be considered to have come to a successful conclusion. The final outcome is satisfactory. These 10 lads should be given appropriate rewards as well. This matter can be handled by one person alone. Who would be willing to make the trip? Evidently, no one would be willing to make the trip for something like this. Human Emperor Fuxi's gaze swept over. When it landed on Li Sheng shook his head. I'd better avoid arousing suspicion. My daughter and disciple are both in there. I'm not going to show my face. Besides, I haven't even made my disciple public yet. It's more appropriate for your sacred emperor to do this. Only then will he be able to display his supreme divine might. Fuxi looked at Xinnong, the drunkard. Xinnong shook his head. I don't like this kind of thing. Let Xinyuan do it. He's better. In the end, this difficult task fell on Xuanyuan's shoulders. Xinyuan could only smile bitterly. Since no one wanted to go, he had to go. He often went to the Sacred Academy. Sacred Institute, the cultivation area of Yinglong world gods. World god Yinglong and world god Huanglong led Qin Zhao's group of 10 to this place. Their actions caused everyone to guess that perhaps they were going to be rewarded. They had won a victory for the human world, so it was only natural for them to be rewarded. This time around, it was a major event that concerned the stability of the mortal world after all. This was indeed a great contribution. Although the biggest contribution was Qin Zhao's, they had also contributed a lot. It was the first time that Yin Shaoqian and the others had come to the Sacred Academy. They were somewhat curious about it, but as soon as they arrived, they were in the forbidden area. There was no way for them to see what the Sacred Academy was like and meet the genius students. Originally, they had been somewhat, well, how should they put it? It couldn't be said that they disdained the Sacred Academy, but they certainly didn't think much of it. Although the Sacred Academy was the first academy in the mortal world and was established by the 3 emperors and had the god of Yinglong world as its dean, the 5 supreme clans and the people of the 3 holy lands actually disdained to participate and become students of the Sacred Academy. However, after this battle, their view of the students of the Sacred Academy had changed. No matter if it was Qin Shao, Prince Zhongyang, or Ming, Yuan and Yuan, Xin and Yuan's performance was very good. They were not inferior to them at all, especially Yuan and Qin Shao. If it weren't for the 2 of them, there would be no way to turn the tide, reverse the situation, and obtain the final victory for the mortal world. If Qin Zhao's contribution was the greatest, then Yuan's contribution was definitely the second greatest. There was no doubt about it. The greatest contribution was Yuan Yuan. In the last battle, it was also Yuan Yuan who risked her life to block the attacks of the 5 people from the Earth Realm. This bought time for Qin Xiao and the other 2 to eliminate the ice-swallowing whale and obtain more opportunities for the mortal world. Then, she perished together with another person from the Earth Realm. In other words, Yuan Yuan alone eliminated 2 people by herself. She even helped to eliminate 1 person. This contribution was naturally very great. The strength of Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan was enough to surprise Yin Shaoqian and the others. They admired and felt ashamed of their inferiority. Therefore, their view of the Sacred Academy had naturally undergone a tremendous change. They didn't look at them seriously in the past, but now they had some reverence for them. A figure suddenly walked out of the void and appeared in front of Qin Xiao and the others. As soon as this person appeared, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to him. It was completely an involuntary and subconscious action. At that moment, all eyes fell on the person who came. Qin Xiao looked at the person who came. The person was clearly in front of him, just a few feet away, but it made Qin Xiao feel that he was far away. Looking at the person who came, it was as if he was looking at a vast sky. The person's aura wasn't strong. It could even be said that he didn't have a trace of aura. But when he stood there, it was as if he didn't exist in this world. Or it could be said that he had transcended this world. To him, this world was just a mustard seed. He could be everywhere. Greetings to Emperor Xianyuan. Ing Long World God and Huang Long World God immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings to Master. Zhang Yang also reacted at once and hurriedly saluted. Qin Xiao and the others all saluted respectfully. Those who hadn't seen Emperor Xianyuan before could guess that the person who came was Emperor Xianyuan. Emperor Xianyuan smiled at everyone, nodded, and said, "You may rise. This time, you have all performed well. You have won the victory for the mortal world and protected the stability of the mortal world. You have made a great contribution. This time, I'm here to reward you according to your merits. Those who have made contributions to the mortal world will be rewarded handsomely. The greatest contributor to this victory is none other than Qin Xiao." As he spoke, Emperor Xuanyuan's eyes fell on Qin Xiao and asked, "Qin Xiao, you were able to turn the tide at the last moment, reverse the situation, and create a miracle. Your contribution is indispensable. More than half of the credit for the victory of the mortal world is due to you. You are the biggest contributor. You should be rewarded handsomely. I'll give you a chance. What reward do you want? You can say it yourself. I'll try my best to satisfy you. As long as your request is not too excessive, I will satisfy you. Don't be shy. You can ask for something big. Be bold. My reward will not be stingy. Even if you ask for a divine artifact, I can agree." This, Emperor Xuanyuan's words really made everyone gasp. He could even agree to a divine artifact. God, the divine artifact, a divine artifact. A divine artifact was above a holy artifact. A divine artifact could only be used by the existence of the world god realm. However, Emperor Xianyuan said that he could reward Qin Xiao with a divine artifact. It showed how generous he was. Although Qin Xiao couldn't use a divine artifact now, it wasn't suitable for Qin Xiao. Holding a divine artifact in hand was like a hot potato. It was useless. However, the meaning behind his words allowed everyone to see how big of a deal Emperor Huang Xianyuan had made. However, there was nothing to be envious about. This was the reward Qin Xiao deserved. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Your Majesty Huang Emperor Xianyuan, I, Qin Xiao, don't want these rewards. However, I have a bold request. I hope that your Majesty Huang Emperor Xianyuan can fulfill it. I don't want anything. I just want a divine Emperor Guardian token." "What? Divine Emperor Guardian token?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yin Shaoqian and the others stared at Qin Xiao with their eyes wide open. They were quite shocked. It was the divine emperor guardian token. How long had it been since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors issued one? The divine emperor guardian token wasn't something that belonged to this era. It was something that came into being during the chaotic ancient era. How could there be a divine emperor guardian token in the current era? Moreover, how could this little contribution be worthy of a divine emperor guardian token? That was still far, far from it. Therefore, hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yin Shaoqin and the others couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. They also admired Qin Zhao's courage. He actually dared to mention the divine emperor guardian token in front of Emperor Xinyuan. World God Huanglong raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice with a hint of sternness, Qin Zhao, I just praised you and your tale is about to reach the sky. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth after making a little contribution. Let's not talk about the fact that the divine emperor guardian token is gone. Even if there was one, how could your little contribution be enough to get one? Don't you think the divine emperor guardian token is too simple? The divine emperor guardian token is something that only people who have made a great contribution to the entire human world can obtain. Since ancient times, the number of people who have obtained the divine emperor guardian token can be counted on one hand. You are very ambitious. You actually want the divine emperor guardian token. You are a typical example of a greedy snake trying to swallow an elephant. Jin Bafong finally found an opportunity. He chuckled and gave Qin Zhao a disdainful look. He really didn't know who he was anymore after making a little contribution. Emperor Xianyuan calmly looked at Qin Zhao. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he wouldn't agree. The Yinglong world god had promised Qin Zhao earlier. Now, he was looking for an opportunity to speak. Yellow Dragon, don't be so agitated. Don't scare the little ones, the Yinglong world god said. World god Yellow Dragon didn't hold back. He glared at the Yinglong world god and said, he's your student. Of course you'll protect him. But no matter how much you protect him, it's useless. This request is too much. You'd better change your mind. The Yinglong world god said. Qin Zhao doesn't want the divine emperor guardian token for himself. He wants to protect his hometown and prevent it from being harmed by the Bloodbath Alliance. No matter how you look at it, he has good intentions. Of course, this is just a small contribution. It's true that it's far from enough to qualify for the divine emperor guardian token, but I think we should give him a little bit of a chance. Hearing the Yinglong world god speak up for him at a time like this, Qin Zhao felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. After all, world god Yellow Dragon's words had already been very harsh. He didn't want to give Qin Zhao any chance at all. The Yinglong world god must be under a great deal of pressure to say these words. The others all kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.